Okay. All right, we're streaming. And now we just need to make the call to bring everybody else on. Let's check the studio, YouTube, live streaming, see if that we're making it, and then we're going to make the call. Okay. It's a miracle I get here on time each time. And oft times I don't. Okay. Here we are. Okay. This is where we hear that incredible ring. Hopefully I hear something. There we are, my good man.
Hello.
Oh, God. Hello. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. So, always a miracle that I make it. We're live streaming right now. Let's make certain that we get the everybody else on, then give everybody the blurb, and I'll try and, adapt, decompress, settle into the moment, and, give everybody my schedule, the latest updates, and we'll take it from there. Okay. I hope everything's been well with you, whatever you're willing to share publicly.
Yeah, I think things are pretty well. Nothing really, truly bad to report. Let me, there we go. There's a live. Be good if somebody, so I don't have to try to turn on audio. Oh, yep.
Yeah, T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother, 100%.
Very good.
Aristides clear, thumbs up.
Let me immediately do my upvote, as everyone should do. And that is very important, because there are those horrible, awful people out there that put the downvote because they're against Douglas. You can't see them, but they do affect the algorithm, which affects Douglas's impact in various ways. So please hit the upvote right away. You can even go under your account settings, make sub channels, and place additional upvotes with them.
Thank you.
They can just make sure you switch back to your main, talking, chatting account after that. It's easy to forget. And make sure you are subscribed, the subscribe button, and the notification bell is turned on so that you get notifications of the program on time or otherwise. Trying to be on time, but things happen. And I think that is it. Let's get it started out right by putting the donation link in the chat.
Excellent. Yes, I'll certainly need that for the Christmas season.
Yeah, it's Christmas. Come on.
Yes,
Come on.
it's even
Christmas here, Douglas, right now. In his bank account.
Yeah, it's Christmas with Douglas. Yeah, it's who could ask for anything more. Thank you.
Well, sounds jolly to me.
Jolly enough, thank you. Yes, indeed, and so definitely glad that we have what we have.
Yep. For $100, you get a picture of Douglas in a Santa suit in private email. So please keep that in mind.
Yes, please don't take that seriously. He's joking. He's definitely joking. Oh God.
Well, maybe up that number, and there's a price for everything, right?
Yes. There is a price.
$500.
Oh well, we'll see what we can do. It's one of those things with. Let's try not to add some kind of baggage to the contribution.
All right, it's a joke. Just please, out of the goodness of your heart and all the appreciation of what Douglas does, just please send him money.
Yes, thank you. No, definitely appreciate that, but we will. All right, I'm going to count on people arriving. We'll take it from there, and
I didn't do that yet because it's hard to do all these things the very moment that.
Oh, I understand. Believe me, I understand. So while he's getting started on that, our dear Aristides did a wonderful job with the blurb. We're so fortunate to have T-Tank Barry with us to let us know how we're sounding, and I'm just putting my scarf around my neck, so to speak, because once I'm at home in the crypt, the temperature drops precipitously just being in here. Once you stop moving, you really begin to notice it. I'm going to have to turn on the electric blanket again soon. I, thanks to everyone out there, have received 2 electric blankets, so I can replace this as soon as it breaks, which inevitably it will. There
I
is.
still like the vest. I like the vest idea.
It's to tell you what, invest in it then. But in the meantime, we will also ask our listeners for other contributions. My toaster oven, which is a Orca Orta, what is it? Orca toaster oven. How do you call it? It's which company is that? I'll have to look at toaster oven because we want the same kind of company again if possible. It's Bermuda vertical combo. I'm just going to Orca electric oven. There is an Orca electric oven. That is absolutely bizarre. I'm certain that is not the name of what I have. that broke. And I purchased a $60 little toaster oven to replace it transitionally because that's all that Cole Hardware had. Not a bad price considering that. I'm sorry? You're just saying something in the background.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Anyhow, it's not working out because it's just too small and it's melting the Meals on Wheels. It can only fit one Meals on Wheels tray and it's melting it at that. So toaster ovens theoretically are not supposed to be used for Meals on Wheels. It's all a load of bullshit. You get the right Meals on Wheels and you get the right toaster oven, it will heat those stupid plastic trays, which I do try to scarf one down as a buffer for the supplements I take before I get on the show, because the show acts as my schedule bookmark for when I should take my supplements twice a week. And serving that purpose, then I usually eat something before the show so I have empty calories to burn throughout the show. Okay, well, all of that went to shit because the toaster oven died. So let me take a look at what brand of toaster oven it is, and it was
Brandon, wrote in the chat, Oster,
Oster. Oster, thank God. How did he know? It was.
Well, he's Brandon,
Yes, thank you, Brendan. Well, then, fucking jump on the call, Brendan. Yes, oh my fucking God. There he is. He is on the call. Thank God. Yeah. Oh my fucking God! How did you know, Brendan? We we adore you. We bow down before you. That's he's the guy. It was so frustrating to have that happen. And I mean, in every way, I just want people to understand. This was the last one of the really last positive practical thing that I've ever. That I have left as a memento from Lena Shea. So its death is sad. So Lena Shea, when she first started love bombing me, I could not say no to her because she was sending me everything I needed. I mean, I could not say no. I just needed these things. I needed a mattress for this horrible fold-out couch that I've been sleeping on in this stupid hellhole forever. Whenever I'm home in the crypt, this is what I sleep on. And she's, she sent me the mattress for that made it survivable. That's only going to last so much longer. I'm literally going to have to just move into a new home as soon as possible. I could hear the horrible noise of the people upstairs. And whatever they're doing, at some point, we're going to have a breakthrough where their flooding upstairs is going to flood me down here. And when that happens, there's no going back. It's just at this point, it's already untenable. At that point, it'll become downright hostile. The environment, it's already bordering on. It's already that, but. It's just a nightmare all the way around, but little things made it survivable. You just imagine living in a storage facility. That's basically it. I'm living in a storage facility for all intents and purposes. So the Oster electric stove or oven, what do we call it? Toaster oven. The Oster toaster oven, that's what we need, is one that's twice the size of this little tiny Black & Decker toaster oven that I purchased at Cole Hardware because this was all they had. And it fits only one tray and it melts it at that because it's so low, the overhead. I don't know what you'd call it. The convection space based on the structure of the oven itself, is so limited that it burns alive anything that's within it. If somebody asks me a question about microwaves, I have never graduated to the microwave spectrum. I'm going to try to avoid that for as long as possible. I really do not want to mess with the radiation. It's bad enough with melted plastic, which is what I dealt with the plastic melted enough where there's probably some of it got in my food with this latest toaster oven experiment. So I'll need the other toaster oven as soon as possible to avoid that, eating too much melted plastic in the next few weeks to give me cancer. Fortunately, of course, I take a lot of fiber, which I have to do. Yes, microwaves destroy nutrients and flavor. Thank you, Brendan. I always knew there was something wrong with that. And then our dear Joe joins us. T-Tank Barry joins us in the chat. Good evening, T-Tank. Feel free to join us in the chat. Say hi. Feel free to join us on the call and say hi. Other than that, I just want people to understand, I think they already get how flustered I am with recent developments. And we will then just try and remember other things to bring up. Yeah, so
I agree with you about the microwave. I don't use it either. I mean, really, like, do you really not have 5, 10, 20 minutes to heat up your food? Like, what kind of life are you living?
Thank you.
Like in a toaster oven or something,
Thank you. The toaster oven is dangerous enough, but the microwave is, even though there's less danger of a food flare up, where the food actually catches fire. It's still a frightening prospect. It's like as you said, the whole thing about instant, where it's just instantly hot, and it doesn't feel natural. The food. Yes, Chef Mike is a joke for a reason. Chef Mike. Well, Brendan, you're gonna have to jump on and explain that. Who the hell is Chef Mike? Is he some TV chef who specializes in microwave? That would be funny. That would be hysterical. And besides, I need everybody to kind of
Chef Mike is like when you're at a restaurant and someone's like, like you're having some issue with the food where someone's complaining, then you say, "Oh, yeah, this is a job for Chef Mike."
Oh, okay, got it.
So all the food service people know it's a joke. It's like someone's complaining, "I need this now," and then you're like, "All right, Chef Mike's got this." And then, of course, the food comes out like bland and tasteless, but it's warm.
Yes, there you go. They can't complain on that score. We are joined by Aaron Tice. So, Aaron Tice, let us know how long we're gifted with your presence for the evening, and we'll dive into taking advantage of your presence while we can, and before moving on into the rest of the night. I take it there was an earthquake in San Francisco and a tsunami warning, which I would do my best to put into some perspective later tonight. But I hope everything is a lot more stable where you're at.
Yeah, it's good. I did not know about the earthquake or the tsunami. Apparently watching the news is hazardous for your health these days. What a world.
Yes, it is. And so it was an earthquake and tsunami warning, I would like to say, which was highly unusual. They evacuated. They evacuated half of fucking Berkeley. But anyhow, we'll get to that later tonight. I can always go over that later tonight. But in the interim, you're not having heard of it. No worries. Just a bit less stress for you over the over the weekend thus far.
Well, I had the Amazon delivery driver trying to open my front door, so that was fun.
Okay, so you are sharing that publicly. What was going on with that?
So I was in line to pick up my son from school, and I get the Blink camera notification. His packages come. You get to see who's dropping them. And I see this guy standing at the door, and I hear the key code. He's punching in numbers trying to open my front door, which I've never let a delivery driver open the front door. So I was pretty pissed. I called Amazon. They wouldn't take the video as evidence. So then I got in touch with the neighbors, and they told me where to go report it to the local sheriff. So I started a police report, uploaded the videos, and then I called Amazon back. told him, "You're listed on the report as not accepting the videos, just so you know." And then I grabbed it the next day. I grabbed an Amazon delivery driver and asked him who was delivering, and he said he wasn't sure. And I said, "Just so you know, everybody in the neighborhood has his video and his picture and his face, and everybody's ready for him. So if he shows up in the neighborhood, it's going to be a very bad day for him." So that's what I did to preempt the second visit.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. No, that's frightening. I mean, it's very invasive, and it's I'm so sorry that happened to you. But this is going to sound like a stupid question, especially from someone like me who's worked with criminals all his life. But honestly, there's plenty of times when criminals don't have any sane or logical motivation. It's just it was his motivation to steal something and then carry it in the truck. What the fuck motivates somebody with an honest job to do something that is so blatantly self-destructive to the resume?
I don't know, because it was self-destructive, and everybody's got cameras now, so it was a really dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
I can't really.
With these people.
Yeah.
On it.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of crime syndicates. There's a lot of gangs. And when they case a neighborhood, they usually case it in groups, so it's multiple people working together.
Yeah.
You know, and there was no cars in the driveway because everybody was out of the house. So it's like probably just a quick run.
Okay.
You know, but who knows? I mean, again, everybody's living a life of quiet desperation. So I don't know, but I just wanted to get the word to the guy real quick that there's a bunch of people waiting for him to show back up.
Right. No, very, very much understood. And Brendan, as you said, you used to work with these people. Give us your own idea of what might have been going on with this, please.
Well, I want to say, like, from my experience, at least 50% of them are quite literally ex-convicts.
Yeah.
And these are the only jobs they're able to secure, because these UPS, Amazon, like, they're desperate to hire people. So a lot of the times they will, for example, like, delay the background checks, especially during the holiday season, just to fill these positions. And then when January comes around, they'll start, those people will have already quit, or like you, what happened with you, probably stole from someone else.
Exactly.
And they get removed immediately.
Yeah.
So, but during the quote unquote, it's called peak season, which is right now between, I would say October till January, because of the holidays, it's called peak season. So they'll hire any bloke, any goofball, anyone.
Yeah.
And then
and
later
I feel bad. Like, the USPS guy was just out delivering. I mean, it was a couple hours ago. So it's, 7:30 at night, and the poor United States postal workers out delivering. It's a crazy time of year. Everybody's sending packages.
That's how they make their salary. Like, I have a friend who does UPS. I mean, he makes above 100,000. So,
gotcha.
Like,
Okay. Well,
this
that's
part
good.
of the year is where they make their bulk in overtime and stuff.
Right. Well, you're talking
Well,
about
that's
UPS, but Aaron was talking about the USPS is out at all hours these days, which is
Yeah, they get overtime.
Yeah, they get overtime too. Yes, that's right. Yes. So thank you. Yes. No need to
And
feel
it's actually
sorry.
quite good. It's in these cases, they have good unions, and it's quite good.
I actually, Brendan Zogan is right. Of all things, I could relate the horror story, but it's simply for morbid entertainment. But it was this one idiot I knew, who I gladly call out, named Keith Johansson, who it was this dude who I knew through the military and the conflict simulation or war games design world of all places, from back in the days when I wanted to transfer into a think tank and become, a big war gamer for the U.S. government, war gaming out potential conflicts, this kind of crap. And this, and this was in the old days, and this guy was from that old school, and he had misspent his advantages and wound up trying to apply for the post office, and he fucked it up 8 ways to Sunday. But as the few days, maybe even the single day that he was there working with them, he could see all the advantages, as well as all the months that he had spent processing into the post office. he could see all of the advantages, and he blew it all just in a fit of stupidity and arrogance and casual dismissal of the requirements that, again, it would only be an object lesson. I could go into that for the sake of morbid entertainment in object lessons, application sometime later. But it's, yeah, you'd be amazed at how good the life of a post office person is, at least in terms of pay. So, yeah, no need to feel sorry for them and what they're going through.
Well, good.
Yeah.
You've alleviated
And in the
my,
case of,
my empathy.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And in the case, Brendan, you were going to say?
Yeah, in the Amazon case.
Yeah.
Case in point, Amazon, it has no unions, so you should feel bad for those people, not the guy that tried to steal from you. But I would guess that they're more overworked and have less benefits, which is why they accept the bottom of the barrel people to do the job, like you've seen firsthand.
Yeah,
Because Amazon's notorious for, it's like the Walmart of the delivery. They just pump and dump, hire a bunch of people, then dump them before the holidays. Like, they don't care. To them, it's like a free, it's just free labor because they make so much money from all these deliveries.
Well, and they shift them around. So once I made a big enough stink, but
he's in a different department.
Yeah, and he's going to go. He can't deliver within 5 miles, but he's already cased the neighborhood. And because I have on video that he did drop the package, like, I couldn't lie and say he stole it, because he'd be immediately dismissed if he stole the package, but he didn't. And I couldn't lie about it because there's a video that I uploaded to the local sheriffs.
That's debatably better than breaking and entering, but who am I to judge,
Yeah. So,
like, I'd rather have someone steal from outside than try and come inside.
Exactly. But he knew what he was doing. He was trying to get in when there was nobody home. So it was just.
No, when I worked there during the holidays, we had people literally stealing jewelry.
Oh, yeah.
And they were like straight out of prison and stuff, like.
Oh man.
And you can't profile, so like they're not allowed to profile, so they had to, like, all of us got searched on the way out. Because, like, multiple gold rings were missing or something.
Oh my god.
He got away with it, but he put them in his water bottle.
FedEx is no joke. Like, I remember picking up packages at FedEx up north, and, like, you check in, you have to go through, like, the checkpoint checky, as Barney Fife would say. There's a metal detector. Yeah, you get scanned, and your lunchbox goes through. Yeah, I watch these, and you have to go if you're picking up a package. It's the same. So.
It's like they might as well be penitentiaries. That's why they can them there.
Yeah,
it's
crazy.
It rings all the bells for someone that's been in prison. Like,
yeah. Oh, no wonder they get re-traumatized and then they fall back into pattern.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, the inside of these buildings are like. I mean, I could be a whistleblower right now. It's like a sweatshop. They're open warehouses with no air conditioning or heater, and they're like. You have to do like thousands of packages an hour, and it's basically like a sweatshop. It's like seeing the inside of something, and this is in America, so I can't imagine elsewhere.
Yeah.
I have an example. Like, they were telling me, they taught us all the stuff in the safety course. Like, if it has this sticker on it, don't lift it by yourself. And then when you're actually on the line, there was one that said forklift only. I shit you not. He said forklift only, stickers all over it. And the supervisor was like, I was like, are you going to help me? And he's like, pull it off the line, and just walks away from me.
Oh,
wow.
And then there's like others that say team lift. And if you interrupt someone else, they'll just like yell at you like, fuck you. You can't carry that shit. Yeah. So it's like a giant high school / prison in the back of those facilities.
That's terrible. It's kind of like, I don't like Google, but at least they treat their employees decently.
I don't know about that. I mean, maybe.
They used to. They have the open work floor plan, food and beer is included. You work when you're feeling creative. You go lounge when you're not. I mean,
that must have been a long time ago. But come on.
They actually pulled these amenities as like the last couple of years because.
Oh, they did. Well, it's no good anywhere then. Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
But I appreciate you sharing with us that almost idyllic dreamlike. Children can hear that in the near future, and they'll say, "Oh, listen to old man Aaron talking about days long past. He's just making that shit up." They'll say he's just. They'll probably accuse you of senility and shit, saying he's dreaming. I mean, there's no way a world could ever have been like that.
Yeah, we're eating. They'll be like eating loaves of bread with like E. coli feces, like.
Oh, don't even get me started. It's like
Soylent and shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, we just got the E. coli scare. We bought eggs at Costco that were recalled.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I say that about the carrots. I mean, that's a big problem if a reputable place like Costco is having issues with food quality. I mean, you guys get your vitamin C now, stomach bugs and stuff.
Yeah.
Like get your immune system up because
we have a lot of good supplements, but I mean, I haven't seen an egg recall like that in a long time.
Hey guys, all bacteria are probiotics if you're brave enough, all right?
Most of them are quite toxic, actually.
That's if you're brave enough, right?
He's joking. Again, kids out there who are listening. Aristides has a sense of humor. At least he's practicing.
Well,
it.
To Aristides' point, I do have a friend. He's 80. He works like a young man. He's busy all the time. I'm very impressed, but he makes me crazy because he doesn't drink water. He says, "No, I don't drink water." And
sad.
Yeah, and he doesn't believe in expiration dates. So he's got, and he's a hoarder. So his food. Oh, he's got food from 10 years ago in cans and jars, and if he sees, oh yeah, let's open that and try that. I'm like, I'm good, thanks, Willie.
But
he's alive and well, but I think he's pickled,
It's at the same time I can relate. He must come from a background of extreme poverty. So I know how people like that think, obviously, and God knows I had a bunch of cans and was opening and taking food out of them fairly recently after I purchased a new can opener. So that can opening was no longer the hammer and the screwdriver that I was using for years.
Oh, that's so dangerous. A hammer and a screwdriver, Jesus.
Yes, can you imagine? I know. No. And I was doing that for years. But at any rate, when it came to the... how long are we blessed with your presence tonight, Aaron?
I'll stay a few more minutes. I just wanted to say hello and support the team and tell everybody hi.
Well, definitely we appreciate your showing up, and of course I encourage you to stay as long as possible. And obviously, if you happen to wake up, and not that I expect that from you, because I think your biorhythms are pretty set at this point, but you're always welcome to jump back on the call, as we knew some people would do. Some people would do that, actually go through a period where they woke up all of a sudden, then jump back in the call, and that's always fine. That's encouraged. And
sure.
Don't ever be afraid to interject. Don't ever be afraid to interject, even if I'm monologuing. So that having been extended, by all means, so that having happened, which brings to mind a security awareness. Again, thank you for the electric blanket that you sent. And I want to let anybody out there know that it takes me a long time to get to these things when I need them. I get to them when I need them. So a lot of times when somebody sends me something, I don't find out who sent it. So whoever sent that other package that not only had the electric blanket and the other items in it, I will be looking at it soon enough, probably sooner than I expect with the life expectancy of the electric blanket I'm using right now. I don't know if you've left a note in there. I'll try and find time to look at that before my son picks me up at 10 a.m. in the morning tomorrow to return to the weekend for us, because it's Armenian Genocide Memorial Day weekend. Essentially, that's officially on Monday here in the United States, and so obviously I'll be at the estates for that, and for the day thereafter I won't be returning until Tuesday night. I'll be incommunicado, but I'll be here just for a few hours after the show, and I'll try and find time to see if there's any hint as to who sent that other package. In the meantime, we are bringing to the attention of our listeners the fact that I am seeking another, and Brendan had the brand again, Oster toaster oven, one of the larger size ones, that is enough to, I guess, put a medium-sized pizza in or something like that, or not if medium, small, small-sized pizza. Not that I would do that, and have never done that, but I use it for the Meals on Wheels, and I have to have enough convection space where it doesn't melt the trays. So the Austers are larger, have a higher roof, so to speak. So just letting our listeners know about that. That will probably cost me $60 for the Black & Decker one that is melting the Meals on Wheels trays. So so it'll probably cost $120 to $150 realistically for whoever's out there ordering that. So just putting that out into the winds for Christmas, and hopefully somebody gets that to me as soon as possible, just to maintain normality of lifestyle. I would obviously buy it myself as I went out and got the Black & Decker one, but all they had at Kohl's was that tiny little Black & Decker one. And I will have to call around San Francisco. If I do find something, I'll let people know. We'll see if I have time to go out and shop for that in the near future. And then, of course, I'll let my audience know immediately what the results of that are. In the interim, aside from that, I do want to return to conversations we're all more familiar with, and on topics we're all more familiar with. But I would ask Aaron, while he's with us, what is it in current events that stands out to you, that you feel that we should perhaps be paying some attention to, or even something that comes to your mind from more personal experience that you feel we should, shall we say, prone to share that around this time of year?
I haven't really paid attention to much. I did notice that it seems like Trump is going to make Elon Musk the electric car monopoly with the tariffs.
Oh God!
So that's just it's just ridiculous. So that's the only current affairs business I've checked into, but I've been kind of not paying attention. The news is rather painful these days.
Well, you'll get enough news when you hear my monologues. Believe me, it's almost like it makes the rest of the news redundant. You'll hear what's bad. You'll hear what's bad. Oh my God, you had to bring that up, and that's and how about the international news? Anything in particular stand out to you about Syria or any of these other places, Georgia, etc.? Tad Ricketts is in the chat room bringing up that he's shocked by world events. I don't know if you've. Again, like you said, watching news is painful, so maybe you aren't catching up on any of that, and that's probably
Well, what I've done is I've noticed that there's such cycles of all this that I've been so incensed by the news for so many years that I realize it just goes in cycles, and it's been so incendiary for so many years between so many nations. It's just a constant rigmarole of just antagonism and sensationalism. So it's hard to decipher what is truly a major issue and what is overly reported as such.
What was your impression of Peter Moon? Was obsessed, of course, with being a Moor and thought of himself as black. When he looked in the mirror, he saw a black man, and this was his fantasy. Obviously, he hung out with black men at his little flag football affairs. I don't know if you heard us going over that in the last episode, but I brought up, of course, the fact that something that he had never shared with me, and this is certainly not a complaint on my part. I don't feel that I missed out on anything, but I was shocked to find out, and tell me if I'm repeating myself. You might have heard this on the last episode, that Brooke Gibson shared with myself privately that Peter Moon had showed her at length his flag football team involvement, and just said, oh, look how spry I am, how healthy I am, and how studly I am, essentially, because he was apparently, at that point that he was doing that, attempting to seduce her to replace Paula. He was looking for a Paula replacement, if for nothing else, at least as a beard. And at that time, he was showing her pictures of himself with his black flag football team in action. And the one thing she noticed was that everybody's hand was on everybody's ass. This is something that she was not making up to defame. It was just something that she relayed spontaneously to myself while we had been on a long conversation with her, Brendan and I, finding out about her status, her situational update, and she gave us the impression that she's doing as well as she can, but she's afraid to come back on because every time she comes back on the show, she suffers another siege that is it's too much to handle. So she's holding back for a while at least. And but when she shared what she did about Peter Moon, and I recollected, of course, he had never shared anything like that with me. Again, like I said, no regrets there. But it emphasizes another aspect of the shall I say, the depth of this kind of phenomenon that I've run into all my life. In his case, it was more specific, but what I've run into all my life is, for those of you who don't know my appearance, I'm often mistaken for a Native American. Many Native Americans, when I was at the Letterman Army Medical Center as a young child, I remember that was the first kindness I ever really encountered from strangers, was from Native American staff at the Presidio military base. That's another story I can go into another time. But because of that, I've always had an affinity for Native Americans. And like many of them, I have run across not only the prejudice, which again bears a micro tangent here, of the time that I relayed on air to Peter Moon that, before the show I had to walk and get something, and a Caucasian man on a bicycle who was older whizzed by me saying, "Hey, Pocahontas." And I remember this fucking idiot Peter Moon saying, "Oh, you must have been mistaken, that couldn't have happened." And just his insanity of going to this individual's defense who he didn't even know. But all of that was parcel to what I've run into is a lot of white Americans who are very Nordic, Aryan looking, blue-eyed, lantern-jawed, and they would brag about their Native American Indian ancestry. And so I was always like, well, of course there were enough blue-coated rapists running around on the frontier to provide you all a bit of Native American blood, perhaps. But I think the asininity speaks for itself. But in Peter Moon's case, then he went straight to the Montauk Indian thing. He was obsessed with that, and he combined that with his Moorish obsession and said that, the Montauk Indians aren't recognized by the rest of the Native Americans because they were the first Americans and they were black. In other words, just all of us were black. He has this, he takes the out of Africa anthropological political diktat, and he takes it to an extreme where everyone's black, I guess, in the end. But he was saying the Montauk Indians, well, of course they're not recognized because what happens is a lot of breakaway slaves would just basically run off with Native Americans, and then they would breed with them, and then you'd get these bastardized tribes that were half blackified. So when he talks about the Montauk Indian, he says the real Montauk Indian chief, they're really the source of all Native Americans, and he was black. Do you remember any of this, or did you meet this person, or what was your impression of all of this? I was just...
I think that's a long answer, but he did tap into something that did happen on Long Island. A friend of mine lived in a trailer park that was sacred ground to the Native Americans, and developers bought it, and they bought it illegally through the bribing of the local judicial system, the local developers, the local courts, everything. It was crazy. And they just pushed everybody around, and that's kind of what happened on Long Island. They just kind of, because the Native Americans on Long Island were not organized, and they were so traumatized and so poverty stricken, they really didn't, they were fighting amongst themselves more than they were fighting against, the group that was writing them out of history. So it is something that happened. But again, that's back when he was researching, and he did have a super deep affinity for the Moors. So I think he conflated it all. And that's also back when Graham Hancock was talking about, what was it, the fingerprints of the gods, and talking about how the pyramids were made by African-American descents or black peoples from the South America. I don't even know what he was saying, but I think that's about the point where Peter stopped researching, and he kind of got stuck in that paradigm maybe. And then fast forward, I think he's just a lonely old guy, and the guys at football were happy to grab ass and have him pal around with him for some hot wings and some beer. I don't know. I think that's I think it could be as complex or as simple as that.
Well, I want to thank Amy Como for appearing. Say hi to Aaron Tice. I don't know if I've ever formally introduced you, but Aaron Tice, this is Amy Como, and Amy Como.
Hey, Amy, how are you?
Oh, I know it's been a while, but I think we met ages ago.
Yeah, we've met. Welcome. And yeah, so that's what I would say about all that. I really don't understand the Moorish obsession. Yeah, I don't get it.
Well, it's an indulgence. It's an indulgence that I would say it's taken to a different level with Peter, but as I noticed with many white people, that somehow if they can convince themselves that they have Native American heritage in their lineage, then somehow they don't feel that they've stolen the country. I think that's where that comes from.
Yeah, yeah. Custer's last stand. But again, the sailing prowess, right? You know, he often said the Moors were the greatest, sailors and navigators, but the Portuguese would definitely rival that opinion. So, it's up for debate.
Oh, well, I certainly do feel much of what Peter was saying was sheer fantasy, and obviously it was just it was just but far more important perhaps was the well, obviously there's certain things that are just I'm dealing with now. I didn't have a chance to talk to you privately about the encounter that I had that I shared with a number of my other members of Team Dietrich that I'll share with you privately. It was a rather important encounter and it's relevant. But it does bring to mind the entire thing with Peter Moon. He really damned himself when he titled the book The Vox Arca, because it showed what he was here for all this time. It really showed what he was here for all this time. And I never really gave it much thought dealing with everything else over the past few months, but I've been forced to just kind of revisit that. And so such being said, I appreciate your patience with me whenever I bring some of these subjects up, because every once in a while I go over them with you simply because you're the person who actually knew him the longest, and it was part of that. Anyhow, Amy, you sound rather subdued. Are you all right?
What's that? I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm listening. Mm-hmm. I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay, thank you. And that photograph is nice. That's yourself, yes? Yep,
that's me.
Wonderful. Delightful, Amy. Well, looking very good. And so we just had a break-in scare over at Aaron Tice's place, and he's been handling that lately. And who was it, Brendan, that the other young lady worked for? She wasn't working. She was working at Amazon, whereas you were working with UPS, or right? That's correct. Yes, now I remember.
Yes.
I'm forgetting her name, but because what happened with Aaron was Amazon as opposed to UPS. And the Jeff Bezos, of course, is he's up there with all of them now. The tech bros have all merged into, they're becoming more and more alike as they unite in their oligarchy, which Aaron has brought up just recently with Musk being made the czar of a monopoly, essentially. But Aaron, other thoughts on that, of course, are welcome.
Well, yeah, I will say, I don't know if anybody's noticed, I've been a member of Prime for a while, and when you have Prime, you get the video streaming service, mm-hmm. which has typically been pretty decent. They go in and out with their titles, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's all these long commercials, and we have a 6-year-old, and we try to monitor what he sees, and they've got highly offensive commercials. Ooh. Out of nowhere on a service that's supposed to be commercial free. Uh-huh. And then all of a sudden an ad pops up, to avoid commercials, upgrade to Prime Gold or whatever it is for $2.99 a month. Yeah. So I looked it up, I called them, and so now even if you have Prime, if you want commercial free viewing, you have to pay an extra $2.99 a month. And to further push people to do that, so, they see who's got children's accounts on there, right? So they put the most offensive, horrendous commercials to incense the people, to urge them to do it. So they're playing dirty pool these days. I may actually remove my membership and move forward, not getting The delivery service sucks at this point anyway, so I guess I won't be losing anything. They're trying to break into my house.
YouTube did similar as well. These,
yes,
like,
they did.
pulls.
YouTube, yep, and Tubi was a free.
Premium is ad free, right?
Yep,
and
yep.
Then
so
all of a sudden it's not.
Yeah, we used to watch, like, they would talk about the big machines and how they're made, and all the big machines are made in Germany, right, or Switzerland, but all of a sudden that stopped because then, like, a horror movie, an adult horror movie commercial would come on. You know, you can't have a 5-year-old watching that. So they're polluting everything. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God, it's so awful. I'm so glad I'm not a parent. Oh my God, it's here we are. Somebody entered. I believe it's Brendan. Nordics make the mega machinery. Yes, that's true. It's just so sad that what you're going through. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's if you think about it, it's not a big deal. It's just annoying, and it just goes to show how greedy people get when they make that much money, because he's already got so much money coming in, but now he's got a grab. And I've noticed it with Bill Gates too, because he downgraded your ability to store emails in Outlook. So all of a sudden last year, I think the entire nation got a maintenance fee of $20 to $100 a year to store emails on the server, which it's never been that way. So all these guys that are supposedly multi-billionaires are grabbing the few dollars they can from every household for whatever reason. So it's interesting to observe.
Yeah. Did you just blank out there? I thought that you stopped so suddenly. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't hear me? I guess.
No. You said it was interesting to observe, and then the moment after that, you stopped the sentence very abruptly. So I just suddenly wondered if the service was glitched. I'm just looking at the production. That's why while I was flipping around through the production screens, then sometimes that confuses me. Well, I mean, when you speak of the money issue, I mean, obviously we are in a situation, as I said before, we've got to start emphasizing more and more basically a sense of unity in the common populace through class warfare. I don't mean that in some communist or sense, but I do mean it in the sense of a kind of need for social support. And certainly I'll bring up the murder of the insurance CEO. Now, certainly that must have impressed you with some sort of thought.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting. And one of the first things they did, which is, again, not good for the populace at large, they started, and they said this publicly, but they started scrubbing CEOs' data from websites. So now CEOs aren't necessarily listed publicly. So now all of a sudden, all of the people that are like, not necessarily whistleblowing, but the deep researchers who are tying like the BlackRock owners together to the Chase people, the people that are linking all the power circles together won't be able to get this information because they're scrubbing the data because this guy was shot in New York. So they're, again, tailoring it to their own desires at this point.
Well, they're taking advantage of the incident to render themselves even more impenetrable to the public. Well, in a sense, my response to that would be to the researchers who are just, shall we say, doing their best as public, shall we say, awareness crusaders or the like, or perhaps more misguided, say if they're QAnon people, but whatever the motivation. If they're connecting certain people together in the corporate world, after a while, let's put it this way, it's rather redundant, because we all know that there are certain people who are wealthy and they're going to be connected to each other, and then there are the rest of us that are poor. We're not connected, right? I mean,
very true.
How many connections do you need to need to draw? But I'm not quite sure I understand the meme here, Aristides. What exactly is a secure location for CEOs? Oh, yes, I see. Okay, there we are.
You got it.
Yeah.
Obvious now.
Yeah. Yes. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Now, once it's
as we've joked about the submarine before too, like, put all these CEOs in a submarine. But anyway, for the public, it's like the meme says, We need a secure place to keep all the CEOs till we figure out what's going on. Perhaps a deep sea submersible of some kind.
Exactly.
I'm for it.
Yep.
I'm for it. Let us stay very safe down there.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's a crazy time. He probably made a deal and was going to turn a bit on that company, and they like to kill two birds with one stone. So they handled him, and they're scrubbing their own data because they don't want to be public anymore.
Oh, don't imbue him with a sense of nobility, Aaron, please.
Oh, I don't think it's noble. I think he cut a deal. I think, he was going to be the scapegoat, and he was like, well, I'll sing on a couple of them or a couple items or whatever. I don't think it was noble in any way. Okay. I think he was trying to save his own ass. But if you're going to get shot, it's going to be New York because, you've got a plethora of criminals ready to do that for a small amount of money. So New York's a good place to have that happen.
Well, I'll speak to it later tonight. You'll probably get a few more details, but definitely, I'm glad that you at least caught on to that and were made aware of it. It's certainly something that I think is obviously a watermark event. We are having a sea change now, as you said, because of it. It'll be used to rationalize the corporate world withdrawing from public view, whereas before they were brazen and they were gormless and brazen. Now they'll be a bit more craven, and that doesn't necessarily help the public any, but it does alienate the public more. So it may be that they become faceless, but in the end, it also helps to divide the public in such a way that it furthers the process of ultimately overturning the present system. It's something that I think is important. When I look forward to speaking with you privately for a few minutes. I don't know if you'll have a few minutes in the morning after the show is over before 10 a.m. my time would be 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, before 1 p.m. your time. So you might find a few minutes before I take off for another 2 days. Yeah, but,
it is possible. Yeah, tomorrow and Tuesday don't look too crazy. So yeah, I might be able to do that.
Yeah, and but all such being said, the important thing for our listeners to remember is just that in my case, just dealing as I was with trying to stay afloat, I do want people to understand, of course, in Christmas season, it's just inevitable, of course. Even someone in my position, I wind up spending more than I should. And so I do remind our listeners, of course, for the need for contributions. But besides that, the interesting thing was, shall we say again, at this point, when I'm cleaning up some of my own records and just dealing with some of the documents I had to kind of square away and then file concerning Peter Moon at the end of the year and what happened this year, it really it impresses me how much he amassed in terms of advanced sales. He did say on air not only that he was going to work on the vampire book next, which of course he had fucked up 8 Ways to Sunday and mispublished as a book with, there's no, I mean, Amy Como can go into how many mistakes were in that book and just how it's only half a book, all the rest of that. And he was promising to go back to that. He was telling me about, I have thousands of dollars for you, Douglas, because of these advance orders for the next book. And believe me, that's already yours. It's yours. And just how all of that could have helped at the end of the year with this windfall that he promised. But he had never intended to deliver on any of that. All of that, of course, was part of a psyop. He was always the enemy. There's no sense, sometimes we try to make sense of it, that maybe at one point he was earnest and sincere, but he was very open about being on the side of the enemy during the time that I was under attack from Jameson Reese and so many others. And he always said he was on the side of the enemy. I don't know if you recall any of that, Aaron, but Brendan Zoget most certainly does. And Aristides was present at the time. I was ambushed by the MUFON, again, another ambush that he had set up, where Aristides was, of course, hearing him while he was joining the side of the enemy on air and just attacking me on air. And this became, of course, just it was... But I think the part of it all that really strikes me is throughout the period of time that he was preparing to break, he was emphasizing consistently and constantly. I guess he was doing this throughout the time I was dealing with him. All the money he was spending. He was always talking about the money he was spending on contractors for his home improvement, the money he was spending on not only his vacations, but the money he was spending on everything. And whenever I asked him about royalties for the book that had been published, then it was always, oh, you'll get that eventually. You'll get that eventually. And it's in the end, it was just what an incredible lesson to be learned. And it really does not do much for anyone's faith in humanity, except for the fact that, of course, you were able to get what you did out of him. And now we'll see what we can do to work with that. The interesting thing is, when it came to our publishing the book as we did on Smashwords, he wouldn't even let me have that. So it was like, he's determined, despite what he told you about my poverty, to make certain that I get nothing. To make certain that I stay as impoverished as possible. So he is on the level of those oligarchs. It's at a petty level, but it's on that level. That there's a
it would appear it is, yeah.
So it's in terms of dealing with that psychologically, it was of course always meant to break me, and it is it's definitely, how would I say it? It's impacting in the sense that he managed to suppress everything for as long as he did. It made certain to publish the book in such a way that it would get the minimum sales. When I was in the cab the other day with a black cab driver named Octavius Nash, and he looked up the Roswell Deception, all we could find was a trash novel by that name, The Roswell Deception. So Peter Moon intentionally named it after a trash novel by that name, listed as a fiction novel, so that it would be, all people would find is that fiction novel when they look for it, because that's all he found. Incredible. It's like, so all of that was intended all this time. And but in at least now you have context for everything you've seen over the last 10 years with him, and I don't know what other impression you could share on the basis of that.
I would, from what we've learned recently, I would be surprised if he's been paying anybody their royalties over the last decade. So I think it's probably common actions for him. You know, it would make sense that it's just the way he acts because he can. Because in the alternative publishing community, he was kind of like his own thing.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I think it's just the way he did business. But I think the positive is, as poorly as he did on the books, it gave you a really good snapshot of a really small, easy blueprint on how to transpose the life story you have, which is pretty overwhelming when you take a look at it. Like, how do I make this life story a book, right?
True enough.
So I think it's given a snapshot on how to compartmentalize it into these different narratives that kind of link together. He didn't do it, but I think you can now, because like you said in a previous transmission, you are writing now, and you've had a lot of creative barriers broken down in a positive way. So I think everything is as it should be. I think
that's true.
I don't think he could have continued on, and for whatever reason, he's gone.
Yeah.
And I think it's your story, so it's going to be handled by yourself.
Yes, and I guess in the end it should be. Though, of course, I look forward to your foreword.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
Your preface, your introduction, it would, and take your time with that, of course. We want to make certain that it's done right, and but all such being said, with all of your own responsibilities, you did incredible. I mean, the time Brendan, of course, began to get rather suspect that Peter Moon was faking his illness just as an escape, but you spoke to him that time, and he was truly ill. He truly did.
Yeah, and people that have, he was beginning to fake it, but he was definitely ill, and he may be slightly recovering now, but I don't think he's who he was anyway. I think I think we're dealing with not only a person who had multiple strokes, which takes a part of you away,
Yes.
but someone who's sinking into senility. So his bravado in showing the pictures of the grab ass with the football is just to show a piece of virility, because if you are too tied to this reality, you know, and you do want to live forever, it's really hard to watch yourself get old and realize I can't do the things I used to. So, you know, we're watching an old man slide down the hill very ungracefully.
True enough. Well, such being said, stay safe and be well, and take care of your family, of course. We, again, you're welcome to stay for as long as you wish, but I know how many responsibilities you have and just the need for sleep more than anything else. I hope you're getting enough of that.
Yeah, I've been careful for that, because if you don't get that, you know, the rest of it goes pretty quick. But yeah, thank you very much for that. And there's a little bit of heightened security around our homestead these days because of the dum-dum that tried to break in. So,
But by the way, the very fact that what he did was so self-destructive, so against his own interests, even though, as Brendan said, many criminals are hired who are compulsive and can't necessarily help themselves, most criminals have a sense of self-preservation to the point where they at least refrain from acts that are that self-destructive. So don't forget that this could well be part of the occult siege, and don't think that you're off the radar just yet. Always.
I haven't been off the radar for many years.
Yes, that's right. And so do remember that, and continue protecting yourself. Oh yes, I'll make certain to send what little advisements Brendan comes up with, and don't forget to consult him at some point as well.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, I appreciate you all. Big high five to everybody on Team Dietrich, and Douglas, to you especially. Thank you for your optimism and keeping faith through this very difficult fourth quarter here, huh?
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, the challenges that we face. Though I must confess, it is of course a guilty pleasure to see the CEO get knocked off. I'll cover that more later tonight. But I don't believe it was a professional hit. I can tell you that it was definitely a young man whose family had been wronged. He was not a professional, and I'll go into why that was the case. But obviously my sympathies are with him, and I would actually hope he does not get caught. If he does get caught, it's going to be, as I will say in monologue, it'll be a trial that divides America further, because many people will be on his side.
My prediction is that he won't be caught because the media is shilling for him. So I don't think they want him caught. And if he is, they'll find a body. They won't find a live human. So the media shit that they're publishing on this is just like, it's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. So I don't feel there's anything of reality posted by media on this particular manhunt.
Interesting.
It just seems like a red herring.
Interesting.
So that's my opinion, but we'll all see.
You've taken cynicism to a new level. I'll tell you. Can understand why, but still. Yes. I think I get where you're coming from. I really do. It's some interdepartmental infighting. He was going to be made the scapegoat. He was going to come clean to a degree. Then they bumped him off, and then manipulate the media in turn. I mean, that's quite jaded. That's jaded. But
when you see the way they report on it, it's ludicrous. It's just ludicrous. It's all these catchphrases and buzzwords, and if they want somebody, they have in a half a second. Like every street has the blue light cameras. They've got facial recognition. They've got the gate recognition. They've got your heat signature. I mean, they know who people are. It's not hard to find somebody. It takes 3 seconds.
I understand what you're saying, and it's not that it's dismissed in the slightest. Then again, if you've ever seen how incompetent these people can be, be amazed. I mean, taking into account what you're saying and accepting it and believe me, respecting it. There is always that.
I have a bit of an anecdote about that.
Yeah.
Really? Tell us, Brendan. Tell us.
Yeah, I was just gonna say about like the municipal, even if they are like a highly funded police department, but like for example, the school district, when I call the facilities, if I need, to report some kind of crime or some kind of vandalism, the guy literally told me he doesn't know how to use the cameras. He was like, I can only see these two and they're in this specific location where you guys park at night. And I'm like, what about the rest of the school? And he's like, I can't get to it. So the security, the people reviewing the stuff don't even want to, like, first of all, they don't know how. Second of all, they never have had to actually pull up these cameras.
That's a good point. I mean, monitoring technology is an overwhelming task, even in your home. So I can understand that. That's a great point.
Yeah.
So they push out like through like CSI and these, whatever, these crime shows, that it can be done in like a minute or two. And that's what those shows kind of got me into anthropology and forensic anthropology when I was younger. So, but then over time I learned that it's all true, but the time frames are shortened to make it look like televised, televisable. So they can look through all the cameras, but it takes months.
And the priority changes. If it depends which SWAT team's after you, because for whatever reason I've always lived next door to pretty decent police officers, involved in the SWAT teams, and it's just a matter of who's saying to go get this particular person, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and again, come monologue, I'll bring whatever context I can to this. Such being said, well, we live in we're going to see the entire world change in the next 4 years. So a lot of things are going to be brought to a head. It's we already see this division line even before Trump's getting into office between the corporatocracy in America. I'll call it corporatocracy, as opposed to Japan. I'll simply say corporocracy. But in America, I'll add the rat to it, corporatocracy. And so in the corporatocracy here in America, we're seeing the division line now between the privileged and the non-privileged. But it's, the first thing I'll say right now while Aaron's with us is that it's just a very touching human moment that, as Aaron says, either they don't want to catch this guy, or it's they're so completely incompetent, and he has at this point like a Robin Hood complex with the public where people are hiding him, which is also possible because I know they're asking internet detectives who are famous for solving problems for the police. And I don't know if you're aware of this, Aaron. I'm sure you are. The police often crowdsource. And they'll just say, hey, can you guys who are hackers help us? The feds do that. Everybody does that. And this time, the majority of people who do it for them are telling them to go fuck themselves. But the point is, like you said, they should have this guy by now because he showed his face. This is why we know he's not a professional. A girl flirted with him and said, hey, let me see your face. And he pulled his mask down and was flirting with her. So that was a very human, touching, just thing to do, and it was like that could cost him his fucking life. And but it was very bizarre, and they still haven't caught him yet, so that doesn't make any sense. So there we are. We'll work with it in context. But that being said, hopefully none of us ever have to, again, go through too much of the insurance bit. I'm playing with it now myself, as Aaron and everybody on Team Dietrich and all their listeners know, because of January. We're not going to give any exact time, but Brendan and I are going down to San Rafael to see that plastic surgeon. That's, they're going to cover with my insurance because Peter Moon thought I was going to die the way all of his partners in book writing died, and that he would therefore have all the royalties. Either died or arrested his partners. So, and he was so.
And what were they all? And what were they all arrested for, Douglas?
Oh, of course, it goes without saying.
Sorry.
Sexual assault. Just the pedophilia. It was the usual. It's like. And of course, we know his own proclivities are such. I mean,
Well, it's I'm sitting here rolling my eyes because you know how I have no judgment on most things in life. You know, alternative lifestyles is fine by me. Do what makes you happy. But you know, of this of the straight-laced lifestyle that I live, primarily straight-laced. You know, and I was entangled in conversation with him, so it's funny. You can't figure shit out sometimes.
It's let's put it this way. I think to speak for Aaron, he means that so long as it does not hurt others. Yes, he's not judgmental
Right.
of others.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Indulging in their pastime, their proclivities, or so
Yeah,
long as it
yeah.
doesn't hurt others. But yeah, it's in the case of all these people that Peter was dealing with, we could say they were hurting others. That wouldn't be too judgmental. As for Peter himself, it was. Let's just put it this way: it's a good thing that Paula is such a tough girl. Though I will say, now that you know the context, and I did speak of her being Damphier or half vampire publicly at this point, so there's no, in that sense, I outed her, which of course I feel no qualms about because so many people simply refuse to believe it, and that again is probably the greatest protection of people who are vampiroid. But in her case, just always remember this. I can't resist saying it. I mean, when she loves to hug and cuddle those kids, and just remember, for her, it's like cradling a pot roast. So just keep that in context. And that, at any rate, we'll speak privately.
And I'll jump off shortly, but it's one thing that as I grow up, and as you observe the world, and the catchphrase is always, we love the children, we'll protect the children, but nobody really does. And you've talked about this. Yes. But the older you get, the more you realize, I think there's a verse in the New Testament, and I think it said Jesus wept for the children or something to that effect. And as you get older, as you see the conditions these impoverished children grow up in, all you can do is weep for the children because it's just horrendous, and they're very innocent. So yeah, it's a sad state of affairs sometimes.
Well, all I can say is that let's put it this way: I appreciate what you're saying, and at the same time, I myself never had a childhood and never got to experience innocence. So let's put it this way: they all get to feel what I feel now, and that's the kind of trauma that I experienced. From growing up, of course, seeing my sister raped, and then having just the grace of my teeth coming in time to defend myself when my grandfather then attempted to rape myself. I can tell you that it's not that I don't weep for the children. It's just, let's just put it this way. Well, they're all in my position now, and they're all generally going to have to grow up hard. And then it's
but
like
the difference is that's how you phrase it, but you did more for the children than any person that I know.
Thank you. I do appreciate that profoundly, and that is true. Yeah.
And that's
it's
so
ironic.
Actions
it is ironic.
Speak louder than words, and and you've talked about it randomly over the years, and I've caught all those little bits and pieces. So on that note, Mr. Douglas and Team Dietrich, I will say goodnight, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Well, bless you. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, okay? Well,
thanks.
Best to your family.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Aaron.
And that's Aaron Tice. And so, dear Amy, catch us up a little bit on whatever you're willing to share. And, okay. And so I have that $100 money order. I'm mailing it out on Tuesday at the latest because I'm forced to go out on Tuesday. When I, on my way home, I'll drop it off at the mailbox because I'll fill it out, then put it in the envelope and stamp it at the estates. And then on the way home, I have to stop off for my immunobooster injection made of dust mite poop and dead dust mites. And then then I'll swing by the post office on the way home because I have to buy supplies at Walgreens. So that's when I mail it, and that should be to you as long as the USPS takes. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. We'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Well, I purchased the money order. I'm kind of stuck mailing it now. So yes, it's out. Yes. So such being said, dear Amy, catch us up on what's going. on with your life? How much are you willing to publicly share about what you're seeking these days?
Oh, no, nobody cares about all of that. It's so exhausting. We did, we got the she shed sorted out. It's got walls now and a roof. We had somebody come and help us make all those changes. And yeah, it feels really good. And yeah, I'm just doing stuff. I'm really busy like all the time now. Like even like coming on, I feel like I have to be muted so that I don't make noise, because I have so much that can be done. Like living in such a small place with one other person is really, it's challenging. Like there's no room.
So thank you so much, dear Aaron. He says the photo this evening is stunning. And God bless you, dear Aaron. And that, of course, is inspired by my mother's guidance at a time that she would prepare me for earthquakes and tsunamis. But I'm sure he's also referring to the stunning photo of Amy Como on her icon that she's put in her Skype as well. We'll take that as a compliment.
We'll assume that also.
Yes. And so where was that photograph taken?
Red Rocks, Colorado.
Tell us about it.
I had a leg full of metal, and my friend...
Somebody shot you with a shotgun. You were hunting with Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney blew your leg off.
No, I had a car accident. My leg was full of metal, and my friend was like, let's go see these concerts.
Of course.
And
because of course. That's exactly what you do when somebody's leg is shot, is you go take them to a concert instead of a hospital.
No, it was broken. It wasn't shot. Broken. Lots of pieces. It was disgusting. But I managed to get out to Colorado to watch some concerts at Red Rocks. So.
Oh yeah, Were you on any? Were you on any good shit? You don't look like you're in pain in that photograph.
Really? Because I look at my face and I'm like, how much more could this hurt?
Oh my God, that's so fucking funny. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I laugh at other people's pain like that, but I guess, it's the vampire in me. It's just like, it's just like the chicken joke. People like chickens. They laugh at chickens. The rubber chicken is a horrible object. It's a skinned chicken. The chicken's defeathered, right? The rubber chicken, yet people find it intrinsically funny. It's kind of like what happens to people with me. You can be like that. Seeing the rubber person. Anyhow, for a moment. Yes. I'm sorry, honey. What was that?
I know you mean it in the most affectionate way.
That's right.
Yep.
Yes. You're an angel. Give me just a second here with Brendan. Hey, Brendan, are you there? Just curious, waving. Yeah. And let's see if we can get him to respond. It's like coaxing a cat, because I think I don't know which situation he's in, but definitely, hopefully, he participates, because I did want to bring something to his attention.
Yes, I'm here. Is everything all right?
Yes. So I did want your opinion on this. I will bring it up during monologue, but basically only as an intro. I do want people to know that the NorCal school shooter, motivated by religious issues, has been ID'd. I take it you are aware of this.
No, I didn't even know that happened. Where was this?
There was a Northern California gunman who planned child executions at a Christian school. The Butte County authorities have confirmed that they found a statement by the gunman identified as the 56-year-old Glenn Litton, who said the school shooting was, of course, this is, of course, where the Edomites come in, and he's MK-Ultra. He said it was a response to America's involvement in genocide and the oppression of Palestinians and the attacks in Yemen. Now, for those of you who don't know, the shooting left 12 children injured, ended with the attacker dead. The Butte
When
County.
was this?
It was only like yesterday or the day before. The Butte County Sheriff
Yeah, I didn't hear about this.
described the gunman as a homeless, mentally ill man with a long criminal record. So how is it that this homeless 56-year-old mentally ill man suddenly becomes politically activated and says, I'm going to execute children as a mass sacrifice because America's involved in the genocide and oppression of Palestinians and the attacks in Yemen, which of course automatically gets everyone sympathetic to Israel. He's supposed to kill children at a Christian school in a manner that will make everyone sympathetic with Israel and mobilize their Christian soldiery on their behalf. Quite sinister. I'd like you to look more into this and tell me what you can find, because of course you can imagine it's actually been scrubbed since the operation was a failure. He didn't manage to kill anybody but injured 2 of the kids before he himself was killed. And I still don't know how. I presume it wasn't by the police. So I only found out
it was
about
someone that lived in that region.
Yeah, they all have guns.
Yeah.
Probably one of the children. I would presume that they would
teacher.
go to... What is that?
Teacher.
Yeah, it was. Oh, have you confirmed this?
No, but I've been to Butte County, and it's full of, like, it might as well be Texas, you know?
Okay, got it. Holy
Because
shit.
these people are different. They're like farmers and stuff.
So, like, oh my God, why cut him loose in a place like that where he has no hope of completing his operation? But Aristides... Yeah,
Like with Ian, they're like straight in the barrel. This is like the last guys they have.
Thank you. Excellent. Oh my God, we should have brought this up while Aaron was with us. So Aaron, if you can hear us, let us know that you are hearing what I'm saying and acknowledging it, because your opinion matters, as does Aristides. If you have any insight into this, do share it. In terms of, you know, other than what Brendan has said.
I didn't know about it, but I think you're absolutely right. If somebody's homeless, the only politics they care about are the ones that are going to get them not homeless.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Amy would know.
Yeah. I think you had mentioned you wanted me to talk about the Vermont Public Radio report about the 20,000 undocumented people that they have crossing from Canada into Vermont and New York.
Tell us about this, by all means.
This is from 2023 to 2024. There was 20,000 people that they had counted, which means it's more like 100,000 people probably.
Mm-hmm.
Just randos coming across the border.
All right. By the way, I'm being facetious when I say that. Don't everybody start assuming that I'm trying to, you know, but there's, let's just put it this way. I can go into that later as to what my logic is, but by all means, Amy, what is your personal feeling about the implications of this? So by all means, go into what you feel it's doing to the world around you. You know, please take it away.
I mean, there's just like this, there's like this real desire to forget that anything's wrong, even though like it's like right in everybody's face. Like our houses cost as much as a San Francisco apartment, and there's like maybe one apartment in Vermont available for $25,000 a month. Like it's really skewed. Like everything is so far skewed, and people are really nervous about it. And so there's like this natural psychological thing that we do where we dismiss everything that we're hearing because it's so uncomfortable. But it's like right in our face. We can't miss it. Like everybody was saying that doesn't matter where we go. You can't go shopping because you get out of the car, there's somebody panhandling right there, which was never a problem here. That was never an issue. We never had panhandlers in Vermont. Like we had busking probably would be the best description of what would happen on Church Street, where people would go and shop and buy things and watch people perform.
You'll have to define the term for people as failed musicians, sadly.
Like whatever they want to call it now. I'm all for it. I really know that like this isn't going to get solved by any government. This is going to get solved by people doing the right thing for other people. Like it's not a problem that any government is really capable of fixing. Like, all we can do is stand back and hold them accountable for their crimes. Like, just watch these people make bad decisions and then say, do you realize this affected this in this way? And that's really all you can do. Like, you're not gonna fix where somebody's coming from. Like, these people, with the undocumented stuff coming across the border, where do they go? Well, they go to the same places I have to go to as somebody who has a graveyard full of dead relatives here in this place.
Do you feel bonded to the location because of that, because of your ancestors?
I mean, that is why I am here.
Okay. I mean, I didn't
choose to come here like by choice. Say, hey, I want to go to this cold place where and like on a lot of drugs. Like I choose that. So yeah, like if I had another choice, like we were talking about it today, and we were like, okay, well, we're almost done here. Like we weren't ready to go anywhere when the snow came because we hadn't finished the things that we needed to finish first. And so we got everything sorted out, and we were talking tonight about like where do we want to go? Like, what is the best solution to this? Because everybody
sounds like an apocalyptic film. Is where do we want to go? That's what couples ask themselves in apocalyptic films. Go on.
Like, what do you do now? Like, you own this property and it's holding you back. It's not, it's no longer serving the purpose that it used to serve. But
yes.
Yeah. So, it's really interesting. We had breakfast today because we had company to help with the building project. And so we went out for breakfast at a place where I know the whole kitchen staff in there, which feels really good because we got a really delicious. I got a prime rib hash, and Tote got a corned beef hash with poached eggs, and our other friend had an omelet, and the portions were just ginormous, and we of course were hungry because of being out in the cold working, so we ate the whole thing. But
wow.
Everybody in there had the same experience. Nobody wants to go to Burlington anymore. Everybody's scared of that. So this woman, she shared a story from her sister in Denver that they're stealing oil from people's cars and using it as insulation.
Holy Christ.
Bodies to keep cold off in Denver. But then people are starting their cars with no oil in it, and it's throwing rods in the engine.
That's he's throwing rods in the engine. Oh, you mean the what they use to steal their oil with, they leave in the engine so that it further sabotages your ability to drive.
No,
go on, Brendan.
Without oil, the friction builds up and it seizes the motor.
I see. Thank you. I'm not a motorhead, so that makes sense. Go on.
Brendan saved you. Yes, I think I sound smart when I talk about cars with you, but
you do all the time, honey. No need to worry, and it's certainly not an ego thing for me to be ignorant of cars or anything else, I assure you. But I'm glad you're all here to explain such things to me. Thank God I don't own a car, or by God I wouldn't be able to drive it. It would quickly wind up on tinder blocks in my front yard if I had even that. But continue, yes.
Yes, somebody will change your oil for you when you get a car, but the need to be distracted from these kind of stories, like first thing in the morning, I don't understand what that must be like. Like, as bad as my situation is, like, I just get through my day and I find my way around, and it's difficult. But the thing is, like, everywhere we go, everybody else is seeing the same kind of difficult. So it's, there is that it's not just me. It's like an experience of everybody not knowing like what's really going to happen, and feeling like the stories are like just scarier and scarier all the time.
Okay. Hey, give us some of the scary stories.
I mean, the the way that things come to you, like I don't know if I shared about the time when there was an 84-year-old woman in the town where my parents are, who somebody was stalking her and got into her house and raped her and cut off her legs and threw her in the river.
Jesus fucking Christ!
I forget to tell you that story.
You most certainly did, young lady. And why did he cut off the legs? Is like chicken wings for him? Particularly, that was the part he wanted.
That's again. I'd rather go back to how we just take the oil from the cars and add a layer of insulation. I don't know. It seems like if you do that, people around you could easily light a match and set you on fire. I don't like. To me, it's like everything is so full of nonsense. Like nothing is sensical. Like there's no, like talking to like, I had my doctor appointment. I know you said.
What's that, Brendan? Hold on for a second. What's that, Brendan?
I said the oil is wet. Like it's not able to be set fire by an open flame.
There we
It
go.
needs pressure.
Oh shit. Oh, isn't that awful? Yeah, I'm sorry, go on.
Vaporous.
Bit of a
Like
delay.
gasoline becomes a vapor.
Okay. Jesus. So it's it's all together. It's a horrible situation for everyone. And by all means, continue, Amy. Yes, I mean what you say is certainly not negated by that fact. It's if anything, it's validated, of course.
I have no idea. This is just, again, like when I appear in public and I hear stories from other people that are just so horrific, it becomes like really like you can't wait to like never see anybody ever again. Like you're just like, okay, I'm headed back over to the shack. And we'll see what happens tomorrow, but it's just nasty out here right now. I don't know when it's going to change. I had the doctor's appointment that I was going to have, and she has been using her staff to try to locate some kind of housing for me, which I mean 2015, she was my doctor back in 2015 too, and I didn't have adequate housing at that point either. So she's been making all the phone calls, and they just tell her the same thing that I've been hearing, that they don't actually do housing for anybody. That's like, I wish I should have recorded the voicemail message for this woman who's supposed to be the housing advocate in my county, because you're not allowed to leave the county that you're in if you're homeless. Again, this is like another bureaucratic terrorism way of preventing people from having free will and choosing to go to wherever they find adequate housing instead of, just being forced to stay in the same county because we don't help anybody who doesn't actually live in the county.
Well, Brandon Zogit's suggestion is try it again and record it this time.
Yeah, I mean, I left a message. Her office left messages. They don't call you back, and it's not, it's not up to me to like hold these groups accountable for the thing they're not doing. Like, it's out of control. Like, there's 20,000 people undocumented that they can count. Where are they getting housing? They're not. Like, they're, like wherever they are, they're not being supported by the social welfare system here. Thank you, Bernie.
Yes, that son of a bitch. Oh, don't even get me started. The man who agrees with Elon Musk. Yes, but go on.
I wish I could go on in a good way. I wish,
Well, we even if it's a bad way, we need you to go on because this educates people as to what you're dealing with, and segues ultimately to what I go into in monologue. I have a lot of friends who are looking for a few friends, surprisingly, at this point in my life, that are looking for housing. So I'm going to go a bit into that tonight as well. But you continue for now and tell us what you think of this mass migration. Do you feel that it's depriving you or people like you of any potential benefits, the migrants?
I honestly don't have that competitive nature in me where like somebody from somewhere else is here and they're like receiving help in some kind of way. That's not like, I'm not really interested in like taking help away from somebody else who might be worse off than myself. That's not really the position I want to go to. I would like to think more in terms of like a revamping of the judicial system so that the governments are no longer having to be at the banker's will, and then having the courts be tied to the banks. Like if there were a higher court system above the government, then there could be like maybe some justice again. I tend to think of it in terms of, I'm not going to draw on this public welfare system that's broken and is really just being thrown about in willy-nilly ways, like the ways that you've already discussed, like how there's disabled people who are then coerced into doing these programs, the Condor program. Like these things, they don't work, and I'm not really interested in drawing off of a thing that's, in my mind, needing to be dismantled. Like that, I'm not trying to go get benefits. Like I'm not trying to like figure out like what the solution is, or like, you know, why is it that every time I put in a disability application, or even my doctor who's agreed to give me some kind of disability, like I can't actually get any step forward with that after 2000 was the car wreck, and then
the one that resulted in the metal in your leg before the concert.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Oh
So
my god.
2000 was the first time where like I should have been like receiving some kind of benefit because there was no way I could work. But then that never happened. And then 2015, I made all these applications with other people, like not even just trying it by myself, but like going to a lawyer, going to 2 different social workers, and still having them tell me, we don't have any record of your applications. And then me sending the photos of, here's the record of my request, and that nothing is ever responded to. It's clear to me that that's the problem, that this system is not responsive to people who have been tolerating way too much. It's just abuse at a certain point when like they fail to do their job, when they're derelict of their duties. Like that's got to be handled at a higher level than a broken government social service system. It doesn't make any sense to me to continue to follow that plan of action after 2 decades of not receiving any viable response. Like I'm not rewarded for that behavior. Like I'm not given like it doesn't feel good to me. Like it's not something where like I come back out of these meetings and these interviews and I'm totally energized. Like it's very depressing, it's very sad, and it kind of gets you into this mental state of like you can't even beg. Like you're trying to explain to people what you're coping with, and it doesn't feel good. Like it doesn't feel like they're even hearing you. Like their response has not been indicative of the thing that you were speaking about. Like they just sort of made something up about your story, and that wasn't it. That isn't what happened, and you're not asking the right questions. So you're reading a script and you're trying to screen me out of whatever program that you've been informed that all of these people on this list have to be screened out of. These are, these are just examples of ways that you can be terrorized. Like you can be told to fill out another form.
Yes. Oh God, that's a form of terrorism. Yes.
Yeah, if you fill out this form, all you have to do is talk to this person. And the plan is always for me to hear what they're saying and be thankful to them for whatever referral, but then to also be very direct about, you've just told me to talk to somebody else. Like, you've not provided a service. You are derelict of your duty. You're probably inept at your job and deserve to be fired. But I have to be direct about it. Like, I have to just say the words to this person because I'm sorry that nobody else has told you this. Right? Like, that's the that's the disgusting nature of what's going on in my healthcare situation. I'm having to, manage a long-term care situation. And I loved what Heather was saying about they're just trying to kill off all the old people. Like, it makes me really sad to think that, but then I'm like so impressed at some of my old friends who are just like surviving these incredible ordeals, and they're like in their 70s, their 80s, and their 90s. That to me is like, if I were in that age group right now, I would probably be scared to death holding a gun every night in my bed too. Like I can't imagine being elderly and frail and then having to face like lines of homeless people just to go do something you used to do like every day without a thought or a care. Right? Like walking into the store to buy things for Christmas and you're just being forced to hear people, with nothing, ask you for $20 or whatever, which like your $20 is going to get them off the street. It's not. That's not the answer. That's not how anything's going to get solved either, is like to force people to beg and to force them into really unsafe situations, like the tent cities here.
Tell us about the
for
tent
winter.
cities for winter.
The tent cities.
What do the tent
in
cities
Vermont,
do in the winter?
What do they? They steal. They go to the hospital. They steal pillows and blankets. They hook up some electric heaters to the backside of some of the commercial buildings, because it's death. It's death to be outside in a tent without gear.
Yeah.
That's the reality where I live.
Yes,
It's
definitely.
cold. It's cold here. And these people, I don't know where they came from. I don't know what they're doing here.
Well, are
Somebody
they the
noticed
migrants? Are they the migrants? Or are they white?
I don't know.
By the way, I'm presuming the majority of the migrants are not white. Is that the case?
I can't even tell you. Like this, you've seen the photos of where I live. Like, we don't see migrants. We don't see anybody. We live in a wetlands on a river. Like, we're not seeing any of this. And we are on the border. There's nothing north of us. Like, it's all Canada from here up.
I like the way you describe that as if it were the Antarctic, but it's kind of like that. Yes.
Kinda.
Oh, but in its own way, Canada is heaven. I don't understand why they're coming through Canada to come to the U.S. Is it because it's so difficult to get in the system in Canada that they can't stay in Canada, where the system is so much better?
I have no idea. Like, I heard this story on Vermont Public Radio.
Have you never tried to go to Canada yourself to get on the system there? It would be so much better.
Of course I did. Of course
How did that work out? What happened? Tell us the story.
He refused to marry me. One Canadian that I ever was with just refused to marry me. No, I used to go and drink in Canada a lot, and I haven't really been back at all. Like, I've been here almost 10 years. I've been up there one time. And Tokyo wanted me to get my passport, but I didn't bother. I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I don't feel like you should be asking the government for permission to move about.
Well, I mean, such being said, do you have a passport? Do you have
What's
a passport? Do you have a passport? You don't.
I haven't needed one. I had a card, because they offer you can get a card, or that'll go to Canada and Mexico, or you have to get the passbook. But you kind of need to know where you're going with the passbook, and I didn't have anywhere to go, so I was like, whatever. And he's like, you need it to go to Canada, and I'm like, I have my birth certificate. I'll just use that. What's the big deal?
Yeah, they used to be pretty lax. They used to be pretty lax about the border in Canada. Oh.
I don't know what's going on though. Like, it could be easier than I think. I haven't really had a chance to think about going up there this whole past 10 years, which is a shame. I do love being able to practice the French, and your French is coming along very well, I would say.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. So, yeah.
I think you're doing pretty good with your French. You don't need to worry so much.
What are your own insights about what I said about the Montreal massacre?
Oh, wait, I had to listen to that? No, I didn't. I didn't hear that part. No, I didn't hear that part. I'm really sorry. I've just been really busy, so I listened to little bits, and I've been trying to timestamp it so I know what I listened to at least. But the Montreal massacre, when was that?
It was 35 years ago on my mother's birthday eve day, December 5th of 1989.
In 89?
December 6th of 1989, yes. I'm thinking of Asian terms.
6th.
Asia's always one day ahead of us. Go on. Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't the Pierre Laporte murder in 89. No, that was the 70s.
Yeah. No. It was at the École. How do we pronounce that? École Polytechnique? School?
L'école. Was there an Ellen?
Thank you. École. Yeah, it's E-C-O-L-E, but it's probably pronounced with l'école. Say it for me. Yeah.
L'école Polytechnique?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. I barely remember that. I was here, and I was up in Canada every day, pretty much, for study group.
Oh, okay.
Which was at the bar in Canada.
Wow. Okay.
But it didn't even faze me. Like, I remember it being on the TV. It didn't stop me from going up there. It didn't stop me from doing foolish things up in Canada at the bar.
Oh, that's good. At least you have those memories. Oh my God.
Just saying, like, it didn't affect like a 17-year-old, or I think I was younger then. I was like maybe 13.
Yeah. Well, I'd appreciate your review of what I said about it.
Oh, well, you need to get me a timestamp, because I have a hard time just listening to people like Heather and Aristide go, where's
it's timestamped.
Okay, I'll find it.
Yeah.
And was that last?
Yeah, the latest transmission. Yes.
Was it the latest one? All right.
Yes.
All right. I jumped around a lot when I listened to that, so I probably just missed it.
Yeah. Well, definitely it's time-stamped for the monologue. Yeah. These days I've been time-stamping the monologue.
Good. I'm glad you're doing a monologue, buddy. It's been freaking forever.
Well, I used to timestamp them with like even parts of them all. I used to sub-timestamp them. Yeah, I wouldn't do that anymore. Well, we can all blame the person who sabotaged all that was Peter Moon, who demotivated.
Imagine if we took all that time and energy we had to invest in that other part and just like stuck
you mean
with what you're
of sucking his cock on air, as our lady Brooke Gibson calls it, when I had to coo and titter all the while that he was just relating his senile blatherings.
Oh my God. Yeah, what if we had all that time and energy and just like really focused on your monologue? Maybe you'd be president. Maybe you'd get a cat action. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really want to associate with anything that's been in power or had any kind of control up to this point. Like, this is scary. Like, I don't feel like you should be proud of what you've done if you have any kind of leadership or executive position. Like, you should not be very proud of that. Like, you should probably, really tread lightly, try to honor your own work, and maybe just take up some art. You can always study art. You can learn how to throw pottery on a wheel.
Have you been very productive with your arts and crafts lately yourself?
My arts and crafts. I haven't done anything. It's all in a box. I barely get laundry done at this point. Barely. No, we're really focused. We have to focus. It's winter. Like, shit has to happen a certain way in the winter.
Yes.
Like, we needed to get the firewood, right? So we had to deal with the neighbor who's locked us out of our property.
But you can crash right through that. Oh.
We did, and the police told us that that's exactly what we should do, and so he put a car in front of the fence, so we couldn't do that anymore.
Oh, why not? Okay, go on.
Tow it if he didn't take it away from our driveway. So it was nice that the judge denied our request for relief from abuse, but asked why the police weren't doing their job.
Yes, well, he should. Yes.
I mean, it was a small win for us, but it's just exhausting. It's exhausting to talk about Peter Mood. It's exhausting to talk about my stupid neighbor. They don't deserve the time. They don't deserve it. Like, we had such a great time with this friend of Toke's that I knew. So he had a baby with my friend, right? And
oh,
so
of course.
I'm friends with mom, and I would never liked him because I was friends with the mom, and they never really worked out. So it was nice to get to know him and just accept his help, which was so needed. Like, it's really great to just have somebody who's like, oh yeah, I know Toke. He's kind of rustic. He's rustic. I know. And he came like all prepared. Like he was like ready for it. Like, he had his gear so they could go skiing, which they did. He got to try out Toke's bike, which he felt he'd never been on an electric bike. He felt like that was like a new fun thing he could do. And just fun stuff. Like, we just were able to like really like be around people who aren't gonna upset us or trigger us. And there's certainly a lot of that at the holidays with all these pressures to be around people who are toxic to you, and have the wherewithal to find somebody who you like and respect and get them to maybe like give you some feedback about how should I handle this? Like, how should we move forward? Because it's frustrating when nothing gets resolved. Like, you're just, shouting in the wind, and there's still the same problems, but now you have a bunch of new problems on top of that, and you've got to navigate all that.
And so, Aristides, you're an engineer, you're a problem-solving kind of guy. What are your insights into this?
So let's all right. Let's stick to the engineering part then. I can't really solve interpersonal problems too well. What's the engineering problem you want me to solve?
Is there anything you feel an engineer's touch could help with here? Amy?
You're still Amy. Hi, Amy. You're still trapped at the driveway thing. What the fuck, man? Fuck, they got you huffing on foot. You're there like scraping for every freaking BTU to survive. It's like, oh, jeez. I know.
Yes,
yeah.
That's it. It's tragic. It's a tragic situation.
I mean, they can't. So wait, if you live at a place, people cannot like take away your
egress? Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, park on the street and just walk?
Well,
Like,
she says the law agrees with her, but then the person doubled down and what would you call it? Accelerated the situation. Yeah. So tell us, Amy. Tell him exactly what happened. Oh.
We spoke to the police. We explained the situation. They knew because they'd already been here and seen the whole situation. So we had to do it appropriately. We got some support from disability rights people who interviewed us and gave us the terminology to use, which was criminal trespass. So when we said that, we were then able to pursue a relief from abuse because he's now criminally trespassing against a person with a disability. And so we say that. The judge then says to the state police, why aren't you doing your job? And then Saturday of last weekend, the police told him, if you don't move your truck, we're going to tow it. And that changed his entirely. He put a carabiner on the rope, so now we can undo it and hang it back up if we feel like we want to.
okay. It's progress. It's progress.
Right. But that, like, it was exhausting to deal with that. Like, I mean, it was the last thing you want to do on a frickin' holiday weekend. But we had to go get firewood. There was no other way. That was it. We were having to deal with it, and we weren't going to deal with it ourselves because, I mean, you just get so angry.
You'd think people would be more neighborly. Sure, neighbor, you use the driveway. Yeah, let's have coffee sometime. How can we help each other out?
But it's actually their own driveway, right?
Yeah.
Amy?
Yep.
Yeah,
Used
right.
it for 3 years, and this guy just like flipped on him and was like upset and it was not like Toke showed me the video of the last conversation they had because he had to video it because he was so scared that like he would just twist it around and come back against him. And it was stupid. It's just so stupid. It was so dumb.
What is this guy's deal? He's such a douche. Like what else? This is not a normal neighbor. So there must be some backstory.
Of course, there's backstory. Yeah. Didn't Toke help build his home?
Yeah, worked for him. Was the only guest at his wedding.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Only guest at his wedding. Where's his wife now? He seems to be living alone. What?
Come on. She did not enjoy living with him so much. But yeah, I don't know her. I did see an email from her, and she wants $100 an hour to even talk to him about anything ever again.
Wow. Like maybe all wives should start pioneering like that. It sounds very entrepreneurial.
Yeah, that sounds good to me too.
Right.
I either can shoot you out with the BB gun, make you blind, or you can pay me $100 an hour to listen to you.
They have psychiatrists for that.
I know. I want more than $100 an hour. I want like $100 for 10 minutes. Here, whatever story he's talking about. No. Yeah, the good news is like we have really great people that we love and have not screwed us over in any way. And that feels really good to like kind of use the winter season to cuddle up next to people who aren't stupid.
There really are.
Because there's people.
Think about that. Being able to cuddle up next to people who aren't stupid. It sounds like a dream.
Truly.
Of course, I've never really, all that really matters is that a person is a good person. It doesn't really matter to me about their being a genius or not. I mean, intellectuals can be real assholes.
This is true.
Yes.
This is true. But I mean, sometimes like it feels like even the intelligence isn't the factor. Like the behavior, the stupid behavior. Like there's not like I don't think the neighbor is stupid, but his behavior is not. It's affecting him in a negative way, and it's just causing extra work for us that we clearly don't need extra work. Like you saw how close we were to the shed, but not quite yet.
That's not being stupid. That's being like a sociopath.
Listen, I did threaten to tell the police. I told Toke, I was like, that guy is burying dead bodies out back. I'm like, bad smell. I'm willing to even say, like, have them come search. Have them come look, because this is scary.
So you honestly believe your neighbor is graduated to murder?
I fucking don't know, but it smelled so bad back there. I don't know. And why did he put up the fence at all? Like just our property, like, just because it's like too close and we'll know. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's not fun to live here anymore. I mean, we had another friend who's in San Francisco call us. We just spoke to him before you came on air, and he was back here for the holiday, and it went really badly. And he was like, I couldn't even have dinner with my family. It was so bad. And I was like, listen, I told you not to come back here. Like, I was like, don't come back. It's not what you think it was once. It's not. It's entirely changed. Everything is just, it's not fun. There's nothing. The young kids are really anxious. They're all on meds.
Well, where do they get that? Prescriptions, right?
Yeah. It's all part of the insurance plan.
Really? I mean, other people can't get insurance to give them shit. How are these kids getting all the insurance to give them everything?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I mean, why can't you get good shit on insurance to get yourself high like that?
That'll help. That'll help if I can't make my own decisions anymore, too. No. I don't know. I'm really like I said, just focused on things that work. People who make sense when they speak to me, and they don't like tell me things that happened that I know because I was there. It didn't happen like that. I just need to like really have a sense of safety, like where there's like people doing what they say they're gonna do. That's it. That's all. I'm looking forward to having a really great holiday season. I've got a couple people that I really would like to see.
Aside from myself.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be fun. That would be a really good time. But I don't really have a great plan. I'm just having to go with what happens at this point, because it's so different every day. Once we start in one direction and we get something solved and think we're doing good, something else happens and we've got a whole new plan. But yeah, I don't know why they're coming from Canada to the US. It does seem like you would want to go the other direction.
That's something we Americans know better. Yeah.
Us? I have no idea. Like, what are these people thinking? Like, we have an empty RV. You're welcome to it. Have at it. It's your RV. Take it where you want. I don't really, I don't have any good news about, what we're planning for the wedding, but it's, the paperwork signed. That's really all that needs to be done now.
Well, wait a second. You actually are making this legal.
Oh, it's legal right now.
You mean you're married?
It's done.
You're married?
We have legal representation over each other. We have power of attorney over each other. So if
holy
something happens,
shit, you're locked in. You're locked in now.
Yep.
Oh my
Yeah.
fucking god.
Pretty great.
Oh.
It's pretty great. No, I'm not really worried about any of the other things that are supposed to happen with weddings, because like, who plans a wedding like with fucking Trump coming into office? Like, yeah, we're gonna put a tree house. Aristides, if you got some ideas about the tree house, we basically we really like like the idea of reusing and repurposing things. Like I'm going to pick up insulation tomorrow.
So tree house. So, I mean, I had a tree house when I was a kid too.
Well, this is
What is? Tell
like
me more. Tell us more.
master.
It's what?
This is like the treehouse master of all treehouse.
And it's on your property there.
It's going to be next to where I'm putting this she shed.
Oh, so
Maybe you should send him some photographs. That would give him a better idea. I think he would need to see the tree.
I think
Yeah.
to you
treehouse.
and,
Oh, okay. So you have not made the treehouse yet.
No, this is
Okay.
the second thing we're going to do after we finish the two.
Do you have a dream that this treehouse? First off, I can understand wanting to get off the ground because the snow, you'd be warmer. Also, in case of the zombie apocalypse. But in
Yes.
terms of the treehouse,
Yes.
do you have a fantasy that this is going to have plumbing?
None of this has plumbing. We live in a wetlands.
The main house doesn't even have plumbing.
How did you know that? But I mean, I should have guessed that. But how did you know that, Aristides? You just kind of guessed, or
What?
Because
that there was no plumbing? That's incredible.
Just from everything she said, it's
Holy shit!
it's very Spartan.
Yeah, it's Spartan. I've got another word for it. I call it poverty. Except it's like not even. This is recreational homelessness. No, worse yet, this is homelessness. This is fucking homelessness at this point. This is like, honey. It's like I don't get how. Where does your shit go?
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, I can hear you still. No, the light just died. Again.
Yeah, the light just died. No shit. That's like, of course, you live in a place probably where you have to kick up the generator. I mean, it's...
Pick up the generator. It's too loud. We won't be able to talk on the phone if I do that. But I have a battery for the other flashlight. But the big bank just died. We were going to charge it. We didn't. But
okay.
the big battery bank just died on me. So I don't know how much time I got left because I was charging the phone on it.
Well, how much time do you have left? By that you mean that physiologically you're going to freeze to death, correct? How you don't know how much time you've got left alive, like with us among the living, is what you mean to say, correct?
I'm never gonna freeze to death. I'm from Vermont.
Oh shit!
You have to learn to dig a hole in the snowbank before you turn 4 years old, or else you would die here. Like,
yeah.
Or maybe your family dog would show you. Dig a hole in the snow.
But
You'll be insulated. You won't die.
But what about
That's it.
where does your shit go? Where did you say your shit goes if you don't have a toilet?
No, we have a compost outhouse.
Compost outhouse. Oh god, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I'm sorry. I really used to it. Like I've had one in the past. We had one when we were kids.
Okay.
But I've had them at other places, and some of them are super nice. Ours is just kind of janky, but it doesn't, like, it's so nice to, like, you don't flush. You just walk out of the outhouse. Sometimes you have to do, like, ashes or sawdust to keep the smell from being disgusting.
Of course.
But mostly it's just pooping and looking at trees, which I miss sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, oh, it's so nice to just have a nice view. And feel the wind on your bottom. Well, it's just a thing. Like it's not that we don't have a bathroom. Like we can go to the facility and use the pool.
But by the way,
about wide. I was reading Brendan's note.
Yes.
We double wide. I gotta find out how I can send the pictures from the updated she shed. You're gonna like it. It's very every time I try to hit the Skype, it just blinks off and I can't see anything.
I told people about that. That's what happens to me when I produce. It goes all white.
I'm totally getting it. And the other new thing Skype is doing is it's telling me I have 2 accounts, and then it's sending me to the other account that I don't want.
Yeah, of course. Wow, at least I don't have that anymore. My other account is pretty much blocked out. But yeah, so
No.
I'm sorry?
Who's John Doe?
John Doe
Do I
is
know
T Tank
that?
Berry. It's T Tank Berry.
Oh, Hello, T-Tank. Okay, so I think I've got this list of callers, but now it's just black again.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna try to find some photos for you. I know this is like the most boring thing for anybody to hear about.
No, what's that? Say that?
Yeah. The she shed.
Yeah.
The she shed already exists, right?
Yeah.
No.
It may not be fully furnished, but
dude,
it exists.
it's just a skeleton. It is just a skeleton.
All right. But it does exist, but the treehouse does not exist. So it depends. I am curious about what type. Is this a single treehouse? Is this between multiple trees?
Yeah, like the fucking Wookiees and Ewoks and shit.
We can talk.
This is all right. I'm gonna send this first picture is a picture of the tree that's getting the treehouse. And then, I didn't send it. Hold on.
For you, Amy, I will waive the engineering consulting fee.
Charge me whatever you want.
No, I wouldn't dream of it.
Throw everybody. Here's the other roof on photo. This has the roof on.
Are you putting him in? You're putting him in the chat. Let me go there.
I think so. I don't know. No, I guess I didn't hit send. You have to send.
There we are.
Twice.
Okay. Where are they?
Finally. Anyway, that was all. He came up and was like telling us all about it. He's doing his job down in southern Vermont because there's all these rich people who
sounds good.
Need him to do landscaping, and so he's getting $50,000 a job for some of these places for stuff that he loves to do. So yeah, it's bad down there too. He was the one who said he can't even go to a shop without getting somebody to hit him up for money. He's sort of at the bottom of the state. Like we're at the very top on the Canadian border, and he's on the border to Massachusetts.
Who is this again?
Another photo.
Yeah, who's this again? Not Tokyo.
It's just his fucking best friend.
Okay.
And he had a baby with one of my friends, so I knew the mom. And I hadn't really spent any time with him, but I'm getting to know him now because he's friends with my husband.
There we are. Good to know your husband has friends. And you're referring to him as husband now. Cool.
It's the holidays. I'm being generous. Yeah, no, he has been working only on my stuff here for about 2 weeks now. So it's hard. It's hard to keep everything sorted out, but we are looking forward to just being able to get somewhere else too for a little while. His buddy's going to Ecuador, which doesn't sound great to me, but he wants to go surf, so he's going down to Ecuador for winter. I don't want to go that far. I don't want to go anywhere that I'm going to have to sit in a car for more than 4 hours. And I don't want to have to fly either. That doesn't sound like fun to me anymore. I used to do that all the time. That was
At any rate, I'm just so glad that you're alive. So glad that you're doing as well as you can. And all such being said, you don't have a family other than this now. This is your new family. So at least now you have a family at Christmas time. So that's good. That's wonderful.
It is. It's about giving up those fantasy thoughts about the relationship that you thought existed between you and these other people.
Yeah.
Giving up all of that fanciful thinking so that you can be with the reality of the people in front of you, and the people around you are really doing more for you than anybody else ever has.
Oh, wow, she shed looks a lot better now. Oh my God. So he's really working at it.
to send you some to your cell phone. I don't know if any of them got there.
They did. They didn't look that together.
Well, that's just 2 days. Yeah, that's all it took. Was
Wow.
just like focus and help.
Okay. Who's giving them the help?
The rest is like all he can do it all himself. Like it's not even that big a deal. But now also I can start finding stuff that I want to incorporate into the shed and then having that added in. And like the one with the tree, like we moved the outhouse, we covered it over and we moved it. And the one with the tree, there's a little path to the left of the tree and the outhouse is just back there. So we moved it more convenient to where we're going to spend more time, which is in the new building, so that we can fix the old building and then do the treehouse.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to get insulation tomorrow from the neighbors at the other place where I was camping last summer.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's stuff starts moving, but you got like it's so hard to, you know, to not want to just bitch about how awful the neighbor is or like complain. Like my grandmother's almost been dead a year now, and like nobody in my family's even called me. Like,
Jesus.
you know, like, easy. Like it's easy to get tucked in next to that negativity and not really like have the strength to push it off of you. You know, like you want to like kind of like. I think about it in terms of like the ions, like the negative and positive ions, like you're just attracted to this thing that's like not good for you, and you need to like take the charge off of it, you know, to neutralize it, like whatever it is that you do to neutralize that icky feeling. Like that, you know. And that's really uncomfortable. Like nobody wants to be so uncomfortable. It's easier to go with the flow. It's easier to just be like, oh, it's the holidays. I'm gonna hang out with these awful jerks who never.
Oh, yes, that's so sad, and I'm just so glad that you're out of that you're over that.
Incredible.
So, Brendan, you can make Amy feel better by talking about your family is just as bad, if not worse. Certainly, you feel obligated to make her feel a little better through sharing misery loves company. You could share some of your own dysfunction in that direction. There's just too many similarities. It's chilling. Let's see if he's.
I did see he had put something up. I don't know where the comments go, but I see them pop up on the thing, and then
notifications.
I don't get a chance to read them.
You see the notifications, and they come too quickly for you to grab them. Yes, but you go into the text box where you sent your photographs, and you'll see them. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm trying. Now I'm reading cat memes because I do love cats. I'm really like now that it's winter, like I'm really like missing having a cat because that's, you know, all the rodents want to be.
What happened to your cat with no tail again? After your
my cat, it went with the last guy. He took it. It's his
crazy boyfriend, mushroom boyfriend.
Yeah.
No, not crazy mushroom boyfriend or the alcoholic plumber boyfriend.
Yeah, to me, they all do that. Like, we're all, whatever.
Did you see what Brendan said? It was his cat, Doug.
Yeah, but listen to it. It's nice that you have a group of people who really can listen finally. And they're not just, like, yelling at each other or, like, talking about their crazy lives and, you know, putting it out there, like, that they're really only here so that they can get donations for themselves, right?
Yes, we don't need that, thank God.
Last year. Okay, what do you need from me in the next 10 minutes? because I'm gonna need to make a lot of noise and take care of some things.
Well, you've done such a great job burning bandwidth. It helps me get my own head together. You serve the purpose Peter Moon used to serve, which was to keep, burn the bandwidth till Doug Dietrich gets his head together, gets caffeinated and oxygenated, and then gets into monologue space.
That you enjoy my speaking to you more than you enjoyed Peter Moon.
Yes, of course, that goes without saying. Though, of course, we have to admit, you don't go in directions. I guess you both kind of go in directions that are out of this world.
Totally great.
But his was worse. That's right. His was worse because it was repetitive, monotonous, and unfortunately, for all of its out of this worldliness, really wasn't entertaining or informative. You've done
that group of gerontology. I don't want to be them right now. To me, it sounds really bad. The kids who are supposed to be taking care of them don't want to take care of them, and then the ones, their grandkids, don't know how. Who wants to be in that age group right now? Nobody. Bad.
Yeah.
Not good at all. But they get what they deserve. That's the thing of it. And I've been getting a lot of really great things happening to me. So
good. Yes.
Right. Like I found the money. The money was fun for a minute.
Okay.
And then, all the other stuff is like small compared to having a place that is made especially for me, the way I want it, with elements of things I enjoy. And, really, you're not to blame when you've done what they've told you to, and the people who are supposed to help you refuse. Like that, it's not proper and it's uncivilized, but I feel like there's a move away from all of that. Like the undertow, CEO getting shot or whatever. Like you said, his family had been wronged. And I think we're going to start to see a lot more of that kind of vigilante justice, which is sick and depraved, but it's just at that point. It's like at the boiling point where you can't expect people to continue on like this. In fact, they rallied behind Trump. What? It's not the end of anything. We're all going to be okay in the future. Okay. It's just going to be really painful for a hot minute.
Oh, yeah. A hot minute that lasts 4 fucking years, yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to be present in the now and forget that, our term presidency is 4 years.
Yes.
That's just, there could be other ways around this. There could be other ways to operate that don't involve the banks being, enslaving the government, getting the government to do things that aren't good for people, for humanity, that don't follow natural law. That's, I think that's a great place to start, is to look for people who are going to do good to others and not just tell them to call somebody else.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, and so I appreciate your being on with us, and we can only hope the best for you. And we want you to take care of yourself, and we're glad you're doing what you're doing, and everything sounds like it's going as best it can. I'm rather intrigued and rather, by this tree house. I find it a rather bizarre idea, but it's quaint. And but as who knows? You might not always be on this property. so you won't be.
You know,
Yeah,
we do love being here. It's not.
I don't see why.
It's fun. It's fun. We have.
If you
a lot.
say so, it doesn't sound fun to me. It sounds awful.
It wasn't that long ago I could lay out on the lawn all day in the hot sun and have nobody bother me at all. That, that's really rare. Like in all of my other situations, like living all over the place, there was never an opportunity to just have like a nice private kind of recreation area, which is basically all he wants, is to keep it like outdoor education oriented.
Outdoor education oriented. What
Well,
does?
like
Seems like the whole neighborhood is a private outdoor recreation. Even inside the house. Even inside the house. No offense, Amy. I love it. I do love country stuff and burning wood and all that. So.
Yeah, and shitting in compost piles.
No.
I mean, just live for that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I skipped that part. But.
do you know that the state parks in Vermont are all composting toilets too? They're just big outhouses.
Yeah. Well, do you see me going there? Do you see me going there?
I think it would be a great time for Hitler's son to show up over here and hide out, find a way into the fucking Middle Earth, get down into the Middle Earth. It's probably over here. It's probably in this mountain range somewhere. That's my guess.
Oh my God.
You're not. You can't. It's the scariest thing in the world to think about coming here for you, isn't it?
Of course, I would die. I would fucking die. In fact, I'd probably rather die than deal with that kind of living. It's it's like spelunking is what Peter Moon was doing when he was contracting all of his fucking diseases and shit. I mean, come on, Aristides, Brendan, come on, help me out here. Wasn't that what Peter Moon was doing when he was doing all the Hershey squirts and shit?
Mm-hmm. He was trying.
Oh. So it's it just is what it is, honey. I'm not just not in for that. But all that being said, you've survived it all, and
it's also like I grew up here. Like this is like I'm not discounting like your experience in the Tenderloin. I could never live in the Tenderloin.
Well, there we are. Well, it's not something that I wanted to do, and I have no pleasant memories of it. I would never go back.
Well, and that's just kind of,
Whereas you still have some pleasant memories. You have some memories that you cherish about, up there in the Northeast, right? Right? Oh.
I got to tell you, like, just the condition of the communities, like right now, it's very hard to remember the way it used to be, because it's nothing like that.
No, those are pleasant memories of a world now gone. It's just like, Brendan Zoget in the text box says, Tenderloin has toilets. I've used them. They don't have them anymore. They could not possibly have them anymore. It's just like BART. They just boarded them all up. It's there's no way they could maintain those.
It has toilets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's cracking me up just because I think of like all of the great like these houses out in the middle of nowhere, and like the reason you're out there is because like they have this vast expanse of woods and wilderness to explore, and like part of it is like in order to bring groups of people out into the wilderness, they need a place to poop, and nobody wants to put in a freaking sewage system out in the woods. This is how they do it. Like it's not like it's
no, I get that. Yeah, I don't mean to overdwell on the subject, but I do get that. Yeah, it's not that it's not like I wouldn't use such amenities that when they're the only things available out there. I just try to avoid going out there, period.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like these dudes who call you up and like want to go for a beer or whatever, and you're like, dude, why?
Yeah, thank you.
Right?
Thank you. Yes,
I get
quite
it.
so.
Like, I completely understand. And I don't know. I don't like it. I'm really just not interested in seeing this place continue to deteriorate. Like, I am invested because I am from here in like having something go right in this stupid place where everybody is so ignorant and so foolish. Just the ignorance is just profound. And I appreciate that. I was raised in a small town, small community where like everybody pretends to know each other, and occasionally there's a little bit of truth to the gossip, but most of it is gossip. Most of what you hear about people is just horrible stories. And I would like for it to be safe here again, like for people to feel like we can actually do things. Like, so this guy who came to help us went to the same college that we've been going to use the pool, and it's empty every time we go. That we never see a single person in the gym at all. It's just us. And they couldn't believe it because they were there at a time when it was just everybody was out on campus. Like, people were going to classes. It was busy. There was events. There's nothing now. It's just very deserted. And I feel like there's just this can't be sustained. Like, I can't be the only person using the pool at the college.
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. It's great. But that they're not going to keep it open just for me.
No. It's so bizarre. So sad. You just want to cry. Yeah.
We're in the middle of nowhere here.
And so it just is what it is. But hey, I can only predict that with a population that's not really that high, it must be better for you in the future. You would think there would be less people to distribute services to, but somehow Bernie Sanders has managed to fuck up that completely so that nothing gets distributed. Apparently, but they're able to maintain a lifeguard at the pool for a period of time, a few hours every few days, so that you can dive in.
It's bizarre, isn't it? Like, the one day, the first time that he went with me, because he didn't really feel comfortable doing this. Like, he didn't want to go back to the school and and use the gym or whatever. Although they have a mountain climbing wall, which he enjoys, but he didn't want to do it. And then when he realized it was just empty, it was like, well, why wouldn't I do it? Like, if it's really just me holding this place together, like, I really want to, because it's like I had 4 years here and I really learned a lot while I was here. And it's just it seems like a lot to just let go of. As far as like to just shut the whole thing down and to no longer even have it available. Seems like that would be a dark place for us to be, where these giant campuses, beautiful campuses, like the reason that all of the friends that he had were there is because it's such a great landscape that anybody who comes from anywhere else that goes to this campus, it's like some of the most beautiful mountain ranges. It's just it's really cool. It's a nice campus. It's small. It's really small. There might be 5 buildings.
Wow.
Library, cafeteria, dorms.
Jesus. Yeah. Oh.
Super small. But now there's nobody there.
No. And
and the lifeguard didn't even show up. My point was that the first time we went.
Holy shit! So you're just swimming by yourself without a lifeguard? It's supposed to be illegal.
And they wouldn't open the door because the lifeguard had the key, so we had to wait. We waited like 20 minutes.
Uh-huh.
And then she finally showed up and she was all apologizing, blah, blah, blah. I think she probably thought nobody would be there. You know, she's probably just like bored.
Probably nobody normally is there. Couldn't get that out, but you get what I'm saying.
It's okay. You need to get another shot for your dust mites.
That's coming Tuesday, all too soon. Yes, but go on. Yes, like I said, oxygenating right now, caffeinating, preparing to dive into monologue, and you know how long I can go with that. So,
I know, and it's so expansive. Like I catch little bits of it, and then I have to get doing something else. But I am still listening, and I'm hoping that I'll have more time. I'll be able to just listen to the stuff I missed before too. You know, because it's important. What you say isn't being said anywhere else. It's important that you have a chance to offer your knowledge out into the universe. And, you know, and it's important that you get the things you need. Like you're talking about, you want another
toaster oven.
Blanket.
Toaster oven, not electric blanket, honey. I got a few of those now, so I'm set with those. Toaster oven. Need a Oster toaster oven, large enough. Yeah.
In the shed, it works forever. I've had it for 20 years, and it still works.
Wow.
Those are the good ones. You're right to ask for that one.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
That's the one we do. We don't plug because what's the point? But
yes.
Anyway.
And
we're still out here. We're still doing it. We're still married.
Mm-hmm.
Over with for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, married. No, I'm gonna probably need to sign out now.
Okay.
So,
well, we love you dearly, and stay safe and be well. Okay.
Tell Heather I do appreciate that she was asking about me.
Yeah.
That's the update. We're still here. We're still being Vermonters. We're still cross-country skiing all around. Everywhere we go.
Yeah. And there we have that. So, honey, thank you for sharing that, making us aware of the wave of migrants that are coming in from the north.
I don't see them, but the radio says it. Did we listen to NPR anymore? I don't think so.
Have you ever suspected maybe none of it is true?
No.
Maybe it's just a thought.
I think looking at the cities, the size of the cities that we have here, and to see the strangeness with your own eyes, like just people behaving badly and desperate, like not being allowed to go to the bathroom in Burlington. Like you're told you're not allowed to anymore. Like just that's so awkward. It's, you know, like we drive an hour to get there, and now everywhere we go they're like, we don't let people in our bathrooms anymore. The gas stations, the shops. My chiropractor, he's locking his door now instead of just having an open door that you could just walk in. He takes walk-ins, but now it's a matter of you need to call him because he'll have the door locked.
Jesus. Who is this guy?
Just my doctor, just a chiropractor.
Okay. All right.
But it's a change of the way people operate and do things and live their life.
Yes. Okay. So such being said, I love you dearly, and we're glad to have you with us. Okay. And
I expect I'll be able to listen to you later too, but
okay.
And
if I'm still on in the morning, go ahead and jump on. Don't be afraid to do that.
I might have. I'll try. Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Keep me updated on the treehouse.
I'll do more. If you need specs, let me know. Okay.
Maybe not. But... No, I just want to eyeball it and then just tell you what I think.
Oh.
Okay. That sounds good too. All right.
But send over whatever. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Okay. Love you dearly. All right. So we'll be preparing to enter into monologue space soon enough. Right now I'm finishing my crock of tea. That is my initial jolt of the caffeine. And then I'll take that break before going into monologue. But we held pretty good there. And like I said, the thing that really just blew my mind at the time that I was talking to Aaron was the entire sense of Peter Moon's need to emphasize how much money he was spending. The fact that he said he was getting thousands of dollars in the pre-orders that I'm certain he's never returned to anybody, even though the book has never been published. That goes without saying. So it's more than just keeping royalties. That's just like, it's, beyond disgusting. Beyond disgusting is what I meant to say. I couldn't even choke those words out. Hey, I like the Wiedersehen here with the GIF that was provided by Brendan. So, Brendan, can you talk now? Let's see if you can come on and say a few words with us. That would help immensely, because I need both Aristides and yourself to hold conversation when I do take that break. So let's see if he says, I don't know. Come on, Brendan. Blue lot. What the fuck does that mean, blue lot? Do you understand what he's talking about, Aristides?
No.
Okay.
I do.
Well, hopefully he can overcome whatever's going on with him.
Wait, is he saying Blue Lotus? Oh God, he's on Blue Lotus.
Oh Jesus! Come off it, Brendan. Come on down.
Come on anyway.
Yes, Jesus Christ. Come on now.
We'll talk to you if you're all
fucked up. We don't give a shit. Yes.
Yeah.
Come on. You can do it. Okay. Just want you to get on here and start talking, because we desperately need you. Yeah.
All right, let's give it just a minute. See what anybody else out there?
Yes, call others. Don't be afraid to call others. Call Brendan. Call Brooke. Call them again. Call Brooke Gibson. Mr. What's his name again? The black gentleman, the teacher.
Troy. What?
Troy Bellamy. Yes.
Yeah, I would think he would pop on if he wanted to. Again, let me pull up the call list.
Yes.
Just to see, Aaron. Okay.
Make certain
Brooke,
George.
you sure? You said she was kind of hanging back.
That's okay. That doesn't mean we can't call her. I told her we'd keep calling her. She gets insulted if we don't call her. You know you can't win with women. Yeah, you're damned if you do and damned if
T-Tank. Who else?
Okay.
So,
okay.
Real Tech. Let me just hit some people that.
No.
Yeah. What was up with Heather? Do we know?
Call her again.
Yeah, she didn't come on, did she?
No, she didn't. You must have noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's normally pretty usual tender. You say, I'm gonna resort to Ian.
Ian? No, we're not gonna resort to Ian. No, God, no. Ever. Okay.
Nemo, what the fuck's he doing? Nemo?
Yeah, Nemo, we need you up there. Yeah.
Usually have more. Sammy, hit him again or no?
Yeah, hit him again. Yeah, hit him all again. Yeah.
Okay, hit everybody again.
Okay. Yes, that's right. Now, again, what I'm doing is getting my head out of the clouds, out of my pillow from a short nap when I came home, and then gearing up for what'll be the rest of the night. I'm sure everybody can understand.
not letting me add Troy again. He's kind of different there. They're already on, but it's a little different when I add them the first time. I don't know what the heck the setting is, but I can't add them the same way, nor can I re-add them after.
Okay.
I don't think.
Brendan Zogit, you can do it. Come on now. Pretend that Pixie Princess Star Fox is back on. Stripping down, and then that brings you back on. It brought you back on last time, so just pretend that's happening now. Nemo, like come on, we're gonna need other people here to participate with. Our man Aristides needs someone to echo off of, or he's gonna have to resort to reading something when I take a break.
Yeah. What would I read? I don't know.
You can look for something now while I just burn down. He says,
"Yeah, well, I might look for a drink right now to help me through this." Not that. Is it?
Brendan, come on now. He's shooting us all kinds of crap while he's higher than a kite. He's shooting us all these GIFs and shit, graphic interchange format, and all the rest of that. Come on, Brendan. Not gonna heart those anymore. Just waiting for you to come on. We need your voice power. Nemo, need your voice power. Sammy Romero, come on. Heather Holman, and for God's sake, Brooke Gibson, come on. Everybody, join us. George Knight up there, wake the fuck up. Over there in England where it's like too early for him.
Again, so.
It's like it's a pity you don't have friends who like want to come on the show, like people you personally know.
Me?
Yeah.
I could start reaching out to a couple people if you wanted.
Yes. And let me give kisses to Sheila Gavin.
Not everyone who would want to hang here, but
yes,
I've had a couple ideas.
Excellent. And so shout out to Sheila Gavin, kisses to her, and we're going to expect the numbers to go back up when I do the monologue. But in the interim, you're all so welcome, and you're also appreciated. So kisses at Sheila Gavin. All right, hugs out to Amor Fadi, of course, and with that. Here we are. Get a little down here. Enter that. And we're going to... okay, let's talk about a potential engineering problem with the tree houses. We'd have to see what kind of tree it is to see if its branches will even hold such a thing. And would it be damaging to the tree? Is it... I always think of that. Is it a burden on the tree house? It's...
if done right, to the right tree, be minimally. They do, recover from whatever, a few nails or whatever, or you try to leverage the existing large limbs for load bearing. And I wonder if it's gonna be all in one tree or between trees.
I would presume that they seem to have trees that grow pretty sparsely out there, so I would assume it'd be a single big tree. But it's almost like they're trying to recapture childhood or something. Or like I said, preparing for the animal apocalypse, and they just don't want the various creatures crawling up after them or something. So it's just a bizarre thing, because I don't really think that that's an area that's livable, that they should stay there. It doesn't sound like a very amenable place. It's not, All such being said, have you ever lived in such a situation where things have been really rural like that? I mean,
no,
the way she describes it, almost the entire state's like that.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Oh, her state.
I used to go out like with kids and out to the woods and whatever, like lumber we could pilfer and like build tree forts and out there and get away, be naughty little kids and smoke cigarettes and whatever kids would do, think they're getting away with something. And we had some nice hookups though, a couple of nice ones.
It's nice for hanging out.
Cool. Yeah. And so in terms of, what do you think I should do monologue on before I get started? Because I've already got preset ideas, but I'm just curious.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Syria thing is huge.
And why, not that I'm arguing with you, but why do you have that impression?
It just seems to be the big news that's popped lately. And what the regime's been taken down by quote unquote rebels that seem to have backing from a certain party, in the area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Jews. I went by going by, some alleged, some verifiable thing. I'd have to pull it up, but I like they were even almost boasting about it, like that they supported the rebels or whatever. So yeah, I think Assad was one of the few that was still willing to kind of thumb his nose at them, right?
Probably.
He was. Assad went. He acknowledged the Holodomor. It's a big no-no.
Okay.
So he was,
But
slowly.
he I'm not disbelieving you, but I'm surprised that he acknowledged the Holodomor, or the mass famine in Ukraine, the Ukrainian genocide in effect, when his sponsor state is the Russian Empire. So that was interesting. Was that a different time?
True,
was that a different time in his career?
I don't know. True. Good question. I mean, it's, can always think in terms of black and white. Sometimes it's a Venn diagram, and sometimes a very complicated one.
Well, I mean, with politicians, of course, you always have to remember that they're going to be, generally speaking, very adaptable, and they're going to adapt to whatever they feel will benefit them at the moment. So God knows what position he was in his career at that time. In terms of Brendan Zogit, he could answer because, or contribute. He could contribute. Oh, he's come on. Thank God. So, Brendan, let's hear your voice. This helps immensely. I can take my break soon, knowing that you're on.
What's going on?
We said, tell our Aristides and our listeners about what you know about Bashar al-Assad, how your grandfather, was it not, saw him come into the country at one point, almost brought in by the Jews?
No, it was his father. That was his father.
Okay, Assad's father. Father. So
I forgot his name right now.
So tell us about this, please. Give us the background that you do know of, please. Brendan?
Yeah, just a second. Yeah.
Okay.
Hafez. His name was Hafez, the founder of this.
Okay.
He was a key participant in the 1963 Syrian coup d'etat, which brought about the Syrian regional branch of the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party, a power that lasted until the fall of the regime, which is right now as we're speaking. So there you go. And they were, of course, it's like an ethno group called the, essentially they're called the Alawi subsect of peoples, and they're the descendants mostly of the Crusaders. So they have a lot of more fair European and Mediterranean blood, as they appear more blonde hair, blue-eyed kind of peoples.
Yeah, like his wife. His wife is a blonde.
Yeah, most of the chicks of the Alawi have fair skin and eyes. Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go. And then, yeah, I don't know what were you leading into? What did you want to know?
What we'd like to know is your overall impression of the Syrian situation, and please lay it on us. Take the stage. I'll speak to it as best as I can later in monologue, but obviously, because of your lineage, you have what our man Aristides was concerned with was that the present situation would be advantageous to the Zionists, and but he felt that Bashar al-Assad at one time acknowledged the Holodomor, or the Ukrainian genocide, and I said that's strange because his sponsor state for the past decade has essentially been the Russian Empire. So that must have been before then.
Well,
yeah, but
the situation with that.
Yeah, please.
they're slave surrogated to the Russians through the Soviet Union deals that they made with what is called the Free Arab States, right? When there was the Arab Republic.
Yes.
So they were all supposed to unite under the Egyptian president of that time. I'm trying to remember his name.
Oh, Nasser.
Yeah, Abdul al-Nasser. Yeah, so Abdul Nasser was a very noble ruler, and he wanted to bring all the Arabs together. But the only way he could get funding for that kind of stuff is he had to work for the Soviet Union.
That's right.
So the Soviet Union basically paid for all the infrastructure in like Syria, all those countries essentially. The specifically the Levant countries and into Egypt. The Russians actually bought and paid for all of that as like a trade deal, so they could have warm water access to the ports and various other benefits. And then after the Soviet Union fell, they were basically left amongst these dictators because there was no one to hold them accountable. Even though obviously Russia wasn't ideal then, they at least made them follow like Russian military standards and different things. But after that, they went rogue. And you know about that. You were there during those 90s period where everything fell apart.
Right.
And then there was also the period of the Arab Spring that completely decimated the Middle East. I mean, there's no functional country left there.
Yeah.
Except
I'm sorry.
the rich one, talking like Jordan, Israel, Saudi Arabia, like the ones that made all the money. Everyone else is.
Well, what position do you feel that Egypt is in with that context right now? What position?
Egypt's still under a junta. There's nothing good there. There's nothing good happening there, of course.
Right. So
and it's a completely poor country, like 90% poverty rate.
Yeah.
Flat employment.
Yeah.
So not only are they poor, but they're like unemployed and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
No regime change has helped that country at all. They were better off under the Brits.
Yes.
Egypt.
Yes, and let's hope they return to that. They return to an Anglo-Egyptian arrangement because that's really their only hope. Let's so I will put into now Brendan. Brendan's communication is excellent, but Brendan is speaking as someone with a lot of personal lineage in that area, and sometimes it's hard for our listeners to necessarily comprehend some of the terms or the concepts that Brendan introduces as a person familiar with the region. So what I will do is I will explain.
What did I introduce? That was
quite a bit. You introduced quite a bit. So I'm going to put that into perspective for our listeners as well as I can while I prepare to take my break. So what I want our listeners to understand is that Brendan's personal family was such that, in fact, I turn it back to Brendan with this. I think what everyone needs to know is your personal connection. So tell us a little bit about your grandfather, I believe, was the man who was heavily involved with many important things in the Middle East and therefore saw quite a bit, and then saw Assad's father being brought in by the Zionists at one point. So tell us a bit about how he came to see this and exactly, what his background was, please.
Well, my grandfather, divine rest his soul, he grew up in Syria in like a town near Damascus, like a small village, beneath the Mount Hermon. So it was on the border of Lebanon and Syria. And at that time, it was very difficult, very tough for anyone to advance in that country because this was like the 40s, 50s, post-war. And he ended up being at the top of his class when he was like maybe 15 or 16 years old. And that basically qualified him for the ability to get a sponsorship by the Syrian government to go to college. So he went to college in the country, and then through his work in various botany, forestry, landscaping, this kind of...
He was helping to make the desert bloom.
Well, that was later. But basically he was able to, through his schooling, he was able to get a scholarship to the United States. And he came here in the 1950s and then worked his way up into working at positions at like Idaho State as a professor, Colorado State as a professor, came to California because
at that time, California was considered one of the best places to live in the world. It was a place where everyone was moving, educated people, more art, more advanced people in their field. They would all come here to California Bay Area and then beyond. So he learned that over time since he got into the States, and he ended up working for the United Nations as a different consultation roles that had to do with forestry and, like you said, reconstructing the ecology of the locations.
Well, reblooming the Fertile Crescent.
Yes.
Making the Fertile Crescent fertile again.
Correct.
Go on.
Which he would have had a great help if it wasn't for the rulership that's out in those countries. He would have been a great boon to that region, but because of the rulership in those countries, he could never fully live there. And he decided to raise his kids and my father here in the United States. And in hopes that things would end up better, which
oh God!
In his case,
talk about misforeseen vision. Oh my God! Go on.
Well, I mean, in his defense, it was better than like whatever's going on right now. But
Yes.
But at the same time, yeah, America is not a place to tread lightly, let's say.
Yes.
But yeah, so that happened, and he was very knowledgeable in the region, and he grew up there, so he had, intimate relationships out there. And also the political climate is just so bad. It's like dictatorship. Like, it literally is. He said you couldn't, it was just like the Soviet Union. Like I'm saying, that's why I brought that up. It's like they almost have the same system. If you were to talk about the president, someone would literally come to your house, it would be like a van in the middle of the night and just kidnap you. And if you survived that, they'd leave you as like a beat up husk on the road, or you would just disappear. So they lived under fear under his father, Hafiz, and then later himself. So the country's basically been emptied of any, brain drain, on top of, just people that have
been emptied by a brain drain. But go on. Yes, emptied by a brain
emptied drain. by a brain drain. But I'm saying also anyone with money would have left if they had the chance as well. So it's kind of just left with like a husk of a population, and they're obviously not content, as you can see. And that's what ultimately led to his downfall, is they just ran out of money, it seems. He had to run to Russia. That's my assumption.
Moscow. He left for Moscow.
Yeah. So,
yes.
Yeah, there you go.
And so
I don't know how much more details I can pull out right now.
Well, you pulled out plenty. So again, just to put this into perspective for our listeners, due to the incredible connections that our man Brendan has with that part of the world, he will introduce concepts and historical facts that many people may not be that familiar with. In order to just explain them to a degree, I want people to understand that when Brendan spoke of, for instance, the fact that many of these Arab nationalists wanted a sense of independence from colonialism, and they were true nationalists, and they were leading an Arab revolution. And this was basically a kind of young officers' revolution. At that period of time, Gamal Abdel Nasser personified and epitomized a kind of leadership the world had never seen before. He was one of, if not the only individual which Muammar Gaddafi could only try to emulate. Gamal Abdel Nasser actually had enough class and enough of a sense of strategic foresight where he was able to realize, embodying the concepts of Pan-Islam, Pan-Africanism, and Pan-Arabism, all within a single individual of himself, a single person. So when he rallied these three major ideologies, Pan-Islamism, Pan-Arabism, Pan-Africanism, he did so under a wave of counter-revolutionary tendencies that then drew a lot of sympathy to his side. Gamal Abdel Nasser was someone who, of course, established a new nation that was supposed to be the great Arab nation, a single nation for all Arabs that would have dominated North Africa and the Middle Eastern Peninsula if he could have helped it, a confederation. But he started with Syria, and for a period of time, Egypt, along with the Syria and, what was it, Yemen, or a few other Arab nations, were united it was Iraq, into a single Arab republic. And
you can tell by the flags. If you look at the flags now, they still have the same flags.
That's right. The Syrian flag, the Iraqi flag, and the Egyptian flag all had a very, very similar look to them that was based on the number of stars signified at what order they entered the Arab Union. And they all had this kind of motif of the stars and the same colors. And but for a period of time in history, Syria and Egypt were a single united Arab republic. Very important point to be made. And so an attack on one was an attack on the other because they were the same nation. It would have been like attacking Alaska. You'd be attacking the United States. So that this was a very important point to be made. Now, in order to accomplish this, and in order to hopefully fulfill their Pan-Arabist agenda, they took what funding they could from the Soviet Union. And the Greater Soviet Union, as Brendan said, was theoretically supplying a kind of military advice, but that really wasn't what to anyone's great advantage, as we can see today. Rather, it was simply to get international recognition from a superpower and their votes on the United Nations Security Council that was advantageous to the Arab people. But then what happened was that this made with it wasn't that people went rogue. Oh, I'm sorry, go on.
What was the question?
I was going to say that it wasn't that people went rogue during the 90s. Rather, what happened was that when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, he not only thought that he had been a great ally of the West by defending them from Iran, he also felt that aside from what people have always observed, that he felt he had gotten the go-ahead from Bush the senior to go into Kuwait as a return favor, a transactional tit for tat for what he had did in defending ultimately Zionist Israel from the Iranian onslaught. But he also felt he had the Soviet Union behind him. So it was actually as a Soviet client state that he felt he could take the actions that he did. But what he discovered the hard way was that the Soviet Union was collapsing. This was part of the problem, was the Soviet Union was presented as such a monolithic colossus for so long by both the Western and its own propaganda. Everybody thought it was eternal, who, aside from Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler. So what happened was he also bought into that, but the Soviets collapsed while the Gulf War was ongoing. This is something that people don't realize. In fact, it was the Soviet collapse that allowed NATO to transfer its entire arsenal and inventory to attack Saddam Hussein. And so it wasn't that he was so much rogue, he was acting as if he had an ally in the Soviet Union, but he failed to realize they had fallen.
So you're saying they would have not been able to mobilize if the Russians never fell? Because
that absolutely. It was it was. I'm sorry, say all that. There's a delay. Yes.
Would maintain their armies in the border countries if the Soviet Union did not fall. What you're saying?
Yes. If the Soviet Union had fallen, NATO would have been forced to have retained all of its forces in Europe. But when the Soviet Union collapsed, everything was instantly transferred. Everything they used in the Gulf War, the original American Gulf War of Bush Sr., was out of stock and out of inventory from NATO supplies. And so they robbed Peter to pay Paul. And so they just totally evacuated from Europe and put everything that they would have used in a ground war, in a supermassive third world global conflict with the Soviet Union, went into action in Iraq. That's the insane nature of what happened. So they blew their entire wad. They orgasmed in Iraq and threw everything they had at Saddam Hussein that was meant to fight the greater Soviet empire. Isn't that crazy? And that was like what the Americans did. So it's not that Saddam went rogue. That would imply a kind of madness that the Americans are always attributing to him. That's not what he was. He was not. Yeah, go on.
And as a whole, like the United Arab States, once Abdul Nasser died or was murdered or whatever, because he died quite young. Once he died, then those countries started caring about their own interests, which in turn led to the dictators. Otherwise, they would have had a different goal. Like, it's like the classic divide and conquer. It's like, if you don't have a goal, then everyone's going to just go rogue. And that's what I meant by going rogue.
I understand what you're, what you're saying. Also understand that Saddam Hussein was the last of that Arab Ba'athist party, which our man Brendan brought up, meaning their Arab Socialist Party that was very much funded. You're
saying Bashar al-Assad was the final one, not Saddam, right?
Well, Saddam at his time was one of the final ones, and then Assad is the final one. The final remnants of this Arab socialism based on National Socialism. So their original independence was through the Nazis and the Third Reich, and that was the great development in Arab nationalism in those areas to fight against the British colonial empire. And then what happened was with the fall of Gamal Abdel Nasser, or his death, or potentially even his murder, as Brendan said, what happened was that these other individuals were kind of left to fend for themselves, these other dynasties. But when it came to Saddam Hussein, he was like holding true to that Ba'athist, socialist, modernist sense of Arab identity, a pan-Arabism rather than a tribal Arabism. And then what happened was the Americans wanted to destroy that, and they threw everything at him and divided Iraq in this mockery of what they did to Germany after World War II, because of their desperate, they're in a time warp like the Russians stuck in World War II, just like the Russians are in Ukraine. And so the Americans and the Allies went through this divide into French zone, British zone, American zone type bullshit with Iraq. And the only thing missing was the Soviet zone, because the Soviets were so broken they couldn't even have an occupation zone. But they made up for that by sponsoring Syria. And once Suraya was sponsored, they became the Arab client state that Saddam Hussein thought he would be, except only it wasn't under the Soviets, it was under Vladimir Putin. So now, because of Ukraine, they had nothing left to defend Bashar al-Assad, and America's and Turkey's sponsored terrorist groups. These are Al-Qaeda and ISIS are what are conquering Syria, exactly what Bashar Assad was fighting against. So he's fled to Moscow, and now ISIS and Al-Qaeda have conquered Suraya. So it's ISIS and Al-Qaeda reborn, all a product of the American acts against the Soviet Union. So correct. Yeah.
Remember, I don't like the term ISIS because that's a goddess, and we don't demean the goddess.
Yes, Daesh. Explain the acronym.
Daesh is just the terrorist name. Daesh just means the union, the conglomeration, but it's actually ISIL. ISIL. Better.
Yes, there we are. ISIL.
Islamic State of the Levant and Syria. Yeah.
Thank you. And in terms of that, the only reason I would use ISIS is at least it's how would I say this? It gives the goddess some kind of publicity, and it's I shouldn't use it, but I do use it because it becomes something that Americans can remember. And it's like the other ISIL, they're just going to forget. That's the problem.
But ISIS is the god, the feminine goddess, the principle that reproduces.
Yes.
So that's why it's is twice.
Yeah.
The singularity, s is plural, multiplies twice.
Excellent.
So it's the
Yes.
feminine quality that gives us life and food and everything. So there's nothing. I won't like disrespect that myself.
Understood.
You know.
Understood. Yeah. And so in terms of that, you now have some other things to tell people about or put into further context, because hopefully people will now understand how extraordinary what happened is. This is, as Brendan said, the ultimate result of the Arab Spring. The entire point of the Arab Spring was ultimately to bring down all of the old Arab young officers' regimes that had turned towards the Soviets for sponsorship, and now they have all been brought down. It's they've all.
You were asking.
Yeah.
You're asking what is it going to do for the Zionists? Well, Aristides dropped some links in there. They're already Israel's gonna immediately reclaim the South, and then there's nothing you can do to get that back, really. And then also, when you were asking me what my grandpa was telling me before, is that even during the time of Hafiz al-Assad, or whatever his name was, the father,
Assad's father. Go on, Hafiz.
My grandpa personally, and this is like anecdotal, so take it for what you will, but he lived at one point in Latakia after my father was born. This is like a coastal region in between Syria and Lebanon. And he himself witnessed this kind of like entourage come on shore. And then you see the other entourage of this of Hafiz, the Syrian president. And so my grandpa was asking, who's this guy meeting? It's like a clandestine meeting on the, near the Mediterranean coast. And he asked them, the locals, like, who is this? And he said, Hafiz is meeting with Israeli generals and leaders. So even during the 50s and 60s, Israel was actively trying to sabotage the union of Egypt and Syria, because that would just completely pull them at bay. We wouldn't have the situation we have now if that was to succeed. But after Hafiz's death in the 70s, then everything became more self-centered. The countries weren't united, and it fell apart. And my grandpa also said Hafiz himself was like, he was so dedicated to what he was doing. He made it a point to live in this like 1-bedroom apartment in Cairo, and didn't accept a salary or a pension, just in order to get the thing started, what he was trying to go for, his dream. And he was loved by the people. So that's why they had to get rid of him, in my opinion, early, or, because anytime someone dies of a heart attack at 50, like, yeah, they weren't healthy at that time, but you got to wonder,
Oh God, yes. No, that's very well, considering who it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it's suspicious. And definitely thank you for bringing that up. Well, I think you've done.
It's gonna benefit Israel, of course. That's just part of the deal.
Well, it may do so in the more immediate sense, the short-term sense, but I think that we can only hope, of course.
But it'll also give them justification, like, oh, it's just a bunch of terrorists we're attacking, as opposed to a government, right? So it'll give them cause to go more north. That's what they want, because they want their borders back that they think that they are owed. From sea to this. From both the rivers to the sea, they'll go as far as with that. That's fine.
From the river to the sea, is there?
Yeah, my joke. Both rivers. They're gonna go all the way to the Euphrates. Like, they don't care.
Yeah.
They'll just, or all the way to the Tigris. They'll just go past whatever's there.
Well, there is such a thing as overreach. I don't know if their logistical overreach has that capacity. Okay, to as far as they can go. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is that there's no people there anymore. They're going to clear all the people. That's the thing.
Point well taken. Yes, point well taken. Yes, and
then their backup plan is that stupid neon thing. Yeah. So
yes. Oh my fucking God. Yes, which is a big concentration camp. We've all agreed. Continue. Yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah. And So by all means, you're doing so well, and you've put in some wonderful links. Could you explain some of these links to us, Aristides? I'm not quite sure who this individual is that you've brought to our attention. Right underneath Israeli tanks enter southern Syria. Who is this individual? Left wing. Oh, Romanian.
Know.
Oh, the guy. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, that's Peter Moonsman.
Sorry.
Yeah, Peter Moonsman.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, this last one I'd say consider unconfirmed until you find an actual source. But
yeah. This asshole.
yeah, the other ones seem like pretty reputable web links, so let them vouch for themselves.
Yeah.
But the Romanian guy was some TikTok like Donald Trump.
Yeah, he's just a Russian puppet. He's just another Russian puppet.
Right, but it's funny how somebody basically was like, "Oh no, you can't have that kind of election," and just like overturned it.
Not on the Russian side, but to their credit, they really got this meme shit down. I mean, they run the world by memes. It's the whole thing in it itself is a meme, is a joke, So they've understood the concept of mind virus and how to use humor against people and all this stuff. Like they've really mastered that. I mean, it really takes some heartless Ayn Rand shit to do that, but they did it.
No, they're the king of Just so people understand about this, I will go a bit into this individual, Georgescu, and he was Peter Moonsman, and of course, he's going to come up with the same fucking shit. It's always the same shit. He says the oligarch pedophiles are running the United Nations. They're connected to the disappearance of 8 million children each year without any trace. It's fucking Vladimir Putin and his cohorts that sponsor this son of a bitch that are guilty for that. And so when it comes to this son of a bitch, of course they overturned the election because he didn't fucking win except through total Russian support. So they had every right to overturn the election. It's just like Trump's win should have been overturned because that fucker was brought in through a Russian hack. So it's the same thing here. Of course they overturned the election. That's just understand they did the right thing, and the Russians are going to present it as, oh, democracy is dead, the people elected this guy. No, a bunch of idiots following Russian memes elected this guy. It's a meme vote system. So first off, understand
they're trying to put the future into that with all these meme coins and everything. It's like it's stupid system for stupid people. I mean,
thank you. It's exactly, remember what Our Lady Marina Saren says. Even though Marina Saren is someone who I feel is naively intuitive, I certainly feel that she has responded to whenever I've done my best to inform her about the more in-depth reality of situations. She certainly has the intelligence to absorb what I'm saying, and then it then reflects that. She has reflected that with the change in her opinion. And I'm sure she would say the same thing about my reinforcing and validating what she says about democracy, but building on it from there, as I do, which is Marina Saren herself on this program has said that democracy simply is an unworkable system because it's going to turn into a monopoly just like capitalism, where whoever can purchase the most votes wins. Therefore, democracy is simply the government by the wealthy of whoever can purchase the most votes. Well, in this case, it's the fucking Russians that are purchasing all the fucking votes. And they're doing so without even paying a fucking dime. They just go in and they give people this meme shit. And it's like, just like John Miranda, the guy who is now, the last time we checked, living in a snowbank in Sweden, because he can't see his wife because she's got a court order restraint on him in Norway, which they make national. They won't let him into the country of Norway because his own wife told the Norwegians the truth that he's a fucking Russian asset. Here's this guy he sacrificed his life. He can't even see his 2 sons he's produced with this Georgian chick because he's a Russian asset. And he's not even being paid. So he's just volunteered and thrown his life away to the Russians for no goddamn good reason other than a bunch of memes on the internet convincing him that they're eating children at Comet Ping Pong Pizza. Quite seriously. Spirit cooking. He would put this shit up on his fucking Facebook timeline. I know all about this guy because, of course, he was, connected with me through Revolution Radio. Was trying to put the hit on Judith Agard. Not that I minded that. That's just comedic as Ian West proposing marriage to Brooke Gibson. But, you know, this guy is an example of what these people are on the internet, and exactly what Marina Saren was talking about. These people are not fit for democracy. They cannot handle democracy. They're just going to allow whoever memes them to decide who they're going to vote for, and they're going to vote in a fucking Russian puppet. So you have to overturn that election because these people are not fit for democracy. But go on, Brendan. Yes.
Yeah, no, precisely. And I would argue that it's been like that for a while now.
Yes.
Since like George W. and even before. I mean, it's like a carry-on of that. It's just now it's less subtle. It's just straight up in front of your face. And the original concept of the meme was developed by this guy that worked at Microsoft who developed Microsoft Office, and he's very candid about it. And he wrote a book called Virus of the Mind, and he defines what a meme is.
A telling title, by the way. Continue, yes.
Yeah, because he developed the whole concept, and he had to write that book to warn people because
and remember that was the only book Daniel Arola ever fucking read, essentially?
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, because he wanted to know how to manipulate people with the memes. That's why.
Yeah.
So, but instead of people getting helped by that book is suppressed, and then the Russians got a hold of it, and they helped develop that whole concept after he brought it forth. And now a meme is a joke. It was not supposed to be a joke. It was actually a weapon.
Yes.
Designed by Microsoft and the engineers there as a way to change people's minds. You know, so, and he's open about that.
Yes.
And he originally did it to help with the advertisers. He wanted to make money doing advertising, and he basically didn't realize what he was doing. It was like Pandora's box, and the book was a way for him to say, I regret what I did, and here's a warning to it, but it obviously never gets publicized. No. It's like your book. It's like,
thank you.
There's like a few copies left somewhere, and not a lot of people talking.
Oh, nobody even knows the book exists these days. That's like, as for Daniel Arola, he would just use it in the sense of flood the zone with shit. If somebody would try to speak to him at all with any sense of rationality or ask him, hey man, what the fuck is up with you?
This is what all the 4chan. Yeah. It's like that's their way of waging war against people. Because if you laugh them off stage, like no one's gonna sit there and argue with them all night.
Yeah.
So then in their heads, they're the winners, and look what it's done to everybody.
Yes. Yeah.
Then you get people, my uncle, thinking they're above everyone else, and it's just being weird as fuck.
Thank you.
Because they think they're above the memes, and they're all like red pilled and shit. That all comes from that group of people.
It does. It does. And that shows that the evil Polish brothers, who both became sisters, what they were really all about is just basically brainwashing people into the red pill concept that has destroyed our capacity for reason.
Well, all the red pill thing, it came from these same Russian bots and stuff. They would say, if you want to know the red pill, you'll know that women are this way and you can manipulate them. And that's why you're an incel, because you just don't know how they work. And so that's what red pill is now. Like the Andrew Tate model.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And very, very important. Are you driving, by the way? Just curious. It sounds like you're driving. So just out of curiosity, where are you driving from? Did you get a day off from work today, or how was your schedule today?
Well, Sunday is day off. I mean, Sunday's off. Yeah.
Okay.
The day of the sun, the day of the A10, you can't work.
Oh, okay. Yes, so thank God that you've gotten some time off. No wonder you were on the Blue Lotus.
Well, that's just to keep me stable until I get out of my bad situation. Because this uncle, this bastard, I texted him last weekend, and he told me to fuck off on record. So fuck him and fuck all them. It's like, and then he had the nerve to say, "Oh, he literally has this in record," which I'll bring it up now. He said, you're only renting a room and half a bathroom, so fuck off. You're not allowed to use the kitchen. Like this kind of bizarre shit. The same thing the German lady was trying to pull with me.
Yeah.
So it's like a never-ending fucking attack on my end. And I just want to live a peaceful life. That's all. There's nothing going on. I've done nothing wrong. Not that I have to defend. That's just a fact.
No, that's for the record. You're recording it for the record, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
I literally 6 days a week. It's like, what could I be doing to piss them off other than not dancing to their fancies?
Yeah.
So This is nothing to do with me.
No. No, this is so horrible, and I'm just so like I said, I'll go into a few subjects that are relevant to that tonight in monologue very quickly, very shortly. Let's see how long we've been on, because so normally we go in at about 4 hours. I'll be going in at the top of the hour, definitely. So at the top of the hour, well, before 4 hours in, I'm going to go into monologue. Or that's my intent. That's my plan. So I do want people who are with us now to take note of that. But our numbers are climbing back up. So I'll ask you guys to hold the conversation in a few minutes. But certainly when it comes to everything we've discussed, the votes, the memes, remember what Marina Saren said, that basically, like in a capitalist system, where you have a few people that will ultimately dominate the entire system, because they will essentially, naturally, just destroy all competitors and squelch and suppress all opposition until you have those few monopolists left. So capitalism dooms itself. Then the same with democracy. It dooms itself unless, and there's only one way to have a functional democracy that I am proposing, and that is through education. You need people to be educated in critical thought. Only then can you trust them with a vote. When it came to... Yeah, thank you. Mark, continue with whatever thoughts come to you with that concept, please.
Yeah, and that should be self-evident, but apparently it's not. You know, not to take away from your expounding it, but I'm saying you know, because if you have 99% dumb people in a democracy, then the 1% of smart people are just going to get killed. I mean,
that's simple.
You know, nothing will ever move forward. There's no evolution or change or anything. It's that simple, you know.
Thank you.
And it can't run like that. It can't run it'll turn into idiocracy. Like that guy Mike Judge, he said when he wrote that film, he was in the line at Disneyland, and these pregnant ladies were throwing cokes at each other, and he said capitalism's either going to, you know, burn out, or it's going to end up like idiocracy. And he was right. It's like idiocracy. So there we go.
Thank you. Thank you. No, it's outrageous. And so it's one of these things that unless you confront that fact.
It's the controllers, they, you know, it's like a mad scientist, they were trying to take the dial of intelligence down, and instead of going notch by notch, they overshot their targets. Now everyone's too dumb, the system won't even work. Their fake system can't even function because everyone's so dumb. It's that's where we're at. And it sounds harsh, but that's the reality of it. They brought intelligence to the point where these other groups can just come in and trick people via their psychology, and that's that simple.
Yes, thank you. And Aristides, please share with us your own thoughts on what we've said. This is not elitism. Understand this. We're saying that a democracy can work if everyone is educated in critical thought processing. But nobody has been educated in critical thought processing. Our educational system has failed. And this is because of so many factors. But it's going to take, as I would argue, during the time of the Greater Soviet Union, one thing that the main difference between the Maoist communists of China and the Soviet Union was a sense of, believe it or not, after the initial radicalism of Vladimir Lenin and then Stalin taking over, Stalin sought to expand communism in a non-ideological sense, meaning he was not obeying the ideology of Karl Marx or Friedrich Engels, because they called for communism through revolution. Stalin thought of communism as something to be spread by worldwide conquest, literal military conquest. So he was not in that. This is what caused a rift between Stalin and doctrinaire communists. That's why many communists would consider themselves communist, but anti-Stalin or anti-Stalinist. Well, they got a boost with Maoism, and Maoism was the idea that communism would be spread throughout the world through revolution. This is where you got to see the real Beatles and what the Beatles were really all the fuck about when they wrote that song back in the USSR. Because the major lyric, one of the key lyrics is, so if you go around carrying pictures of Reverend Mao, you're basically out of their favor because they favored the Soviet Union.
That was the song. If you go carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, they're gonna count you out. Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, if you remember the rest of it, because there's a glitch and a delay. If you remember the rest, repeat your sentence, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that's from the song Revolution.
Thank you.
Revolution,
Thank you.
Number 1.
Thank you. That's it.
Not that sound experiment from John and Yoko, the first Revolution.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And originally the lyric was, through destruction. He was essentially insinuating that, and then they had to basically change the lyric as well, and that.
There you go.
To say it was like non-violent revolution. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes to show where they're at. And it goes to show you what a bunch of reactionary conservative communists that they were siding with the Soviet Union over the revolutionary ideology of Reverend Mao, or I call him Reverend Mao, but actually Chairman Mao. Yeah, but go on.
You bet. Yeah, he says, you say you'll change the Constitution. Well, we all want to change your head. You tell me it's your institution. Well, you better free your mind instead. But if you go carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't gonna make it with anyone anyhow.
There you go.
And Lenin regretted writing that because the Chinese banned him from going to the country
Good.
even after the thing. So
Good.
he was never able to visit China his whole life. Yeah.
Good. Yes. Well, there you have that. Yes. Well, and rightly so. At any rate, what I want people to understand is, now here's the difference, of course, aside from one being revolutionary and the other being this reactionary military state that wanted to conquer the world in order to impose their communism. And if they couldn't do it by a straight out and out military invasion, they would do so by espionage, which is still what they're doing today in the Russian Empire. Is worldwide domination through espionage is still the same Soviet's playbook. It was always Russian imperialism under guise. But the one Soviet concept they later developed under Khrushchev, when Khrushchev stepped in after the assassination of Stalin. And Khrushchev realized that the Soviet Union was in no position to militarily conquer the world. Unlike the madman Stalin, he wasn't riding high on a delusion created by unlimited Allied resources in World War II. Quite the opposite. That's when Khrushchev basically said that we have to understand that this is a step towards communism. And yet they always knew this from the days of Vladimir Lenin, where they understood that communism was so utopian, the idea of a fully collectivized society of interchangeable human parts, literally interchangeable human parts like the Borg, which was their original thought processes with the original communism under Lenin, which was why they went into all the blood experiments that I explained in my vampire book, which is probably in the book that's, even as it's published, even as imperfect as that publication is, you will find it in that book, the articulation of that Soviet idea that everyone would be sharing blood. Mind you, this was before blood types were really isolated, and they developed the knowledge of blood types, and blood types are not universal. They had a concept that everyone in the Soviet Union could be made to share the same blood. And so that this could be done through transfusions. I explain that in the book at great length. So in terms of the greater Soviet Union, why they became interested in vampirism in the first, these are the roots of it in their ideology. But they knew that communism was so utopian, they didn't call themselves the Communist Russian state. They called themselves the Greater Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and Soviet simply the Russian word for collective. But this, what does that mean? It meant that they had not yet attained communism. they thought that there needed to be a dictatorship of the proletariat, quote unquote, which would be run by the educated nomenklatura, or their Jewish commissarocracy, but they felt that ultimately they would have to work towards this communist ideal. Of course, it immediately became corrupted, and they stagnated with Stalinism, and then Khrushchev did his best to pragmatically compromise, and after that, all of their ideology was basically a reactionary preservation of state power in the imperial sense. Basically, Sovietized Russian imperialism, or Soviet-opposed Russian imperialism. But all of that being said, they understood one thing, that this concept of a dictatorship of the proletariat was a step towards an ideal. So what I'm saying is that democracy is actually much more attainable, but it's going to take a century of progress in which you're going to have a dictatorship, a one-party state, and you're going to have to reintroduce democracy first at the county voting level, then the state voting level, then the federal voting level, then finally at an executive voting level. But it'll take 100 years of education of that many successive generations, about basically 25 presidential terms of 4 years each, to accomplish that. I would call it a century of progress from a dictatorship towards a functional democracy of people trained in critical thought process, where they could actually process what they're doing responsibly in order to vote. Then generations after that can do that, so long as they maintain that educational system. But it's going to take generations to get that educational system in place, because we are at the bottom now. We are at Neanderthal level now. We are at a level where nobody knows how to think, other than engineers like Aristides. And of course, Brendan Zogid is one of those autodidacts, which is the exception that proves the rule. But he doesn't know his knowledge to the educational system in particular. He can give you more details on that. I'll leave these two gentlemen to talk about that while I take a short break of about 10 to 15 minutes. I'll engage in monologue shortly after I return. But you guys got this, right? Right? Right?
We got this. Yeah. Oh. Brendan. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm here. I'm glad that Brendan came on and that you said all that, and that was actually great. I do miss the history and the geopolitics. I've said this. That was the one maybe positive effect of Peter, is that you guys got to a lot of those conversations that let you, expound on your wisdom about all these, things. So, just trying to encourage you here, buddy.
Thank you. No, I appreciate
Doug's
that. Professor.
content was way cooler.
Thank
Cooler
you.
before Pete. Sorry to say.
Thank you. Actually, in all fairness, what Brendan is saying, I understand where he's coming from, because Pete did have a way of just killing my brain cells. Honestly, while I was busy tickling Pete's balls, as Brooke Gibson would say, while I was busy tweaking his nuts, I just would have been left so I don't know what it is. It's just like it's like you're sucking cock, but it's draining you. It was like that with Pete. It's like
Right.
yeah.
Right. Wow. Yeah. What an analogy. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, even though I was sucking his cock, his cock was sucking everything out of me.
Right. Horrible.
Oh yes, is that horrible? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hope everyone will forgive me for that analogy, but I really can't think of one that describes it better. So okay, both of you gentlemen, gonna go mute now, and I know you guys got this, and by all means,
We got this.
yeah. And Aristides,
Yeah,
share your
Brendan.
own impression of what I've said before I go. Brendan left. What the fuck?
No.
Brendan, no,
No.
Brendan, what the fuck?
So you should have taken your break already, because he was here and hanging. He managed. So you should have right then been like, yeah, I'm taking my break. Okay, you're lucid, Brendan. Yeah, you're lucid. Yeah, I'm taking my break.
Oh my god, what happens? Does he collapse? Well, I'll stay here until you find something to read. Find an article to read on fucking
Fuck's sake.
Tesla. On Tesla.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
about-
All right. Well,
not you know what I
yeah.
mean, the stupid car and just how
or something. Now, I always want to find something you emailed me and try to read that shit off.
So dig one of those up.
You
Okay,
and
take your time.
your Dietrich Koenig.
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
I can read it. I think it reads fine. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. In terms of it, you can interpret the Dietrich comic, right? You're pretty good.
I feel pretty. Yeah, I feel good about it.
Yeah, and see if
It
you
makes
can.
sense to me.
Yeah, see if you can find something, and before I take off, and then hopefully Brendan will join us. That was so bizarre. Why does?
Yeah.
How does that happen? Did they?
Yeah, give me another couple minutes here.
Yeah, did they fucking take him out? Did they fucking kill him? I mean, did they, or did he just? Does he just like have like fits or something? It's
I don't know.
We can
Connection issues or whatever he has, or consciousness connection issues.
Consciousness connection
phone
issues.
connection issues. You know.
Oh, it is what it is, but we do hope he will be.
Okay, you sent me something about ginseng. Okay, okay, you know what? These 2 ones on the countermeasures. I think that'll be enough.
Really?
Really? How long do you need? 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yeah, they aren't even that long. They like, come on now, for 15 minutes. What about one of my essays? He's back. He's back.
I'm here. What's
yes.
going on?
So, oh my God, we were all panicking without you. What do you think? Of course, we fell into this like.
I could handle it. I could read these off, and then that would take about 5-10 minutes, and I could sort down to something else you wrote.
God, he had some of your paragraphs he was going to read.
Guy, look, people, this guy emailed me so much shit. I could just pick from like 100 different messages to just read some like insane shit off.
Yeah, you should do that more often when he leaves.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, that's all I got to do is pull up his emails.
Yeah. So okay. So Brendan, what happened? How did you get disconnected? What? Or did you just suddenly hang up in a fit of pique?
Well, I'm out in the boons in 30-degree weather, so just trying to keep it together here.
Oh my God. So by all means, keep it together. So I'm going to count on you. I'm going mute. You 2 guys have got this. And thank you both. Love you guys. Couldn't do it without you. And I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes. Okay? All right? All right. Yep. So then you went mute. Why are you going mute, Brendan? Yeah, it's.
Well, I'm going to keep these things handy. I'm going to keep these couple little blurbs.
Yeah, just go on break. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going. I'm going mute. Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah. All right. So, hey, man, what's up? How are you, man?
So I'm walking, looking at the star Sirius, the dog star, the ancient Dagon.
Yeah.
Also, Mars is above over here on the cusp of Gemini and the 4th sign, the crab sign of the crab.
Nice.
So there's a lot of Martian funness going on.
Yeah.
And I'm just marching. Yeah, just marching away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, any news? Anything decent to report from yourself?
From my personality, nothing huge. I mean, things are just generally going okay, pretty good. So.
Yeah, great. So there's like like an ancient. I'm walking through an ancient elven forest.
Yeah.
Basically, and there's a lot of different things like oak trees and just ancient vernal pool types. They're called vernal pools. They're these clay beds that are lined with different types of rare biology that date back to, we're talking like hundreds of thousands of years here. And every spring they repopulate with frogs and flowers from the ancient times. So it's a very highly charged nature area. And so I'm doing a midnight crispy journey through these regions. Yeah. There you go.
Nice. Vernal pools.
Yeah, it's called vernal pools.
Yeah.
Because vernal meaning spring. So they revive during the springtime.
Yeah.
And get these like beautiful colored flowers and things that come out of them.
Nice.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. Cool. Sounds very idyllic. That's a word.
Well, it's very charming, and of course, connecting with nature is something that's very important. You know.
Yeah.
So, and then nighttime has a different vibe.
Yeah.
More mystical. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Yes? Are you still there? Hello?
Sorry, you still there?
Dropped off for a second.
Yeah, no, my hand brushed the phone and apparently like hung me up. So
Okay, no worries.
yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm back. What the fuck was I gonna say? I don't know. That threw me off from whatever I was gonna say, but go ahead.
Oh, I was just waiting for your response. But yeah, so that's everything. It's very important to connect with the stars.
Yeah.
And different planets that rule over our lives.
Yeah.
The 9 grahas, 7 main planets, and the 2 shadow planets. So it's really nice to see them in person. So yeah, and there's also the moon is out here floating around. Saturn also.
Yeah. Yeah, moon is nice. So what do you think about the moon as a like natural versus artificial satellite? Where do you land on that?
I mean, I don't even get into that point. It's just that it's an entity. It's a being.
Yeah. Okay, it is. Yeah, of course.
Like the moon is a being. Like it's a being, just like the Earth is a being. Like,
yeah.
Those lights are all beings, and they have their representations from their dimension to ours, and it looks like what we see in the sky. So the luminaries, they're called luminaries. But they're like kind of like plasma. It's not that they exist and they're there, but it's not tangible. They're like plasma beings.
Yeah.
Like if you have a good telescope, you can zoom in on the stars and see that they're not like solid objects. They're like sparkly jelly, kind of like like plasma. They're like plasma entities. So that's what I have to say.
Yeah, I think there could be plasma entities.
Yeah, there are. I mean, I'm looking at them right now. Yeah, the stars. Like if you just go outside and zoom in on them and stuff. You'll come a lot of fun stuff, like the different colors that come off of them, and a lot of that stuff is really nice. And the mythology, if you go through the mythology of the star cycle and the ancient Greco-Roman constellation story, like there's a whole story in the heavens. You know? So that's what's fun. That was the original storytelling. Those were the original televisions. You would take people out and tell them the stories of the stars.
Yeah. That would be the thing, yeah.
So right now we're going through a star system that's connected with the constellation Pegasus. And the whole Pegasus story is a very fascinating story that goes along with the Promethean myth and Perseus, the Perseian cycle of mythology, if anyone is familiar with that.
Like like Perseus?
Yeah, Perseus. Yeah, Perseus. Yeah. Do you recall anything about Perseus and that story? Like him versus Medusa?
Not a whole lot offhand. I do remember the name.
Okay. Yeah, Pegasus. So the star sign that's tonight is ruled under is the star sign of Pegasus.
Pegasus, yeah.
Yeah. So Pegasus was an immortal winged horse which sprang forth from the neck of the beheaded Gorgon Medusa. It was tamed by Bellerophon, who rode it into battle against the fire-breathing monster known as the Chimera.
Yeah.
The Chimera. Later, the hero attempted to fly to heaven, but Zeus caused the horse to buck, throwing him down to earth in disgrace. Pegasus, the winged, his way to Olympus, where he became the thunder bearer of Zeus. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly a very iconic story. Yes, Pegasus.
Yeah.
Uh,
So Pegasus, the name comes from either springing forth, from the Greek word pege, to spring forth, or the word pegazo, which also alludes to the steed's connection with various springs, and the latter to its birth from the Gorgon's neck. Yeah. So Perseus, Medusa, and then her blood spilled into the ocean, and it manifested the union of her and Poseidon created Pegasus, the winged horse. So the moon is in the constellation.
I know. Yeah. True.
What's up?
It's all such a I'm thinking of very allegorical stories though. Like it's been very paraphrased from a very
it's very
ancient storytelling perspective to kind of
That's right.
Make it easy for oral history.
Yeah, and it has to do with the battling of the Chimera and all that.
Yeah.
This was the seed in that fight. So it's all very important.
Yeah. Hey, so the new computer you got, did you get all the issues straightened out?
Did I get what? Say that again?
The new laptop you got, did you get everything straightened out with it?
Yeah, no, it works great. Yeah, situation.
Good. Yeah, good. No doubt. I'm sure you would.
I just haven't had time to go about what.
Yeah.
To do certain things on it. That's the only downside.
Yeah.
It's just but it's operational. Yeah.
Yeah.
So everything's good.
Very good. Good to hear, man. Good to hear.
Yeah.
We gotta how do we get them to? I don't know. When do you think this computer thing is gonna happen? What's gonna prompt them to actually do it?
Something catastrophic or something. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
he tends to wait till the last minute, but we should just do it soon and just have it ready.
Yeah, no.
No.
It always takes catastrophe around here. Come on.
It takes what?
It always takes a catastrophe around here. When it comes to Doug, you're right. It's gonna take a catastrophe for him to be okay, I'm setting up this computer now.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be like that.
Yeah.
We could
no, it doesn't have to.
Preemptively, yeah.
Yeah, I could do it. He's just a nerd. I set up computers fucking all the time.
Yeah, well, it'll happen. It'll happen soon.
Yeah.
And we've got to stay positive. Things will happen in the correct timing.
Yeah.
There is such a thing as correct timing.
Of course.
Time is not as linear as said. So there you go.
Well, yeah. Time gives space for a balance of energies to play out. Let's put it that way.
True. Something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, everything's going well in the Elven Forest. I don't have much to report.
Good. Yeah. I mean, there
it's
is
Lothlorien. I would consider this place kind of like a.
Yeah. It's no news is good news, man. Right?
Yeah. That is.
Yeah. No bullshit to deal with. Cool. I'll just chill and meditate.
Yeah, I mean that's the only option. So why not?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think we all do that in a way.
Yeah.
Whether you're going to a Zen forest or just kind of, disappearing into the couch or,
True.
Yeah, either way.
Yes. So, yeah, you get the point. It's something soothing and grounding, connecting with nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can learn to love these things. They become really fun.
Of course.
And it serves a higher purpose when you know, not only know the star signs, but you actually see them and connect with them on a personal level. But they're entities, they're beings. That's what the constellations were meant to show, especially the Greek ones, that these things are like alive. And a whole story is there for us to use for our navigation. So,
Yeah.
there you
And I
go.
wish I could even connect more with that than I do now, you know?
Yeah. It's like the whole thing, know thyself, and whatever
Right.
is above, so inside. What is above, so below, and inside, you know, the Hermetic principle. Yeah, so there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, so the birth of Pegasus, there are many stories, of course, but
Yeah.
Hesiod has his own story, but Perseus had cut off the head of the Medusa. Therefore sprang a blood, stout-hearted Kirasaur, and the horse Pegasus, so named from the spring, the Pegal of Oceanus, where he was born.
Yeah.
Suedo Apollodonus also claims of the Greek mythographer, 2nd AD, when he, Perseus, saw Medusa, he beheaded her as soon as her head was severed and leapt forth her body, the winged Pegasus and Kirason, the Chirosaur, the father of Geryon. The father of these two was Poseidon. So the second he cut off the head of Medusa, these two children of Poseidon sprang forth, and one of them being Pegasus, the winged horse. The vehicle of the gods, similar to Odin's Sleipnir, the seven-legged horse that could travel to any realm. It's a similar situation there. Yeah. So, also Lyphrion, the Greek poet, said the harvester Perseus, who delivered Medusa, her pain in birth of the horse and man, Chirosaur, the stony-eyed weasel, whose children sprang from her neck. So it also birthed some not so nice humans, also from the head of the Gorgoness, Medusa. So there you go. Ovid also comments his Metamorphosis, Roman epic poems, while deep sleep held fast Medusa and her snakes, Perseus severed her head clean, and from there her mother's blood, swiftly flying Pegasus and his brother, sprang forth. It's said that violated in Minerva's shrine by the lord of the sea, Poseidon. There you go. They were Poseidon's children. Yeah, so there you go. That's the story of Pegasus.
It's like pretty cool.
Do you have any thoughts on that, or is there anything going on?
Yeah, no, like that whole like kind of sphere of like Greco-Roman gods, and like how it's all just kind of chill. It's not this like big pressury like big Christian gods. It's like, oh, you better do what I say. You know, it's like you're going to hell. You know. Yeah, it's all just like. You know.
Well, the point is, these are fractal stories. These are fractal stories.
Yeah, right. But it's like you could kind of like vibe with like whatever god you wanted to, you know.
Yeah,
and
there's a higher meaning, of course, too.
And it was cool. It was cool. Like nobody like fucking sweated you for that.
Yeah,
you know?
Of course. I mean, all the ancient educated people, even up to the modern, like they learned all these stories. That was the mark of an educated person. You knew the stories of mythology and classical literature.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the original education.
Right.
So these stories have a meaning, and they are very necessary to learn about where we're at and stuff.
Yeah.
Especially from a Western perspective. So that goes along with what Doug was saying about just bringing in this education and these, proper ways like rhetoric, like knowledge of the mythology, because it gives you diction. It empowers you with being able to speak properly and have knowledge, stuff like that. So,
yeah,
that's why.
Yeah. So according to Aratus in Phenomena, the Greek astronomical poem, he claims, or he states,
By the
the
way,
huge
just letting you know that I'm back
force
for a few minutes,
and-
but continue what you're doing first. Please start from the beginning of the poem. I just want you to know I'm here for a few minutes because I'm waiting for the tea to steep. I'll have to go back and get the tea, so I'll be leaving in a few minutes for another few minutes. But please continue with the poem. Sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, the huge constellation of the horse, Hippos, and he, Pegasus, it was, men said, that brought down from the lofty Helicon the bright water of the bounteous Hippocrene. So Hippocrene, for not yet on Helicon's summit trickled the fountain spring, but the horse smote it, and straightforward the gushing water was shed above the slump of his forefoot. And herdsmen were the first to call the stream the fountain of the horse. From the rock the water wells, never shalt thou see it far from the men of Thespiæ. But the horse himself circles the heaven, Zeus, and is there for thee to behold. So the horse, Pegasus, opened up the spring, the wellspring of the horse, the eternal spring, at the top of the mountain. So there's a lot to be said about that story. It's really beautiful, but also important. So there you go. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. And what was this all about that I missed?
I was well. It's been painful, but I was.
Why was it painful? What was happening?
I just am having trouble drawing my inspiration. But anyways,
okay.
I was saying that about Pegasus, that he was born from the severed head of Medusa when the blood dripped into the ocean Poseidon and he sprang forth. And because of the reason why I brought that up is because the moon is in the constellation of Pegasus.
Okay.
That is why I brought it up.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. That's wonderful. And so you guys were talking about, was this again the procession of equinoxes that brought this up? With both?
No.
Okay.
No.
Couldn't go in there, but we could. Good.
Yes. Feel free to do so.
I brought it up because the moon is in the constellation. That's the only thing.
Oh.
No, there's that, and I like how you brought up, like, we're basically, like, exiting the Kali Yuga now. We're in the ascending stage.
Yes.
And I do agree with that.
I didn't say that this time. I said that last time.
I know. Well,
yeah,
but, I mean, I'm just saying, I agree. Yeah, I know you did, but, like, I agree with that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and so in terms of that, we always enjoy that because we all enjoy knowing that we're coming out of this. I mean, who wouldn't appreciate that? And so by all
4 million years or something, or 400,000 years, or whatever they claim.
Yes, that's right. And but exactly, maybe you could tell us a bit about what happens in this transitional age that we need to prepare ourselves for, and then we'll move from there while I go grab my tea and then come back and answer some email questions. So but by all means, go a little bit into what is it we need to prepare for with this
overall change. I mean, it's general overall change of how things operate, the psychology of people. And I brought it up before, of course, that at its core, it's just coming from ignorance, darkness into knowledge, light. That's simple. So it's just a matter of people coming to know more principles and more actual knowledge that can help them on an individual evolutionary level. And that's what was meant by the ascending age. Because eventually you reach the zenith, the pinnacle, which is the golden age, which is also known as the age of truth. So when everyone has the truth, that would be Satyayuga. And anyone can be in Satyayuga, even in this lifetime. It's just about knowing enough about how things work, and you become clear. That's the real becoming clear. When everything is clear, that's Satyayuga, truth, like pure truth. Where things, like, it doesn't mean everything's going hunky-dory. It just means everyone is on the same page of, it's the pure intellect. Like, knowledge is knowledge. There's no having to parse through that. It's like you already know that. as your core level. So.
Thank you. Excellent. And I do want people to know one of the disadvantages to drinking tea is, of course, I drink loose leaf tea, and therefore I'm prone to get particulate matter in my throat at times from the tea. That's leaves and tea dust. That does sometimes impact me, especially towards the bottom of the tea crock. Just so people understand sometimes why I'm coughing. So with all that, I'll continue.
So it's very organic. It's very organic.
Yeah, yes. So in terms of, let's see what somebody entered in a little comment here on the side. Side stitch, labored breath. Am I sounding that breathy? Oh, God, I would hope not. And so, such being said, okay, let me go grab that tea now. Put the ginseng in it, and I will be back. And I may ask our dear Aristides to order some of this red Korean ginseng for me.
Yeah.
It's like that would be wonderful. The syrup, we'll see. I'll try and get V to replace this as soon as possible, but sometimes it's we'll see what it is. It might be a matter of time. Okay. I'll be running out in 2 packs, so that means by the next show, essentially.
Can you send me something on that?
Yes. I'll read the package to you when I return. So let's see what can be found. And all right then, you two gentlemen have this again, dear Brendan and Aristides. Okay, I'll go mute. I'll be right back.
I recommend the tea more.
What's that?
I said, are you sure you want the same stuff? Because I don't know if you want me to say it. I mean, it's just like about what I saw about it. It's just.
Are you talking about the sugarized? It's what? It's what?
Compared to the tincture, the ginseng tincture, in my opinion, it is more cost effective to do that because it's stronger.
Yeah.
Than the liquid that you have from the Koreans.
Interesting. The tincture being what? The crystals? Not the crystals.
No. Tincture is like alcohol based.
Oh, right. Well, that's what V wants to ultimately order for me. But maybe since
I gave Aristides the link if you're willing to try something.
Okay, so yeah, let's see if Aristides can order that for himself as well as myself, because that would be what V was thinking of was getting me whole ginseng root that I would put in a jar of vodka, and then take a tablespoon.
No, just buy it pre-made.
Oh, okay. So
a ginseng root is like hundreds of dollars. I mean, a comparable one is like in the hundreds of dollars. It's not worth it like that.
Interesting. Okay.
I may be able, if I'm at like the Korean store, I could find like one of their like baijiu or something that has it already steeped in there.
Okay.
So you don't have to wait 6 months. I mean, unless you feel like doing some kind of arts and crafts.
No, I'd much prefer it as you say. Please, by all means. Yes. So
if I find like a pre-made like Korean soju, or it's actually called baijiu, it just means white alcohol.
Okay.
Soju is like plum or something, but.
Okay, interesting.
But they have it like pre-made. You don't have to do all that.
Oh, thank God. Yes, by all means, if you can find that online, give the link to Aristides, and he could order one for himself and one for me.
Yeah, true.
Yes.
Well, I did. I gave him the link for the actual extractives from a company that's some oddly reputable.
Okay, so then.
And they also have the master ginseng that's $125 a bottle. So.
Okay.
I have to like save up for that, but.
Interesting. Well, but the other option, yes, by all means, share that with Aristides and. Yes, and of course, come off mute if you can, Brendan. Why is he going on mute? What's the mute about, Brendan?
I said I have a side stitch and I have labored breathing. I thought you said.
Oh, I thought you meant me.
So that's why when you came on, I said it's painful for me to do this right now. I'm in 30-degree weather.
I thought you meant it was painful to draw inspiration from. You meant actually breathing, like inspiring, like breathing. You meant like actually fucking breathing, like it's painful.
Like,
well, what are you doing out there? Common sense question. It's like, like, what the fuck? Is he burying a body? Has he gone Wendigo on us? What the fuck? It's like,
I'm doing ninja training. I have to do some Goku training to like restore myself because I'm not gonna let all these negative influences fuck me up. I'm going Andrew Tate, going just jogging in the middle of it.
Naked? Are you like,
No, why would anyone do that? You would die in this weather. It's like 30 degrees out there.
Well, at least you have that level of common sense. I wouldn't go jogging even if I was fully dressed in that weather.
Well, I'm suited up, but I'm just saying like
Okay.
it's for my own training purposes because I'm trying to become a shinobi and not be a loser nobi. Like,
I got it. That's cute. That's adorable. Yes, I get it. Yes. Shinobi, of course, as in invisible, as opposed to the invisible warrior, as opposed to someone who's just invisible. Yes, I know. I totally get it.
Yeah, that's a good way. I like that.
Yes.
Let's put that on t-shirt.
Yes, that's right.
I still think Dietrich merch would go off the shelves. Yeah.
It will someday. I mean, as soon as we have spare money to manufacture such bullshit. Yeah. So wait until we have spare.
Well, I have a hookup for t-shirt pressing, so
okay.
Not directly, but I learned about the practice.
Okay, cool. So we'll investigate that soon enough then. And it's like better. Remember that bullshit Peter Moon kept saying? Oh, I have a t-shirt connection. Remember that shit he kept saying for his bullshit? Where, oh God, he went into it for hours at a time. He talked about we made t-shirts about George W. Bush Jr. and they sold like hotcakes. Because they had him as the retard for Mad Magazine face, George Bush Jr. And he said, yeah, we did that. Even though he's a Republican, he made money. Alfred E. Newman. They had, George Bush Jr. as Alfred E. Newman. And so he had a bunch of t-shirts he printed up for that and then sold them for $100 each at conventions and shit. Just because he, even though he's a diehard Republican, it's weird shit. He went on about it. I'm surprised you missed that. Aristides, you heard that shit, right? When Peter Moon was going.
I heard it.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. So there you have it. He was always.
But I agree with Amy.
Yeah.
We should just delete him like he's a freaking corrupt file on a hard drive.
Yes. Yeah. That's pretty much what's happening in my brain. But at the same time, I'm trying to
defrag and then frag him.
Defag. Defag.
Yeah. I know. I remember when I used to defag the hard drives all the time on the computers. Yeah.
Oh, Aristides, you're old enough for this. You remember degaussing a screen? That was like. That was like the
yeah. Oh wow. I have not thought of that in a while.
Yeah, I remember the term. So I'm gonna grab that tea, put in that red ginseng juice that our man Brendan says is pretty.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that shit's like Korean ripoff level.
Okay.
I mean, it's quality. It's quality. Don't get me wrong, but they're really scheming, in my opinion, on that one.
Okay. Cool. And I'll take your word for it and look forward to what Aristides checking into what you send to him so that. Then Aristides and I will both check out the effect that has on our sexual efficacy. Yeah, we're going to be.
They also have a yang. They have a yang tonic. Aristides, you might need some yang.
Yeah. Aristides, you need some yang.
Yeah, man. Recommend me some stuff, man.
Yeah, that side eye.
Yeah, help me get the yang up.
Yeah.
It's there. They have a really powerful yang supplement. I highly recommend. You need some yang.
Cool.
Oh, yes.
Cool.
Yeah, send me a link, bro.
Okay, so I'm going to go mute. I'll be right back. Okay.
Wait, you're leaving again?
I got to get the tea. Dude.
Okay,
go ahead. Yeah, he's sleeping.
Okay,
we got this, Brendan. We got this.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. What's going on?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just chilling, man. I'm pretty good.
I already explained in detail my situation. The Elven Forest. Still in the Elven Forest.
Yeah.
So I'm just, looking at the stars, keeping sight of the Watchers and the Grahas, the planetary energies. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Nice.
So we have like I said before, Mars is here and stuff. Yeah, so.
Yeah. And it is.
Yeah.
But I like that we're like kind of entering that age where we can have, energy and enlightenment and,
You're saying
all
as
this
far as
great, like the yugas and stuff.
so it's like light. It's like Kali Yuga is like being in a dark room.
Yeah.
It's like you've walked in a dark room, right? You don't know how close something is. You'll hit your knee on something. You'll run into something. You'll hurt yourself. That's ignorance. Then you turn on a light switch, and you can see, and then that's what you can see, and then you can navigate through that. So that's all it means. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's the lifting of ignorance. Like, there's like a saying from the Buddha, and like in the Dhammapada, the teachings of the Buddha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that even one candle can light up a room if it's dark. So that's where we're at. Even a little knowledge is enough right now to light up everything if people just did something positive. Yeah. Lit the light of knowledge.
Yeah. I think it's catching on more than a little, though. There's more than a little knowledge going around,
Yeah, later it has to be tempered with other things, discernment.
Yeah. But we're in such an information age. It's incredible. Like,
so discernment becomes the most powerful item.
Right.
Instantly.
Yeah.
Without discernment and intellect, all that stuff just becomes a soup and you get lost.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. In fact, that's so important. I'm writing it down here in the notes.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
So. And then there are like fundamentals that come with that. Just, respecting the earth, because it gives you everything.
Yeah.
Even money. Even money comes from the earth. Resources. That's what money can buy. Resources. So everything ultimately comes from earth. So you have to have respect for that. And that in turn respects the higher force automatically.
Right.
So, appreciation of the earth, appreciation of the elements, the 5 elements, the Panch Mahabhuts, fire, earth, air, water, and then the 5th element, which is Akash or space.
Yeah.
If you have respect for that, those principles of nature, which make up your body, that's how you have energy to do anything.
Yeah.
Or you even have a body to walk around in.
Yeah.
Because your bones are like the earth element, right? Some rocks. They're like rocks you could stand on. And without that, you wouldn't be able to move. So you have to have reverence for the earth and the elements. And thereby connecting with nature. Because that's what nature's made out of. That's what your body's made out of. So there you go.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely very fair. Definitely.
Any thoughts? Anything? Questions?
No, other than feeling like I generally agree with you, the stuff I believe in. So.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Well.
So there's also so that's like the first basic step, really.
Yeah.
Understanding that the earth is important. It gives you everything, and you have to be appreciative of it. So,
I mean, like,
there's some truth to that. I mean, your house, everything.
Super important. Super important.
Yeah, everything comes from earth. So. Like even the cell phone, like all that is needed to make it.
Yeah. Right, which is only possible with like rare earths, like minerals.
Yeah.
From the earth.
Yes, there you go. You're getting it.
Yeah. Right. So.
Yeah, everything, every resource you can possibly think of has to come from Earth. There's no other place to get it from. And a supermarket is on Earth, like, you know, and it comes out of the earth, like you build it out of dirt and like tiles and stuff.
Yeah,
and even plastic comes from the oil reserves, so that's coming from Earth.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they have figured out ways to make like
that drives your car around.
Yeah,
it's coming from Earth. Like all that's Earth.
Yeah.
Element stuff, like very
We
Earth.
have like non-petroleum plastic, like they make it from like, you know, some type of crop oil that they're harvesting now, and it's like biodegradable,
which also comes from Earth.
Right. Oh, right. It still comes from Earth.
Like everything, yeah. You can't like. There's no. If we're embodied, like there's no other place.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important to be reverent to it, and all the ancient knew. The Druids, the Egyptians, ancient, you know, Mesopotamia. Like Earth was number one. That's why the sign Taurus is very important.
Yeah.
Like the bull, the bull market. They even use it in like the Wall Street is like the bull market means it's good.
Right.
You're gaining wealth. You're gaining land, more Earth, more gold. Gold comes from Earth, even silver.
Right.
Comes from
yeah.
Diamonds, all the best things that we consider wealth.
Yeah, right. I feel that, and it's been like gold and silver has been like wealth for like most of upright walking human history. So,
reminds me of even bronze.
Yeah,
and
I'm all
copper.
about it. Like I still need to get. I'm gonna get in a little tangle with Doug about like, precious metals based currency versus not. Like, he's like, oh, it's just some like these gay libertarian thing. Like, but I still believe in it. Like, it's not about being like a gay libertarian.
No, Doug's given a viable alternative to what to do with gold.
Yeah.
And if I was any sort of advisor, I would immediately tell them, make it a public health initiative.
Right.
It's supposed to be part of the general array of metals and vitamins you get. You should be getting precious metals that are.
Well, that's like your person, not like your wallet or portfolio. Right?
What? Say that again?
No, you're talking like gold in your person versus like gold in your like portfolio.
Yeah, but it would be both. I mean, you just give people.
Right.
Because this is how it works.
Well,
like gold,
I mean, the amount you need to do, like, do gold or silver yourself, like you're doing.
Oh my goodness! Did you guys hear that noise? Yeah. That was incredible outside. There was a big blast outside. Was that thunder or was that some other kind of explosion?
A blast?
Yeah.
It's not a thunder. That's not a thunder.
Okay.
You got some CEOs in your neighborhood or something. Which I wouldn't doubt. I saw the historic house in front of your house got sold, or it's like down the street at the end of the street on Russian Hill, the oldest house in San Francisco. It's on the market for $7 million or something, 14 million.
Holy shit! Anyhow, so John says, how IB reached enlightenment. Okay, I'm not quite sure that's a trolling question. Grammar is horrible. But we'll let you answer that. How does one reach enlightenment? Oh my god.
I mean, like, as if I'm going to give like a formula. I mean, it's a process. There's no switch. There's no like, you turn like press a button, It's not going to happen like that. It's a process. And it actually has nothing to do with the physical light. It's becoming lighter, and the elements in your body become more refined, and you rise higher and stuff, like a balloon, something. So enlightenment. It's in the word, being lighter, becoming lighter.
Cool.
Becoming less dense.
Yeah. How long how far away are you from your car? How long do you think you can?
I'm deep in the Elven woods. I don't know how far.
Holy shit! I'm like impressed, but I'm worried about you. How about your how are you? You're feeling okay out there? Confident, I guess. Yes. Guess we'll soon. Yeah. And then he stops talking. Wait, Brendan? That was weird. Okay. So anyhow, I shouldn't even ask such questions. We should have faith in Brendan, right, Aristides? I guess. Yes. And the two of you were speaking
Of
about
course
what?
I'm all right. What are you talking?
I always have faith in Brendan, man. Of
Yeah,
course.
that's right. That's right. He's got the faith in you, Brendan. We've all got the faith in you. You're the man. And
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with connecting with nature. I mean, it's totally fine. It's safe. It's a
Okay.
safe practice.
Yes.
It's all about intent. You know?
That's right. That's right.
And the nature can protect you even.
Mhm.
Like, yeah. The world itself can protect you from pretty much anything if you're one who's reverent and such.
Mhm. Yes. Yeah. And so in terms of your own reverence, Aristides, please give us an example of your camping trips in the past. Certainly you must have them.
Camping trips.
Yeah.
What?
Thank God. I guess you're like me then.
Not so much. No.
Yeah.
No. Not a lot of camping trips.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I like busted my ass to have a house, so I didn't have to live shitting in an outhouse and fighting for the cold every second and like shit like that.
Oh my God. Okay. So so all such being said, I'm definitely you ready to go into monologue sometime soon. As I said, I actually had intended for it to be at the top of the hour, which would be 11 p.m. My time, and would be about let's take a look now, 4:30. Well, I guess we can go into monologue now, and might as well dive in soon. But I really enjoy where you two have been taking us, and in the meantime, there must be some thoughts that you two want to wrap up, so to speak. So, is there something you'd like to?
I was pretty nebulous. I'm trying to be deliberately nebulous.
Okay.
Because if I want to get into a topic, then I'm going to start reading, and I don't know, if you want that.
Okay. Well, let's put it this way: we'll hold a bit of a conversation, the three of us, before I dive into monologue with the questions that people have asked me in terms of when they're saying what I mean by the century of progress, a dictatorship to democracy. They're asking me, how does this work? How could you justify that? How do you rationalize that? There's different questions about that. And I do want to let people know that I was born in Taiwan, where we had the ideal transition from dictatorship to democracy. And it worked into one of the greatest democracies on earth. It's a matter of fact, such a successful democracy that we're the most technologically advanced nation on earth in Taiwan. So you're talking about, I am the perfect person to help transition America from dictatorship to democracy. But a dictatorship needs to be introduced first, similar to that of Taiwan's, which is effective and actually can educate its population to handle democracy. People who don't understand democracy in Taiwan, how it works so well, they don't understand the fact that it works so well because it's rooted in a dictatorship that forced everyone through generations of education in critical thinking. That's how they were able to trust their systems not to vote communist. And Taiwan still faces its challenges, but they face them as a healthy democracy that's functional enough to not vote communist-sponsored shills into power. Even though Taiwan has them, they are not voted into power. So a great example is even the Japanese have a communist party.
Playing martial law in the middle of the night.
Thank you.
On a whim.
Thank you. And which is, of course, as I said, I'll try my best to try and explain what little logic there was in the Korean president's decision in his attempt to become a dictator, at least for a period of time.
It seems like my initial reaction was true, that he just he watched Star Wars Episode 3 the night before and was like, I could do that. Execute Order 66, and then it was like, oh, wait a second, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not like in the movies, isn't it? That's yeah, so sad, and it's yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks when there's other people around. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, hell is other people. That's, Jean-Paul Sartre, the great philosopher, wrote his satires, Sartre and satires. That's essentially what he was telling us, is hell is other people. Such being said, it is what it is. And but I do want people to know, of course, Taiwan had a secret weapon in all of this, and that was ultimately the Dietrich artilect. But all of that being said, when it comes to the Dietrich artilect, which Peter Moon even used to say, have faith in the artilect, and yet he himself, of course, lost all faith in myself, the father of the artilect. Well, never really had it. He was simply, as was concluded, stringing me along, trying to juice me for a new book he would write. Won't even let me make profits off my own book. So he was simply here to act as an obstacle. And that's his whole existence in life, was to act as a speed bump for Douglas Dietrich. That's basically the only thing he was born for. And there's no other purpose in his miserable, misspent life. So all that being said, when it comes to the other question,
Wait, no, there's another purpose. That is like sucking up like everything interesting you've got going on. It's like, oh,
yes.
The show, yeah, tell me about that. Oh, the box,
yes.
The box circuit, yeah, tell me about that. Oh, the blood voice, oh yeah, tell me about that. Oh yeah. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and in the
everything, literally everything.
Yes, and in the end, the sickening need to connect himself somehow to the Blood Boys, to somehow connect himself to them, to try and give them, like he was saying, pink leather-bound edition copies of the book. That I think there was an actual fantasy in his mind that he would publish the book, but somehow not give me any of the proceeds. And but he would shove over a bunch of pink leather-bound copies of the book to try and influence the Blood Boys. And you see why when you take a look at the table of contents, and you see half the book was his shit. Just all the old shit he would talk about, which I do not agree with Aaron Tice on Ong's Hat, where the guy says, I've got a synchronicity generator that Peter Moon would talk about ad nauseum, and always go back to the same one little place in Chinatown where the man encountered this imaginary figure who he claimed he wound up trying to choke to death because this imaginary figure knew his name and knew everything about him. Well, of course it did. It came from inside of his sick and twisted mind. This individual who was supposed to have invented this synchronicity generator, who actually, I'm sure people remember his name. I bleached it. But I remember it whenever people say it. You remember it, right, Aristides?
The guy did what?
Supposedly invented a synchronicity generator.
Oh,
Yeah, Joe Metheny. Joe Metheny.
Yeah.
Like methane gas.
The synchronicity generator. Yeah. Incredible engine. Whatever it was.
Oh shit! And it's like, and Aristides was, of course, saw right through it as an engineer. But Aaron Tice was saying, "Oh, it was like maybe the original." It's like, what did he say it was? Might have been like original, like Autobot or Chatbot or something like that. No, it's nothing of the sort. Oh my fucking god! No, it's nothing because it doesn't exist. It's like it's well, there you go. So he was fascinated with something that didn't exist, and whenever he came to San Francisco, he'd force me to walk with him to Chinatown to take him there so he could look at that and jack off. It's so disgusting, but at any rate, so he would believe in things that did not exist, have faith in them, I guess you would say. So as Brendan says, the world is pain. That's certainly the case when you're dealing with people. Oftentimes these other people, so many of them are just pain givers. Okay. All such being said, and how's your pain doing right now? You tolerating that cold, Brendan? You've breathed. You're equalizing
It's
inner.
not the cold. It's not the cold that's causing me pain. I'm all right. It's part of the training. You have to like be able to train it.
Okay. Yes. Yes. You know, I went through all that when I was young, and I'm not quite sure. You know, all I can say is, yeah, I'm trying to get a little more active right now, but nothing spectacular, I assure you. Just trying to fucking move. All I'm trying to do is get myself to move a little bit.
Yeah, you got to do your ninja training.
Yes.
You're not going ninja way, man.
Yes. Yes.
The way of shinobi.
Yes. Yes.
Shinobi jutsu.
What suddenly inspired you in this direction? I mean, always, or is this something new that kind of inspired you in this direction?
Well, I've always been into like the Eastern philosophy. I took karate when I was young.
Okay.
Karate, the Japanese kempo mixture with the Okinawan style.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And
but it's like, I mean, I just need to. It's like of necessity, you know.
Yeah. Wow, and that's it's good for you. Good for you. We need that. We need you to be in the best of all possible shape for the struggle to come. That's we can count on Brendan. He'll be, and we know that any stories you relate are going to be a lot more exciting than Peter Moon's bullshit about, you know, his breathing and bullshit. We know he was full of shit because look where it got him now. I mean, you know, first off, his instructor got his instructor all 4 limbs missing by amputation. So, you know, that guy was full of shit. And with Peter Moon, got him a fucking heart attack and a stroke, you know. So we know he's full of shit. Yeah, so nothing happening there with those guys. Whatever discipline they claim they had going.
Yeah, I mean, mental doesn't count. Sorry, Peter, but the egg thing only goes so far. Like, if you don't live in harmony with the force, you ain't getting any power. It doesn't matter how many repetitions you do. That's a fact.
Yeah. Oh my god. And
saying that, myself included, everyone. Yeah.
Yes. It's so important to just make certain that you are in tune with this sense of a greater sense of being. And how does one do that again? You said delighten oneself. It's in the word. Is enlightenment even a part of it?
Is a what?
Is enlightenment even a part of it, really? I mean, isn't enlightenment kind of like something beyond? Well, more than...
It's just as simple as the word. It's like becoming lighter.
Okay.
So as you're... Like, there are bodies inside of this body. That's like the Vedic reality. There's like the Atman, the soul. What I would call the spirit. Like, it's inside of this body. And then there are other bodies on it. So you want to lighten those bodies to where you can go into the higher realms. Like a helium balloon. It's really that simple. So you could like get there quicker and easier, and the closer to light speed you are, the easier it is.
Excellent. And so thank you so much for that. And with that, okay, I'm going to start talking. And everybody out there who's back with us, we'll jump into it now. And our lovely Brendan Zogit and Mr. Aristides are welcome to interject whenever they feel like it. So both of you guys jump in and say hi. Just say good morning first to everyone. Okay? Aristides?
I'm here. Yeah. Good morning.
Yeah. Wonderful. Okay, that was delightful. And you usually say something to add to that?
Yeah, sure I will.
Yeah.
And Brendan, you're here?
Yeah, he's here. No worries. Yeah, Brendan, go ahead, say good morning.
Yeah, good evening, everybody, and carry on.
Okay. Oh, thank you, both of you. Wonderful gentlemen. And again, feel free to interject anytime either of you feel like it throughout the evening. And I look forward to, of course, anyone else interjecting if they show up on the call, even if I'm monologuing. As I said earlier, we had a Northern California shooter who I brought up with Brendan Zogit. Remind me to bring him up again on Wednesday when we're speaking with Aaron Tice.
Is that why the flags are half-mast right now?
I would like to investigate that. I don't believe they would be for that because nobody died other than the idiot, the shooter. And so it's if it were, then that would mean that it's why? Because he was antithetical to the Jews. Wait
a second. Hold on. I think it was for the Pearl Harbor, right?
Oh, yeah. There we are. Thank you. It's December 7th, which, as much as I went through all of that.
Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. Man, they're really stuck back there.
Yes, they truly are.
Like, people pay to go see the bubbles coming up from the oil, like where all those people died. It's like, I didn't pay for that.
They flew back 2 of the survivors of the attack who are over 100 years old each. And so, yes, it's like this is like where the Americans are stuck at because this is their national myth. And it's not to disparage these old men that they're bringing over there, though they are likely, if this is where they're stuck at, that would be pitiful. But let's just put it this way. I think most of the veterans that I saw who were rendezvousing with Japanese after World War II were actually quite understanding most of the time. But maybe that's only the ones that they showed on camera. Maybe a bunch of them are just poisoned by the war, and they're stuck in a more negative space. But at any rate, we'll see what we can do. I was not allowed to act as a peacemaker, even though I know for a fact that veterans who survived the war were very positive to everything that I had said. And certainly Korean War veterans will hopefully still be with us for a while, and we'll be able to hear what I have to say about World War II and be open to it. And that they'll still be around after the death of all of the people who are suppressing media today. The only thing we can say in a general sense is that there's going to be massive change. And with that, I believe that the Taiwanese model for society, not like what happened during the great Japanese business economic boom, and Americans were talking about the Japanese business model, and experts on Japanese society were in high demand. I'm not talking about something like that where you're modeling your behavior on what is apparently successful on the other side of the Pacific. I'm talking about a social model, and a social model that will provide America with a successful future that can be like Taiwan. As a matter of fact, Brendan, you can tell people that you worked with someone who was Taiwanese, and I believe it was at the UPS that you met him, and that you spoke to him about what I said about fascist democracy, and that he validated what I had talked to you about, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so understand that fascism and democracy are, in a very real sense, inseparable. Oh, Victoria Hobbs has joined us, at least in the chat. So let's take a look at what she said. I got a notification there. But as Amy says, very hard to jump on these notifications when you see them. She said, sorry, can't jump on. I've had like 9 hours of sleep collectively all weekend. Must sleep. We love you, Victoria. Love you dearly. So kisses at Victoria. And let me send her that message before I dive in. Okay, well, that just simply provides me more opportunity for monologue. And we'll head into that at this point. Let's give a kiss to the lovely Victoria first. And here we are. And give me a second here.
Yeah. Where did she even comment? Where is this?
Text box. Text box on our call.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me.
Okay, Victoria. There we are. And she even has her last name on there. Cool. Good. That shows that's good as far as I'm concerned. All right. And oh yes, here's my other exclamation mark with a heart. Okay, there we go. There we go. And Aristide says, "Oh, come on! Oh, please."
Yeah, come on. I know she's good for more than that. Come on.
Her health matters. We have to be considerate of others' health, and they do need to guard their health. God knows, even when I went down to buy that stupid, little toaster oven, I was exposed to illness down there at Cole Hardware, where the poor guy who was playing the elf. They have all the Christmas trees lined up, poor people, and it just was. I made certain to go through their row of Christmas trees, and I just felt, like it didn't seem healthy to me because they had all the water all over and it seemed all damp, and they were keeping the Christmas trees wet. And it just struck me as kind of like dank. Then I came into the store and poor guy's dressed as an elf. He had been talking with the kids and stuff, and he said to the person at the counter that he was crunching down a bunch of aspirin, apparently feeling sick. And God knows, after I came home after purchasing that on Friday, that toaster oven, I felt like I had contracted something. It's like, ugh. Honestly, outside of the States, most of the you're just exposed to people who are like seething with germs. I prefer that sterile environment. Oh, she says, okay, 5 minutes. Oh, well, honey, look, of course we appreciate your presence, but you don't need to do anything that you feel might risk your health. But yeah, since you're in the text box, you might as well come on and say hi, say hello to everyone, give us a little catch up on your situational status report, and that would be most welcome. Okay. And dear Victoria, welcome aboard, dear Victoria. So how are you?
I'm okay. It's been an interesting week.
Okay, exactly. What happened that you're willing to share?
Well, my friend, she wasn't really... Christine.
Oh, yes, Christine. What about her?
Christine Katz. Well, unfortunately, I got back from my week of vacation for Thanksgiving to have her call me and text me saying that our mutual partner passed away. He OD'd finally.
Oh. That's the one she ran off with, right? When she left her home, he's the one who picked her up, wasn't he?
Yeah, my second relationship, I was with him for really my longest relationship. I lived with him for 3 years, but I watched him fall in love with her for 2 of those 3 years. And every time I would be like, okay, you hate me, I'm done, he would beg and cry and say, I love you and I'm sorry finally. So, and it's so funny because she's this like junkie stripper witch, actual witch,
yeah,
who just like doesn't have that many good people in her life, and she doesn't have friends. And so it's so funny because every time she calls me, she's like, everyone just hates you and thinks you're so stupid, Victoria, because they just think you're some dumb Nazi, but I know that I like what you know about God, so I just want to ask you about God stuff. So I'm like, okay. It's so funny. It's always conversations with her are always filled with accidental insults and telling me how much our old NPC raver festy burner crew just think I'm so off the deep end and stupid, and I'm like, here's me caring, bro. But anyway,
oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm just he had his younger brother, only a year or two younger, blow his brains out not too long ago.
Oh my God.
So the family's gone through it. They have a little kid sister, and I've just been praying for her and the mother constantly, and Christine. I've been praying for them constantly this week. Just praying that God sends his angels to give them lots of hugs. So I know it's been rough, and I honestly expected her to go before him. And I honestly, truly doubt I will see her alive within 6 months. She doesn't want to be here anymore at all.
Right. Right.
You know,
I get it. Go
so
on.
it was rough. You know, trigger warning people, but you know, she held on to him for 4 hours before they kind of ripped her off of him. It was a scary situation. So, yeah, that's been my week. But I got the new car, drove the new car back, so that's good.
That wasn't me
I have
belching,
safe
by the
wheels
way.
now.
Yes, so you have safe wheels. Thank God for that. Yeah, that wasn't me belching. Just want you to know that. Oh my fucking God. What? But honey,
Yeah,
you've been through a
so
lot yourself. So, what I
yeah,
find,
it's been a lot. Yeah.
what I find. So, well, what about your work throughout all of this? Are you working?
Well, luckily my appointment setting job kind of allows me to work whenever I want, but my
Okay.
steam with that job, with that company, is kind of running out. I don't really like them. I don't like what I've learned about them, so I might end up hopping over to another company that has much better reviews and stuff, and then maybe I'll do some construction stuff, and then maybe I might help out with some real estate stuff for a little extra real money. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Okay. I mean,
I don't know.
these all sound
I don't
like,
care.
yeah, and that's probably for the best. Yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's in terms of your self, I'm worried about you, and certainly want you to maintain yourself. But I don't understand why you feel any need to even respond to these people calling for help from you. Is it because you feel
Because
that? Yeah.
I just never know if it's going to be the last time
Right.
talking to her, and I don't know if she truly just doesn't have many people in her life, and I know this.
But
She
you.
just doesn't have anyone. You know?
Well, but isn't that kind of like what would be expected when she tells everyone "fuck you" on first meeting them, as she did with us?
Well, she's not normally like, she was kind of off her rocker that night on substances, but you know, it's one of those things where if I don't even have enemies, right? Because I just don't have enemies. But if I did have an enemy, she would almost be considered one because of
I
how
was about to say.
awfully she treated me years back.
Yeah.
Because she knew full well what she was doing. But I find it very ironic that, you know, time and time again, when she has no one else to call, she's calling the evil Nazi who she knows she can get good advice from. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's one of those things where I'm constantly praying for patience throughout my call sometimes, because if she's like accidentally or maybe not accidentally insulting me and stuff and telling me how everyone hates me. But it's that's where I get an opportunity to be Jesus to people. You know, it's like that's where that shit kicks in, and I like to be a little different than most people would be.
Yeah.
So,
But in terms of you need to be treated better than that, and I'm glad that you have enough confidence in yourself that you maintain your self-esteem even though you're around people who have tried to destroy it, and that includes.
I mean, karma is like dude. She's my favorite angel, man. She's a bitch, but if you're a good person, she'll have your back. You know what I mean? Karma's
not
a bitch only if you're a bitch.
Right.
You know, I personify her as an angel, but it's like, you know, she probably basically is, right?
Yes.
Whatever you
Yes.
want to call it. So
Mm-hmm.
what goes around comes around, and I've been a good person my whole life, and I might not have a large circle, but I still have support of very good people. So, yeah. But I maybe keep them in prayers, thoughts. You know, I feel bad for them, even so, and even though he was highly cruel to me,
Yes.
I loved him. And it's so funny too, because apparently he got, over the last 6 months, he apparently got distracted with another woman for a few months, and she's like, Victoria, I wanted to call you, but then I was embarrassed, because I was like, this is exactly what happened, and I know how you feel, and I wanted to be like, girl, you have no idea how I felt. I tried to say, like, I know this was 10 years ago, but this was like my most impactful relationship. and I really did love him. And she's like, "You'll never love him as much as I loved him," and I'm like, "Okay."
Oh God, that's such bullshit. This whole one-upmanship.
She's just lashing out because she has gone through this. But the truth is that she put up with him obsessing over another woman for 2 months.
As opposed to 2 years like you did.
As I literally loved him while he, dragged me through that for 2 years. So she's, they had the drugs in common, it's sad, but they were both much cooler people many years ago. They're truly a shell of themselves now. So I didn't mean to interrupt you though. I'm so sorry. I am on a lot of THC. So
honey, don't even worry. Believe me, I only want you to interrupt me. I love hearing your voice. I love hearing what you have to say.
My voice isn't that good because I joined you in one last night of a little bit of partying this weekend.
And that's
so
fine.
my nose is a little stuffy, but
No,
see, I'm not a prude. I'm not a prude.
No, and that's for the best as well. I mean, I can't understand, again, you're being kind to these people. I mean, especially that idiot. It sounds like he deserved to die. And like you said, she's probably not long behind him and will probably join him on the other side soon enough. I mean...
Well, especially now that I've convinced her that there's nothing but heaven on the other side. I'm like, yeah, bro. It's like,
well,
hell was made up, so at least eternal hell was made up, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just trying to assure her that Charlie and Emmanuel, who we called Menno, are in a better place. And she's like, it was horrific, man. It's just so sad to hear. She's just like bawling on the other side. Like, so, can I go too then? Like, it's all good. Like, oh my God.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. I'm not telling you to kill yourself. That's definitely it. I was trying to tell her people will miss you, but it's like her parents are in their 70s and she didn't have anyone, dude. She needs to find someone for her Tibetan mountain dog as big as a half a bear or whatever that thing is, and her goats, and go to Costa Rica and go eat some fruit on a beach for a minute. I don't know. Oh, fuck.
My.
Hi, Aristides. Hi, Brendan. Hi, everyone. I love you guys.
Yes.
Hi.
I love hearing your voices, honestly.
Great to hear from you.
Yeah.
I was like, where's this girl? I don't...
I'm here.
I just want to hear from her.
Yeah. We all do. And
yeah.
So darling, again, it's just so good to have you back with us and to know what happened to you. Where did you get the new wheels?
I bought them off my brother. It's just a 2013, but it's still the newest car I've ever owned, so I hope I'm not being... My landlord is here with this woman, this girl whose cat I've been watching all week. So they're downstairs in the basement, so I hope I don't wake them up because I'm not clothed on the couch and the fire's going, and it's so warm in the cabin. He makes it so warm in the cabin when he's here, and I'm used to being a mountain woman with it at 60 now, so... Oh, I'm burning up. But anyway, hopefully I don't wake them up right now. I went to sleep early. I don't know. They wouldn't care.
Yeah. Yes. But, yeah. They go on, darling. Whatever.
Yeah. So I'm sorry I didn't miss any of the stream today. I passed out pretty much right as you guys were starting. I was crashing out, and then of course I wake up in the middle of the night. But Christy just gave me shit, so I was like, all right, I'll at least catch you guys up really quick before you go into monologue.
Yeah, and I'm glad you did. I'm glad Aristides forced you to come on. And while we have the advantage of this young girl's grace, Aristides, take it away. Hold some conversation.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. I've dried my tears for the most. I've dehydrated myself fairly adequately over the...
What are you doing lately, for a job, personally, anything? It's been some time. So we heard, you worked at the dispensary and stuff. What have you gotten up to now?
Yeah, so I quit managing the CBD shop, and I've been doing appointment setting, which is awful. I'm probably going to move to another company, like I was telling Douglas. I want to at least believe what I'm selling in, and I don't know. I'm just kind of waiting around for something that I actually love. And yeah, we'll see what happens. My family's kind of begging me to move back to North Carolina, and it's just a matter of finding a cool place.
That's a
and a
good
cool
wait. Like
roommate.
you gotta wait for the thing that really like sparks you, you know, before you.
I mean, I live in a cool house. I don't want to leave here.
Right. Before you invest in something totally stupid, you gotta find the thing that like really motivates you. You know, it makes a big difference.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I haven't really been doing much, just surviving. So at least for this month, I think things will be a little different this coming year, but we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I can budget in a little travel, and I don't know.
Well, aren't you going to see your family for Christmas again, like you did for Thanksgiving? How was Thanksgiving?
It was good. It was good. I have a very loud, fun, kind, boisterous family, so it's always a good time. Yeah, I don't know. It was stressful driving back because I was not used to this Honda CR-V. It was a bit more sensitive than the car I'm used to, my Accord, and my 6-hour drive turned into a 9-hour freaking drive on the way home, and I almost died like 40 times. And I found out after I got home that my insurance had fucking run out.
Oh my fucking
so
God!
I was I had to soothe myself for a day there, but yeah, God is good. He got me from A to B. So what the? Yeah. So how have y'all's week been?
Well, I've been. How about you, Aristides, Brendan?
Yeah.
Did you have a Friendsgiving or anything? Did you all find food? Hopefully.
Yeah. Come on, guys. You're not.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have a Friendsgiving. I went to see family on Thanksgiving. So.
Yay, that's
good.
But
you know, everything was basically closed anyway. So it's just whether you're but on the colonial side or not, it's everything's fucking closed. Go see your mom. Yeah.
Where Aristides? I forget. Are you more city or rural, East Coast, West Coast based? I forget.
I'm not big city.
Okay, that's good. That's cool.
Yeah, small city to rural. Yeah.
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 Yep. Well, I feel sorry for Douglas. He's out there. Well, I'm in the cool city, but I'm out by the crypt, drinking the crazy water. Maybe you should move out to the country and get a cow, Douglas.
You mean for the unpasteurized milk?
Sure, the milk for me, the blood for you. I'm just kidding.
Yes, there we are, darling. Yes. No, I think that's fine. It's an okay vision. I mean, I'm a little bit leery of being into rural an area, but I'm definitely up for being anywhere with you. And
too many Trumpers gonna pray for you, Douglas. Watch out.
Now that is
they'll attack you with a prayer and a casserole. Here you go, honey.
Yes. Oh my fucking God! I can imagine that. Yes. It's definitely a different world out there. And,
it is.
Yeah.
It's so safe. It's awful. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
So how did your dad respond when you shared with him?
Yo, dude, wait. Did I tell you any of this?
No, tell me.
I forget. Have I not talked to you since? Holy moly. Actually, it was really funny. Okay. Have y'all heard about the Bonhoeffer movie or this character Bonhoeffer?
Dietrich Bonhoeffer. He was a priest. Yes, he was
supposed priest who supposedly blah, 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 yada, yada. Okay, so my dad brings up this movie that's put on by the same people who did this cool little Chosen show about Jesus, blah, blah, blah. Mormons helped out with it. I don't even care. Whatever. Angel Studios. My dad's like, Bonhoeffer. I'm like, well, we'll see how much of it is actually accurate. Oh, he's like, this is church history. And I'm like, he's all getting a huffy. I'm like, well,
this was your dad said that? Your dad said that?
Yeah. He's like, this is church history. I'm like, this is a pastor, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, well, there is, and I just start spouting stuff about Auschwitz, like, well, they had this and this and this and this and this and this, and they did this for them, and they did this for them. And he's like, that's not true. He's like, his lips are just getting more and more pursed, and I'm like, oh shit. But anyway, I started dropping some facts, and it made him pretty darn uncomfortable. But then I ended it with a pretty. I hope this point kind of got to him, because I'm like, Dad, listen, if you got to look into this stuff for yourself, but please, I am literally begging you, whatever you do, don't look into it for yourself on any of your devices. If you want to learn about this stuff, you come talk to me in person. He's like, why? Well, because they will eventually shut down your bank account over this stuff, honey.
Yes.
They will I am blacklisted from everything. Like everything. I don't have to have a bad social credit score to have a bad social credit score. So like, even if my credit score is good, I will forever be blacklisted apparently. So, and I'm like, told him about the black helicopters that would fly over low over my cabin in the middle of nowhere, and that they stopped when I stopped doing activity. He's like, well, I was like, Dad, this kind of information is why I basically tell people that I retired from activism, because the Fed stopped messing with me when I stopped messing with them. Okay. He's like, well, it certainly sounds like you're still into activism. I'm like, no, I've just been awake for enough years to where I am not shy to actually speak on this now, because I have years of receipts and facts in my head that I can answer questions. So, activism was when I was doing flyering and stickering and putting up banners over highway overpasses that said "Save the Boer," and he goes to South Africa, so he knows all about that. He is, he goes and visits missionaries there and orphanages there and stuff. So like, whatever. Either way, so I think hopefully I can, one step at a time. I knew I had to be in person. I knew it didn't want to be over the phone. I knew I had to be looking him in the eye so I can have complete, perfect peace and love in my countenance while I look him in the eye and say, rest assured, I will die for this now. I am ready to die for this, for the truth that I know. There are two things that the world needs to know: who Jesus is and Hitler isn't.
Well, that's beautiful. Of course, I want you to survive so that someday you can carry on the Hitler line. We'll make certain that we make that happen together. Yes. So, did I take it, of course, that you haven't told your father about myself yet? Baby steps.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing when, like, he would ask that, because it's like, he might not. I need to get probably more details on you on the actual physicality of. I forget what your mother saved his seed in. I forget what was the preservation. Was it ginseng? I forget whatever it was, but like. I didn't have even time to get into that because I'm like around other people.
Right.
And I even said this in front of my African sister too. She was just like, and some of Nick, it was just crazy. So they got to hear a little bit more. My African sister is we had some kids like live with us through their high school years and college years from Togo, Africa. So I always called them my brother and sister. So that's who I'm referring to when I say my African sister. But yeah, I'm really grateful to God that he didn't immediately like nix me from his life for that, especially since he's busy setting up a trust for me. Well, I mean, it's mine, but I want him in control of it because I'm not a numbers person. So yeah. Definitely, honey. Yes, we want to not alienate him. Of course. No, so he is. I'm surprised that he was watching the Bonhoeffer. He's the best man in the world. Like literally, there's no man in the world I respect more. He's amazing. So I want him on my side. Yes. Sorry, go on about the Bonhoeffer movie. Here's what else is what was crazy is as soon as I came home or away from him, I'm like, let's just give it a Google. I kid you not. Jewish article, Christian article, normie article, all being like, well, there's flaws here and it's not accurate and fake, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, fuck. Oh, wow. I'm not even going to send him this, but at least I know I hate being right. I don't want to be right about this shit. Yeah. But go on. I'm sorry, Bonhoeffer. No. His freaking own writings doubt the deity of Jesus and doubt the crucifixion. So by any normie Christian standards, that's not a Christian. So it's like such a joke. Like, why were they even calling him a priest? fuck off.
I think they qualified it by calling him a radical priest. That's how they But why was your father is your father a Roman Catholic?
No, he just likes church history. He's just big into like, you know, and supporting like Christian business and stuff like that. So he when The Chosen first started, he was funding that. Like Answers in Genesis has been around for decades, like a creation science thing. He's been donating to them my whole life, basically. So that kind of stuff. He's just into supporting that kind of thing.
Well, many evangelical Christians or many American Christians are very prejudiced against the church, and they don't think of the Roman Catholic Church as part of quote unquote church history. So I'm surprised he's that open-minded. It's I praise his ecumenicalism. So I'm just.
Well, I think like it's more like we've always known that there are Catholics that are Jesus followers, and then there are those who are like, oh, derp derp, I was raised Catholic, so they kind of just slap on the label, you know. Yeah. But there are those that are overlapping, of course.
Yeah.
There's people who don't even know Jesus who are following Jesus because they're acting just the fuck like Jesus. So there you go.
Yes. Yeah, and so I mean, I'm proud of you for acknowledging that, and it goes to show me your level of ecumenicalism, and
good kitty.
Yeah.
Sorry, Inky's here giving me love. It's definitely, you know.
Well, it was timely.
He's like, oh, my dad was like, that was kind of how it got started again. He brought it up again because when we started talking about the activism part, because he's like, he's like, so you're telling me, I brought up he's like, so you're a universalist now. You really, so even mass genociding Hitler is going to be in heaven? And I'm like, well, especially the people who love me. He was a Catholic for this. Like, it's just funny. But I'm like, yes, Dad, all of God's creations, all of his children are going to be reconciled to the Creator. That literally is the only thing that makes sense, of course. And it's in your Bible. But anyway, yeah, it was fun. I'm glad he didn't disown me.
Yes, I'm glad as well. And it would be something that I think he's, well, he loves you. And that is still evident, yes?
Well, and you know that you will know them by their fruit. And my fruit shows maturity these days. I'm not like going crazy and doing stupid shit. So,
right. Yes.
You know, I'm living my life truly for Christ these years, and he can see that, and he has seen that, you know, for like, you know, almost half a decade now.
Yeah, and that's wonderful. And so since he's seen that for almost half a decade for now, and you were back there at the party, did anyone else hear your conversation with your father, or was it just between you and he that this subject was broached?
My brother was around for the first part of it, where he only halfway jumped in because he's only halfway seen Europa, as much as I pester him about it. And he's like, well, actually, you're both kind of right. I'm like, Nick, motherfucker. I'm like, motherfucker. That's so my brother to say that.
Yeah, well, come back at him with what Christ said about being lukewarm, how I will spit thee out. Be thee either hot or cold. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious, bro. Yeah, it's funny. And then I think, then my African sister was around for a little bit of that.
And how was
But
she?
Again, it's like I'm not hateful towards any people. Like, this has nothing to do with pretty much anyone. This is such it's a domino, but it's a very important domino.
Yes.
So I will die for this. Like, I will die for this knowledge, for this truth at this point.
As I said, hopefully I give you a reason to live. And the one pivotal thing to remember, if you need to remember a name, would be the round circular apartment building in San Francisco is called Carillon Tower. That's with two L's. Carillon Tower, Carillon. That's where Adolf Hitler's sperm was kept for a period of time. That may not be where she kept it at the time that she impregnated herself with myself. At that point, maybe what she had was, my impression was, it was still in Taiwan. But it was shipped there pretty much as soon as my sister and I were coming to the United States. And that's where it was maintained for a period of time until they took out the generators, both the main generator or their main source of power from the city and the backup generator were both taken out. And it ran like a hospital in the sense that it was a sperm bank. And the sperm bank was in the top floor of Caroline Tower. And so when they cut all of its access to city power via the grid, and then knocked out the backup generator, then what was left of Hitler's sperm died, along with everybody else that they maintained at that bank. But by that time, my sister and I had been born. So it was originally held in a refrigerator, or rather I guess it would be a freezer. In terms of where it was kept and where my mother kept it, this was in Asia, and it was, of course, before my time, in the sense that before I was born and then before I was conscious of how she was maintaining this. But my understanding was it would be frozen in the same sense that sperm is conventionally frozen within a sperm bank. And so she maintained that in Asia first, but when she originally got it from Hitler himself, she just temporarily, for the period of time that she collected it before she got it into the refrigeration or the freezing, she maintained it through basically the ginseng solution, which helped to maintain it. Brendan Zoget can actually...
ginseng. Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Right.
Yeah, so Brendan
Okay.
Zoget, you can go a bit into the ginseng solution. And remind me, Brendan, because we had the enemy trying to attack us on this and attack the very concept of refrigerating sperm. I don't feel that sperm needs to be refrigerated completely because that might change or alter its composition. It's very molecular composition, but maybe it does need to be essentially frozen, because then it can unfreeze as opposed to just plain refrigeration. So that makes sense. It would be frozen. But Brendan was talking about the ginseng. Aristides, please, by all means, your engineer's perspective.
No,
on that.
thank you for bringing that up, because I was just like explaining this backstory to somebody recently, and it's funny that you brought it up. You know, about like the sperm and the ginseng and all this.
Yes. Yeah. And so thank you, Aristides, for also trying to spread the word, share the story.
Yeah.
And Brendan Zoget, if you could give us a few words on the ginseng and its preservation of the sperm, that would also be helpful, Brendan. Let's see if he's able to talk, since he's certainly able to enter commentary. He is, of course, out in the cold right now, and we're surrounding him with a purple egg. So this is a joke, of course, Victoria, because that idiot Peter Moon used to talk about surrounding oneself with a purple egg. We're surrounding him with a purple egg to make sure he gets back to his car. Yes. Brendan, that is. Not Peter Moon. By the way, how familiar are you with everything that went down with Peter Moon? You were kind of out of the loop on that, weren't you?
I've been hearing about it. It's crazy. He definitely is a scam artist and a Looney Tune. So
Thank you, delightful. So you have been listening. Oh my God.
yeah. Totally.
And hopefully you derive some morbid entertainment from all of that. There has to be elements of it which are indeed funny. Brendan, we're gonna need you.
Ridiculous. I mean,
Thank you.
yeah, I like it. It's either I used to. At first, I thought he just got zapped, like some of these other people who some of these other people who end up losing their minds, who start talking too loud. But
Yes.
honestly, it just sounds like he was kind of a crappy person. So
Yeah. Brendan, we're going to need you to be able to talk before I take another short break. After, I do need to put some eye drops in just to make certain that I can keep these eyelashes that fall off of my double-rowed eyelashes. I get this constant rain of eyelashes into my eyeballs, which is always painful. Yes, the ginseng was the short-term preservation technology before it was frozen. And as our man Brendan says, sperm has to stay frozen at a constant temperature of minus 196 degrees centigrade. Each patient's sperm is typically split into several vials and kept in multiple storage tanks. If one freezer fails, the remaining sperm samples remain safe. Sperm can be frozen indefinitely. I'm sure that they maintained this over at Caroline Towers, but it was probably something where the entire system was taken down. So there we have that. If you look up Caroline Tower, it is a very distinctive apartment house. extraordinarily expensive 360-degree view of San Francisco in your apartment. Yeah, so there we are. So it's got a whole history behind it. Built in 1954 in a fire hazard zone. So it necessitated all kinds of sensitive, just refurbishing, for lack of a better word. So all that being said, yeah, so we want you to get back on board with us verbally, Brendan, if at all possible, so you can talk with Aristides when I take that break, because we'll probably tuck Victoria into bed soon. But Victoria, again,
Yes.
when the subject arose of Dietrich Bonhoeffer and your father was bringing up this kind of church history thing, and then brought it up twice, that means that he was expecting to hear you give him more of your perspective. And I'm glad he was able to at least accept the fact that you're saying it without reflexively going into hostility and not disowning you. As you said, this is profound. That's profound. And,
Yes, it was
and-
honestly, I was praying through it the whole time, and I'm so grateful that he could look in my eyes and know that I'm not trying to, cause trouble or hate anyone or anything. I just want truth. That's what he raised. He made me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And that's something that he should be proud of. Yes, you live by a moral
Absolutely.
standard, and when you explain to him that you were living by a moral standard, he understands that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah, and okay, good. And as for your African friend, your African sister, she accepted this without hostility, just kind of accepted
Sure,
you
she
for
just
being
kind
who
of raised her eyebrows, and she said she hates, she didn't like politics like a lot of people these days. So
Yeah, they just say
and
that.
that's understandable.
They just say that. They just say that.
Well, they just don't like. No one likes I mean, it's like they don't want to. They don't want to fight. They don't want to see the people they love get into it. It's just nonsense. People want to barbecue with their friends and play with their dogs and get on with their life.
Yeah, I understand that. It's but at the
Without
same
the
time,
government.
at the same time, we all know existence is political. You can't escape politics. Everyone is.
Wemmick.
Yeah. When you may not care about
Yes.
politics, but politics cares about you. So that's
Wemmick, yes, we.
yeah. And
Yeah.
so in terms of Brendan, we'll need you to vocalize what it is you're trying to express here in the text. I don't understand it. You keep relinking the Russian media. Assad arrives in Moscow, and you saying it's just pretense because they harbor inner hatred. Who are you referring to with the he says it's the wrong article. Okay, he keeps relinking it. And politic peeps, in other words, people saying that they hate politics. Brendan, am I getting this wrong? You're saying that they really harbor inner hatred, and they just say they hate politics, but they're really hiding their inner hatred behind saying that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Some of these people are
Wait,
the most...
inner hatred towards politics or towards other people?
I would say towards other people, and so that they don't have to talk about it. That's what Brendan is saying.
Oh.
Correct, Brendan? But you need to come on and express this yourself, because I'll be taking a break soon just to get this wanker out of my eye, and then diving into the monologue. But I'm so glad Victoria came on first, because it is so important. So when it comes to where you're at, Victoria, you're in a much more mature position than most people politically, because you have to stand above and beyond the petty bifurcation that has taken place in the United States. The divisions between the Red Party and the Blue Party are meaningless to you. You are above that. So you're in a far more...
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
because
yes.
there's many things that I would be considered probably liberal on. So that's why it's just all silly. I just want people to be truthful and earnest and get along.
Absolutely.
So.
And so when it comes to where you're at right now, you were able to take some time off. You were able to deal with these things. But, you will be seeing your family again for Christmas, will you not? I mean, or not?
Yes, I did not slip on this ice. Yes, I am planning on going to Texas to see my family for Christmas again.
Oh,
I
is
haven't
that,
got
is that where your
tickets yet.
dad lives? Is that where you were down at when you talked to your dad?
No. I have family all over the U.S., but I have a bunch of family in Dallas, around the Dallas area. So, yeah. So I'm hoping my dad will get me some standby tickets.
Right.
So I
Right.
can,
Your family in
pay a lot
Texas
less.
is your family in Texas from your mother's side or just part of his extended family?
My dad's side.
Okay.
Most of my mom. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just mostly my dad's family
Okay.
out there.
Yeah.
How did I lose my vape? Anyway.
Now with your dad, without giving anything away, what state is he in? What state is your dad in?
He moved back to North Carolina.
North Carolina. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that where he was born?
No.
Okay.
My family have all moved all over the place our whole
Right.
lives, so
Right.
I don't even know like the full extent.
Oh, was that your landlord's
all
voice?
everyone
I
has
heard a
lived.
voice there in the background. Was that your landlord's voice or television or something? I was just curious.
No, I'm outside for a moment. I went outside to like check my car for a vape, but no one's.
Okay. But you're out in the middle of
No
nowhere,
one's-
right? There's not nobody there but animals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And
Indeed.
yeah, and who takes care of your cat when you take these trips?
I had a friend check on my cats from the area while I was away.
Okay.
A fellow cat person.
Good. I mean, I'm so glad you have those.
Yes.
And so aside from all of that, you are just so excited to have you on, and just so excited to now the vape. What do you is there a favorite type of vape that given that the
Heavens,
cartridges?
no, it's just
Yeah.
no. This is just a nicotine vape that I got when I was having a weak moment. I need to go back to the pouches and stick with them.
Mm-hmm.
The little
You
nicotine
chew-
pouches, but
Do you chew tobacco? Oh,
No,
you mean
pouches are just like-
patches.
they're just they're not patches. They make just like nicotine pouches where it's like a tiny little woven pouch with nicotine crystals in them to stick in your lip. You don't even see it.
Okay.
You can forget about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's like chewing tobacco, but it's synthetic.
But you don't chew it at all. Yeah, you don't chew it. It just goes in your lip.
And it doesn't fuck up your breath and turn your saliva into something repulsive like chewing tobacco does.
Correct.
Oh, holy
yes.
shit. That's
Yeah.
did you find this at the dispensaries or did you know of this from something else?
No, one of the smoker kids I talked to introduced me to them.
Okay.
Like,
Wow.
you know, like I hung out with a kid who smoked a pack a day and I was like, I can't do this. I'm going to end up just smoking too many cigarettes. And then I hung out with another kid from the Christian app and he would use three 12 milligram pouches at a time in his cheek, which is insane. Like 1 6 milligram pouch will burn through my cheek. So I used the 3 milligram. He would do 3 12 milligrams. So I don't understand. So I was like, all right, well, I can't be this hooked on them. So I'm always trying to constantly wean off of them
Good.
because I don't want to just get more hooked on that stuff.
Good. Well, hopefully you wean off completely someday, but have you ever, if you're going that route, why not go the route of the patch eventually? Maybe you can transition to the patch before transitioning off nicotine completely. Is that a thought?
Yeah, the issue more for me is the oral fixation. I like having something to help me take a deep breath.
Yeah, got it.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, I know the feeling.
Yeah.
All such being said, nice big heart there from Victoria, lovely lady. Brenda, I'm gonna need you to come on and talk because I'm gonna need you to hold the conversation with Aristides and possibly Victoria if she decides to say while I put some eye drops in. Then I'll dig into the monologue immediately thereafter. Let's see what he's typing here because this gets really weird when he starts going on these entry jags and he's entering a lot and he says side stitch. Jesus Christ, well, breathe. Purple egg, Brendan, purple egg. Imagine the purple egg is around you. You're warm and he says breathing labored. Jesus Christ, maybe you're having a heart attack. It's like, Jesus. So let's hope that's not the case. Look, we don't care that you got labored breathing. Aristides gets that just by drinking and smoking the right combo. And when he cocktails, yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
That's right. That's right. So, oh my God. So, the two of you can hold the conversation, right? I'll be right back. Just got to get some eye drops in.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay,
Take
so
care of yourself, Douglas.
yes, thank you. I mean, I do my best.
please.
I thank you. I do my best. I really do. I mean, honestly, I'm in good shape overall. I mean, lucky me. I'm a healthy vampire. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yes, such being said.
Crack me up.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, don't hesitate, please. If you have freaking little eyelashes poking
Yes,
your
I'll
eye,
go do
please
that because
take
it is
care of
painful.
yourself.
So I'll
is
take
all.
care of that. I'll be right back. But both of you keep
Aw.
talking. Both of you keep talking. I'll go mute. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yes. So I do wonder what Brendan is talking about, breathing labored. Are you okay, Brendan? Let us know. Like,
Yeah.
blink twice
If he can
in your
answer.
comment
Yeah.
section.
Yeah.
If he can
Yeah.
answer.
If he,
Yeah, I'm not sure. So he's saying he said the Syrian refugees rush to return after the government falls. Huh.
Right.
I know it's kind of a blurry screenshot that I'm reading from, but that's what he sent here in the text box. So not sure what.
Right.
Yeah. So is he not on, or no? He's on. He's just on mute, maybe.
probably just a mute. So yeah, I mean, like,
That's cool.
how the heck are you doing?
I'm all right. How have you been? What are you up to?
Okay, I don't know.
Keeping
just,
busy?
Yeah, I'm just hanging, just kind of doing the life stuff, and I don't know.
You said doing the light stuff.
Doing the life
Oh,
stuff.
light stuff. Okay.
Yeah, trying to check out new stuff, see where I could go, the usual.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. So wait, have you talked to your family about this stuff? Like, how much does your family know about what you know?
I don't have a whole lot of family to talk to. It's not like there's like a dozen people I can be like, okay, family, like, here's how it is. But yeah, I mean, some of them. Yeah, some of them.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Yeah.
funny. Do you have like like one side is more awake than the other kind of thing? Or maybe younger
somewhat,
generations?
somewhat, but not hugely.
Yeah. I was so stoked when my brother finally started to wake up. It was just a matter of time, and I think it started when I snickered at Ben Shapiro, and I was like, "Oh, that silly little man," just like. It's like, how is he that bad? I'm like, yeah, he argues with like college liberals and feels like he's ponying life,
Well, that's always
so
fun.
silly.
That's always a good sport.
But it's so easy. Like he'll never go up against anyone who ask real questions. So he's like playing with a bunch of elementary school kids, basically.
Yeah.
Considering you can graduate, they're graduating now without the ability to read or write.
Pretty much.
I'm like, wow. Let's see. So Brendan just sent in Matthew 12 and then also Matthew 5:7. Now, when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up on a mountainside and sat down. His disciples came to him and he began to teach them. Oh yeah, the Beatitudes. He said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure of heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. And blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, that's awesome. It's cool. There's a lot of stuff in there. Whether or not you believe in like everything in the Bible, it's certainly beautiful to read,
Right.
Yeah, it's a Sermon on the Mount.
Mount is the Sermon on the Mount is the actual words of Jesus as written by the disciples. That's why it's called Beatitudes, the positivities,
Yes.
because like that's what Christianity is. That's the words of Christ himself. So
Amen.
And he says that there. That's what
Thank
the
you.
Christ, like this status, this similar to the Krishna concept of in the Bhagavad Gita. He's a guide to tell you how to live your life.
Yeah, it's like consciousness of servitude and humbleness and love.
Yes.
Yeah.
Blessed
definitely.
are you. People insult you, persecute you, falsely say and slander evils against you. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. For in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. You are the light of the world, a town built on the hill that cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl, but instead they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, your light shines before others, and may they see your good deeds and glorify the Father in heaven.
Amen. Yep, I love that. And that's why I think it just doesn't matter if you've heard about Jesus or know there's a God or read a Bible or anything like that. It's truly like if there's a creator, then he's looking at people's hearts. You know, he's looking at your thought life. He's caring, you know, about what humans look right past. So I love that. That's beautiful. Yeah, it's Jesus was, a perfect person and a perfect being, and he warned. He's like, bro, if they hated me, they're gonna hate you too. So it's really funny. That's why a lot of people get turned off from the Christendom and the churchianity, because you have all these prosperity gospel people who are like, yeah, give your life to Jesus and everything will be fucking great. Like, no, it's literally Jesus said the exact opposite.
I've never had any the actual Jesus Christ words. So that's where they all fumble. And I've had people come up to me, the religious people, and I will quote this passage or tell them to read it, and they don't even know it. The actual words.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So this is, if you're a Christian, this is the crux of it. Mm-hmm. That's why in some editions of the Bible, it's like put in red ink, the actual parts of Jesus speaking.
Yeah, and that's why he said to the Pharisees, like, bro, it doesn't matter if you keep every law in your freaking little book over there. If you don't have love in your heart, you completely missed the freaking point, bro. Like, you've missed it. Your shit is nothing. He called them whitewashed tombs with dead things inside. Like, that's
all right.
Yeah. Hi, Douglas.
Yes. So glad to be back for this, and so
thanks for letting us chat. But,
it's wonderful. Honestly, I believe that it enriches the discourse considerably. You grace us every time you visit, honey. I assure you. And just so.
Well, thanks for having me on for a minute. I do appreciate.
Oh, the pleasure and the honor is ours. I mean, believe me, you do us a great favor by the gift of your appearance. Sure.
You're too kind.
And we're, of course, Brendan, what's your impression of what's happened with Christina? Please share it with us vocally. Yes.
I put it in the chat earlier.
But do share it with Victoria and a little public. Let's put it this way. I believe what you said was the weakest link in the chain. Yeah. I don't think it's rude. She was rude enough to us, Christine. I doubt. Yes, even though I don't hold it against her for reasons that Victoria articulated, I just think that Victoria is almost a masochist to not only tolerate these people but indulge them.
I did used to call myself an aspiring masochist. So.
Yes, yeah. There we are. Well, I think you did more than aspire in a very real sense. You accomplished it.
That is not the kind of masochism I am going for. Okay.
Thank God.
That shit sucked. Yeah. I hope she stops saying that much. She's saying a little too much, So.
Yeah. Yeah, well, she was, yeah. I mean, but she seems
But
to be
anyway.
just as rude to you as she was to us. Telling you what she does is, just unacceptable in a friendship. I mean, just, and then asking for for your mercy and your kindness. It's, and who's the one who always gives her such? You do. It's,
The
you,
evil Nazi, yes,
yes,
yes.
it's. Yeah, it's simply she doesn't appreciate you until she needs you. That's not that's pretty bad.
But that's okay. This is agape. This is why the Greeks have multiple words for love, and my favorite of those is that for sacrificial love, because that's what Jesus showed while people were spitting in his face and crucifying him. He said, "Father, forgive them. They know not what they do." So that's what I'm doing. I'm just doing my best. So anyway.
Well, thanks.
But yeah.
Thank you for being you. Yeah.
Everyone's in a better place. Everyone's going to be in a better place. And here's the thing, they might go through hell, but even the Bible says God is ministering to the dead. So he's like, bro, let me show you your life. But yeah, I think all is well. It's still hard because I almost texted him like a week prior to him passing. I don't know why. I was just like, didn't know they were still totally together like that. And I don't know. I didn't. I chickened out. But now I'm almost wishing that I had.
No.
Oh, well.
It was for the best you did not. God knows you didn't need to be dragged into that vortex with what was obviously going to happen. It's simply, it spared you that pain. And
I'm so sorry she was rude to you guys, though. Like, it was uncalled for. She's just she was off her rocker.
It was, honey.
She was high.
We don't hold it against her. It was actually quite fun, and it's always given us something to fall back on. Just the sheer
it's good fodder.
Outrageous, the sheer outrageous nature of her behavior was entertaining enough where it made it worthwhile. So in that sense, she was giving us a freebie. It was almost like like having a dominatrix put on her act.
Well, that's
without
what she does these days.
Yeah, and but what troubles me is that from the way you describe it, she does that to you personally as a friend, and she basically verbally abuses you by saying what she does. Oh, nobody likes you. They think you're a dumb Nazi. This sort of thing. It's just outrageous. There's no need for
I was homeschooled by a narcissist, and I wasn't raised around other kids, so I honestly have no gauge as to what's normal.
Yeah.
I have no ideas. But it does feel strange sometimes that she says too much.
Yeah, well, I think that you shouldn't put up with that. I really think you shouldn't put up with that. That is, in other words, she's behaving the same with you as she did towards us. I don't feel that she was doing anything different with us than she normally does. My intuition would be that is her baseline. That is her norm. That her behavior towards people is abusive. That's where the dominatrix thing comes in. She's not really doing something as a job. She's doing what she comes to her naturally. She's just
I never thought of it that way, but it's true. She is like a spoiled only child, and she just kind of is used to being this beautiful, magical creature that gets whatever she wants. So.
Well, that's wearing thin with, I'm certain that the drugs are wearing her thin, and that charm's wearing off quickly with them. That's, so...
Yeah. Now, also, I will end with this.
Yes.
She sent me a post that he put on Reddit only like a couple days before he passed. And it's nicely written, so I'll read it to you guys. But it's pretty sad. It makes me think he actually did it on purpose. He said, "I got so many insane, massive, long, super obvious track marks. They look like art. And I'm telling you, listen, man, I'm telling you, on top of all the opiate addiction issues, the needle is its own beast. You will shoot up every drug. You get addicted to the ritual and to the instant gratification. Even when I kicked dope after 13 years, I had to shoot water for months. Just the act of shooting, even when we were without drugs, would physically relax me. Now I'm just left knowing I'm forever a ghost of what I should have been. You want to shoot drugs? Cool. Wait 50 years. Please, you will numb yourself to every life experience. Nothing will compare. You will find the perfect partner and never really feel the love you share. You will lose the joys of being human. You will be a ghost of what you could have been. So people, don't shoot up freaking bad drugs, please.
Is that, you're saying that last part, right?
Yes, I'm saying don't shoot up bad drugs. But yeah, he wrote that on Reddit. I was like, wow, well, there you go. Little
yeah, you know, you're waxing
Kerouac
lyrical.
goodbye.
No.
Sorry, who said what?
When you're waxing lyrical about drugs, it's pretty much game over. Sorry to say.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
so your intuition was quite.
Your lover. I mean, it becomes your beloved, and it's like the Lord of the Rings, like the precious, like your toast. Like,
Yeah.
it's not
I
gonna.
agree.
Yes. Yeah, there's
Yep. And I feel that I used to tell people I was more addicted to the needle than any one drug, but I wasn't shooting the water. No, that's crazy.
Holy shit. Honey, I am so proud of you that you pulled out of that dive. That is
Thank you.
just incredible. It's almost it's a miracle. It's
It is. It's supernatural protection. Honestly, I know so many people who are completely strung out, burned out to a crisp. So I'm very fortunate. But I will probably bid you guys good night. I'm starting to get sleepy again, but
Understood. And
I very much appreciate you having me on for a few.
as I said, the honor is ours. We love you dearly, and you have yourself a blessed night. I'll see you in your dreams. And,
Thank you. Blessings, Aristides, Brendan, Douglas, everyone.
Yes.
And I will bid you a good morning and a good evening.
Yes, and it is now. Thank you so much. There's so much more to be had between us, and we'll practice in the dreamlands for when we actually make that other air date off Hitler. For now, take care. All right.
All right, have a good night, you guys.
All right, blessed be. All right,
Blessed.
that's the wonderful Victoria. We'll leave the name at that. And thank you, both of you gentlemen, for helping to maintain a conversation with her. It was so important. Very good to make the most of our time with her. And yes, I'm not surprised at all about what had happened with her friend. And again, she's an object lesson to turn back to as time goes on. So both of you gentlemen, of course, have said your good mornings. Are you safely back near your car yet, Brendan? How's your situation? Even Victoria was asking.
Out of the Elven Woods, everything is fine.
Oh, thank God! Oh my God! It's honestly, and I take it Aristides is out of the woods and into his own Blue Lotus land at the moment. How's that, Aristides? You feeling all right? Feeling no pain?
Yeah. I'm feeling okay. Yeah.
You're not shooting up water. I know that. So I think we're a long ways from that. So we're doing okay. Yes.
I mean, yeah, I'm a long ways from that, but still, soon enough I'll retire. So
Understood. Well, stay safe. We love you dearly. There we are, Neil Young, The Needle, and so I will heart this because this individual.
Yeah, if you cry, Victoria, listen to that song.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah,
Just
just hard
There's
stuff.
no point in your time, you should just evolve as a person and forget about who get, like I said, weakest link, like
Yeah.
that old show from the 90s. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Fuck, which show was that?
It's called The Weakest Link. It's the Brit show, the Brit lady, the redheaded Brit lady.
Jesus Christ.
On the weakest link.
Was this a
Goodbye.
contest show? Was they were taking contestants off? What?
I have no idea. It was some kind of panel quiz show or something.
Oh my God. Oh,
I
that's
honestly don't remember the premise because I was like,
6
I was
or
just-
something.
I didn't know anything about it. I just saw when I was younger, it was like a British lady just yelling at people saying, "You are the weakest link," and that was like the famous line. Everyone waited for the whole show for that, and then I don't think Americans even like listen to the questions.
That is weird fucking shit. They can have it. Yeah, whatever the Brits were doing with that shit, they can have it. That does not sound
You're telling
healthy.
me the weakest link.
What's that?
You've never seen The Weakest Link?
No, never even heard of it. Thank God. And I don't. It doesn't sound like I was missing shit.
Here, if I send you the photo, you might recognize the lady.
Well, I think you did have a
You
photo.
were probably out to like cable television at one point.
I'm
It's
sorry.
always on.
Yeah, are you
You're
saying?
probably zombifying out to cable television when you had to take care of your parents all night. I'm sure you saw this shit.
Somehow I missed it. Somehow I'll take a look at this lady's photograph. See if I turned on to it. Final kisses at Victoria, and then we'll dive into the, our.
Oh, thank you for the poem. I didn't need it. I'm so.
Hey, what's that? Say that again.
I said thanks for the poem. I'm trying to be nice. Thanks for the poem, but I didn't really need it. So. Yeah.
It's nevertheless it does bear going into some level of review.
I mean, if the handle name is Born Dead, I'm so sorry. That's just the mind's.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this out of callousness. I dealt with the same situation, almost similar. So.
Oh yeah, with your own dad. Yeah.
Yeah, not even just him, but I told you. Well, actually, maybe I haven't brought it up.
Tell us.
Due to a person, a loved one from the past that is no longer around. Yeah. It's not family.
There you go. Wow. So sorry to hear that. And it's definitely these are tragic incidents. Even George Knight has experienced this through relations. Not his own, but through other familial relations that became connected to him. Of course, he has his own kind of, what was it? He had, he has the ability where a lot of people that he was angry with or who wronged him, people who wronged him, wound up dead or having horrible accidents. Obviously this is going on with Victoria, where those around her who are not treating her right are paying a price. I mean, they're falling into a spiral which they're not withdrawing from. And as she said, she was hanging onto this guy's body for 4 hours before they dragged her off. I mean, it's like, that's then she says, don't do bad drugs. That's cute. Don't shoot up bad drugs. That's one might refrain from shooting up drugs, period. At any rate, Brendan Zogit has left us. We wish the best for him. Hope that he's all right. And soon Aristides will be leaving us in terms of consciousness. So I might as well get started on the monologue. But these men have taken us this far, and we've got here with the help of the lovely Victoria. There, Brendan's rejoined us. And it's just, we lose people, and that's been going on a lot lately. I wouldn't call this a rapture, because it's not exactly the best that are necessarily all going up in smoke, but a lot of people are. Probably the best among them that I can think of is Tabita, which was the sister of Sami Romero. And of course, that's just a loss to the entire community. Rather, she was the loss to the entire community. So let's all have the rest of us stay grounded as possible and in your mortal coil. Wonderful images found by our man Brendan Zogit. Very good. And let's see, this has no option for downloading. That's okay. And Victoria's typing, so let's see what she enters. Dear lady, before I dive into the night and suck up all the oxygen and everybody collapses around me. Let's see. So Victoria, well, there's another ward, we'll call it a ward, graphics interchange format from Brendan. And then our lovely Victoria, well, whatever she was going to say, she can enter it eventually. And all right. So, all such being said, let's check the numbers, go back to the studio, and just tell everyone, aside from, of course, the images provided by Bren Zogit, These are wards to help us get through the night, making certain that there's no technological interference if at all possible, protecting us, sigils that protect us from much of the evil that assails us and does its best to interfere with transmission whenever possible. Brendan wards that off, and he does so effectively for the most part, the best that he can. And in any case, all right, welcome back to the Weekend Dietrichcast, where I help you think about the future from next week to next decade with predictions and analysis from around the world, or where I'm predicting and conducting analysis of events from around the world, where on the surface thereof, Russia's involvement in the Syrian civil war put Putin supporter Bashar al-Assad at a cost that was painful to him in the Ukraine, whilst reviving ISIS, or ISIL, I-S-I-L, as our dear Brendan Zogit clarifies, which I use the ISIS as basically a mnemonic that is instantly recognizable to many Americans, but I will always try to qualify it and tell Americans, let's not defame the goddess or disrespect her. At the same time, I feel that by using the name as abused by this organization in the past, it is a way to at least people make people aware of the goddess yet again. And any publicity is good publicity in that sense, because people can always study and disambiguate the goddess from these assholes. But the timing of the offensive illustrates a feature of the wars currently raging around the world. They be interconnected. Trump headed to Paris with Ukraine, hoping for a Notre Dame miracle, and Russia confirming that President Bashar al-Assad has fled Syria for Moscow. According to Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bashar al-Assad has left Syria and relinquished his presidency, a statement saying that the leader has given instructions to transfer power peacefully. He is now ensconced in Moscow. It was supposed to be a grand ceremony with royals and heads of state. It became the most sought-after diplomatic event of the year, the reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris on Saturday took on a new dimension with the announcement of Donald Trump's attendance, which electrified diplomatic circles. Trump is obviously not yet the president of these United States. He will have to wait until January 20th for that. It was, in fact, to be the First Lady, Jill Biden, who represented her husband, who had just returned from Africa and no longer has any reason to endure another trip. And above all, in fact, Trump is already more than just the president-elect, far more so than during previous presidential transitions. That is what makes his trip to Paris, the first abroad since his election a month ago, truly exceptional. His return to the White House is feared by many, hoped for by others, but everyone knows the world will be different after January 20th. Since his election, he has had many phone calls and received a few rare foreign visitors, but in Paris, on the sidelines of the formal Notre Dame ceremony, Trump certainly held brief meetings with some of the around 100 heads of state and rulers present, starting with his host, the French President Emmanuel Macron. Although the political crisis has weakened France's voice, the diplomatic and social coup d'etat at Notre Dame shows that French soft power still has strong influence. Trump must feel how ambivalent the world is towards himself, especially Americans' allies. They fear this unpredictable billionaire, surrounded by a perplexing inner circle, yet at the same time, all consider these United States as the indispensable power for their security and will make the necessary concessions to ensure that nothing changes. In an anxiety-inducing world, it's a lifeline, which makes it all the more alarming that Trump says he cannot guarantee Americans won't pay more from his tariffs. whilst vowing to quickly pardon the J6 rioters on his first day. Before I return to that subject, let's take a look at notes from Brendan Zogit and wonderful awareness on ISIS. Why don't you put that into the chat if that fits? And otherwise, you can read it aloud for our listeners if you so wish. So, dear Brendan, tell us a bit about Great Mother Isis, the true Isis, so defamed. And yes, please.
Yeah, so the goddess Isis, the Great Mother, which is the goddess of healing and magic in Egypt, was crucial to the ancient Egyptians' religious beliefs. She is known today by her Greek name Isis. However, the ancient Egyptians called her Aset. Her name translates to Queen of the Throne, which is reflected in her headdress, which is shown as a chair or a throne. Sometimes she is depicted with the vulture headdress of the goddess Mut, and in other times with a disc and horns on the side attributed to Hathor. She took on their headdresses as she assimilated their traits. She can also be seen as the winged goddess who brought fresh air into the underworld when she went to meet her husband, Osiris.
Okay, thank you. Beautifully said, and I appreciate that profoundly. That's the real Isis, of course, not the horrible disrespect of her name. Yes.
Aset. No,
okay, thank you.
The antithesis of Set, Aset, the nurturing,
excellent,
moon goddess of, beauty, suppleness, and all of that niceness.
Thank you. Yeah.
The generative force of the feminine in nature.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And a wonderful way to remember it. IS repeating itself. IS.
Yes.
Yes. Regenerative. And so wonderful that women in general are chimerical. They really are carriers of so many genes that it's something that is a challenge. I mean, it is so difficult to be female because they are essentially multitudes in their own right, and in each one of them individually. So always understand that they have genetic material from both their parents and their children. And these, as Brendan says, these archetypes aren't all. But of course, that's in a more Jungian sense. Male and female archetypes in each individual, yes. Physically, of course, with women, a big challenge is individuality. And in the order of multitudes that they carry within their body, their matrix, which comes from the mother, the term etymologically. So, such being said, we can go into that another day. We definitely want people to understand that in the most immediate sense, our ugly world that we return to of politics, President-elect Donald Trump has vowed to make immediate and sweeping changes after he takes office on January 20th, such as pardons for those convicted in his own January 6th attack on our United States Capitol, while claiming that the January 6th committee members should be jailed, forcing Biden to weigh the option of preemptive pardons for the targets of Trump's pending terror regime. In interim, Donald Trump is taking the credit for the price of Bitcoin. Bitcoin hit 100,000 United States dollars in value this week, a record price for the cryptocurrency. Donald Trump, who once called out Bitcoin as a scam, now thinks that investors should be thanking him for its rise. Cryptocurrency prices went up by a lot after he was elected U.S. president. And so a crypto czar is born. Donald Trump picked the venture capitalist David Sachs to become the White House's AI and crypto policy champion. Sachs is the latest confidant of Elon Musk to be pulled into Trump's team for his second term. In Sachs, a former PayPal executive, Trump is tapping one of his most prominent Silicon Valley supporters and fundraisers with the aim of making America the clear leader in both areas. The president-elect also named ex-Senator David Perdue as ambassador to Red China, a choice that could be seen as an olive branch to Beijing amid a raft of tit-for-tat trade maneuvers. Speaking of donors, Elon Musk has earned the unofficial title of most prolific benefactor of the electoral cycle. According to Open Secrets, which I'm sourcing this bit of trivia from, he poured at least $274 million into political groups in 2024, a lot more than the second biggest donor. Now for the reward. As DAJI, DOGE co-director, Musk is on a mission to convince lawmakers to back his efforts to slash the federal budget. In Washington yesterday, he told reporters he's focused on spending the public's money well. Now, it's just 8 minutes after midnight here. Sometimes I'll be saying yesterday and meaning the day before by now. Regardless, last week was a week of disquieting developments in leadership everywhere else as well. From Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger's ouster to South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol's declaration of martial law and the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, a man who was murdered in cold blood, and we're all laughing. Brian Thompson's killing has inspired rage against the healthcare industry he personifies. Thousands of Americans go bankrupt, lose their homes, or die every year due to medical insurer practices. So the top line being, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was fatally shot in Midtown Manhattan. Police released new photographs Saturday of a man they believe fatally shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, marking the latest development after what police said was a brazen targeted attack on the health insurance executive in Manhattan last week. This brings us to, hey, you remember that novel? I can't even remember what his name was. Death of a Salesman. Who's that guy who wrote the book, the author? We were all forced to read that in school, and it was all like probably the most boring book you'd ever read. Arthur Miller. Arthur Miller wrote that book, and it's supposed to be like, something that moves you. Something that like shakes your world, your paradigm. But this was, in other words, I guess we could call it a Miller-esque moment. We had the death of a CEO. So that brings us to the question. Deep, philosophical, like Arthur Miller's book was supposed to bring to you. We're talking about a man who's supposed to be all deep and philosophical and shit. But of course, he's still married Marilyn Monroe. That's not that he had bad taste, mind you. Rather, it shows us he still thinks with his dick and still has an eye for the ladies. That's, well, we have to say it, visual, to say the least. He was, I guess, he's a bit more than enlightened. He's fucking horny and wanted some of that ass and some of that leg. And he went shopping for that. And then, of course, she divorced him because she found out he was just full of empty philosophical shit. So let's do one better. How about we go one better than Arthur Miller ever could and try and analyze what the murder of the United Healthcare CEO means to America. Or more specifically, what the death of a health insurance CEO means to America. As you know, the CEO of United Healthcare, 50-year-old Brian Thompson, was murdered on the street in Midtown Manhattan on Wednesday morning, midweek last, 20 minutes before sunrise. The killing appeared so well planned that at first glance, many assumed it was a professional hit. The gunman who shot Brian Thompson, shot him dead, head of one of the United States' largest health insurance companies, on a New York street before dawn, lay in wait with a weapon, fitted with a silencer, kept his cool as his gun jammed, and made a nimble escape after ensuring that his victim had been fatally struck. However, I think it was within a merest hours, an intense police manhunt turned up a trail of clues and possible mistakes, suggesting that while the killer had taken care to cover his tracks, he also made amateurish missteps that may yet lead to his identification and capture. But millions of Americans were less interested in the mechanics of what New York's new police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, called a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack than the possible motive. Despite the fact the killer's motive remains completely unknown, so far as I know, the death of United Healthcare's CEO unleashed an eruption of anger from people mistreated, or rather untreated, by the United States' rapacious medical industry, and even a grim schadenfreude, a joy over others' pain from some at Thompson's death. He was in town for an investors' convention and had worked for United Healthcare for more than 12 decades, a company that is part of United Health Group, a health insurance conglomerate valued at $560 billion. United Healthcare had $181 billion in revenue in 2023, and Thompson, who became CEO in 2021, had raised annual profits from $12 billion to $16 billion during his tenure alone. He received more than $10 million in compensation last year. Andrew Whitty, the CEO of United Health Group, remembered Thompson in a video message to employees as a truly extraordinary person who touched the lives of countless people throughout our organization and far beyond. Thompson lived in a suburb of Minneapolis where United Healthcare is based, and he is survived by his wife and 2 sons. I can tell you, they won't be missing shit. Here's the key facts. Point. And I think I've got about, I could probably count them off on 10 fucking fingers, the points to be made here. Point with my little finger of my left hand. The Wednesday press conference. Well, at the Wednesday press conference midweek last, NYPD officials said that Thompson was shot in the back and right calf outside the New York Hilton Midtown just before 7 a.m. Wednesday morning, and was rushed to Mount Sinai West in critical condition when he was pronounced dead. Point on my, second to last finger on my, I guess that's not the pinky. It's what comes after the pinky, that wedding ring finger on my left hand. The suspect's identity has not been released. That is so far as I know. But the New York Police Department released new photos of a masked person of interest in a taxi late Saturday, adding to unmasked photographs of the suspect reportedly taken at a hostel where he stayed prior to the shooting. Now, according to multiple outlets, and this would be my middle finger of my left hand, authorities found a backpack that could belong to the suspect in Central Park on Friday evening as part of a large search involving officers and drones, the bag reportedly containing Monopoly money and a Tommy Hilfiger jacket. Now, the pointer finger of my left hand brings us to the fact that on Thursday, a senior law enforcement official told the New York Times that the shooter used a fake New Jersey ID on November 30th to book a room at an Upper West Side hostel he stayed at before killing Thompson. And by the thumb of my left hand, we reach Friday into this weekend when police told CNN that they have reason to believe the suspected gunman has left New York City, at least in part because they think he took a cab to the Port Authority bus center from which interstate buses leave. Now, with the thumb of my right finger, we stayed with Friday when the New York Times reported detectives obtained DNA evidence that is now being examined by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. But it's unclear where the DNA was taken from and whether it will match existing DNA in a law enforcement database. Now, by the time we get to the pointer finger of my right hand, CNN, citing anonymous officials, reported that police also recovered a burner phone and water bottle in an alley near where the shooting took place that could give fingerprints or information on who the shooter is if police can but unlock the phone. And by the time we get to my fuck you finger of my right hand, we have the fact that police believe the shooting suspect arrived in New York in late November on a bus that left from Atlanta, though they don't know where he boarded it. And Greyhound bus officials have told the Fourth Estate that they are fully cooperating with law enforcement. Now, by the time we get to my wedding ring finger, the ring finger of my right hand, the Atlanta Police Department confirmed in a statement that it began assisting the NYPD in its investigation on Friday afternoon. So I guess the only thing, by the time we come to the pinky finger of my right hand, I could tout out as a factoid is the big number to buy you off. 50,000 United States dollars. I think that's how much my insurance policy is worth, around 50 or 40,000 grand. I mean, a bit of a difference there. I never really cared to even monitor it after a while. Had enough women trying to kill me over it where, oh, well, you know, I just gave up monitoring how much I even going to give to somebody when I die. But they're going to give you $50,000 while you're still alive. That's how much the FBI, which has announced that it has joined this investigation, is offering for information leading to the gunman's arrest. The NYPD has offered a reward of up to 10,000 United States dollars. Altogether, you can get 60 grand if you turn over this hero definitively or incontrovertibly take the credit for turning him in. Let's hope somebody doesn't fall for that level of greed. Well, I mean, I'm in a bad enough place where I would have to go for it if I had that, but I don't have that info. How did the shooting even happen, you might ask? I mean, to somebody of that quote-unquote stature, right? Impunity. By the way, Brendan Zoget asks a very sensible question. Do they actually even pay these rewards? He says that in itself seems like a scam. Unfortunately, they do, but let's keep up with the scam bit to discourage people from collecting the reward. It all depends basically on the politics. I felt that I turned in the person who was guilty behind the anthrax letters, but of course they pinned it on somebody who was politically correct. And by doing so, they wound up giving the reward money to somebody who didn't even earn it. Like one of his fellow co-workers of a victim, the man who they ultimately pinned the blame on for the anthrax letters, who it has been proven definitively had nothing to do with them. He was just somebody nobody liked and fit the stereotype of a Christian white male loner that they could pin it on so they wouldn't make any political correctness errors. Well, the world's gone to a totally different end of the spectrum since then. And under Trump, one thing we know, you don't have to worry about being politically correct. Regardless of what the politics are, the video footage of the shooting shows the suspect walking behind Thompson, who was wearing a blue suit and appeared to be heading to the Hilton Hotel alone. Citing United Health employees, Joe Kinney, the New York City Police Department's chief of detectives, has affirmed that Thompson didn't have a security detail and left his hotel alone. The New York Times reported that the suspect had checked out of the New York International Hostel in the Upper West Side Wednesday morning and visited a Starbucks, where he reportedly purchased the water bottle police found near the Hilton before waiting outside of the hotel. So what was on those bullet casings at the scene that you've all heard about? Well, on Thursday, citing anonymous police sources, ABC News first reported that officers found 3 9mm rounds at the scene. Bullet casings that were found had the words deny, defend, and depose written upon them. Though police have not named a motive in the killing, the words echo a common phrase: delay, deny, defend, describing descriptives thrown at insurance companies that are patently avoiding paying claims whenever they can. Earlier this year, the Associated Press reported that United Healthcare and other health insurance companies have become frequent targets of criticism for denying claims and making it impossible to get care. So, was Thompson therefore targeted? Well, on Wednesday midweek last, the New York City Police Commissioneress Jessica Tischke stated, oh, by the way, Brendan Zoget says that is the modus operandi of the insurance company. Indeed. So as I said on Wednesday, he says all of them. Indeed. And the one of the few things you got of worth out of Peter Moon was in terms of all that I speak of with the medical, industrial, military, intelligence. He says it's all a scam on all of us. Yes, I think we can all agree, and that argues for the sentiment of exactly what we're dealing with here. So when it comes to the, how else did I say it? Oh, yes, complex, the medical, industrial, military complex. The one thing that Peter Moon added to that was insurance. Aside from nuclear science, technology, information, all the rest that I've had onto this complex acronym that I've written about in the past was the concept of insurance was added to that through the the suggestion of Peter Moon. So he was right on the money about that. That was, even a stuck clock can be right 2 times a day. For those of you who do not know what I'm talking about, I'm going to enter that in our text box, and I'm going to enter that into our chat. So everybody be patient with me while here we are. And, this is John Doe. There's our man, T-Tank Barry said, a scam on all of us. Thank you so much, T-Tank Barry. Definitely appreciate that profoundly. Glad I checked in. So T-Tank Barry has been awake throughout the night. He's definitely caffeinated. And, okay, we got some more feedback on the President Yoon Suk-yeol. Terrible name, poor bastard. No wonder he wanted to commit to an Emperor Palpatine. I mean, his name is like a gnome or named version of what Emperor Palpatine looks like. His name sounds the way Emperor Palpatine looks. Okay. Now, this won't enter as a comment because I guess it's just too long an acronym. So I'm not quite sure what I can do about that. U.S., there's only so far it will go. So I guess there's only so many words that they allow, and yet they allow more. It's too long. Okay, so what do we do to combat that? We have to divide it into bits and pieces. Character count. Jesus Christ. Fuck them and their character count. That really sucks. As T-Tank Barry says, Scammer Empire. He says character count is 138, so no wonder this is so long. So for those of you who don't know, I'll read it out loud. I would pronounce it the U.S. Mimeo P. Nanisik. Com. U.S. or United States Mimeo P. Nanisik. Com. That's an acronym of U.S. for United States. MIMIOPEENANISIC ISIC-COM for complex. United States military intelligence, medical, insurance, pharmaceutical, occult, education, entertainment, narcotics, academic, nuclear, information, sciences, industrial, congressional complex. Condida est, or established in 1876, and that was when the junta basically, took over the United States and overthrew a legitimate election in which Samuel Tilden became your 19th president, and then was overthrown so that the robber barons, the rail barons, the robber rail barons, or the rail robber barons, could install their general, a gorilla in a suit named Rutherford B. Hayes, as your 19th president. That was in 1876, 100 years after 1776. So within a century of its founding, a pirate flag was run up over both the United and Confederal States, and you wound up with what we have today, the birth of what would become the U.S. MEMÊDy-Com. There we are. And again, United States military, intelligence, medical, insurance, pharmaceutical, occult, education, entertainment, narcotics, academic, nuclear, information, sciences, industrial, congressional complex. There you have that. And yes, as T-Tank Barry says, the poor name suck you all for that Korean president. No wonder he went rogue. At any rate, as I was saying, on Wednesday, midweek last, New York City Police Commissioneress Jessica Tisch stated that the gunman was lying in wait for several minutes and ignored other passersby before approaching and firing at Thompson from behind as he walked to the hotel. Tisch called the shooting a brazen targeted attack that did not appear to be any random act of violence, and that every indication pointed to a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack. Thompson's wife, Paulette Thompson, told NBC News Wednesday that while she did not know specific details, she was aware that some people had been threatening him. Yeah, no shit. While the motive behind the attack is still unknown, the suspect appeared to be proficient in the use of firearms, as he was able to clear a malfunction in the gun. Footage of the shooting shows there was another person present who fled the scene when the suspect raised his weapon at Thompson. Now, has the suspect been arrested? The suspect, who fled first on foot, then on an electric bike, what does our man Brendan say? OFC, it jams during the of course it jams during the assassination. Of course! Yes. Well, that's how it works. Yeah. Sadly, yeah. Whatever can go wrong, it will.
It's like they can run like thousands of rounds through it, and then the second you actually try and use it, that's what it seems like.
Guaranteed.
What do they call it? Like Murphy's Law or something?
No, it's called Murphy's Law. It's Murphy's Law. Murphy's always waiting to fuck you up the ass. That's Murphy's standing right.
Is that some kind of Edomite thing, or what's up with that?
It's a military term for always be prepared for everything to go south. It's nothing. That how do they say it? That there's a term in special operations where it's the plan is the first thing to go out the window. The first thing to go out the window is the plan. It's just whatever you're planning, it'll fuck up the moment that you launch the operation. So it's that's just the way it works. Nothing goes according to plan. And the one thing, like it's exactly like you said, you can. In
essence, the training is theoretically for that.
Yes,
for when nothing.
That's right. For when everything goes wrong. Absolutely. All your training is to prepare you psychologically to do what this young man did when it fucked up. And so he that's why they thought he was a pro. They thought this guy was a professional assassin, but unfortunately, he's showing his face later on proved he wasn't. later or before. I'm still kind of trying to sort this out as I talk, exactly the chronology. But what I can say was that he
Well,
did.
also,
Yeah.
also no pros gonna mark their shell casings. That's also that's some amateur shit.
Not unless he was paid to. It depends. If you pay a pro to do something, say if you give him enough.
Imagine the premium on that. That costs extra. Huh?
Yeah, of course. Oh, that goes without saying. That goes without saying. I mean, say, for instance, you want a pro to kill someone in a specific manner and it's impractical, but you want a person to die in a certain way. Yeah, there are people who carry that out for money. It just depends on, how do you find those people that do it right? Yeah. That's the problem. But your point's well taken. Either someone paid him, or either he was personally motivated, or somebody paid him to do that, which was it's because first off, go on.
Just amateur move. That's all I say.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and yeah. But personally, I think he was in on this on his own. I think he was in on this on his own. So this individual,
it was his own motive. It wasn't an assassin.
Yeah, I'm convinced of that because of his showing his face.
It was an assassination, not an assassin.
That's correct. It was an assassination. You could say he was an assassin, but not a professional assassin. So he's technically an assassin, but only What's that?
I'm talking hired gun.
Yeah. No, that's how I disambiguate. Just add in the word professional. When you're talking about true professional, just say professional assassin, as opposed to, say, for instance, assassin. Somebody technically becomes an assassin when they do succeed in assassinating somebody. Even if it's abortive, they usually count it as the would-be assassin. But there's those that are politically motivated or personally motivated, and then there are those that are professional. In his case, I have reason to believe that he's personal, but he still handled it well. I mean, for a guy who did it for the first time, he got the job done. And it's just he enjoyed himself with the surge of adrenaline where he did something that I consider to be a slip up. But I'm on his side. Yeah, go on.
Almost major. I mean, that's almost too major. I don't think that was probably deliberate. It's probably another meme.
Yeah. Oh, you mean showing his face? Yeah.
They're already jokifying it where they're like photoshopping other people's face into the hoodie.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's this one lesbian chick.
So it'll confuse people. Yeah, it'll obfuscate and confuse people.
Yes, hopefully so. I mean, there's this one, the original face that he had. There's this lesbian who responded by saying, "I'm not into guys at all, and that guy is gorgeous." So, I mean, he's definitely charismatic. It'd be a shame for a young man to lose, his future for that piece of shit. So at any rate, he fled first on foot, then on an electric bike, was last seen in Central Park, and is still at large. Prior to the release of new photographs of the suspect unmasked, he was already believed to be a light-skinned man who was wearing a light brown or cream-colored coat, black and white sneakers, a black face mask, and a very distinctive gray backpack. Emphasizing that the police have deployed drones and canines across the city to find the gunman, NYPD Chief of Department Jeffrey MEMqədy said that the New Yorkers should go about their daily lives as if they wouldn't. But be alert. Like, people were going to stop.
I don't think anyone's mourning him for any reason.
Thank you.
Except family.
Yeah. Is that who?
I said, theoretically, except for his family, no one else is. No one's gonna bat an eye, especially in New York.
Dude,
there were probably people stepping over his body because it was New York. They were probably just like, oh shit.
Dude, his family ain't mourning him. His wife was only with him for the money. That's that was it. That's.
Well, he didn't sound like the nicest guy.
Yeah. Oh, dude, you haven't.
The ruthless CEO is
Yeah.
That's like a archetype.
Dude, he's gonna be a psychotic personality profile, and
quite literally, we're talking statistically, it's been proven.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you don't rise.
Just to be a CEO, you're already in that percentile.
Of course.
Psychotic. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. his wife, if anything, is celebrating the insurance of all things. Ironically, her receipt of the insurance, she's celebrating.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She's and she's
Full caretaker. She gets everything because of the kids if they're children.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. She's got it all. She's got.
Well,
it
she
all.
just got $1 billion, or something.
Dude,
like
she hit the. She just won the lottery. She just won the lottery. She's got the picture of this young man on an altar that she's burning a few dollars in front of. Just thanking him that she doesn't have to wait for that piece of shit to come home, coming in like a pile driver saying, "I want some now, trophy wife."
Yeah, and beating up and shit.
Yeah.
That's like I get like the 80s, the 80s vibe from those like CEOs.
Oh yeah.
Where they're ruthless.
Oh yeah, dude, yeah, they're stuck in the 80s. It never ended for them. And this guy is it's like you haven't even heard it yet how bad this guy is. I'll get to that. But
there's details. Yeah, wow.
Oh, there are. They couldn't hide that. Yeah, but that's the funniest part about Jeffrey.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is the same company, right? That was like limiting diabetic medication and shit. Like,
tell them.
A couple years ago, came out.
Yeah. Tell them about this shit. Tell them what they were doing with the diabetic people. Yeah, let them know. Let our listeners know.
Oh, where they wouldn't give them a discount. Like they wouldn't allow them to buy generics or something, and it was like hundreds of dollars a month, and people were literally dying because they couldn't afford the insulin and shit. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
And then I think so some states have finally intervened and said you can only charge so much for diabetic medication, because they were making like, it was like some evil formula shit. It was like if you needed it to survive, the profit margin would be in like 700-800%, just purely scamming people.
It's horrific. It's horrific. These people don't deserve to just die. They need to be tortured to death. These people need to die slow. And so thank you for that. It's an important point. No, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, that's what's funny to me, that you get the NYPD chief of the department, Jeff MEMqədy, saying, "Hey, New Yorkers, go about your daily lives now like people were ever going to stop." But be alert. The Times were...
They're probably stepping over him when it happened. They're probably just like, "Oh man, another one."
Stepping over my ass. They were spitting and pissing on it. Probably by the time the police found him, I'm sure his body was reeking in spit and urine by the time the police recovered his ass. I'd be surprised if somebody didn't take a shit on him. That's dude. It's like, God.
New Yorkers are pretty ruthless, from what I've been read.
Yeah. If they knew who he was, they would have been kicking him to the curb. Yeah, that's like our friend T Tank Barry says, fucker got off easy. Yeah, so the Times has reported that investigators are looking into the purchase of a gun in Connecticut to determine whether the suspect could have purchased it. But as for key background, just the absolute basics before I go into detail on the victim himself, Thompson, a Minnesota resident, was in New York for an investor meeting for United Healthcare parent United Healthcare Group, which was halted abruptly Wednesday after United Health Group CEO Andrew Whitty said the company was, quote, dealing with a very serious medical situation, unquote. Isn't that ironic? What the fuck does that mean? Somebody suddenly had a heart attack? Somebody suddenly had a stroke, Peter Moon style? They started Peter Mooning out, I guess. So in a statement issued on Wednesday, United Health Group said it was deeply saddened and shocked at the passing of our...
Sounds like whoever they pissed off bought the occult package too. They just they did the deluxe package of the assassination.
I agree. I would
they just threw everything. They're like, make a political statement, slander his name, throw a couple spells around him.
Something went down.
It was like you go to the Dark Brotherhood and shit, and it's like the Assassin's Guild. That's what it's called, the Assassin's Guild. You just go like, I want the premium package, and they're like, okay, it's gonna cost you premium, all right.
Spells cast. Young assassin goes out and
dispatches you with like sigils written on the fucking bullets and shit.
I love it. And I once made a prediction years ago that politics would be impacted like this. Years and years ago, I made a prediction that society had the potential to change with a American-style quiet revolution where you had nothing but unemployed veterans doing fucking nothing. And all that the tax-paying citizen had to do was hire them by the pound to kill politicians and leave a note pinned to the politician's body. This is what you get for wasting my money. And that politics would radically change overnight. That would be a quiet American revolution. This is that. This has come to pass. If people start following that example, only hit the CEOs, the people who really fucking run the country, you've got well, you're going to make changes. That's because it's already had its effect. I'll show you, I'll talk about it, that the company had to withdraw one of its controversial policies because this guy died. They withdrew it immediately. This assassin's already made.
What is their policy like? It's like they had a file that they were like super evil policies that we definitely know are bad. You know, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, I'll get there.
Is that how bad they've gotten? You know, it's like they know how evil they are. It's like
they know. You know, they always knew. You know, they always knew. Yeah, and so it's basically
like exact laws, like that one makes us look bad, you know?
It's true, and it was set up by this motherfucker Thompson. it was like he was their prize boy. He was saving them all the money. I'll get into that. I mean, of course, you got the United Health Group saying the usual line, "Yes, we're deeply saddened and shocked at the passing of our dear friend and colleague," and they said they're working closely with the police. Of course, they don't want none of it to happen to them. Go on. Yeah.
It's just like what everyone says. No one cares.
Of course. Well, I care.
What is that?
Yeah, I want this person. I want more of these people dead. But go on. Yes, continue. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm saying, like what Trump says. You know, they made fun of him for saying prayers and thoughts. It's like everyone just says some bullshit, but no one really cares unless it's them or someone near them.
Well, I can tell you this much: they care because they're afraid they're going to be next. Now they care because they're afraid they're going to be next.
Fuck them. Fuck them. I mean, then they should not be evil. Though it's just, and I'm not talking we're not talking like spiritual, supernatural evil and good. It's just like basic, like not trying to kill people with diseases for profit and shit.
Yeah, just basic
stuff.
Yeah, just basic golden rule shit. Yeah, just golden rule shit is what you're talking about.
Basic. Yeah, thank you, golden rule.
Yeah,
like, you know,
human decency.
No decency.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we've gotten the basics out of the way. Let's go into an in-depth analysis here. What I can tell you is that the particulars of this murder are strange and remarkable. It occurred in public. The suspected shooter went to Starbucks beforehand, probably to have coffee with Brendan Zogit's mother. And that got him pissed off enough when he realized the kind of people they employ in the health industry. But anyhow, he got away from the scene via bicycle. He has not yet been found, but the public reaction has been even wilder, even more lawless. The jokes came streaming in on every social media platform, in the comments, underneath every news article. On TikTok, someone commented, "I'm sorry, prior authorization is required for thoughts and prayers." A response that got more than 15,000 likes. Under an Instagram post from CNN, another person wrote, "Does he have a history of shootings? Denied coverage." On X, someone posted an infographic comparing wealth distribution in late 18th century France, before the Revolution, to wealth distribution in present-day America, with the caption, "My official response to the UHC CEO's murder." The whiff of populist anarchy in the air is salty, unprecedented, and notably across the aisle. New York Post comment sections are full of critiques of capitalism as well as self-enriching executives and politicians. In parentheses, let's say, they're saying shit like Biden and his crime family. On LinkedIn, where users post with their real names and employment histories, United Health Group had to turn off comments on its post about Thompson's death. Thousands of people were liking and hearting it, with a few even giving it the clapping reaction. The company also turned off comments on Facebook, where as of midday Thursday, we're talking within less than 24 hours of this guy going down, a post about Thompson had received more than 36,000 laugh reactions. Oh, what on earth? Some people must be asking, is happening to our country? Are we really so divided, so used to dehumanizing one another, that people are out here openly celebrating the cold-blooded murder of a hard-working family man? That people are making jokes about how the assassin could have won the Timothée Chalamet lookalike contest.
I wasn't tired.
Being sarcastic, of course, but
yeah. I think, was that someone that something somebody said? Like, how could this happen? You know, like like the slave, the master. Like, we've treated you so well while whipping you.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
How could you leave us?
You're like family. You're like family. Yeah, because they beat the kids too. And
blood, sweat, tears. I work all day for you kids, and then you're like slapping them with the belt and shit.
Oh yeah.
Crazy.
Yes. That's the insanity of your average psychotic. You owe him, and in their mind, you owe him. They think they're making capitalism work. Yeah. But we've gotten to that point now that some people are truly shocked. The real gentiles, the real, like, shall we say, dare I say it, Jewish acculturated people in particular, they are shocked that people are making jokes about how the assassin could have won the Timothée Chalamet lookalike contest in Washington State Park. Oh, Washington Square Park, I meant to say. Forgive me on that. That when a journalist at the American Prospect called an 88-year-old woman who was aggravated by her poor Medicare Advantage coverage for a comment on this, she wisecracked that she wasn't the killer, that she can't even ride a bike. Now, as for the victim, Mr. Thompson, his wife told NBC News that there had been prior threats against Thompson, motivated, she said, by, get this shit, I don't know, a lack of coverage? Yeah, really? You think? She said, I just know that he's...
She knew.
Yeah, she knew. She knew.
It's almost like they're like, yeah, these people are going to kill us. And then they're like, but it'll save us this much money.
Yeah. It's like, no, they actually...
Like, they knew ahead of time.
That's
a bad sign when they knew ahead of time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Only they truly never believed it would happen. They truly felt they were immune. The fact that this guy went out without security, he thought he could get away with murder. That's he's the murderer. Go on.
Yeah, literally, exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like the old thought logic. What's the conundrum that I talked about at one point? Would you let one person die to save 1,000 people? In this case, probably yes.
Thank you. Absolutely.
And I was telling people to take it like case by case basis. Well, this time it's kind of like,
This is it. This is obvious. This is the case that proves the point. Yeah. And so his wife said, I just don't know that he said there were some people who had been threatening him. It's like, whoa, really? You think, honey? Yeah. So she's celebrating. She knew this was she was praying this would happen. At any rate, there had been protests at the United Healthcare headquarters in Minnesota in April and July. During the latter, 11 people were arrested. The group responsible for the protests is called People's Action. And they also confronted Mr. Whitty, kind of like our version of, who's the guy in The Simpsons, the old guy, Mr. Simmons, I think it is. Yeah, there we are. Go on. Yeah.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
The Rothschild guy, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
His lackey is called Smithers.
There we are. There we are, which is classic like Butler's name. So Brendan says, plot twist, she hired him knowing the way he was being threatened. I love it. I love it. You never know.
Yeah, like she saw the email and then said, fuck it, I'll spend $1 million to make $1 billion, you know?
Yeah. Oh, fuck, easy.
Good deal. You know?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, that is a good deal. And so they confronted Mr. Burns, or the United Healthcare version thereof, named Mr. Whitty. And if I try to remember, he's the United Health Group CEO, and they confronted him at a Senate hearing in May. And in a statement, People's Action leaders referenced endless hours on the phone trying to get medical care covered and denials of coverage for life-saving medication and surgery. There's a recent statement from the group in response to Thompson's death that reads, "We know there is a crisis of gun violence in America. There is also a crisis of denials of care by private health insurance corporations, including United Health." So they urged political leaders to act on both. United Healthcare has the highest claim denial rate of any private insurance company. At 32%, it is double the industry average. And though the shooter's motive remains unknown, the shell casings found on the scene had the words deny, delay, and what they conclude is possibly the word depose written on them, echoing the title of a 2010 book by J.M. Feynman, spelled F-E-I-N-M-A-N, titled Delay, Deny, Defend. Subtitled, Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It, which by Thursday had leapt up, well, one of Amazon's bestseller charts. So come on and tell us what you're entering into the notes, Brendan. Give us these notations, these figures, and how
I saw up to 35% of denials, which, I mean, that's insane already. As you know, if you're paying them, why are they denying your shit? And then secondly, I just assume that those are probably the most expensive, like, life-saving treatments. The rest of them are just like Band-Aids and shit because it's cheap. Like, you see what I'm saying? They're probably denying all the expensive shit, but the little shit to boost their numbers, they just ignore.
Thank you.
So it's even more, you know.
Yes.
That's even worse.
Yeah. I like what T-Tank Barry says. R.I.P. Rest in piss, Thompson. Yeah.
And we haven't,
Go
like, AMENDA like, it was like they knew she was dying, and then they still were like, yeah, no.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
might even be the same insurance. I don't even know. I forgot what it was.
Yeah, I forgot what it was too. But Amanda, you could add to this. Here's hoping she's still, with us. By that I mean alive and sympathetic to us, as opposed to, doing what so many other people do and flipping out. Now, to most Americans, a company like United Health represents less the provision of medical care than an active obstacle to ever receiving it. United Healthcare insures almost a third of the patients enrolled in Medicare Advantage. That's a government-funded program facilitated by private insurance companies which receive a flat fee for each patient they cover and then produce their own profits by minimizing each and every patient's care costs. Now, reporting in the Wall Street Journal has proven that these private insurance companies, which cover more than a third of American seniors on Medicare, collect hundreds of billions of dollars from our United States government annually and overbill Medicare to the tune of around $10 billion per year. United Healthcare has abused litigation to fight its obligation to repay fees that were overpaid. And in 2020, United Health acquired a company called Navi Health, or Navy Health, spelled N-A-I-V-I Health, whose software provides algorithmic care recommendations for sick patients and which is now used to help manage its Medicare Advantage program. Now, a 2023 class action lawsuit has proven that the Navi Health algorithm has a known error rate. Notice this, a known error rate of 99%, and cites all the appalling patient stories. Can you imagine what I'm saying?
So no one was getting treated. Nobody.
Nobody.
Like nobody.
Nobody. And
This is like, we're reaching like DMV kind of level shit where it's like you can't get a hold of anyone. You're just, but this time you die. You don't just get pulled over.
yeah, and our government tax dollars are paying for this. Paying
Yeah.
for these.
Well, look at your phone. They
Yes.
took money for your phone and still cut you off. It's like the government's getting blindsided by all these scammers.
Thank you. And the problem is Musk is just going to make it worse. Musk is just going to make it so that he can.
Well, they're supposed to fix it.
Oh, he's just trying to wipe out the competition so he can take it all. That's all.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, there's this one man in Tennessee. Here's some of the experiences they related. One man in Tennessee broke his back, was hospitalized for 6 days, broken back, was moved to a nursing home after less than a week. He was hospitalized for only 6 days, was moved to a nursing home for 11 days, and then was informed by United Health that his care would be cut off in 48 hours. 48 hours. Better get your back in order, they told him. Better get back on your feet. Now, United Health claims his lawsuit from his surviving family is unmerited. Now, understand that after a couple of rounds of appeals and reversals, that man left the nursing
So basically,
home.
he died.
He died. He left the nursing
He
home
died.
and
Yeah.
died 4 days later.
Like, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, this is like horrific. I mean, it's hideously funny if it were a comedy.
This is the shit they predicted when they said Obamacare is gonna create like death panels and shit, and it's like, look, it's the fucking corpse doing it first.
Yeah. Thank you.
Forget about socialized healthcare. We couldn't even get there.
Thank
We
you.
couldn't even get to the death panel. These guys were just doing what is it called when you unlawfully try and kill and convict someone? You know, it's like habeas corpus.
Yeah, that's right. They're like preemptively were condemning the federal situation like we got in Canada, where everybody gets treated, and they instead turned it into their own playground, where they're doing exactly what they said the feds would do. Exactly as our man Brendan says, it's the corporatocracy, which is deciding who lives, who dies. This company has denied requests to release the analyses behind Navi Health's conclusions to patients and doctors, stating that the information is proprietary. So they're above the law. You can't have transparency like you can with a federal government. And they want to make all government like this. So you can imagine the hell we're in for, especially with the people they're going to put in charge of health under Trump. At the same time that, so let's check out what's what's being said here.
What I was.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
Summary executions or extrajudicial killings, a tactic used to terrorize the populace and enforce compliance. So they're just doing that. Like I said, they didn't even get to the death camp or the death council, you know.
Yeah.
Like some Doctor Who shit. They were saying that if Obamacare was fully realized, there would be like these panels of old gray people on pedestals, like cutting off people in nursing homes and shit. But it's like they're already doing it in this model. Sounds like.
That's right. And therefore, what this young man is doing is he's striking back against the empire. You know, good for him. I mean, he's our Luke Skywalker. This young man needs to be, placed on a pedestal. And at the same time, that
like
go on.
For Vendetta.
Yeah, like V for Vendetta, except healthier. Yeah, V for Vendetta is, you're talking about a faggot in a mask who's going around, you know. This is like...
tricked people with that story saying, "Oh, he's fighting for the people." You know,
That's
why that mask. They don't know who Guy Fawkes was. That he was just like some crazy Catholic guy that was like gonna blow up Parliament.
Yeah, he was, and I always said, I understand, of course, where our man Guy Fawkes was coming from. I mean, they even wrote a song about it. Not some of the original songs hundreds of years ago, but there was a more modern rock band that actually did a song that actually held his motivation to a greater coherency. And kind of rendered it from he felt that the England should go back to the church, and he felt that, and you could understand where he was coming from. The king, of course, said, I'm going to start my own church, the Church of England, just so I can get a divorce. I mean, obviously, to your average religious, this is heretical. I mean, then he, based on a revised Bible, I mean, you got to admit, you could understand where Guy Fawkes from his time was coming from. He was coming, as he felt was
no doubt.
Yeah. He was in strange times, let's put it that way. But at the same time that the news was breaking about the Navi Health algorithm, the company was fighting, ultimately unsuccessfully, a court decision that it had acted arbitrarily and capriciously in repeatedly denying coverage of long-term residential treatment to a middle school age girl who repeatedly attempted suicide and has since died by suicide. Now, several years ago, government investigators found that United Health had used algorithms to identify mental health care providers who they believed were treating patients too often and too well. Can you imagine that? And these identified therapists would typically receive a call from a company care advocate who would question them and then cut off all reimbursements. Though some states have ruled this practice illegal, it remains in play across the country. There is no single regulator for a private health insurance company, even when it is found to be violating the law. For United's practices to be curbed, mental health advocates told ProPublica magazine that every single jurisdiction in which it operates would have to successfully bring a case against it. This is why we need a federal government. This is why we need to break these insurance monopolies up and indeed render a national socialized healthcare system available for all. Nobody should be denied care. I'm sure you gentlemen agree with me. By all means, join in vocally for at least a minute. Back me up here. It certainly, I don't think, can be overstated by enough people just how this is. So here we are. As Brendan says, it's Scrooge shit. But go on, Brendan, if you have anything to add to this before I dive back into it. And
that was it.
Yeah.
Imagine you pay someone and they're like, I'm treating you too well. It's like, fuck you. You're getting paid. Like,
Thank you. Outrageous. We're pooling into this, not only with their taxes, but privately as well. And their attitude is that we're the criminals for asking for help.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Americans gotten too used to this. Like, everything you do is like that. Like going, like I said, DMV or like any kind of normal thing that shouldn't be as complicated is like made complicated and just harms you. It's like, you don't need all that just to pay something. I mean, just like make it streamlined and
Thank you.
It's designed to cause tension. They want people in tension, and people are going to start fighting back because,
they have no choice. They have no choice, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, of course. There's no choice. You can't just take away just whatever, like well-being from people.
Thank you.
Sense of peace.
Deliberate
to the point of ridiculousness. Worldwide, so it needs to end.
Well, worldwide, no place is like America when it comes to how bad the healthcare system is. It's like,
yeah. Well, we have a special knack for that. Yeah. It's just at like the most extreme, obviously.
And it's only going to get more extreme under Trump. Like our friend T-Tank Barry says, enough is enough.
Wait, it's cutting out pretty bad.
He's just saying it's only going to get worse under Trump. But like our friend T-Tank Barry says, enough is enough. So am I still cutting out? Are we able to hear me? Says,
sounds all right.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I have something.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Go on.
A little bit more and all.
No, say it. Go ahead, say it.
Oh, wait, let me find it first.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll say this much while he's looking for that. You know, Thompson's murder is one symptom of the American appetite for violence. His line of work is another. Now, denied health insurance claims are not broadly understood this way, in part because people in consequential positions at health insurance companies and those in their social circles are likely to have experienced denied claims mainly as a matter of extreme annoyance at worst, hours on the phone maybe, a bunch of extra paperwork, maybe money spent that could have gone to next year's vacation. Those are people in the class of Thompson himself. But for people like the rest of us who do not have money or social connections at hospitals or the ability to spend weeks at a time on the phone, a denied health insurance claim will instantly bend the trajectory of an entire life toward bankruptcy and misery and ultimately death. Maybe everyone knows this anyway. And structural violence, which is another term for it would be social injustice, is simply, at this point, the structure of American life itself. And it is treated as normal, whether we attach that particular name to it or not. With that, have you found what you're looking for?
Yeah, I have it here.
Okay.
So, Neptune-Saturn Great Conjunction in 2025. World revolutionary events may unfold. Ancient Babylonian astrology. So there you go. There's the sidereal account where next year when Saturn and Neptune come together, it'll cause a lot of revolution. And then also, revolutionary events, excuse me. And also when Saturn goes into Pisces and stuff, like in 3 years, it'll also continue then as well.
Thank you. And we can only hope, hopefully for the better. Go on.
There you go.
I'm sorry? Say that again? The last one glitched out.
It's going into Pisces in the next half a year. So
okay.
It'll start soon.
Damn. Okay, there you go. Now, the Norwegian sociologist Johan Galtung coined the term structural violence in 1969 in a paper that offers a taxonomy of violence, ways to distinguish between the forms that violence can take. It can be physical or psychological. It can be positive, enacted through active reward, or negative, enacted through punishment. It can hurt an object or not. This object can be human or not. There is either, as Galtung notes, that this is the most important distinction, a person who acts to commit the violence, or there is not. Violence can be intended or unintended. It can be manifest or latent. Traditionally, our society fixates on only one version of this: direct physical violence committed by a person intending harm. The pretty girl killed by an ex-boyfriend, the CEO shot in the street, the subway dancer strangled by the ex-Marine. You don't even need a human object. People are generally more troubled by the Zoomers throwing soup at paintings in a weird bid to raise attention about climate change than by the more than 10,000 farmers in India who die by suicide every year, in part because of the way erratic and extreme weather renders their deaths insurmountable. If one were to, hypothetically, blow up an unoccupied private jet in protest of the fact that the wealthiest 1% of the global population accounts for more carbon emissions than the poorest 66%, this would still be seen by many people. Like Thompson's murder, and unlike the tens of thousands of human deaths per year already caused by climate change, as a sign of profoundly alarming social decay. And that is the perversion of where we're at in this society. And this is why people need education in terms of what exactly our world is all about in order to be allowed to fucking vote. And if either one of you gentlemen has anything to add about that, please do so before I dive back into it. But that's an academic point to be made, observing what we're contending with here. I mean, I would say this much, if no one else speaks up, that on this point, everyone's really in agreement. It's just a matter of where you locate the decay. In the killing, or in the response thereunto, or in what led us here. The only way to end up in a situation where a CEO of a health insurance company is reflexively viewed as a dictatorial purveyor of suffering is through a history of socially sanctioned death. A person who posted on Reddit's Our Nurses forum, whose profile describes her as an ICU, meaning an intensive care unit nurse, wrote, and I read therefrom, "Honestly, I'm not wishing anyone harm, but when you've spent so much time and made so much money by increasing the suffering of the humanity around you, it's hard for me to summon empathy that you died. I'm sure someone somewhere is sad about this. I am following his own lead of indifference." Now, reading what this woman wrote, I thought about the statistic from 2018 that healthcare workers account for 73% of all non-fatal workplace injuries due to violence. Nurses, residents, aides, specialists, they are asked to absorb the rage and panic induced by the American healthcare system, whose private insurers generate billions of dollars in profit and pay executives 8 figures, not despite, but because of the fact that they routinely deny care to desperate people in terminal need. This is what leaves me almost breathless with rage. It leaves me wanting to kill. And I am left standing behind this young man in spirit when he pulled that trigger. For whatever reason. And, okay, Brendan Zogit says he's going to sleep now, and that's understood. He needs his rest. So, of course, the solution, in the end, cannot be indifference. Not indifference to the death of the CEO, albeit those who are responsible for his behavior by encouraging and enabling it would dare say not the celebration of it either. But who on which side is going to drop their indifference first? At this point, it's not going to be the people who have a lifetime of evidence that health insurance CEOs do not care about their well-being. So can the CEO class drop its indifference to the suffering and death of ordinary people? Is it possible to do so while achieving record quarterly profits for your stakeholders in perpetuity? Thompson's death resurfaced some unsavory details about his industry. We learned, for instance, that Thompson was but one of several United Health executives under investigations by the DOJ, our nation's Department of Justice, for the crime of insider trading. That Thompson himself had sold more than $15 million worth of company stock in February, shortly before it became public that the Department of Justice was investigating the company for antitrust violations, which ergo caused the stock price to drop. A new policy from Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield also went viral. But before I turn to that, think about the fact that when I talked about insider trading, Peter Moon always defended it as, that's only illegal in these United States. Do you remember that? Any one of you lads, how Peter Moon always said that? You know, that's legal anywhere else but here in America. As if somehow we were...
No, what he was trying to say was that's what Romania does, but we don't do that in the West.
Thank you.
And the honest countries have never done that. That's the whole point of like a stock market, is to be neutral, you know. In theory, that's what the Brits invented that for. To be a neutral trading spot.
That's the concept of market forces, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly. Precisely.
Thank you. Yes, and so imagine that this son of a bitch had sold $15 million worth of company stock just before the stock price dropped because he was on the inside. He shouldn't even be allowed to own stock in his own company. That's outrageous to me. And I'm left like, this man, he deserves to die just for that. But it just gets worse, this level of impunity. So as I said, there's this new policy from Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield that also went viral. The company had announced that in certain states, starting in 2025, it would no longer pay for anesthesia if a surgery passed a pre-allotted time limit. Like, oh man, they're going to take longer with your surgery?
What?
Yes! Believe that shit! That the cost of this extra anesthesia would be passed from Anthem, which is the title. Do you know where they got their name from? The title of an Ayn Rand novel. Anthem.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Imagine that.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And so they said the cost of this extra.
Yeah, this is what Ayn Rand would do if she ran a fucking company. She said it on air a couple times. They're on record.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And
the weak will crumble, you know.
There you are.
Like, we'll leave the weak behind. She's literally said shit like that. Yeah. Like,
there you are.
You're unhealthy. We're just gonna off you. You know, that's their method. You know.
It is. It is. This is libertarianism. Libertarianism is in power, and so the cost of this extra anesthesia would be passed from Anthem, whose year-over-year net income was reported in June to have increased by more than 24% to $2.3 billion. It would all be passed on to the patient, because the patient at that point, they said, was like a drug addict abusing recreational drugs and enjoying themselves too much. Believe that shit? Now on Thursday...
Yeah, classic blame the victim.
Yeah. But you know why they withdrew it?
It's stale.
Yeah. You know why they withdrew it? This murder. On Thursday, after Thompson was murdered, the company withdrew the change in response to everyone saying, we're going to hire more people like this guy to take out your CEOs. It only goes to show terrorism works. That's the bottom line. If you want something...
Well, yeah, I was about to say that. You had said that in the past.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a reason why it's done, and we're not advocating, but it just is what it is.
Thank you. Yes. Well, they withdrew this change in response to the public outrage, if only in Connecticut, for now. Now, it's hard not to be curious about what, if anything, might happen to United Healthcare's claim denial rates. My son's husband was at a show in Midtown Manhattan on Thursday night, and when the comedians on stage cracked a joke about the shooter, the entire place erupted in cheers. Because hundreds of thousands of Americans are driven into bankruptcy every year by medical debts, with many of them losing their homes. Thousands die because insurance companies find reasons not to pay for treatment, including United Healthcare, which denies about 1/3 of its claims. Anthony Zenkis, a lecturer at the Columbia School of Social Work, spracketh for many in a post on X to read therefrom, "Today, we mourn the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, gunned down. Wait, I'm sorry. Today we mourn the deaths of the 68,000 Americans who needlessly die each year so that insurance company execs like Brian Thompson can become multimillionaires, selling short on their stocks in their own companies. Now, the revelation that shell casings at the scene were marked with the words deny, defend, and depose add weight to the speculation that the killer has a vendetta against United Healthcare, which earned $280 billion in revenue last year, insuring about 50 million people in these United States. 12 of the words are used by the industry in policy documents and were included in a 2010 book title that reads Delay, Deny, Defend, subtitled Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It. Now, Thompson was in New York from United Healthcare's headquarters in Minnesota for an investor conference. You've got this 50-year-old father of two kids who won't miss him at all, who had been appointed the company's CEO in 2021 and was paid $10 million last year after overseeing a sharp rise in profits to $16 billion that some whistleblowers exposed came from using artificial intelligence to routinely reject all claims. Now, his killer appears to have been well informed about Thompson's movements. The assailant apparently knew when his victim was likely to arrive at the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel close to Central Park and which entrance he would use. So, if I remember correctly, I think this is how the Brian Thompson shooting unfolded. If we were to use a kind of video timeline. Surveillance footage captured the gunman outside the hotel at about 6:30 a.m., wearing a dark hooded jacket and a black mask and carrying a gray backpack as he made a phone call. Thompson is seen in a blue suit walking up to a hotel door about 15 minutes later, more than 12 hours before the shareholder meeting was about to begin. Now, he loved these shareholder meetings, we know that, because he had shares that he would sell short and make a profit from. The gunman stepped from behind a car and raised a pistol. He fired at least twice, hitting his victim in the calf and in the back. Thompson briefly continued walking before turning to face his killer and then collapsing. So he got to look his killer in the eye before he died. I hope he saw laughter in that young man's eyes before he dropped. Now, the police described the attacker as proficient in firearms, as the video showed him swiftly clearing the firing mechanism of his gun when it jammed and unleashing another bullet. The assailant then walked up to Thompson as he lay slumped against a wall and raised his gun, but apparently did not fire again, meaning he left the third bullet as a message. The killer then crossed the road and ran into an alleyway, which took him past the Ziegfeld Ballroom and onto West 55th Street. There he jumped onto an electric bike, turned north onto 6th Avenue, and headed into Central Park, where he dumped the backpack found by officers on Friday into this weekend. The police said that after he left the park, the suspect took a cab and then a bus out of the city, but have not publicly identified wherever it was headed. The police rapidly uncovered a series of potential clues, including a cell phone in the passageway the gunman fled along and video footage of the killer in a Starbucks close to the hotel shortly before the shooting. Detectives attempting to trace the origin of the pistol were following a lead with a Connecticut gun dealer who sold a weapon resembling the one used in the killing. But there were also red herrings. Much was made of initial police claims that the killer had used an electric city bike, which requires a credit or debit card and a phone app to rent and is fitted with a GPS tracker. That was expected to provide vital clues. The next day, the police backed off that claim and instead focused on whether the killer had used an unmarked electric bike that he either positioned for a getaway or stole from off the street as he fled. By Thursday, investigators had put together an outline of the gunman's movements before the shooting. They concluded he had arrived in New York about 10 days before the killing on a bus that had traveled from Atlanta, although it is not yet known where he boarded. He then stayed at a hostel on Manhattan's Upper West Side, using a fake New Jersey ID to check in with, and sharing a room with two strangers for at least part of the time. One of the most significant finds was of surveillance footage of the gunman at the hostel after he pulled his mask down, reportedly in a brief flirtation with a female employee, leading to the possibility he will be recognized by someone who knows him or identified by facial recognition technology. The man, who appears to be relatively young, is seen smiling in one picture and looking more serious in another. Now I'm going to read through some of the notifications incoming. And yes, our man was responding to Imagine That about the short sell. He says, I've seen those bikes running on other people's rental because they can probably get hacked. Or if you pay for 24-hour rental. Thank you. Yes, it's obviously this guy was looking ahead with that. And more power to him. At any rate, on Friday into this weekend.
Like I saw it where they would get rented for 24 hours and then the people would just hop off the bike and not care because they paid for paid for a whole day without knowing, or who knows. But I saw a few times when you could just grab them and just hop on it. Cool. It's on someone else's rental, but you could still use it somehow.
Well, why wouldn't you be able to if they've already paid the money? It's on. Yeah.
Well, theoretically, they're supposed to end the ride or something, but most people probably just don't. They just leave.
I mean, why would they? They might think that they're coming
Especially
back.
in New York.
Yeah. They might even think they're coming back later and then never do because it's New York.
Yeah. Or they get drunk or something something happens. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. No, it's I appreciate it. Thank you for your input. That's it's now on Friday, officials said investigators had also found DNA evidence that has been sent for testing. There was less information about the killer's motives, but that did not stop a flood of conjecture, much of it premised on bitter experience at the hands of the medical insurance industry. Now, Thompson was separated from his wife. Paulette is her name. I just remembered that now. And they were separated, so you can bet your sweet ass she's been praying for this. Now, Paulette fueled speculation that he had been shot by someone with a grudge against United Healthcare in her initial reaction to NBC News. To quote she, there had been some threats. Basically, I don't know, a lack of coverage? Oh yeah, really? Yeah, man, nothing gets by you, lady. She says, I don't know details. I think you know all the details you need to know. She says, I just know that he said there were some people that had been threatening him. Well, that was probably a daily occurrence for that son of a bitch. You would think that if there hadn't been. Yes, as our man Brendan says, laugh out loud. I think they can assume the motive. She was happy to out him after death. Yeah. No jury needed. Yeah, yeah. Anyhow, there was plenty of public anger, but it wasn't at the killer. It was at United Healthcare. And that there was plenty of anger at United Healthcare was no secret. She knew that. Now, that was before his murder. Her question probably would have been, who didn't want this man dead? Earlier this year, protesters from across the country rallied outside the company's headquarters in Minnesota over its refusal to pay about 1/3 of claims. Now, that's according to research by Value Penguin. I'm not making these stats up. That's more than any other health insurer, and a lot of it was due to this guy. Now, regulators and politicians have proven that the company is boosting profits by systematically rejecting care to which people are entitled under their policies or refusing to meet the full cost and leaving patients in debt the rest of their lives, which are foreshortened dramatically and drastically by care denial. Now, in October, a U.S. Senate committee released a report cataloging how United Healthcare and other countries deny patients care after they have been discharged from hospital following acute operations, even when doctors say they are necessary for a full recovery. Now, the report, this same report I'm sourcing, said it's that the denials were made exclusively to drive up profits. By the way, we got breaking news. South Korea has banned its president from leaving the country as he faces an insurrection investigation linked to his failed martial law bid. I think, gee, poor guy, that's like saying, you're damned to hell to be stuck in South Korea. Actually, it's a food paradise to me. I love the cuisine, but that's just me. Our man Brendan says the company should be bound by the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. And as T-Tank Barry says, and jailed when they do. Yes, thank you, gentlemen. Well, come my dictatorship, we'll make that happen. From your keyboard to God's computer screen. And here we are, the Hippocratic Oath. Yes, how can you be involved in medicine and not be following the Hippocratic Oath? That's outrageous that we have insurance companies involved in medicine. This is insane. This is, you're just asking for it. That's like putting the healthcare, what you're doing is you've put our healthcare under the supervision of psychotics, which is what this man was. The man who was killed, not the man who shot him. That lad's a hero. At any rate, in October, there was a U.S. Senate committee that released this report that I'm sourcing, saying that concluding all of these denials were made exclusively to drive up profits. Now, I want people to know there's a Hippocratic Oath. Would you care to read that, Brendan? That would be delightful to hear that in your voice if you'd care to read that. That would be a nice way to drive that.
You're really going to make me read
it. Yeah!
I like the ending. Let's put it that way. I like the ending.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
It says, while I continue to keep this oath unviolated, may it grant me the ability to enjoy life and the practice of the art, respected by all and in all times. But should I trespass and violate this oath, may the reverse be my lot. So it's like a binding spell to do good.
Excellent.
Like, yeah.
Excellent. And how?
And people were expected to be bound by this. I don't know where this, how it got removed from this kind of field, right?
It's outrageous.
Yeah.
It's criminal. And it's thank you for that. That's wonderful. And I think many doctors should suffer because many doctors are not interested in
here's part of it. I will go into them for the benefit of the sick and abstain from every voluntary act of mischief and corruption.
Thank you.
From the seduction of either male or female, freemen and slaves, whenever in my connection with my professional practice or not, I will not lose connection. Through the life of men, which ought not be spoken of, I will not divulge as reckoning. That all should be kept secret. So they, that the HIPAA oath, they even call it HIPAA. It's based off the Hippocratic Oath. There you go.
That's excellent.
They're duty bound to keep your health records secret and all of that. So it's like, doctors have argued that they should be the ultimate decision makers when it comes to the insurance payouts because they're already bound by this agreement. But of course, that wouldn't aid the profit margins. So
there you are. Well, we've got to separate medicine from profit. That's outrageous that it's even connected. That's insane. That's like war for profit.
Yeah, there you go.
And
pay to play. It's like pay to play.
Yes.
Game.
Yeah.
Like the worst kind of game. Your life. You know?
Thank you. Squid Game. It's Squid Game. This is
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Wasn't that part of Squid Games where the dude had to like buy something or some kind of surgery or some medicine or something?
Of course.
Yeah.
That would always be that, either for him or his mother or wife or child or something, right?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, it's always going to be.
The guy thought it was like, I'm gonna win this for them, and it turns out it's just this vile contest.
Yes. That of course you can't win except by a miracle, which is no doubt. Yeah, it's but Squid Game. The reason it hit so hard is because we can all relate to it. It's life in America. That's life in America, and South Korea is just like a reflection of America. South Korea is like America. It's really they're America's a colony of South Korea. Do you remember that stupid Red Dawn where they were going to make it China invades, and then they said all the Chinese got up in arms and said, we won't let you produce, and so they had to turn it to North Korea invading for the Homefront, the Red Dawn remake.
Yeah, Homefront. Yeah.
Based on the Homefront game. The Homefront video game also made North Korea the invader, which is preposterous. In reality,
and they land in San Francisco.
Of course, but the reality is we're under the heel of South Korea. So if you want to know why life has turned into Squid Game, well, you got the answer. Thank you. Now, the day before Thompson was killed, that's when the American Society of Anesthesiologists issued a statement condemning another health insurance company, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, for imposing a limit on the amount of time for which it was prepared to pay patients for having surgery to receive anesthesia at all during active surgery. And the company immediately reversed its position only after this shooting. So take that lesson to the bank. We got to start killing these people. That's the lesson. And ultimately wiping them out completely with a purge and setting up a national healthcare system after we've killed all these insurance vultures. And Thompson's death unleashed something even more visceral from people who feel helpless in the face of giant medical corporations with the power, the literal power, of life or death. A woman on TikTok relayed her own experience at the hands of United Healthcare when she was 9 months pregnant and at a hospital with a 1-year-old baby who had just been diagnosed with a giant brain tumor. So large, there was more of that tumor in his skull than there was brain. The woman said the child required emergency surgery at a nearby hospital in a neighboring state where they had the technology to perform that surgery because the doctors told her in her state, if we perform the surgery here, we'll kill him. So to quote a she at length and verbatim, we sat in the hospital for 3 days because United Healthcare refused to approve the transfer via ambulance from the hospital where we live to another state. And at that point, I was ready to just get in my car and take her there myself. But United Healthcare told us if we left the hospital by our own will and it wasn't via ambulance, they were not going to cover her at the next hospital we went to. I vividly remember being on the phone with United Healthcare for days and days, 9 months pregnant, about to give birth alone, while my other baby was sitting in a hospital room. And again, this is not to condone violence whatsoever. All I'm saying is that I do not doubt for a second what the motive of that suspect was. I mean, think about what I've just said. Others quoted Woody Guthrie. Some rob you with a 6-gun, others with a fountain pen. Now, the backlash came not only from patients, but doctors who recounted United Healthcare refusing to pay for a child with cancer to receive medicines for the side effects of chemotherapy. So the child was in so much agony that she killed herself in pain. They questioned the necessity of life-saving care at all. And for that reason, other children with cancer were never even approved for chemotherapy. The outpouring of anger from within the medical profession at Thompson as representative of the greed of the insurance industry at the cost of so many lives caused Reddit moderators to delete their thread for the medical community. Believe that shit? So much for freedom of speech. It's all a lie. Reddit decides what you get to say.
Yeah,
Go on.
Yeah, Reddit's been like that for a while now. It's an echo chamber for people that all think the same. Just like everything, it just turns into that. But the edit has like rabid moderators and like these 4chan nerds that control everything. And then, yeah, so there you go.
Thank you. And as our man T-Tank Berry says, is the pen mightier than the six gun? Yes, well, most certainly. The pen has proven itself mightier than the sword again and again. But then again, when it all comes down to it, you have to rely on the sword. And that's what it's going to take to deal with these guys. The health insurance industry is only one part of a medical system that the Princeton economists Ann Case and Angus Deaton, who won the 2015 Nobel Prize for Economics, have described as a Sheriff of Nottingham redistribution in the fleecing of ordinary Americans to give to rich corporations. Well, then, these people predicted that this guy is Robin Hood. This young kid, this young man in the hood, the Assassin's Creed hood, dare I say. He's living the video game Assassin's Creed. We know that. We know that much. First thing the Blood Boys said was he's living the game Assassin's Creed. But when our man T-Tank Berry says apparently so, pointing to the money bag about the pen mightier than the sword, remember, the corporations put up a sign that says, remember the golden rule, he who has the gold makes all the rules. But remember, in the end, it's the guns that make the rules. The gold has to buy the guns to enforce those rules. Without the gun, no one will obey the rules. So like T-Tank Berry says, I'll use the 30-06. Yeah, .306. Such being said, remember it does come back to the guns in the end that make the rules, and we've got to put our guns to use. Now, the pair I've just named, the Princeton economists, as he said, then pick up the 308. Yes, most certainly, T-Tank. Appreciate that profoundly. Brendan Zogit has dropped off because he definitely needs some sleep. And we love him dearly. Stay safe, Brendan. You know, blessed dreams. And again, the two economists that I'm referring, Ann Case and Angus Deaton, who both won the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2015, Princeton economists who shared that prize, that pair published a study 4 years ago titled Deaths of Despair and the Future of Capitalism. Remember that title. Deaths of Despair and the Future of Capitalism. Look that up by Ann Case, spelled A-N-N-E, surname spelled C-A-S-E, and Angus Deaton, spelled A-N-G-U-S, surname spelled D-E-A-T-O-N. And review that. And our dear T-Tank is wishing Brendan Zogi good night. Good night, Brother Brendan, he says. And with that, of course, returning to the task at hand. This pair published a study 4 years ago titled Deaths of Despair and the Future of Capitalism that concluded the United States health industry is killing staggering numbers of patients while making Americans poorer. This is outrageous. This is a crime against humanity. Forget anything you're bitching about when it comes to the Nazis. This is what the capitalists have wrought upon you. These are the people you should be hating. Not the goddamn Nazis, but these motherfuckers. Now, these economists so wrote, and here I read therefrom: the American healthcare system is a leading example of an institution that, under political protection, redistributes income upwards to hospitals, physicians, device makers, and pharmaceutical companies while delivering among the worst health outcomes of any developed nation on earth. So with that, we see a return image from dear Brendan, of course, a ward to protect us through the night. Just understand this much. As the medical industry has grown more rapacious, charging more for operations and prescription drugs, so insurance premiums have surged and patients been required to make ever larger out-of-pocket payments that can amount to thousands of dollars a year, or they find their claims denied. If the killer is caught, and his motive is, as many Americans imagine it to be, his trial could prove to be yet another divide in an already fractured nation. Even if the killer was not motivated by that anger, the outpouring of public rage against the healthcare industry should serve as some kind of warning for its leaders. And even popular internet sleuths are denying the NYPD's request to track down the CEO shooter. The NYPD, the New York Police Department, is crowdsourcing their investigation into the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson to the general public after 2 days with no positive ID on the shooter. But according to multiple popular TikTok sleuths, they may not get much help from the internet. NBC News reported that law enforcement is banking on the American public helping them identify the man seen in new photos released this week, which show the alleged assassin lowering his mask while flirting with a hostel concierge. Those are currently the only photos of the alleged killer in which his mask is not concealing his face, and law enforcement veterans have called them a turning point in this investigation. But Savannah Sparks, who, believe it or not, is not a porn actress, even though she has the name of one, who has 1.3 million TikTok followers, probably because they thought she was a porn actress, and is known for helping track down perpetrators of racist and hateful attacks, was unequivocal in her refusal to help find Thompson's murderer. Thompson told NBC she was pretty apathetic about the ongoing manhunt, and that her impression of the online sleuthing community's current mood was concepts of thoughts and prayers. Did I call her Thompson? I meant to say Savannah Sparks. Didn't mean to give her real name away. I should stick with her stage name as a, I guess, pseudo-pornographic actress. Hopefully she doesn't find that offensive. It's why everybody subscribes is based on her name. But with the tongue-in-cheek reference to the health insurance industry lingo, Sparks said, it's, claim denied on my prayers there. Now, according to NBC, Sparks, who holds a doctorate of pharmacy herself and works in the healthcare industry as a lactation consultant, which, as I said, there was a porno aspect here, even if only in the minds of men like myself, she's been called on by law enforcement in the past to assist with training officers on how to track suspects or track down suspects online. But she said that in this particular case, she has zero interest in helping the NYPD. To quote herself, absolutely the fuck not. Now, Michael McWhorter, who is Tizzy Ant on TikTok and has more than 6.7 million followers, observed that he hadn't seen the same drumbeat from the public to find Thompson's killer that he's seen in past cases involving blatant violence. He opined that investigators may be underestimating how much people don't care. Noting that the victim in question was the multi-million-dollar CEO of a Fortune 500 health insurance company, Swarthmore College assistant professor of computer science, Sukrit Venkatagiri. Venkatagiri, that's man, what a name. Sukrit Venkatagiri said, it's possible that some internet sleuths don't really empathize with who the victim is in this scenario. People are less motivated from an altruistic perspective to help this victim in this specific case. That's like primo observation capacity there, dude. Nothing gets by you. I guess that's why Trump's putting so many people like you in charge. It's that that killer observation ability. At any rate, one person who helped police was software engineer Riley Waltz, who obtained data from the city bike station used by the alleged shooter after the murder. According to NBC, some social media users called him a snitch. McWhorter said those who helped police being ganged up on could discourage others from helping to identify the shooter, but he said it's possible that apathy could play a larger role, himself observing, in his own words, there's this weird thing, this vibe of like, I don't see a bunch of people just feeling any urgency. Brendan Zogit brings up they're using the Ayn Rand terminology, altruism. There we are. I don't believe Ayn Rand ever used the term altruism because that was more like a social psychology term for altruistic egotism, meaning at least do some things that are good for other people if for no other reason than to help yourself. But Ayn Rand wasn't into helping anybody. If she could, she was opposite the golden rule. Her golden rule was, if we're following Ayn Rand, her golden rule is screw unto others before they screw unto you, rather than do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Screw unto others before they screw unto you. Yes, here we are. Ayn Rand rejected altruism. The idea that self-sacrifice and helping others less advantaged is the ideal of morality. She believed in capitalism versus communism. She believed that government should play as little of a role in people's lives as possible in order to grant them more individual freedoms and rights. All of this is absolute bullshit and madness, and anybody who falls for it is an idiot. Anyhow, then he mentions snitches get stitches. Yes, and stitches should be given to this son of a bitch who tried to help find the freedom fighter. Anyhow, he says her and Nathaniel Brandon considered it a main fault in man. There we are with that. And hopefully they're both homeless ghosts, wandering for eternity. At any rate, so everyone, hold your democratic ideals close and your loved ones closer. And while we're in the business of being alarmed, is it all too good to be true? I mean, not just the good thing that happened with his killing, but on Wall Street. If you have to ask that question, you probably already know. Bitcoin has been rallying to the fucking moon. Meme stocks are surging for, as usual, no goddamn good reason whatsoever, and bearish bets are cratering. Like many of the investors who stuck with cryptocurrency, funny money or scam cash to us skeptics, hedge fund manager and former Trump acolyte Anthony Scaramucci was basking in an I told you so, a post-orgasmic afterglow on Thursday. Scaramucci is one of the true believers who appears to have, thanks to Bitcoin's ascendance, emerged triumphant from Wall Street's wilderness. The digital asset breached six figures Wednesday midweek last, representing not only a galactic gain from the 5%, I think it was like 5 fucking cents it fetched 15 years ago, but adherents would contend acceptance. No longer is this internet money considered by polite society little more than a plaything or Ponzi scheme. Of course, they will all live to regret it. They mark my words. With the ostensible embrace by Donald Trump and some $108 billion directly tracking it in exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, Bitcoin has arguably crossed that chasm into something resembling legitimacy. It will be to everyone's woe. Trust me, they will rue this day. To quote Mike Novogratz, founder and chief executive of Galaxy Digital, we are witnessing a paradigm shift. After 4 years of political purgatory, Bitcoin and the entire digital asset ecosystem are on the brink of entering the financial mainstream. They're exactly what will take it down. As for Scaramucci, famous for being hired and fired by the president-elect, he joked that he owes his ex-boss a Christmas present as a token of thanks. Like a gift card to McDonald's, he said. Now, Bill Gross, the retired bond king and a fan of defensive-looking trades, including dividend-rich companies and banks who himself relies on a sense of history, he doled out some sage advice to those still partying hard amid the market surge. He said, I am heeding this herd wave, but am wary of circumstances that may slow or end this party. Now, I don't think I can share this image online, so I'm just going to enter it into the call. And this is something that I'm just hoping that will give an idea of this man's gravity. He's someone who, if I can just find out how to access the photograph, I think it would be, yeah, well, he's someone who's taken this seriously, and I guess since our listeners won't be able to see his image anyway, it's not going to do me much good to load it up here, but yeah, I guess I should, for the sake of, we'll call it the insider's advantage. Those of you who joined Team Dietrich, you get this for now until we can figure out a way to make this much more accessible to all our listeners, to show them the images that I show. But basically, this is an image of Bill Gross on the alert as the momentum mania is sweeping Wall Street. And, oh God, maybe it's not going to show it all anyway. So I guess I'd have to screenshot it. So, okay, there we go. That's enough of that for now. And let's instead turn towards the fact that you've got this caution and you've got a risk-filled 2025 notwithstanding. The bulls raged anew on Friday into this weekend after data showing the continued vigor of the labor market. The S&P, the Standard & Poor's 500, ended the week at fresh records, and the NASDAQ 100 is up more than 28% this year. Credit markets continue to validate the good vibes across corporate America, with borrowing premiums sitting at their lowest in more than 12 decades. But still, there's that nagging question. Too good to be true! Now, the Japanese American named Robert Kiyosaki warns that savers are losers, that retirement savings will be toast. Kiyosaki has warned that millions of 401ks and IRAs will be toast. But here's my own advice for older Americans who want to protect their wealth. Robert Kiyosaki, to get him out of the way, is spreading the word that many of his previous financial predictions are, sadly, coming true. Given that many are deeply exposed to the ups and downs of the stock market through their retirement savings, a crash will be absolutely devastating to older Americans' wealth. And I can guarantee you that Bitcoin guarantees that fucking crash. That crash is a-coming thanks to the legitimization, the normalization of cryptocurrency. That's not what Kiyosaki is saying. That's Douglas Dietrich. But in posts on X from earlier this year, Kiyosaki wrote, "Baby boomers bust. Tragically, biggest bubble in history will wipe out baby boomers because boomers are the first generation with flimsy 401ks. Stock market set to crash, as well as the S&P is next, which will toast millions of 401ks and IRAs. You don't have to go out and buy a 10-unit apartment building or throw all of your money in the stock market, but you have to do something. Learn about other options. Just get started. Do anything but rely on savings. Remember, savers are losers. Now, he's right. Following the evolution and devolution of monetary and financial policy in empowering the new American worker brings us to confronting the national housing market risk and concluding that the home ownership society was a mistake. Understand that real estate should be treated as consumption, not investment, a premise that many Americans would be wise to follow. It is a truth universally acknowledged that an American in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a mortgage. I don't know if you should buy a house, nor am I inclined to give you personal financial advice, but I do know that you should be wary of the mythos that accompanies the American institution of home ownership, and of a political environment that touts its advantages while ignoring its many drawbacks. Renting is for the young or financially irresponsible, or so they say. Home ownership is a guarantee against a lost job, against rising rents, against a medical emergency. It is a promise to your children that you can pay for college or a wedding, or that you can help them one day join you in the vaunted halls of the ownership society. In America, home ownership is not just owning a dwelling and the land it resides upon. It is a piggy bank, where the bottom 50% of the country, by wealth distribution, stores most of its wealth. And it is not a natural market phenomenon. It is propped up by numerous government interventions, including the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. America has put a lot of weight on this one institution's shoulders. Too much. The consensus that home ownership is preferable to renting obscures quite a few rotten truths about when home ownership doesn't work out, about whom it doesn't work out for, and that its gains for some are predicated on losses for others. Speaking in averages masks the heterogeneity of the home ownership experience. For many people, home ownership is a largely beneficial enterprise, but for others, particularly young, middle-income, and low-income families, as well as black people, it can be risky. This critique isn't new, not even on this program. In fact, way back in 1945, the sociologist John Dean summed up many of my own concerns in this quote from his book titled Home Ownership, subtitled, Is It Sound? Question mark. This quote's from 1945. For some families, some houses represent wise buys, but a culture and real estate industry that gave blanket endorsement to ownership failed to indicate which families and which houses. Home ownership doesn't even consistently deliver on the core promise of providing financial security. And, crucially, pushing more and more people into home ownership actually undermines our ability to improve housing outcomes for all. You see, luck is not an investment strategy. As the economist Joe Courtwright explained for the website City Observatory, housing is a good investment if you buy at the right time, buy in the right place, get a fair deal on financing, and are not excessively vulnerable to market swings. That's a lot of requirements for you to turn out all right. And that latter point about those market swings is particularly important in light of what I've just shared. Although higher income Americans may be able to weather job losses or other financial emergencies without selling their home, many other people don't have that option. Wealth building through home ownership requires selling at the right time, and research indicates that longer tenures in a home translate to lower returns. But the right time to sell may not line up with the right time for you to move. See? Buying low and selling high, when the asset we are talking about is where you live, is pretty fucking ridiculous advice. People want to live near family, near good schools, near parks, or in neighborhoods with the type of amenities they desire, not trade their location like penny stocks. A home is bound to a specific geographic location, vulnerable to local economic and environmental shocks that could wipe out the value of the land or the structure itself right when you need it. The economic forces that have juiced demand to live in America's coastal cities are extremely strong, but one of the pandemic's enduring legacies may be a large-scale shift of many workers to remote environments, thereby reducing the value of living near the business districts of superstar cities. Making bets on real estate is tricky fucking business. During the 1990s, Cleveland's house prices outpaced both the national average and my own Golden Gated San Francisco's. How confident are you that you can predict the ways in which urban geography will shift over your tenancy? Time isn't the only external factor determining whether home ownership works for Americans. Paying off a mortgage is a form of forced savings in which people save by paying for shelter rather than consciously putting money aside. According to a report by an economist at the National Association of Realtors, looking at the housing market from 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matrons, my mother's murder, through to 2021. However, price appreciation accounts for roughly 86% of the wealth associated with owning a home. That means almost all of the gains come not from paying down a mortgage, money that you literally put into the home, but from rising price tags outside of any individual homeowner's control. This is a key, uncomfortable point. Home values, which purportedly built the middle class, are predicated not on sweat equity or hard work, but on good fortune. It is blind fucking luck. Home values are mostly about the value of land, not the structure itself, and the value of the land is largely driven by labor markets. Remember, the labor force is the war force of the work economy. That's your army. Is someone who purchased a home in my own Golden Gated San Francisco circa 1978 smarter or more hardworking than someone trying to do so half 100 years later? More important is this kind of random luck, which compounds over time, the best way to organize society itself? The obvious answer to both of these questions is no. And for people for whom home ownership has paid off the most, those living in cities or suburbs of thriving labor markets, for them, their home's value is directly tied to the scarcity of housing for other people. This system, by its nature, pits incumbents against newcomers. So you see, housing policy is built on a contradiction. At the core of American housing policy is a secret hiding in plain sight. Home ownership works for some because it cannot work for all. If we want to make housing affordable for everyone, then it needs to be cheap and widely available. And if we want that housing to act as a wealth-building vehicle, home values have to increase significantly over time. How do we ensure that housing is both appreciating in value for homeowners, but cheap enough for all would-be homeowners to buy in? Well, we can't. What makes this rather obvious conclusion significant is just how common it is for policymakers to espouse both goals simultaneously. Exempli gratiae. In a statement lamenting how inflation hurts Americans' pocketbooks, President Joe Biden also noted that home values are up as a proof point that the economic recovery was well underway. So rising prices are bad, except when it comes to homes. Policymakers aren't unaware of the reality that quickly appreciating home prices come at the cost of housing affordability. In fact, they've repeatedly picked a side, despite pretending otherwise. The homeowner's power in American politics is unmatched. Rich people tend to be homeowners and have an outsized voice in politics because they are more likely to vote, donate, and engage in the political process. In a 2018 survey of a sample of America's mayors, in which most registered serious concerns about housing affordability, less than 25% of respondents agreed with the statement, "It would be better if housing prices in my city declined." 3 years later, after skyrocketing housing prices made a long-simmering housing crisis real for even high-income Americans, still just 40% of participating mayors strongly or somewhat agreed with that statement. So, I would note that it was found that there was somewhat higher support for this position among mayors of Western cities and more expensive cities. See, the left is best. Now, regardless of your politics and regardless of how you feel about what I just said about the left coast, meaning the West is best because it's the left coast and its politics are left and therefore more inclusive, relying on a single asset isn't smart. The core benefit that home ownership is meant to offer is financial security. Yet, in numerous ways, it actually exposes homeowners to more risk. By concentrating wealth in one asset, middle-class homeowners are particularly exposed to regional economic and environmental shocks, like if a large employer decides to relocate or a hurricane devastates downtown. Events outside your control can completely wipe you out. It's no surprise then that the wealthiest Americans are the least likely to store their wealth in their homes. Certainly they benefit from owning their homes, but the wealthier the American, the more likely they are to hold their assets in equities and mutual funds. During the pandemic, this difference made the rich even richer, as the stock market outperformed the housing market. Policymakers in favor of pushing more people into home ownership often note that housing wealth is regularly used for socially desirable ends, such as starting a business, retiring, or helping finance higher education. But when Zillow economists were asked how their people use their home equity, they painted a different picture. Over the past few years, they found that roughly 22% of people tapped into their home equity and that 70% of those people used it for home improvements, 39% to pay off debt, 29% to pay for a car, which people often wind up living in, a vacation, or another costly item that's usually like a last blowout, and just 12% for college. None of these decisions are bad per se, but they don't jibe with common perceptions of how housing wealth is put to use at all. Additionally, remodeling with that wealth, instead of, say, making more diversified investments, actually increases individuals' exposure to the risks of home ownership. So, by putting money into your home, generally speaking, you're not doing yourself a favor. LendingTree similarly found that home improvement was the top reason for homeowners applying for home equity loans or lines of credit. You're really dealing with a money pit dynamic here. Now, granted, the past couple of years may have been an aberration. People went crazy for home remodeling during the pandemic. But even pre-pandemic research cuts against common understandings of how homeowners use their equity. In 2011, that great turning point in human history when my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered, just a week after 3/11, the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown, probably going back to Japan to do some angel work there. Then University of Chicago economists Atif Mian and Amir Sufi looked at how homeowners responded to rising home values and discovered that newfound equity wasn't used for further investment or even to pay down expensive credit card balances, but rather largely for home improvement or other consumption. A now familiar trend emerged in this research as well. Borrowing against home equity is the domain of homeowners in relatively poor financial positions. They found that almost 40% of total defaults from 2006 through to 2008 were from 1997 homeowners who borrowed aggressively against the rising value of their houses. People also tend to underrate the hidden costs of owning a home, including property taxes, utilities, maintenance costs, and just plain old upkeep. In an interview with UC Berkeley professores Carolina Reed in 2013, a low-income first-time home buyer explained, "The 3 months after we bought the house, we tripled our credit card debt. We were so focused on affording the house, we didn't think about the moving costs, and things like buying trash cans for the bathroom or curtains. I think I must have gone to Target every day and walked out with $300 worth of stuff." So understand that inequality is inevitable. Home values do not increase uniformly, which means the gains to homeowners differ by income, by geography, and most certainly by race. From 2010 through to 2020, 71% of the increase in the value of owner-occupied housing accumulated to high-income homeowners. The geographic distribution of housing values may not be predictable and is sometimes surprising, but it isn't necessarily random either. Riskier areas tend to be more affordable areas because the people who can pay to live elsewhere will do so. That means that the riskiest investments, and thus the worst potential outcomes for homeowners, are concentrated among people with less wealth to begin with. These differences are inevitable. That's precisely why our political obsession with home ownership as an investment is so bloody fucking misguided. A single-minded pro-home ownership agenda can lead policymakers to ignore massive potential costs. In 2023, for instance, NPR, National Public Radio, found that the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the infamous HUD or HUD, had offloaded foreclosed houses in federally designated flood zones on unsuspecting buyers, many of whom were first-time homeowners. An HUD spokesperson justified the maneuver by explaining that the agency wanted to ensure that property values were maintained in these areas, so leaving the homes vacant was therefore unacceptable. More so than selling people a vulnerable asset, nearly certain to erode their financial stability forever? This is insurance company level reasoning. Racial disparities in housing are well known, but always worth stressing. In 2018, the Brookings Institute researchers, Andre and Perry, Jonathan Rothwell and David Harshbarger compared homes in majority black neighborhoods with communities that have very few or no black residents, and found that even when controlling for similar amenities like school quality, access to businesses, and crime, homes in majority black neighborhoods are worth 23% less. Roughly $48,000 a home on average, and $156 billion fucking dollars in cumulative losses, let's just say. Now, in his book titled Know Your Price, the aforenamed Perry explains that majority black neighborhoods have higher crime rates, longer commute times, and fewer good public amenities, such as high-scoring schools, and private ones, such as highly rated restaurants. Although these factors, of course, affect price, they can explain only about half of the differential between black and white neighborhoods. The rest, Perry attributes to racism. To quote his T, value, by and large, is socially constructed, and much of the way we have created practices to value homes are rooted in racist belief systems. Better government policy can resolve some social, well, I mean to say racial inequities, if we're to be honest, but obviously not all. Home value is subjective. Obviously, labor market conditions and public investments play a large role, but so do aesthetics, and so do sometimes inarticulable feelings of belonging that cannot be qualified or quantified or even explained, sometimes even to ourselves. When a prospective buyer walks into a neighborhood and sees several black neighbors, no amount of government legislation can stop them from consciously or subconsciously lowering their assessment of that neighborhood's value. These subjective assessments create a black tax on home price appreciation. The average 2007 owner, from the year that my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich the sailor, was murdered, thanatized, as they said in the Veterans Administration parlance. That year, an owner who sold in 2018 earned a 0.9% annual return, while the average black seller earned a 0.4% return. That's according to research conducted by the economist Matthew Kahn, which I'm calling up on screen right now. You see, even when black Americans do build wealth through home ownership, downturns in the economy wipe them out. According to the Economic Policy Institute, from 2005 through to 2009, a time period covering the foreclosure crisis, black households saw their median net worth fall by 53%, while white households saw just a 17% decline. And on the flip side, when the housing market is doing well, black households tend to benefit less than white ones. The Boston Fed estimated that from January to October of 2020, as mortgage rates plummeted, 12% of white, 14% of Asian, and 9% of Hispanic borrowers refinanced their homes, whereas only 6% of black borrowers did, likely because of risk factors such as lower credit scores. The researchers found that the savings from refinancing totaled $5.3 billion in payment reductions a year, of which only 3.7% ever went to black households. One final inequality that often flies under the radar is generational inequality. When Americans buy homes under the expectation that values always appreciate, that's an expectation that someone else will pay the increased price. In 2018, writing for the City Observatory, the author and housing expert Daniel K. Hirtz aptly described home ownership as a Ponzi scheme. See, it's up there with Bitcoin, people. To quote his T at length and verbatim, it is, in other words, a massive upfront transfer of wealth from younger people to older people, on the implicit promise that when those young people become old, there will be new young people willing to give them even more money. And of course, as prices rise, the only young people able to buy into this Ponzi scheme are quite well-to-do themselves. So fundamentally, these United States need to shift away from misunderstanding housing as an investment and toward treating it as consumption. No one expects their TV, their television, or their car to be a store of value, let alone to ever appreciate. Instead, Americans recognize that expensive purchases should reflect their particular desires and that the cost should be worth the use they get out of them. Just as higher wealth households spread their assets among various equities and mutual funds, so should our government encourage and aid lower and middle income households in doing the same. Not only would this shift in emphasis help American families diversify risk, but it would help them avoid many of the unavoidably unequal features of the housing market. As the economist Nayla Richardson told Marketplace, a stock in Apple is the same for everybody. It doesn't know whether you are black or white or rich or poor. And the fortunes of all investors are tied together if the stock market does poorly, meaning highly engaged shareholders will hold companies accountable for poor returns or bad management decisions, a benefit that accrues to all investors. I should be explicit here. Policymakers must completely abandon trying to preserve or improve property values and instead make their focus a housing market abundant with cheap and diverse housing types, able to satisfy the needs of people at every income level and every stage of life. As such, people would move between homes as their circumstances necessitate. Housing would stop being scarce, and thus its attractiveness as an investment would diminish greatly for both homeowners and larger entities, like those pesky corporations we're striving against. The government should encourage and aid low-wealth households to save through diversified index funds, as it eliminates the tax benefits that pull people into home ownership regardless of the consequences. Right now, home ownership is the default option for most people with savings. That's true in part because of the perceived benefits that I've already mentioned, but also because we make renting a nightmare in this country. In order for home ownership to be a meaningful choice, tenancy has to be one too. Part of what people are purchasing when they move from being a tenant to an owner-occupant is freedom from landlords. If we are interested in helping low and middle-income people live well, we need to fix renting. Some potential policies include increasing oversight of the rental market, providing tenants with a right to counsel in eviction court to reduce predatory filings, advancing rent stabilization policies, public investment in rental housing quality, and most importantly, building tons of new housing so that power shifts in the rental market from landlords to the tenants, the people. Even if nothing changes and America's love affair with home ownership continues, tens of millions of people will continue renting for the duration of our lives, and almost everyone will rent for at least part of their life. Financial security, reliable and reasonable housing payments, and freedom from exploitation should not be the domain of homeowners. Let housing be a home. Let it provide shelter, access to good jobs, and safe and healthy communities. Just don't let it be an investment. Although home equity frequently represents a large portion of many Americans' wealth, purchasing a home can be a risky investment that depends entirely on home price appreciation and attribute fundamentally in conflict with housing becoming more affordable for all of us. This dependence on home price appreciation is an even bigger problem, given that federal housing policy is geared toward inducing more and more low equity mortgage debt. It makes purchasing a home especially risky for those struggling to earn more stable income. I seriously doubt the Senatoress Elizabeth Warren, the Democrat from Massachusetts, would support federally backed leveraged stock market investing for all Americans, but that's effectively what federal housing policy does. Yes, she's clearly willing to support Wall Street and big banks when it suits her, but let's leave that up for another transmission. In fact, for at least the past 20 years, home prices have exhibited similar volatility to equity markets. It's not as if these facts have gone unnoticed, even by other observers besides myself. While it's still not perfectly clear what sort of alternative policies can yet be conceptualized, I can most certainly advise that a policy of promoting home ownership and disparaging renting is harmful. And it can only be concluded that it is hypocritical for federal officials to espouse so-called affordable housing programs while promoting policies that increase home prices. In terms of housing finance, federal policy is geared almost entirely to boosting demand. That's a problem because housing markets are always supply constrained relative to many other types of consumption goods. It's also a fact that those supply constraints are often driven by state and local rules and regulations. That is, many desirable locations are already full of housing, and only local governance changes can do anything about it, though even those changes are unlikely to have large near-term effects. Given that reality, the best that the federal government can do for now is to stop juicing demand. But that's the opposite of what the federal government has done for at least the last 100 fucking years. All the federal involvement really started taking off in the 1930s, largely as an effort to boost jobs. But somewhere along the way, all the realtors, builders, and financiers figured out it was better to work with the politicians. Now we have a complete fucking bloody mess. One that has unequivocally made housing less affordable, especially for lower income folks. The federal tax code promotes mortgage debt. The Basel capital requirements promote holding government-backed MBS, or mortgage-backed securities. And Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have long enjoyed special status relative to private companies. It's impossible for the private sector to compete with the federal government, so providing government mortgage insurance and even implicit federal guarantees for MBSs has had a predictable effect. From 2009 through to 2020, Fannie and Freddie's annual share of the total MBS market averaged 70%, even though their charters explicitly prohibit excessive use of their facilities. Including Ginnie Mae securities, those that are backed by FHA mortgages, the federal share of the MBS market averaged 92% per year. Few remember, however, that the situation wasn't much different prior to the 2008 global economic crash. From 1996 through to 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the sailor who raised and guided me, was thanatized. Fannie and Freddie's annual share of the total MBS market averaged 60%, only about 10 percentage points lower than the post-crisis share. It makes zero sense to plead for more federal help because too much federal help is exactly what got us here. Federal policies have consistently increased demand by making it easier to obtain home mortgages. There appears to be no momentum in Congress to reverse this trend, and only a fool would say that it has nothing to do with special interests. If I'm wrong about that, then the new Congress can start with the lowest of the low-hanging fruit. It can prohibit Fannie and Freddie from funding loans on vacation homes, and it can enforce their charters' excessive use provisions. Then it can prohibit them from funding homes that cost more than $1 million and require first-time home buyers to actually be those who have never owned homes. But I'm not about to hold my breath. I myself can only recommend but one single alternative investment that can help protect your wealth from volatile markets. And that, of course, is the infinite reliable, the ultimate go-to, that's always there. Gold. Unlike fiat money, which can be printed anytime, gold can't be spun out of thin air. This makes it a popular choice for those seeking to hedge their wealth against the ups and downs of public markets. And it's a top choice of Robert Kiyosaki, who I previously mentioned, who has been investing in this asset class since 1972. In October of yesteryear, Kiyosaki predicted gold will soon break through $2,100 and then take off. You'll wish you had bought gold below $2,000. Next stop gold, $3,700. With gold currently around $2,700 an ounce, it looks like his predictions are coming true again. With gold prices so high, the average investor may worry that they don't have the funds to break into this rising market. However, by opening a gold IRA, you can enjoy the tax advantages of an IRA and the inflation hedging properties of gold as you grow your nest egg. With the help of, for instance, I am not paid by these people. I can't even play this game because I don't have a penny to spend. That doesn't stop me from watching the game. Just because a guy might be half 100 pounds, or maybe more extreme, half 1,000 pounds, doesn't mean they can't appreciate sports they could never participate in. But with the help of Priority Gold as an example, an industry leader in precious metals with a 5-star rating from TrustLink and an A+ from the Better Business Bureau, you can open a gold IRA and preserve your retirement dreams with an inflation-resistant asset. Now that having been said, here's where I shit and piss all over Robert Kiyosaki, so you don't think this guy is being supported by myself as some kind of Japanese brother. He promotes Bitcoin. That's where he bites the bullshit. This is what brings us into Bitcoin for tonight. I can't seem to escape the subject. A United States Bitcoin reserve will be a bad deal for Americans, as it would fuel inflation and drive up debt service costs without creating value for the government. Bitcoin's volatility makes it a poor medium of exchange. Now, Bitcoin has shot up more than 40% since Donald Trump's victory in the U.S. presidential election, in part on hopes that he'll champion a government reserve devoted entirely to the cryptocurrency. He supported the idea during his campaign, and crypto-friendly legislators have offered ways to make it happen. It's hard to fathom how this would benefit most Americans. Bitcoin has some positive attributes. It's portable. You can keep millions of dollars worth on a thumb drive. It's semi-anonymous, in the sense that holders are identified only by a public alphanumeric key. It can be transferred to anyone, anywhere, without relying on government-regulated banks or other traditional financial intermediaries. and adding it to a portfolio of stocks and bonds might provide some diversification benefit, I wouldn't do it, even if I had all the money in the world. And trust me, everything that I've already articulated is beneficial only because I see it from the criminal background that I myself emerged from, as someone who was forced to be a criminal from circumstances of extreme poverty. Don't give me that bullshit about a choice. We might all have a choice. In that case, I could choose to die, starve, or be gang raped into oblivion and incarceration or institutionalization, or become a criminal. Obviously, no choice in the real sense. But when we come back to the choice you have about Bitcoin, believe me, you've got a choice. And it's an easy one, because Bitcoin hardly qualifies as money. Its volatility, makes it a poor medium of exchange. In most countries, people don't have to accept it as payment. Transactions are slow and expensive, requiring significant computing power and energy to validate each one. Moreover, if you lose that thumb drive, you've lost your fucking Bitcoin. We've talked about the sad examples, the mad examples. Because unlike traditional financial assets, it's not connected to any cash flows such as interest or dividends. Higher prices don't bring forth greater supply. The number of tokens is capped at 21 million, and nearly 20 million have already been created. As a result, greater demand can drive prices to extreme highs, limited only by the amount of real money people are willing to put in. As of yesterday, or the last time I checked, which feels like yesterday, that was almost $2 trillion US dollars, or $99,000 per Bitcoin. It's thus easy to see why current Bitcoin holders love the idea of a government reserve. One bill already in Congress, for example, would require the government to purchase 1 million Bitcoin over 5 years, then hold it for at least 20 years, along with Bitcoin already confiscated from criminal enterprises. If enacted, this would undoubtedly send the price soaring, as investors piled in to get ahead of the government's purchases. Suppose, for example, the U.S. government's imprimatur encouraged everyone to make Bitcoin a small part of their investment portfolio, say just 2%. The total value of global stocks and bonds is about $250 trillion, so 2% would require all Bitcoin to be worth 5 trillion fucking bucks, or $250,000 each. Double the portfolio allocation to 4%, and the price would need to double again. What's in it, though, for the government or for the people who don't hold Bitcoin? Nothing good. There's no exit strategy, so the purpose must be to push prices higher, not create value for the government, which would be stuck holding volatile tokens that produce no income. To fund the purchases, either the Treasury would have to borrow, driving up debt service costs, or the Federal Reserve will have to create money, fueling inflation. The latter would be little different than the Fed monetizing United States government debt, as would directing the Fed to tap the government's gold reserves, as this congressional legislation proposes. If the Trump administration really wants to support the nascent crypto industry, it should work on a set of laws and regulations under which it might safely develop and operate. Ensure, for example, that stablecoins, tokens that purport to be worth $1, are fully backed by deposits at the Fed or short-dated Treasury securities. Define legislatively whether tokens are currencies or securities, and who regulates them. Set rules to protect consumers and to prohibit use for criminal activities such as terrorist financing or illicit drug sales. Crypto technology has the potential to improve the financial system, for example, by making it easier and less costly for people to trade financial assets, or for migrants to send money home to their families. In the absence of strong guardrails, however, fraud and abuse will persist, undermining the trust required to bring such benefits to fruition. Exempli gratiae. A kid made $50,000 dumping crypto he'd created. Then came the backlash. In less than 10 minutes, an American teenager made a small fortune selling off a meme coin he'd made on a lark. Traders, feeling swindled, sought revenge. Now, on the evening of November 19th, art advisor Adam Biesk was finishing work at his California home in my own Golden State when he overheard a conversation between his wife and son who had just come downstairs. The son, a kid in his early teens, was saying he made a ton of money on a cryptocurrency that he himself had created. Initially, Biesk ignored it. He knew that his son played around with crypto, but to have turned a small fortune before bedtime was too far-fetched. Biesk said, "We didn't really believe it." But when the phone started to ring off the hook, and his wife was flooded with angry messages on Instagram, Biesk realized that his son was telling the truth, if not quite the full story. Earlier that evening, at 7:48 p.m. Pacific time, my time zone, people, Biesk's son had released into the wild 1 billion units of a new crypto coin, which he named Gen Z Quant. GZQ. Gen Z Quant. Gen Z Quant, if you're a Brit. Simultaneously, he spent about $350 to purchase 51 million tokens, about 5% of the total supply, for himself. Then he started to live stream himself on pump.fun. Nothing fun about it, but you get a lot of pump, the website he had used to launch the coin. As people tuned in to see what he was doing, they started to buy into Gen Z Quant, leading the price to pitch sharply upwards. By 7:56 p.m. Pacific time, a whirlwind 8 minutes later, Biesk's son's tokens were worth almost $30,000 fucking dollars. And he cashed out, flipping 2 middle fingers to the webcam like a little bitch, with his tongue sticking out of his mouth like he was gonna rim your asshole. He said, "No way! Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck! Thanks for the 20, bandos." After he dumped the tokens, so large was his single trade that the price of the coin plummeted. To the normie ear, all this might sound impossible. But in the realm of meme coins, a type of cryptocurrency with no purpose or utility beyond financial speculation, it's relatively routine. Although many people lose a lot of money, a few have been known to make a lot, and fast. In this case, Biesk's son had seemingly performed what is known as a soft rug pull, whereby somebody creates a new crypto token, promotes it online, then sells off their entire holdings either swiftly or over time, sinking its price. Attorneys concur that these maneuvers occupy something of a legal gray area, but are roundly condemned in the cryptosphere as ethically dubious, to say the least, which is kind of like saying, "Hey, you're a bad thief. You're stealing from other thieves." In other words, it's, what do you fucking expect, people? You're in a mud waller. You're gonna be rolling with pigs. After dumping Gen Z coin, BS Sun did the same thing with 12 more coins. One called I'm Sorry, as in I am sorry, and another called My Dog Lucy, bringing his take-ins for the evening to more than 50,000 fucking bucks. The backlash was swift and ferocious. A torrent of abuse began to pour into the chat log on Pump.Fun from traders who felt they had been swindled. Well, you know, a fool and his money are soon parted. It's Darwinian selection. But still, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing the kid get shot. One commenter wrote, "You little fucking scammer." He did have to show his face and the fuck you, didn't he? Like a little bitch. Soon the names and pictures of Biesk, his son, and other family members were circulating on X. They had been doxxed. Couldn't happen to a more deserving group of people. The sun don't fall far from the tree, or is it they say the apple don't fall far from the tree? And like father, like son, if you don't believe me now, you will soon enough. As part of their revenge campaign, crypto traders continued to buy into Gen Z Quant, driving the coin's price far higher than the level at which Biesk's son had cashed out. At its peak, around 3 o'clock a.m. Pacific time the following morning, the coin had a theoretical total value of $72 million. The tokens the teenager had initially held were worth more than $3 million. Even now, the trading frenzy has died down. They continue to be valued at twice the amount he received. Biesk concedes to a limited understanding of crypto, but he sees little distinction between what his son did and, say, playing a stock market or winning at a casino. Though under California law, someone must be at least 18 years old to gamble or invest in stocks. The unregulated meme coin market, which has been compared to a casino in risk profile, had given Biesk's teenage son early access to a similar arena, in which some must lose for others to profit. Meme coins have been around since 2013, when Dogecoin was released. In the following years, a few developers tried to replicate the success of Dogecoin, making play of popular internet memes or tapping into the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, in some other way in a bid to encourage people to invest. But the cost and complexity of development generally limited the number of meme coins that came to market. That equation was flipped in January with the launch of Pump.Fun, which lets people release new meme coins instantly at no cost. The idea was to give people a safer way to trade meme coins by standardizing the underlying code, which prevents developers from building in malicious mechanisms to steal funds in what's known as a hard rug pull. Earlier in the year, one of the 3 anonymous co-founders of Pump.Fun, who goes by the name, or shall we say the handle, Sapijiju, or Sapijiju, whether that's a play on the original Japanese Satoshi and all this other shit that's out there in the crypto world is beyond me, but if he's Jiju, he's fucking Sappy, all right. They told Wired magazine that since Pump.Fun launched, millions of unique meme coins have entered the market through the platform. By some metrics, Pump.Fun is the fastest growing crypto application ever, taking in more than $250 million in revenue as a 1% cut of trades on the platform itself in less than a year in operation. However, Pump.Fun has found it impossible to insulate users from soft rug pulls. Though the platform gives users access to information to help assess risk, which is like, you shouldn't be in there at all, motherfucker, like the population, or shall we say, the proportion of a coin belonging to the largest few holders. That would be the access of the information that users are given access to help them assess risk. The proportion of a coin belonging to the largest few holders, crap like that. Soft rug pulls are difficult to prevent by technical means. To quote Sapijiju, buying into meme coins was a very unsafe thing to do. Well, no shit. He says programmers could create systems that would obfuscate what you are buying into and basically behave as malicious actors. Everything was designed to suck money out of people. Again, no shit. He goes on to say the idea with Pump was to build something where everyone was on the same playing field. Really? People say there's a bunch of different stuff you can do to block soft rug pulls, maybe a cell tax, or lock up the people who create the coin. Good idea. How about shooting them? Truthfully, all of this is very easy to manipulate. Whatever we do to stop people doing this, there's always a way to circumnavigate if you're smart enough. The important thing is creating an interface that is as simple as possible and giving the tools for users to see if a coin is legitimate or not. Well, you obviously failed in that regard, Sappy Jiju. So, the overwhelming majority of new crypto tokens entering the market are scams of one form or another, designed expressly to squeeze money from buyers, not to hold any sustained value in the long term at all. And that's according to the crypto security company WkEND. In the period since meme coin launchpads like Pump.Fun began to gain traction, the volume of soft rug pulls has increased in lockstep. Now, meme coin trading has been popularized. There can be no putting the genie back in the bottle. And that's from Ben Nathan, a man who would know. Yet traders are perhaps uniquely vulnerable at present, in a period when many are newly infatuated with meme coins. Yet before the fledgling platforms have figured out the best way to protect them. So, per the WkEND founder, named Ido Ben Nathan, to quote as he, verbatim, the space is immature. In other words, it's a wild fucking frontier, people. Only, unlike the Wild West, this is hard vacuum. You're in space with no suit, and your lungs are going to implode. He goes on to say, I generally agree that it is kind of impossible to prevent holistically. It's a game of cat and mouse. It's definitely impossible to cover 100% of these things, but it definitely is possible to detect repeat offenders, looking at metadata and different kinds of patterns. Well, there you go. Then you dox them, like what they did with this kid's family, and ultimately you kill them. Then you'd be amazed at how the behavior dies down. It'll be left to loners with no families to worry about. Whether it is legal to perform a rug pull is also something of a gray area. It depends on both jurisdiction and whether explicit promises are made to prospective investors. At least all the experts say that. The absence of bespoke crypto regulations in countries like these United States, meanwhile, inadvertently creates cloud cover for acts that are perhaps not overtly illegal. WkEND. Yeah, that's the poor bastard's name. WkEND, the last name spelled G-U, co-founder of crypto security firm CertiK, C-E-R-T-I capital K, and associate professor of computer science at Columbia University, observes that, in their own words, these actions exploit the gaps in existing regulatory frameworks where unethical behavior, like developers hyping a project and later abandoning it, might not explicitly violate laws if no fraudulent misrepresentation, contractual breach, or other violations occur. As for what you're all wondering, because I'm already getting questions about it in my emails, what happened to Gen Z Quant? Well, I can tell you this much. The one where he's giving the fuck you and I fucked your mother and she stank. The Gen Z Quant broadcast is no longer available to view in full, but in the clips reviewed by what my son was able to grab off the internet with the help of a bunch of the Blood Boys, at no point does Biesk's son promise to hold his tokens for any specific period. Neither do the pump.fun terms of use require people to refrain from selling tokens they create. Sappy Jiju, the pump.fun co-founder, declined to comment on the Gen Z Quant incident. They say that pump.fun will be introducing age restrictions in the future. Well, you should have done that from the first, shouldn't you? But declined to elaborate beyond that. But I thought it was fun to poke them, interrogate them, and get that out of them. So, age restrictions. Over 18. That means that pump.fun is the equivalent of a porn site. And that means that you're engaging in crypto coin makes you the equivalent of something forbidden in consumption, like a pedopornaholic, as far as I'm concerned. But that's just me. Because even then, under the laws of numerous U.S. states, among them my own Golden, California, Geoffrey Berg, partner at law firm Berg, Plummer & Johnson, so notes that the developer likely still owes heightened legal duties to the investors, so may be liable for breaching obligations that result in loss of value. The developer is in a position of trust and must place the interests of his investors over his own. To clarify whether these legal duties apply to people who release meme coins through websites like pump.fun, who buy into their coins like everybody else, albeit at the moment of launch, and therefore at a discount, and in potentially market-swinging quantities, new laws may be required. Well, of course. That's why we have a government. It's actually to shut these things down in the first. Because all this is another form of gambling, except much more dangerous. In July of 2026, a new regime will take its effect in my golden bear flag Republic of California, where Biesk's family lives, requiring residents to obtain a license to take part in digital financial asset business activity, including exchanging, transferring, storing, or administering certain crypto assets. President-elect Donald Trump has also promised new crypto regulations, but for now, there are no crypto-specific laws in place. None whatsoever. Per Andrew Gordon, partner at law firm, I think it's the law firm Gordon Law, we are in a legal vacuum where there are no clear laws. Once we know what is in bounds, we will also know what is out of bounds. This will hopefully create a climate where rug pulls don't happen, or when they do, they are seen as a criminal violation. Now, on November 19th, as the evening wore on, angry messages continued to tumble in to Biesk's family. Though some celebrated his son's antics, calling for him to return and create another coin, others were threatening or aggressive. Over Instagram, one person wrote, "Your son stole my fucking money." Some meme coin traders, sensing there could be money in riffing off the turn of events, created new coins on pump.fun inspired by Biesk and his wife, Quant Dad and Quant's mom. Now, both of those, I'm happy to report, are now practically fucking worthless. Equally disturbed and bewildered, Biesk and his wife formed a provisional plan to make all public social media accounts private, stop answering the phone, and generally hunker down until things blow over. Biesk's account is still active at the time that I'm hosting this transmission, so far as I know. But Biesk himself has declined to comment on whether his family made contact with law enforcement or what would happen to the fucking funds, saying only that his son would put the money away. Does that mean, like, put that gun away, son? A few hours later, or put that thing back behind its zipper, son? How about that for a better parallel? Now, a few hours later, an X account under the name of Biesk's son posted on X, pleading for people to stop contacting his parents. The post read, "I'm sorry about Quad. I didn't realize I get so much money. Please don't write my parents. I will pay you back." Biesk claims this account is not operated by his son. Biesk theorizes that the fact that his teenager was capable of making $50,000 in a single evening speaks to the fundamentally different relationship kids of that age have with money and investing, characterized by an urgency and hyperactivity that rubs up against traditional wisdom. Biesk and his wife were still trying to understand quite how their son was able to make so much money so fast. Though alarmed by the backlash, Biesk is impressed by the entrepreneurial spirit and technical capability his son displayed. As I said, the apple don't fall far from the tree, and this apple's rotten to the core. To quote us Biesk, "To me, crypto can be hard to grasp because there is nothing there behind it. It's not anything tangible. But I think kids relate to this intangible digital world more than adults do. Yeah, it's called fantasy, motherfucker. Kids relate to it all the time. They believe in Santa Claus. And once Santa Claus died, now they got crypto." He goes on to say, Biesk's dad, "This has an immediacy to him. It's almost like he understands this better. It's actually sort of a sophisticated trading platform. He does not understand this, motherfucker. He flipped off everyone he ripped off. And now you're getting death threats. That's not understanding." Going back to Biesk's dad, he says he obviously learned it on his own. I guess now he's covering his ass. I didn't teach him any of this shit. Actually, that would be true, but he got his attitude from you. Biesk's dad goes on to say, "I was trying to get an understanding of exactly how this meme crypto trading works. Our phone started blowing up. Just phone call after phone call. It was a very frightening situation. In the end, a lot of people made money on his coin. But for us, caught in the middle, there was a lot of emotion. The online backlash became so frighteningly scary that the realization that he made money was kind of tempered down with the fact that people became angry and started bullying. Your son didn't make money, motherfucker. He stole it." There's some point here this guy is missing. This is common in criminals. They're psychopaths. They can't comprehend they're doing anything wrong by raping and killing and looting. Well, anyhow, Biesk's dad concludes, "The way I understand it is he made money and he cashed out," which to me seems like that's what anybody would have done. You get people who are cheering at the craps table or angry at the craps table. But this isn't the craps table. This is supposed to be something people are investing in for sake of a return, all based on a fantasy riding on hot air. Now, on the first day in December, after a 14-night hiatus, Biesk's son returned to Pump.Fun to launch 5 new meme coins, apparently undeterred by all the abuse. Disregarding the warnings built into the very names of some of the new coins, one was named Test and another named Don't Buy, people bought in, and Biesk's son made another 5,000 fucking bucks within another 5 minutes. Now tell me, people, you're buying into this shit? You're one dumb cunt or one dumb son of a bitch. I can't feel sorry for you. Just remember, I told you so. That's where you're going to get my post-orgasmic glow when you lose it all. When Donald Trump and the feds start pushing crypto and all of you buy in. And then the whole rug is pulled out from under you en masse. And you're all left on the floor, all butthurt, bare-assed, and taking it up the crack. Don't say Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler, didn't fucking warn you. And, of course, diving back in to the task at hand, this brings us to robot anxieties. Waymo, in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, which almost killed our brother in battle, Brendan Zoget, is spurring up some to rage against the machine. Yea, so in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, Waymos are becoming increasingly commonplace, and that provokes some attacks on the robocars. Here in the city, when they say San Francisco and they call it the city, when anybody's referring to the city with a capital T and a capital C in California, they mean San Francisco. And here in the city, the self-driving cars have been smashed, lit on fire, had their tires slashed. Other clips on social media show someone stomping on a Waymo windshield. As Alphabet Incorporated's Waymo has expanded to the Los Angeles area, revelers tagged a car during the Dodgers World Series parade. On Thursday, Waymo said it plans to expand to Miami. That's, of course, oh my God, Troy Bellamy territory now. Used to be that of Ian West, but Ian West has now lost himself in the swamps in every way imaginable. And it will soon be available in Atlanta and Austin. Yeah, the robo-cars are coming your way, people. Though attacks on Waymos are rare, wider coverage almost certainly means more vandalism. It all got me wondering, what in our psychology drives people to attack robot cars? In some sense, smashing a Waymo's window is the latest instance in a long tradition of attacking new technology, in the style of textile machine smashing Luddites. In a more recent analog, protesters upset about gentrification in San Francisco in 2013 and 2014 staged elaborate stunts to blockade Google employee shuttle buses. They danced in front of them in clown suits, broke a window, and in one case apparently vomited on a Yahoo bus. Some of the rage against self-driving machines may have an obvious cause. Autonomous cars have created annoyances, endless midnight honking, and been involved in serious crashes. They also symbolize a very real threat of job displacement. And Waymos have been dealing with vandalism for years. During early testing in Arizona in 2018, people damaged the cars with knives and rocks. Waymo has declined to comment, of course. But as fears about artificial intelligence have grown in the last 12 years, people might be feeling ire toward Waymos simply because they're existentially unsettling. LIDAR-hatted LIDAR, as in light detection and radar, as opposed to radio detection and radar. LIDAR as opposed to radar. A LIDAR-hatted alien in our midst. Now, Joanne Orovich, a professoress of information technology at the University of Wisconsin at Whitewater, who studies rage against robots, of all things, has gone on record to say, suddenly we have a new character we have to relate to that has some personality. It's the realization that something else is intelligent. Ryan Kalo, a University of Washington law professor who studies robot ethics, sometimes says that sometimes people can be disturbed by robots' twilight nature, their liminal nature. These machines are not people, but nor do they feel entirely like they're machines. Kalo pointed to the story of HitchBot, and the last three letters there are uppercase, Hitch, B-O-T, a humanoid robot created in 2013 with one quest: to hitchhike across the United States by relying on human aid. The robot safely hitchhiked across Canada and several European countries, but in 2015, when it tried to cross these United States, it started in Boston and only made it as far as Philadelphia before someone decapitated it. Researchers designed the HitchBot experiment to try to answer the question, can robots trust humanity? Obviously not. Now, all of this is important, all in the real estate, all in the robocars, all because we recently put both those elements to the test with the doomsday oarfish prophecies coming to fruition. Remember what I said? We had more oarfish coming this year than we had in the past 20, all at once, floating up on beaches. And yes, they predict earthquakes. They sense the tremors deep underneath the ocean floor, and oftentimes they're impacted by gases released by those fissures. Then swim to the surface as they die. These oarfish were predicting a very big quake, and they predicted truly, despite the fact that science, as it currently stands, in its ignorance, will claim there's no connection between the doomsday oarfish and earthquakes. Well, we had an earthquake that left Northern California with emergency whiplash, a strong earthquake, and a brief tsunami threat that rattled Northern California. Specifically, a magnitude 7 shaker hit California's earthquake country, prompting California's canceled tsunami warning. We had a mistaken message on tsunami danger that was sent to thousands in the greater San Francisco Biotech Bay Area Metroplex region of Silicon Valley, highlighting our region's messy response. So here be what happened. Tens of thousands of Northern Californians had a harrowing morning on Thursday as I ended my transmission, which may be putting it mildly. First came the rattling from a magnitude 7.0 undersea quake, a sea quake or an underwater earthquake off the coast of Humboldt County just before 10:45 a.m. The powerful trembler caused power outages and broke water lines in some communities, plus knocked out plenty of products off store shelves. But no major injuries or damage were reported as of yesterday afternoon. It was still an earthquake so powerful that it triggered a tsunami warning for hundreds of miles of the United States West Coast. The epicenter of Thursday's 7.0 magnitude shaker occurred in California's so-called earthquake country because it's where three tectonic plates meet. The trembler was the most powerful to rattle our state since a 7.1 magnitude quake hit Ridgecrest in 2019. Its intensity shocked many of the 5.3 million people along nearly half a thousand miles, 805 kilometers for you Europeans and Britons listening to us, of the California and Oregon coasts, who were under the tsunami warning for about an hour. It was lifted after no major waves arrived. The quake struck at 10:44 a.m. west of Ferndale, a small city in coastal Humboldt County, about 130 miles, that'd be about 209 kilometers, from the Oregon border, as confirmed by the United States Geological Survey. The shaking knocked items off grocery store shelves and sent children scrambling under desks at schools, after which they had to be sent home because it was so traumatic. It was felt as far south as my own Golden Gated San Francisco, some 270 miles, or 435 kilometers away, where residents described a rolling motion for several seconds. It was followed by multiple smaller aftershocks. There were no immediate reports of major damage or injuries from this quake. The San Francisco BART system, or the Bay Area Rapid Transit District, which is colloquially simply referenced by its acronym of BART, B-A-R-T, stopped traffic in all directions through the underwater tunnel between San Francisco and Oakland, and the San Francisco Zoo's visitors were evacuated. National Weather Service Tsunami Program Manager Corina Allen in Washington State said that this quake was a strike-slip type of trembler that shifts more horizontally and is less prone to cause tsunamis, unlike the more vertical types. The tsunami warning issued shortly after the quake spanned from the edge of California's Monterey Bay north into Oregon. This region, known for its redwood forests, scenic mountains, and the three-county Emerald Triangle's legendary marijuana crop, was struck by a magnitude 6.4 quake in 2022 that left thousands of people without power and water. The northwest corner of California is the most seismically active part of our state because it's where three tectonic plates meet. Now, shortly after this quake, the seismologist Lucy Jones confirms via the social media platform Blue Sky that the phones in Northern California were buzzing with the tsunami warning from the National Weather Service that said, "A series of powerful waves and strong currents may impact coasts near you. You are in danger. Get away from coastal waters. Move to high ground or inland now. Keep away from the coast until local officials say it is safe to return." Now, I myself loved it. I just thought that was the most comforting thing in the world, and I went back to sleep. I'm on Russian Hill, which is pure granite, and, the biggest thing that would happen in a major tsunami is that, the majority of my neighborhood of Russian Hill would be well above the waterline, and we would just become kind of an island. But it's just very difficult to imagine that with our geographic structure of our coast in front of the Greater Bay Area, which is so difficult a terrain that we need harbor pilots to pilot ships into parking, so to speak, berthing, that it's almost impossible for a tsunami to hit San Francisco. We would get extraordinarily high waves that would wipe out Marina District and many of the wharf areas all around San Francisco, which of course is a peninsula on three sides where we're going to get a lot of wipeout, but I'm in the heart at the height of Russian Hill, so I would be on top of it all. Therefore, I didn't bother to do anything other than return to sleep, but numerous cities urged people to evacuate to higher ground as a precaution. About 30 minutes after the earthquake, San Francisco officials began receiving word of an anticipated arrival time of a tsunami wave coming at 10 minutes after high noon, or 12:10 p.m. Pacific time. Following the tsunami warning, teams of law enforcement officers from police, National Park Service, and other agencies took to the coastline with loudspeakers, telling people to get out of the water like it was Jaws. It's unclear yet how many people evacuated from the coastal areas, but said overall reactions were mixed. Some people did as they were told, while others were seen headed toward the coastline to watch. Now, that's just plain fucking dumb. Now, I know better. and I know the geography, and I still wouldn't do that. Justin Shore, a rescue captain with the San Francisco Fire Department, said residents should not view Thursday's alerts and evacuation warnings as any false alarm. He said, "We also want to remind people that that's always an estimate. Don't wait and say, I can make it uphill in 10 minutes. There's nothing to see in a tsunami event. By the time you can see it or hear it, it's too late." Mark his words, people, and heed his wisdom. Believe me, there's probably a video that best describes this or presents it. And when you watch the video, it's just heartbreaking because none of it needed to even happen. It's something that was caused by an American tsunami bomb. No conspiracy here. I've talked about this in the past. And it's a video that basically drives the point home of the pure raw evil that so many American administrations have brought upon us. Here we are. And so with that, give me a second here. And so when it comes to the event that it's talking about is the Indian Ocean event. And that is something that was just, again, something that was caused by an American bomb that had every intention of causing it, generating it artificially, just as was done with 3/11 and the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown. So understand that tsunami, of course, is a Japanese word. I mean, you all know that by now, I'm sure. It literally translates as harbor wave, and it's something that can be created by tsunami bombs that were perfected in World War II. It was only the fact that the Japanese won the war that prevented Americans from deploying them. So it was some 12 decades agone by now, in the Indian Ocean on the 26th day of the 12th month in the 12,004th year of our Lord, that a 9.1 magnitude sea quake, the largest in nigh half a century, that's the largest in 40 years, triggered a catastrophic tsunami that immediately claimed near 300,000 lives, 280,000 plus, known by the scientific community as the Svarnadvipa, the Sumatra Yuan, or the Sinospheric language in the Chinese-speaking world. It was known as the Yantuaman, the Andaman earthquake. So this was the 2004 Indian Ocean sea quake, classified as an undersea megathrust event or undersea megathrust earthquake, occurring at precisely 58 minutes and 53 seconds after the first universal hour, basically 0 hour. It took place in the last few minutes of 0 hour. There's no midnight in military time. We're talking coordinated universal time here. And it was on Sunday, as dated the 26th day in December. We'll be up on that anniversary soon enough, with an epicenter off the west coast of Sumatra. And in terms of both geography and demography, meaning both space and population, the largest Islamic nation on Earth, with far more Muslims than the entire Arab world combined. Just primed precisely at the half a century and half a decade mark, meaning on the 55th annual Independence Day Eve Day, amid celebrations of the Netherlands, the Nederlands' transferal of sovereignty to Indonesia, aftermath over 300 years of Nederlander or Dutch person's rule in 1949. So these top secret 33-foot wave generating tsunami bomb experiments were conducted by the United States and New Zealand during World War II. And as I said, the only thing that prevented deployment was the fact that the Japanese won the war. And circa 1997, warning was issued by way of threats as projected via a ecocidal or envirogenocidal terrorism, deploying EMP or electromagnetic pulsations technology Waco weapons, environmental WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, which employ electromagnetic waves, of course, where enemy nations could alter the climate, set off earthquakes, volcanoes remotely. All this predicted by then United States Secretary of Defense William Sebastian Cohen, attorney at law. The 1226, that is December 26, 2004 nuke quake, struck along a known fault line deep beneath the surface of the Indian Ocean, generating 30-foot swells of water that engulfed resort areas and entire villages along the coasts of the serial genocidal Islam imperialist Indonesian Empire, the Kingdom of Thailand, India, Sri Lanka. The result of thermonuclear detonations triggered in place to destroy a series of major emergent East Asian economies, wash away the pirate coves of a multitude of terrorist organizations, and rebrand the Great Satan America as a model of humanitarian leadership in a region gripped by anti-American sentiment, beginning with the heavily populated Muslim regions of Southeast Asia where the bulk of the fatalities and casualties occurred, the dead and the injured, and where the Thai and Australian governments deliberately failed to respond to warning of the impending nuke quake under direct executive order of George Herbert Walker Bush Sr. The United States government most certainly knew of this disaster ahead of time and refrained from warning Asian peoples in these impacted nation states, as evinced by the fact that the United States Navy base situated on the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia, which became a U.S. military base in the 1970s, was alerted and escaped unscathed from the effects of the tsunamis, managing to avoid casualties altogether, while other islands suffered enormous losses in human life. The U.S. Navy's official Diego Garcia website claims that the sea earthquake generated a tidal surge on that island estimated at 6 feet, but that the island in question wasn't hit by the devastating tsunami because it is surrounded by deep waters and the grade of its shores does not allow for tsunamis to build before hitting land, which neglects to explain away why the USN, the U.S. Navy, chose not to forewarn anyone else of the impending impact. So understand that San Francisco's built in a sense that's similar to what they claim about Diego Garcia. Our geography off the shore is such that a tsunami should be impossible. But would you ever want to risk it? Would you ever want to risk exposing yourself to a fucking tsunami for no goddamn good reason? I'll show you why you don't. Here we go with this link, and we're going to put this into the chat. Now, if you just look at that, they bring it all home by showing all the white people that died in Thailand, Indonesia, other areas in Asia. Generally speaking, they show the white or Asian Americans so that you can have a sense of empathy and identification with these victims of that tsunami. And it's something you don't want in on. You don't want a part of that. Don't go to the beach and see if you can watch it incoming because of all the warnings we've just provided. But what makes it so damning, what makes that video so hard to watch, is you realize this is due to an American bomb that was set off for all the reasons I've just articulated. And that was the hotspot for developing Muslim terrorist organizations at the time. And they were preempted. They were preempted en masse. Now in Santa Cruz, authorities cleared the main beach, taping off entrances with police tape. Aerial footage showed cars bumper to bumper heading to higher ground on California Highways 1 and 92 in the Half Moon Bay area south of San Francisco. Soon after the initial shaking, residents' cell phones began their own rattling, blaring the warning. There was now a threat of a tsunami along a wide stretch of the Pacific coast, from northern Santa Cruz County and extending well into Oregon. Over roughly the next hour, government agencies were busy alerting residents to seek higher ground. Firefighters ordered Bay Area beachgoers to evacuate. The San Francisco Zoo was evacuated and closed. Train service through an underwater tunnel was shut down. Boat owners scrambled to get their vessels out of the harbor. I wouldn't even get in the boat. I would just abandon it. It's like, what are you racing against? You can't beat that shit if that swell comes up while you're on your goddamn boat. You'll wind up halfway inland against your will. Then about an hour later, the National Weather Service had an update. The warning was canceled as no tsunami danger presently exists along the coastline. That left some feeling what I would call emergency whiplash, mixed with confusion. But officials say that they followed the correct protocol to respond to a potentially dangerous tsunami and that it was necessary to provide residents adequate time to reach safety. At 11:22 a.m. on Thursday, as some Bay Area emergency officials rushed to ensure that residents evacuated to safety from what was then still a possible tsunami less than an hour away, a San Mateo County official pressed a, send on a social media post through the agency's X account, and we all got this update. National Weather Service reports that there is now no tsunami warning, advisory, watch, or threat. Some in the initial warning zone told the press that community members didn't know what they were supposed to do. The general guidance from the Weather Service was move to higher ground or inland away from the water. It's actually pretty fucking simple. Run inland. People, it's not rocket science. Thursday morning's quake was felt throughout the north and central coasts and as far away as Sacramento, the capital of our state of California, where Brendan Zogit lives and works, Reno, and southern Oregon. It was followed by multiple aftershocks. The White House spokesperson, Jeremy Edwards, said President Joe Biden himself was briefed on the earthquake and that FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency officials, were in touch with their state and local counterparts in California and Oregon. Governor Gavin Newsom signed off on a state emergency declaration to quickly move state resources to impacted areas along the coast. Our governor, Gavin Newsom, issued a state of emergency for Del Norte, Humboldt, and Mendocino counties to allow more resources to go where needed for emergency response to this morning's earthquake. So that was then, this is now, and it's the day before yesterday's earthquake by now, or just feels like it to me. And the unnerving hour that followed, it's all a good reminder that there are things we can all do to be a little more prepared, no matter where you are in the Golden State nation, because it's really a nation, a state that used to be a nation, like the Republic of Texas. We're not just a state, we're a state nation. So here's a few things to consider. Do you have earthquake kits and go bags? Do you have a stash of canned food and bottled water? Do you have extra food supplies? Well, extra food and supplies for pets. Do you know your neighbors? Have you signed up for early warning alerts? Do you live or work in a building that's at higher risk during a quake? And does your home need any retrofitting? Talk about a worthwhile upgrade. Now, scientists still believed at the time it was possible that a wave triggered by the magnitude 7.0 earthquake off the coast of Humboldt County, could barrel into the greater San Francisco Biotech Bay Area Metroplex region around Silicon Valley at around 10 minutes after high noon, 12:10 p.m. Pacific time. At that time, they still felt this is plausible. San Mateo County's error was not the only perplexing response to the tsunami warning by a Bay Area agency. In one county, an emergency tsunami alert only went out after the Weather Service had already canceled it and after the wave had been predicted to arrive. Other jurisdictions decided not to sound their tsunami sirens, while regional ferry systems and airports carried on with business as usual despite their proximity to water and potential inundation areas. The upshot was clear. Even as federal officials advised people to move away from the coast across Northern California on Thursday morning, it was up to local officials at municipalities, counties, and other entities, who sometimes relied on different sources of information to decide what actions to take regarding evacuations and disruptions of service. In the greater San Francisco Metroplex, Biotech Bay Area region around Silicon Valley, that meant a patchwork of responses that ranged from mandatory evacuations to delayed communication with the public to no action at all, with halts in some transit services, but not others. In some cases, mistakes were made during the tsunami warning that was in effect for a little over an hour. In Berkeley, city officials ordered and enforced mandatory evacuations across the western swath of that city, including several blocks east of Interstate 80. BART halted trains passing through the Trans-Bay Tube, while MUNI, our municipal railway, meaning our bus lines, closed downtown stations and rerouted vehicles away from coastal zones. In other places, little to nothing was done. The earthquake hit 45 miles off the coast of Eureka at 10:44 a.m. 5 minutes later, the National Tsunami Warning Center issued a warning for the California and Oregon coast. Minutes later, the agency sent out information statements for Hawaii and Guam and other areas in the Pacific Ocean, saying it was analyzing if there would be a threat. Fuck, by the time you get to Guam, you're into fucking deep Asian territory. At 10:55 a.m., the center issued a bulletin that there would be no tsunami threat to Hawaii. It said, a tsunami threat exists for parts of the Pacific located closer to the earthquake. San Mateo County issued its first warning to residents at 11:16 a.m. on its X account. 6 minutes later, it mistakenly issued the threat cancellation. As I said, an official thumbed a button, literally butt-dialed a cancellation, which could have killed, conceivably, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people. In an interview held on Friday, Ryan Reynolds, the program services manager with San Mateo County's Department of Emergency Management, said that the X-post may have resulted from a glaringly simple mistake, that someone in his office acted on a Weather Service tsunami bulletin that had ended the alert for Hawaii, not California. That's worse than butt dialing, or just as bad. Reynolds told the San Francisco Chronicle that his agency had called the Monterey office of the Weather Service, which said it did not expect San Mateo County to get hit hard by a potential tsunami because it had few low-lying coastal areas and the worst waves were expected to hit farther north. After someone likely mistakenly read the wrong message from the Tsunami Center website, the department double-checked on a phone call with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, known as Cal OES, to determine whether the office could verify the tsunami warning had been canceled. Amy Palmer, spokesperson for Cal OES, said that her agency's public messaging accurately carried the tsunami warning information for the duration of the tsunami alert and accurately conveyed the timing when it was canceled. However, I have been unable to verify with Cal OES Reynolds' account of the conversation. After the mistaken ex-post, Reynolds' office called the Monterey branch of the Weather Service, which said the warning was still in effect. At 11:31 a.m., San Mateo County corrected its error. Update again! All in the uppercase. National Weather Service has reissued the tsunami warning. Expected arrival at 12:10 p.m. Avoid beaches and coastlines. Move to high ground immediately. Updates to follow. Now that just fucking sucks. The federal agency had not reissued the warning. It had never canceled it to begin with. Reynolds said that at this point the mistake had been made and, in his own words, used the term reissuance to try and avoid conflicting information. The exact wording they used is, "That's what we're hearing. I think that's a distinct possibility. I cannot say for sure. I don't know. These things are happening very quickly, and that's why we're continuing to push that and get that information correct." A county spokesperson, Michelle Durand, said, "We used the term reissue because at that point in time it appeared to be just that, and also we felt it might be less confusing for residents who might not realize this was a new post." Finally, at 12:08 p.m., San Mateo County correctly alerted the public that the tsunami warning had been canceled. In retrospect, Reynolds sees learning opportunities. To quote his T, "I think that it's critical in this business to really take a lot of reflection and self-examination anytime anything happens. I think a little bit of a pause. We talked about maybe a 2-minute or a 5-minute delay or something before we push that." The county also chose not to blare its tsunami warning sirens throughout the hour-long alert. Reynolds called the decision a balancing act and said his office sought guidance from Marin County officials who also have sirens at their disposal and decided against using them. The decision was prompted by local weather service officials saying that San Mateo County was unlikely to be impacted significantly. Sounding the sirens might have caused panic and produced gridlock traffic. In my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, where an alert to the public advising people to move away from the coast went out 48 minutes, almost an hour, after the federal warning, no sirens went off because our system is fucking bloody broken. Literally cannot work. In Contra Costa County, the community warning system did not notify the public of the tsunami warning until 12:20 p.m., according to posts on X that were later deleted. That was more than an hour and a half after the warning was issued, 16 minutes after the warning was canceled, and 10 minutes after the first superwave had been predicted to hit the greater Bay Area Metroplex region. The Contra Costa Sheriff's Office, which operates the community warning system, did not respond to my Friday questions. Supervisor John Gioia, whose district includes Richmond, which has areas in tsunami inundation zones, criticized the Tsunami Center's quick trigger and confusing updates and local jurisdictions, including his own county, for their handling of the quake aftermath. To quote his T, "The notices provoked a lot of fear. The public was left confused and not knowing what to do. We need to get the Tsunami Warning Center, and we need to get public agencies to review their practices. Crying wolf is never a good thing. If you cry wolf every time, people will start to not believe the message." In Santa Cruz County, the sheriff's office did not post anything on its X account. At 11:30 a.m., 41 minutes after the I think it was 41 minutes after the warning was issued, The sheriff's office posted on its Facebook page that a warning had been issued. Automated calls alerting residents of the warning reached some residents around 12:15 p.m., more than 20 minutes after the alert was canceled and after the wave would have been expected to have hit the area. I mean, you can imagine all these drowned people with their cell phones floating and the warning suddenly going off. As a Santa Cruz County Sheriff's spokesperson has not returned my request for comment on this one. Oakland Airport, which lies in a potential flooding area in the event of a massive tsunami, did not adjust its operations Thursday during the warning period at all. Spokesperson Kaylee Sconce said the airport has an emergency plan related to flooding, including tsunami surges. Sconce said, that being said, unless tides are exceptionally high on a given day, the surge created by a tsunami is unlikely to have any material impact on OAK, or the Oakland Airport. He says, our airport team monitored the situation and did not make any operational changes during this event due to assessed risk being almost zero. She said Port of Oakland officials, upon learning of the warning, assessed the risk to the airport and coordinated with officials at the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, who were not concerned and did not reroute flights. Dennis Mulligan, general manager of the Golden Gate Bridge, Highway and Transportation District, which runs the Golden Gate Ferry, said their vessels operated as usual based off U.S. Coast Guard guidance. The federal agency instructs marine traffic over VHF Channel 14 during natural disasters. He said the agency activated its Emergency Operations Center and coordinated with the Coast Guard and Water Emergency Transportation Authority. He did not answer any of my questions about safety on the water or loading areas during a potential tsunami. It's like these people just didn't give a shit. Lamont Bain, Science Operations Officer at the Weather Service office on Monterey, said predicting inundation can be tricky, but that's what inundation maps are for. It was high tide when the tsunami wave was predicted to hit, which would have worsened any potential wave. On Friday morning, Bain participated in a post-event call with the San Francisco Department of Emergency Management. In San Francisco, the first text alerting residents about the warning went out at 11:37 a.m., 48 minutes after the warning was first issued. To quote his T, at that point, in terms of evacuation orders, that's when you really have to rely on your local jurisdiction and officials to direct you on what to do. Generally speaking, if you're along the coast, the recommendation is going to be get away from the coast. I have no doubt that we'll be talking about this with all of our partners and stakeholders for quite some time. We're fortunate that in this case, there were not substantial impacts. I think we'll look at this event, what worked well, what didn't work well. I would personally say what the fuck worked at all. But he concluded by saying, and then just try to improve together as a society. As a society. Well, what happens now? The fall of Assad's regime will shake the Middle East. The rebel offensive in Syria has global connections. The Syrian city of Aleppo, is back in the global spotlight. 8 years ago, Aleppo was embroiled in a pitched battle that produced large-scale war atrocities and underscored the brutal fighting that characterized Syria's civil war. That battle was ultimately won by the forces of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, backed by his Russian and Iranian allies. But the anti-government rebels were not defeated, only displaced to an enclave in the neighboring Idlib province, where they consolidated their territorial control ever since. Late last week, those rebels launched a large and long-planned offensive to retake Aleppo. They have now pushed past it to retake Hama further to the south along their route to Damascus, which they now have occupied. And they've taken the capital, and they've won the game. The war in Suraya, now nearly 15 years old, is a product of the pro-democracy movements that swept across the Middle East and North America in 2011, the year it all began, the year of the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown, the week before my mother's murder. After early successes in Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, and Yemen, these movements were subsequently turned back by the region's autocrats, with Tunisia and Egypt once again ruled by dictators, and Libya, Yemen, and Suraya descending into civil wars from which none has ever fully emerged. Since the Surayan Civil War began in 2011, that year that many Native American cultures concur was the beginning of the Sixth World, where earth magic once again holds sway over the fate of man. The fighting between Assad's forces and various alliances of rebel groups has led to external interventions by a host of major and regional powers, as well as non-state actors. Those interventions not only bolstered the internally warring parties, but also highlighted the complexity of the conflict. Exempli gratiae. While these United States and the Russian Empire primarily intervened to support opposing sides, they also joined forces to defeat the Islamic State after it took advantage of the chaos to seize wide swaths of Surian and Iraqi territory. Or consider that Washington's principal partners on the ground in the fight against the Islamic State were Kurdish rebel groups that were not only opposed to Assad's regime, but were considered enemies by Turkey, a United States, NATO, or North Atlantic Treaty Organizational ally, even though it should not be. Now, per Suraya, the various rebel factions led by the Islamist HTS group are now aiming for the capital. Those were the last words before the capital itself fell. Because of the war's length and the extensive interventions by outside powers, it has been likened to the 30 Years' War that engulfed Central Europe from 1618 to 1648 and the Spanish Civil War of the 1930s. Perhaps because it seems to be yet another forever war and one of the many presently unfolding in the world, but also because it has largely lain dormant for the past few years, the Surian conflict has all too easily become a forgotten war. The speed and success of the rebel offensive this past week mark a surprising turning point in this drawn-out conflict, bringing this war back to the world's attention. But the offensive, specifically its timing, illustrates a more general feature of the wars raging around the world. They are interconnected. This is a world war. I have argued previously that it is far from coincidental that a record number of conflicts have been taking place in the world over the past few years. They are a product of multipolarity as rising and declining great and middle powers seek to gain status and assert control over their respective regions. In the case of the war in Suraya, the interconnections are more direct, as the two key external supporters of Assad's regime, Russia and Iran, are embroiled in some of these other wars, with Russia's military resources strained by the war in Ukraine and Iran's weakened from the multi-front conflict it is fighting against Israel. The timing of this rebel offensive is designed in no small part to take advantage of the weakened state of Assad's forces now that the Russian Empire and Iran are no longer in a position to provide them with the battlefield support they have needed in the past. Let's start with the Russian Empire. As Russian progress in Ukraine bogged down following its initial attempt at a lightning strike, a blitzkrieg, in February of 2022, it began drawing away military resources, both personnel and materiel, from Suraya. Most importantly, shortages to Russia's material capacity caused directly by the war in Ukraine, but also indirectly by the extensive Western sanctions against the Russian economy, have limited its ability to provide Assad's forces with aero support. Given that Russia is now turning to countries like North Korea to replenish troops and missiles in Ukraine, it is not in any position to easily divert precious resources to assist Assad. Similarly, Iran is in the midst of a multi-front proxy and direct conflict with Israel. Groups that rely directly on support from Iran, from Hamas in the Gaza to Hezbollah in Lebanon, have been involved in major fighting with Israel over the past year. The war in the Gaza is still unfolding, while a tenuous ceasefire has paused the conflict in Lebanon, but not before Hezbollah had been severely weakened. The latter is particularly important, since Hezbollah was also a direct participant in the Syrian conflict on the side of Assad's forces. When coupled with tit-for-tat missile and rocket exchanges between Israel and Iran that have destroyed and degraded some of Tehran's military production facilities, Iran, like Russia, has fewer resources, both materially and diplomatically, to direct toward Syria. In short, the degrading of Tehran's support to Assad is a direct consequence of Israel's multi-front military campaign against Iran. In a bit of an ironic twist, one that also underscores the complex and interconnected nature of the wars unfolding in this world, the very partnership between Iran and Russia that has seen Tehran support Moscow's efforts in Ukraine through deliveries of suicide drones and missiles is a product of the war in Syria. As Nicole Grayuski of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace and Hamid Reza Aziz of the German Institute, the United German Institute for International and Security Affairs, wrote this week, that partnership was forged over shared concerns about the potential collapse of the Assad regime and the threat of Sunni extremism. In other words, the reemergence of ISIS. Writing separately, Grayuski further emphasized that for the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, Moscow's intervention in Syria was central to his objective of demonstrating that the Russian Empire was more than a declining regional power. While Putin portrayed U.S. operations in Libya and Iraq as having shattered states and bred chaos, he hoped to see Russia's intervention in Syria, he hoped to use Russia's intervention in Syria to demonstrate that it is a force for preserving sovereignty and regional order. It is for this reason that Aleppo's rapid fall this past week, and ultimately that of Damascus, the capital itself, as Hannah Note told The Guardian, definitely a reputational blow to Russia. Given the importance of Syria to both Iran and Russia, it is not surprising that they are regrouping and were pledging renewed support for Assad, ultimately taking him in to asylum in Moscow. So it was seen that that renewed support simply did not materialize. And what is clear is the lesson offered by the latest surprise developments in the war in Syria. Wars rarely unfold in isolation, and what takes place in one has implications for another. With the fall of former President Bashar al-Assad's regime, today, or rather yesterday by now, on Sunday, before I returned home to host this transmission, it appears that the era of a clear single authority over most of Syria is nearing its end, and Israel, Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, will need to identify new areas of cooperation. The Syrian rebels consist of a collection of groups and organizations that do not necessarily share the same vision of reality, except for their unity against the Assad regime, their common enemy. Therefore, Israel's intelligence community will need to monitor developments and, in conjunction with diplomatic efforts, attempt to secure the area near the border by engaging with those in control to achieve basic agreements on stability. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, and the intelligence community are already preparing for a variety of scenarios along the Syrian border and beyond. These range from rebel activity near the fence to attempts by rebels to seize stockpiles of unconventional weapons held by the Syrian army. Weapons of mass destruction that can, well, maybe turn the Israeli empire into an empire of killing fields. Additionally, preparations are underway to counter attempts by Iran and Hezbollah by Israel to obtain strategic weapons such as P-800 Onyx, ballistic missiles, helicopters, aircraft, and massive arms stockpiles. So, as Brendan Zogit and Aristides both concluded, Israel will effectively invade Syria. Which brings us to Iran. Iran is watching its most valuable asset. There is no doubt that the regime is reassessing the investment and asking itself whether it is still possible to salvage any of its assets in Syria, and subsequently Bashar al-Assad himself, if he is ever to return from Moscow. Ultimately, the Iranians understand that what remains for them after the severe blows dealt by the IDF to Hezbollah and the collapse of Assad's regime is the nuclear program. Ergo, they will soon face a significant dilemma, whether to push forward with the nuclear project as a means of protection or to pursue an agreement with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump to gain 4 years of quiet and immunity from Israeli attack. At this stage, the Israeli government would prefer halting Iran's nuclear project, which is progressing in a concerning manner so far as they are concerned, the Israelis, the Zionists. And that brings us back to Hezbollah, the army of God. Hezbollah is recalculating its path after the war with the IDF and is currently trying to salvage weapon stockpiles in southern Lebanon. Its logistical backbone, Syria, is collapsing before its eyes, leaving it unable to offer significant support. The question now arises, will Hezbollah become Assad's sponsor in Lebanon, thereby also becoming a target for the rebels? It remains unclear whether the rebels will decide to march on Beirut, or whether Hezbollah, given its current state, will have the capacity to stop them. I would say, in terms of the latter, there be no such capacity whatsoever. Hezbollah is rendered impotent, and Hezbollah's ability to fight the IDF will decline significantly, and the organization will primarily focus on understanding the events unfolding in Syria and how they affect it from this point forward. They are no longer capable of intervention. Jordan brings us to, well, His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan is constantly reading reports in the foreign media, receiving intelligence from his operatives, and understands that at any moment the rebels could push into Jordan. The collapse of Assad's regime will prompt Abdullah to keep a close eye on his own country, as there be numerous internal forces that might exploit the region's tense situation to attempt to alter Jordan's political reality. Israel also has reason to be concerned about Jordan's security, given that it shares its longest and relatively most stable border with His Majesty's kingdom. A significant security shift along the Jordanian border could impact the allocation of IDF forces across different sectors. And then there is, of course, the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, misnomered as Saudi Arabia. The collapse of the regime in Syria could be a turning point for the moderate Sunni axis led by Saudi Arabia, as it's presented to the world by the Zionists and the Americans. They are, of course, the most corrupt of genocidal regimes, conducting a war of extermination in Yemen. And at this stage, Saudi Arabia is not truly in any position to take a stand or influence the dismantling of the Zionist concept of any axis of evil. They are indeed, of course, the very core of the axis of evil itself, along with Israel. The rebels may thus gain momentum and extend their ambitions beyond Suraya, potentially affecting the entire Middle East, which would of course bring in the United States. The U.S. military maintains a significant concentration of troops at Al-Tanf, the tri-border area of Jordan, Suraya, and Iraq. The last thing the Americans want is to see their soldiers fighting rebels. Even before the fall of Assad's regime, senior American officials had proposed withdrawing the forces back to these United States due to the risks posed by the current situation. However, such a withdrawal would be perceived as a sign of weakness and would further expose Jordan to attacks. At this stage, U.S. policy towards Suraya and the region remains unclear, as the White House is currently hesitant. I would dare say they're stricken, and it remains to be seen whether Donald John Trump will take initiative. We know he will, as a chump for the Zionists, so you can expect American troops in action. So keep an eye on democratic erosion. Democracy is ending this year with a wobble. This week, South Korea endured martial law. Romania's top court ordered a rerun of its presidential election after an investigation was launched into Russian mass manipulation throughout the first round. Georgia's president urged on pro-EU protesters in response to Putinist electoral interference, and the French government was toppled by a Russian-backed vote of no confidence. Let's start with Romania. The Constitutional Court annulled the first round of Romania's presidential election just yesterday, just 2 days before the second round was scheduled to take its place. The decision came after declassified Romanian intelligence reports proved that the Russian Empire had run a social mass media influence campaign to promote Vinnie Barbarick's man, that means Peter Moon's pussy, Călin Georgescu, a far-right populist who notched a surprise victory in the first round of voting 12 weeks ago. What could next week hold? Well, Martin Quick and Maeva Cousin of Bloomberg Economics have helpfully, or perhaps morbidly, compiled a democratic erosion index to gauge the weakness of countries' democratic institutions. It combines data on voter disillusionment, executive power, suppression of the press, and more. South Korea ranks 5th among democracies in the G20 by this index, trailing Mexico, Brazil, Indonesia, and India. The United States is not far behind. Now, I'm going to see if I can upload this, of course, into the call itself so that Dietrich members, or those who are part of Team Dietrich, can witness this phenomenon of what's charted. Let me see if I can, there we are. Democracy G20 is what I call that particular file. And let's enter that into the file where I derive it from, Democracy G20. Push it and see if it opens up. The other image that I had, less important than this one, didn't open up at all. This should be different. Now, if you could see this, people, you would see democratic erosion risk across the G20. And I'm still trying to figure out exactly what this graph represents. And if they're saying South Korea is like somewhere above Argentina does that mean they're at more risk or less? If they're saying Australia, which is at the bottom of this list, is supposed to be the least at risk for democratic erosion, well then, there's no fucking hope. This is the G20, and the impression I get is that Mexico has got the most risk. Brazil after that, Indonesia, India, South Korea, so Argentina, and then these United States. Right before South Africa, which is about to fall apart into fucking anarchy. And at the bottom is Australia, meaning Australia has got more of a working democracy than either the Dominion of Canada or the United Germany, which also, despite its government issues, has more of a cohesive democracy than the United Kingdom, Italy, or the Empire of Japan. I mean, yeah, this chart's unbelievable. I really am not saying this chart is wrong, but if Australia has got the strongest democracy, it's over. Because Australia doesn't have any democracy. They're run by the Murdoch monocracy. It's not a monarchy. It's a monocracy. It's a media monocracy, a media monopoly. And it's Rupert Murdoch runs Australia. So if Australia's got the most stable democracy of the G20, it's over. It's fucking over. Democracy dies this year, and we have to reestablish it by force majeure. There's no other way. Now, that having been said, Putin's Western adversaries are in disarray. That much is obvious. Vladimir Putin might not, well, he might be able to capitalize on the adage of never to waste a good crisis, as democracies of France, United Germany, Romania, and South Korea, which have been vocal opponents of his full-scale invasion of Ukraine, face political ructions of their own. Western-led sanctions punishing Russia's economy have accelerated Putin's push for the global south to take over the mantle of the world's financial system, and now the Russian dictator can relish how democracies that are the most strident against his aggression are in disarray. Chaos has convulsed the heart of the European Union, whose sanctions and military support for Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, have proven to be a thorn in the side of Putin's intentions. France's President Emmanuel Macron will appoint a new prime minister after his prior pick, Michel Barnier, resigned following a no-confidence parliamentary vote. In Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, the coalition government collapsed after Olaf Scholz sacked his finance minister, putting the Kanzler under pressure to quit before February's elections. The consequences continue to be felt of Macron's surprise decision to hold a snap parliamentary election in June, which returned a polarized parliament split three ways between fractions of the left, the center-right, and the far-right. Socialists joined those on the left and far right to remove Barnier. It is unclear how the RN, the National Rally, the Ruchist party headed by the far-right leader Marine Le Pen, will come out of the crisis, and it might be tricky for Macron to find a replacement for Barnier who will please all sides. Ité Lotin, an expert in French politics from London's University of Westminster, has explained to the American press that even if it was not all caused by Russia, in his words, their words I mean to say, the Russian regime will see any strengthening of the RN as a positive sign, as the party is aligned with Russian policy and has received Russian support in the past. Every bit of European chaos is good for Putin. The current goal of Putin's Russia is to sow division in Europe and undermine any rules-based European cooperation. Any type of instability in one of the big European states will make it harder to reach a European consensus on common economic policies and particularly defense. In terms of the immediate effect of the chaos on French policy towards the Russian Empire, not having a government will make it a lot harder to articulate any such national policy. So understand what Russia wants is in terms of their conquest, they want all Europe. Make no mistake about it. And you only have to look up a book titled The Third Empire in order to see that. I'll provide a link for you so you can see what the Russians fucking want. Let's take a look at this Russian novel that was written in 2006 that basically gives you the idea of where Russia has ever been maneuvering towards. So here we are. I'm going to share that both in the text box and then in the chat. And I hope people understand the world the Russians would like to redraw. This is Putin's world as he would have it. The third Russian Empire. And let's see if it takes. Okay, that's not taking. It has to be entered here. There we go. And let me remove that. And then enter this. See if this works. Okay. All right, there you go. And now in Romania, NATO's eastern flank, it's a NATO member state where Russian drones regularly fall. Moscow is guilty of propelling far-right contender Călin Georgescu in the first round of an election whose results were annulled by the country's constitutional court. The court's order followed Romanian President Klaus Iohannis declassifying intelligence reports that proved a Russian interference campaign aimed at Georgescu on TikTok and Telegram. Rather, they exposed such operations. The Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova has dismissed these evidences as groundless and said they were part of a campaign of anti-Russian hysteria. But in an assessment of the elections, the Atlantic Council described a near miss in the NATO ally, with senior fellow at the think tank Jan Brzezinski saying that the country almost had a presidential election stolen by foreign intervention. Qualifying that the Kremlin seems to support political extremes in Romania, as they do everywhere else, and has been promoting through statements and trolls a narrative of Western oppression and domination of Romania. The former ambassador, Daniel Fried, a fellow at the Atlantic Council, said, "We can expect Russian denunciation and a wave of feigned outrage." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, protests have raged in South Korea, whose president, Yoon Suk-yeol, survived an impeachment vote on Saturday after his shock declaration and swift repeal of imposition of martial law a work week's time ago. In the meantime, millions of Koreans have turned to a year-old movie to make sense of the turmoil, titled 1212, as in 12 period, or as in 12, numeric 12, period, numeric 12. The Day. 1212, the day. December 12th, the day. Like Election Day, 2000, or whatever that title of that short story was, that was the basis for Colossus, the Forbin Project. It debuted in 2023 to 13 million moviegoers and has been the #1 Korean film on Netflix since Tuesday. There are increased tensions on the peninsula, especially with the North contributing troops and munitions to Putin's war effort against Ukraine. Now, Yoon Suk-yeol was a partner of the Biden administration's democracy agenda who was willing to raise North Korean human rights as a condition for political rapprochement in ways that pushed against the interests of Red China. Now, allies who saw Seoul as the capital of South Korea as a strong democratic partner will be taking stock of the democratic resilience of its citizens, political parties, and institutional checks. Rachel Beatty Rydell, directress of Cornell's University Center on Global Democracy, told the American press that South Korea's political upheaval may have significant consequences for broader geostrategic alignment. Autocratic rivals, however, will not hesitate to paint the turmoil as an example of instability and therefore as undesirable. The turbulence will have some impact on Russia and the war in Ukraine, but the biggest player in that picture is these United States and incoming President Donald Trump. Qualifying that he did not think Moscow or Pyongyang, capital of North Korea, would exploit the turmoil too aggressively before Trump's inauguration, Eric Gomez, senior fellow at the Cato Institute, told the American press that the domestic political instability in South Korea, France, and other democracies is probably welcomed by Putin, though the follow-on effects are difficult to predict. The outsized role of the United States in providing weapons to Ukraine means that what the U.S. does is more likely to be decisive, but both have reason to believe that the incoming administration will want to negotiate directly. But if North Korea attacks South Korea, or Russia does something to escalate, then it may reduce the chances of talking with Trump. Now, I myself have contacted the Russian Foreign Ministry for comment. As you can imagine, as with all of my approaches, or 99%, I don't get shit in response. I don't expect any, but at least I've gone through the motions. This brings us back to the issue of command and control. The attempted impeachment of the South Korean president has failed. A plan to impeach South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol over a short-lived declaration of martial law has failed after members of his governing party left Parliament on Saturday ahead of the planned vote, leaving opposition lawmakers short of the 2/3 majority needed. Now they're putting him essentially under national arrest, meaning he cannot leave the nation, so that he doesn't run away and pull up Bashar al-Assad. Instead of running away to Moscow, he would run away to Washington, D.C. But all of this proves the end of passive democracy. South Korea's brush with martial law is a reminder that democracy is not self-sustaining. South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol's imposition of martial law was as shocking as it was brief. Within 6 hours, protesters clashed with security forces. Lawmakers voted to overturn the decree, and Yoon lifted it. But there is a lesson in that narrow win. Democracy is not self-sustaining. It depends on the people to ensure that checks and balances work. That's why you need an educated populace. South Koreans have that. Now, here we are, breaking. Well, this broke a while back, hours ago. Jay-Z and Sean Combs are accused of rape. Then Diddy's denying everything. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, and of course the girl is underage. Maybe 13 years old when they all gang fucked her. Or him, whatever. They're, it's like looking at a train wreck. A train wreck of a chemical carrying train. A train that was carrying toxic chemicals. Spillover is toxic. All right. Going back to check the numbers here. And, all right. Let's get this out of the way. There is a simple beauty in the ideas behind Athenian democracy, humankind's first known attempt at governing democratically, direct participation, political equality, freedom of speech, and a system of checks and balances that included the ability to banish citizens who had grown too powerful. Aristotle wrote that law is what made human society possible. For as man, is the best of animals when perfected, so he is the worst of all when sundered from law and justice. Imperfect as that democratic system was, after all, only men above the age of 20 had full political rights. Its principles are worth contemplating as the world digests this week's shocking events in South Korea. On the night of December 3rd, while many of his countrymen and women were likely getting ready for bed, President Yoon Suk-yeol placed the nation under martial law. I am pronouncing his name correctly. Don't anybody think otherwise. I'm not trying to fuck him over with mispronunciation. That is how you fucking pronounce his name in South Korean. It sounds as bad as it is. 6 hours later, after protesters clashed with security forces and lawmakers voted unanimously to overturn the decree, he lifted it, as if he had a fucking choice. So democracy narrowly prevailed, despite the recklessness of Yoon's actions and the inherent risks of a system that vests so much power in the executive, as we do here in the United States at this point. Democracies are being tested around the world. France is in turmoil. Critics, of course, have exposed that Magyarország, Hungary, and India are not only showing more authoritarian tendencies, they've devolved into dictatorships. And a deeply divided United States re-elected a president who, according to his former White House chief of staff, meets the general definition of a Russist. The Communist Chinese Empire is offering their model of autocratic rule married with economic growth that is increasingly appealing to many nations in the global south. That thousands took to the streets in Seoul and lawmakers skirmished with armed troops to gain access to the National Assembly is in some respects reassuring. Even Yoon's own party refused to back him. The political checks and balances worked, but the young democracy's record is tarnished, and it may take months for political order to be restored. The South Korean public's swift and determined reaction can be traced to the nation's volatile transition to democracy after years of military rule and dictatorship. During the so-called Gwangju Massacre in 1980, soldiers killed hundreds of civilians amid an uprising. In 1987, South Koreans mobilized against a military junta to achieve direct presidential elections. Many older citizens remember that time well and are not prepared to give up their freedoms. Still, it remains deeply disturbing that the president deployed the military against his political opponents. South Korea is, after all, a key United States ally. As I've said, the tail that wags the dog, and a bulwark against authoritarianism in the region. It's also a member of the group of 20 economies, a global leader in chip production, and a cultural behemoth. It's Korean Hollywood that everyone in Asia, and, well, even America, finds appealing. Authoritarianism has, of course, long been a feature of Asian politics. After decades of strongman rule, during which citizens gave up civil liberties in exchange for the promise of growth, Indonesia and my own Taiwan, like South Korea, have transitioned to democracy. But in communist China on the Asian mainland, the dictator Xi Jinping continues to cement his grip on the Communist Party and the country. North Korea, meanwhile, has furthered its nuclear weapons program and deepened ties with Russia's Vladimir Putin. I experienced authoritarianism firsthand, growing up during the rule of Taiwan's former dictator, Chiang Kai-shek. In neighboring Indonesia, Suharto presided over that country's 17,000 islands with an iron fist, using the full force of the army to enforce his rule. His regime, the Orde Baru, the New Order in English, was notorious for stamping out dissent. News magazines that were delivered to one's home regularly had big blocks of text blackened out, A reminder that in the strong man's world, only his version of events could ever be true, or at least communicated. Suharto had also developed economic stability, but that changed in the early months of 1998 as the Asian financial crisis decimated the economy, leading to mass student protests. In what was seen as Indonesia's equivalent of the Tiananmen Square massacre, the military gunned down students. Their deaths prompted 12 days of violent rioting in the capital, and hundreds were killed. Suharto stepped down in May of that year. Today, Indonesia is a chaotic democracy with a vibrant media and civil society. The current president, Prabowo Subianto, is a 73-year-old former general who was dismissed from the military over alleged human rights abuses and has deep links to the Suharto era. His predecessor, Joko Widodo, who was long seen as an antidote to Indonesia's nepotistic politics, has been criticized for building a dynasty after his oldest son was appointed vice president. But the sanctity of the political system is still relatively intact. Elections are largely free and fair, and even though dynastic politics appears to be returning, the days of military rule are long gone. Indonesians know they don't want to go back. My own Golden Taiwan's transition to democracy, after 4 decades of authoritarian rule by the KMT, the Kuomintang government, is also instructive. The progress to popular rule was gradual, with democratization kicking into high gear after martial law was lifted in 1987, and political parties such as the Democratic Progressive Party gaining the ability to function. The transition was completed in 1996, when the 100 Islands of My Taiwan held our first ever direct presidential election. Once poverty-stricken, My Taiwan is now a vital pillar of the world's economy, producing the most technologically advanced computer chips in the world. Indonesians and My Taiwanese take the privileges democracy has afforded us seriously and are wary of returning to a darker past. In August, protesters gathered outside Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia's parliament, to stop lawmakers from voting in a bill that would have effectively eliminated candidates from regional elections who weren't backed by Prabowo or Jokowi. Eventually, thanks in large part to pressures from protesters, the proposed law was dropped. In my own Taiwan, a similar story. In May, protests erupted after the pro-China opposition party, the old Kuomintang, no less, turned treasonous, tried to curb the powers of our newly elected president, Lai Ching-te. The crowds outside Parliament were among the largest since the 2014 Sunflower Student Movement, when protesters stormed and occupied Taiwan's parliament to block the passage of an unpopular trade pact with Communist China on the Asian mainland across the Black Ditch. This year's controversial legislation did ultimately pass, but protesters have refused to stop fighting against it. Democracy has survived in some Asian countries, albeit in a fragile state, because of the persistence with which citizens have stood up in defense of a system where laws and equal rights take precedence over patronage and connections. Yoon's imposition of martial law, an act of desperation to save a flailing political career, reinforces the need for ongoing vigilance. His future now hangs in the balance, although an impeachment vote Saturday failed to clear the 200-vote hurdle needed to suspend the president from his duties. Now they're simply trying to prevent him from escape. Robert E. Kelly, professor of international relations at Pusan National University, in the area of the Pusan perimeter where the Americans held the line against the communists, characterized Yoon's soft or semi-coup as impulsive and inept, likening it to the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6 of 2021. Yoon had seemingly no plan to deal with the predictable explosion of public protest, and also failed to consult allies overseas. Well, of course he wouldn't do that. They would tell him not to do it. He was hoping against hope the population would simply succumb because of their background of, well, suppression. But while Yoon's, or Suk-yeol's, martial law gamble backfired spectacularly, for the Lowy Institute think tank, Chris Katuki, a political economist and an associate at Asia Society Australia, wrote that Yoon's actions serve as a warning sign flashing in bright red for democracies worldwide. It also reflects a dangerous trend in far-right politics where democratic institutions are increasingly dismissed as ideologically tainted obstacles to be overcome at any cost. One needs to look no further than Donald Trump, who has spoken of using the military to fight the enemy from within and expressed his intent to act as a dictator on day one to bypass opposition to his policies. If South Korea offers a lesson to the rest of the world, it's that the resilience of democracy is dependent on the determination of the people to ensure checks and balances work. Sungmin Cho, an associate professor at Sungkyunkwan University's Department of Political Science, so wrote, "It is unfortunate that our democratic system produced a non-democratic leader like Yoon. But Yoon's misstep unintentionally highlighted the resilience of South Korean democracy." The calls for Yoon's resignation echo the massive movement that led to the impeachment of President Park Geun-hye, or Park Geun-hye, for corruption, noting that South Koreans have an enduring commitment to holding leaders accountable. Hee Soo-jang, an assistant professor of media law and ethics at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, thus wrote in response to the crises, "Democracy is not self-sustaining. It requires active vigilance. South Korea is once again at a critical juncture in its democratic history. What's unfolding in South Korea is not just a domestic issue. It's a reminder that democracies everywhere require constant vigilance." Now, we must bear that in mind. I'm looking at the numbers, and we've recouped them. Amy says, "Douglas, please do more interviews. Get your name out more." Well, thank you, honey. I appreciate you profoundly. Mwah. Kisses. Sheila Gavin says, "Douglas Dietrich, I love you. Good morning, Team Dietrich. My gratitude and admiration to dear Douglas. Your image is stunningly beautiful, masterful. Thank you so much, honey." Of course, inspired by my late and sainted mother, and she would often escort me dressed as a female, and this would be how she would have responded. Had the tsunami wiped out most of San Francisco, she would have taken me on a tour. Yes. Maintaining her poise, grace under pressure, as she always did. So, yes, inspired by that, and by all means, thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you profoundly, and so let me give kisses to the ladies here in emoji form before diving back into where we're might be heading in the final hour. And of course, just so appreciative that people have returned and come back to listen to us, and so grateful for all of you, and hopefully all of you will review my monologue, at least in its entirety. Let me say this correctly in order of appearance. Okay. Okay. Amy. Okay. And okay. Sheila Gavin. There we are. And so So after that, we'll be back to work. Let me make certain to give them, there we are. And, all right, some hearts for the ladies as well. Now, we must bear this lesson about democracy in mind, because Donald John Trump has just been asked to help redraw the border between U.S. states. This is all preparation for an actual geographic dividing line between the red and blue factions of our pending American Civil War. The Greater Idaho Movement, which is campaigning for eastern and central counties of Oregon to secede from the state and join their neighbor, has written to President-elect Donald Trump requesting his support. In that letter, the group told Trump that the people here overwhelmingly voted for you. We humbly ask you for your support in helping Eastern Oregonians achieve what the people have said they want, and that's to join Idaho. Thus far, 13 Oregon counties have voted to leave the state and join Idaho, with the most recent, Crook County, doing so in May of 2024. The Greater Idaho Movement hopes they will be joined by Umatilla and William counties in full, along with Wasco and Deschutes counties in part. At this point, nearly the eastern two-thirds of Oregon would have voted to switch states. Advocates of the Greater Idaho proposal argue that the more conservative-leaning and sparsely populated counties of eastern and central Oregon are currently unfairly dominated by the big, mostly liberal voting cities on the coast, such as Portland and Salem. The Greater Idaho Movement's letter, signed by its president, Mike McCarter, Vice President Sandy Gilson, and Executive Director Matt McCaw, was sent to Trump on Wednesday. The letter reads, "We are excited to see the promise of your incoming administration for solving old political problems with new approaches. Unlike typical politicians, you have a unique ability as a practical problem solver to get things done, and your support can bring a peaceful solution to Oregon's long-standing East-West divide." Now, this letter noted Democrats have controlled the Oregon House, Senate, and Governor's office since 2007. That year, my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided myself, George Dietrich, the sailor, was essentially processed, as the VA would call it, thanatized being their professional term, in basically killed in a medical sense. They call that death processing. He's processing is the term that they used in those days. Just wretched. And so basically, it was since that point in time, 2007, that they've been arguing with over 60% of the landmass, but only 9% of the population. Eastern Oregon residents recognize that representative government will never come from Oregon because we are outvoted on every issue the progressives put forth. Well, welcome to my world, where progressives are constantly voted out by a bunch of reactionary hillcrackers who are basically writing stupid letters like this. McCarter, Gilson, and McCall concluded, "Eastern Oregonians have spoken, and we yearn to join the family of small government and citizen-directed systems that Idahoans enjoy, but we need help from your administration to make this happen." Now, I myself have reached out to the Trump transition team and the Greater Idaho Movement for comment via email and online inquiry form, respectively. The Greater Idaho Project had initially proposed that part of southwestern Oregon secede from the state as well, but adapted their plans after voters in Douglas and Josephine counties rejected this proposal. Legally, merging large chunks of Oregon into Idaho would require approval from both states' legislatures and Congress. In May, Idaho Governor Brad Little told the Fourth Estate, "I understand why many people want to be Idahoans. They're looking at Idaho fondly because of our strong economy, regulatory atmosphere, and our values." Still, the decision to change Idaho and Oregon's borders would need to go through both states' legislators and, legislatures, to pronounce it in the correct English, and the United States Congress for approval. There's a lot that needs to happen before moving that border is within the realm of possibility. Western State Strategies, and that's the political arm of Portland-based nonprofit Western State Center, is actively opposing the Greater Idaho Project. In a 2023 interview with Oregon Public Broadcasting, Jo Garvey, Western States' chief of staff, said she was particularly concerned as previous secessionist movements in Oregon had connections to white nationalists. Garvey saying, "What we're doing is just pulling back the curtain, nothing else. These are how these organizations are connected. We're naming what we believe their real goals are." That's because there is every evidence that those behind Citizens for Greater Idaho uphold white nationalist ideology. So that brings us to the fact that Oregon, which is going to be one of the flashpoints of the next American Civil War, is going to be hit by this Greater Idaho insurgency. It's like an insurgency from one state to the other. And it brings us to the ugly history of the Northwest secession movements. The state of Oregon is literally 2 states, and as such is probably going to be a major flashpoint in the Second American Civil War. The latest effort, rooted in so-called rural values, seeks to supersize the state of Idaho with parts of Oregon and California. We call this expansionism and aggression when it's applied in international terms. Expansionist aggression. What's likely to happen is Portland will buck any attempt at a putsch on the part of bonkers right-wing nutjobs in the rest of the state, and as such, either there's really a blood struggle in this state, or there are a massive amount of political refugees from the Portland area as the rest of the state sides with MAGA. So, hidden in the Greater Idaho lies the American redoubt. Christian nationalism has a dark history in Idaho, a parallel migration from the South, maybe breathed life into the Greater Idaho movement and given power to white separatists. The battleground of the United States of America versus the militia can readily be seen in the Greater Idaho movement map. So, let me see if I can drag that up for you. A good visual to cue you in on what we're talking about. And I guess the Greater Idaho movement, well, here's a search that hopefully will take in the... Yes, I agree with Amy. Okay, yes. Well, we'll see what can be done. And remember, all I've ever experienced have been ambushes. It's not very encouraging. So here we are with the Greater Idaho movement. This will give people an idea of what's going on with what these fuckers want. They want to redraw the map of the United States until they have access to the sea as an independent nation, a white nation. It's not necessarily something that I'm discouraging per se. It's something that may ultimately have to happen as a settlement for different parts of the United States. But I am obligated to give people the reality of its history and therefore show people what we're facing is really the potential birth of a white nation in North America. You see, the Greater Idaho movement was launched in the wake of the 2016 election by inland Northwest Trump voters who were fed up with the political power imbalance brought on by current state boundaries. Advocates of the movement argue that voters in places like Eastern Oregon, Southeast Washington, and Northern California will share much more in common with conservative voters in Idaho than they do with voters in their own respective states. They aim to secede various counties from those aforecited states to form Greater Idaho. The movement explicitly uses the 2016 presidential election results as a roadmap for where to move borders, which masks its reflections to similar movements in the region that hold a deeper, uglier history. So, in a time of pandemic, political discontent is a pre-existing condition. A recent example, Ammon Bundy, who headed the 2016 takeover of the Malheur Wildlife Refuge in Oregon. And I actually had one of his followers on my program, Revolution Radio, at one time, brought on by, of all people, oh, good God, what the hell was her name? I can't even remember now. Poor lady. At any rate, I'll remember at some point in the future, I'm sure. She was, of course, assaulted by Laura Lee Solomon. And that's just another person that, these people drive everyone away from me that they can. Peter Moon made it a point to approach every single lady in my vicinity and say, "Don't go near Douglas Dietrich." Just a real human piece of garbage. And there's really no describing what a piece of shit Peter Moon is. He's the one who set up all the ambushes over the past number of years that I was working with him, of course. But we all know he was always the enemy, and I was just trying to get the book done and really have to be forced to come into my own. But that's easy for all these people around me to say. It's not like they're writing the goddamn book. Which, as I've always said, is the most painful thing you can do is write. There's nothing on earth that takes more energy and more time. And, of course, Peter Moon had the time because he never had to work for a living. I, on the other hand, do have to teach in order to earn my blood that I drink to keep alive. So I'm working for food. Eventually, I'll have to marry someone as soon as possible or just pair up with someone in a civic union and get out of where I'm at. Where I'm at is obviously unlivable, so ladies, do take note. Let me know what offers are out there. In the meantime, I do want to thank the lovely Brooke Hagberg in Canada for a $40 contribution that she has on automatic payment. So goddess bless the lovely Brooke Hagberg for 40 United States dollars. Thank you so very much. And with that, returning to the topic at hand. As I said, Ammon Bundy, who headed the 2016 takeover of the Malheur Wildlife Refuge in Oregon, had been holding meetings in Idaho to push back against the state's stay-at-home order during the COVID. In order to limit the spread of COVID-19, he wanted to become a super spreader. The New York Times called it a Liberty Rebellion against coronavirus restrictions. The Idaho medical professionals were, of course, aghast, but it should not have come as any surprise. The fault lines in the Northwest are always active and help explain perennial efforts to redraw the region's maps to accommodate political and cultural homogeneity. The Cascadia independence movement, the potential state of liberty carved from eastern Washington, and an occasional speculation about the ghost state of Jefferson in southern Oregon and northern California are examples of just such efforts. I could go into the history of all of them. Could this pandemic rebellion have provided the impetus for the latest concept to gain attention? Greater Idaho, an idea being embraced in some parts of Oregon, would see southern and eastern Oregon and northeastern California secede from their respective states to join and supersize the state of Idaho. At least 3 Oregon counties, Douglas, Josephine, and Umatilla, are working on petitions to advance the Greater Idaho cause. Mike McCarter is the spokesman for Move Oregon's Border. That's a group pushing the effort. He told Oregon Public Radio that Greater Idaho is a movement to try to maintain our rural values. The core lament from McCarter and others is that Oregon is increasingly ruled by liberal urban areas. Oh, horror of horrors. And that rural Oregon, Greater Idaho supporters so argue, needs to hook up with the more simpatico leadership in Idaho, where Republicans dominate state politics. Under the new map, Portland, Salem, and Eugene would stay behind in Oregon, while Medford, Oregon, and Redding, California would become part of the land of famous potatoes and perhaps the coronavirus's militant violators of social isolation in the next outbreak. Now, this movement echoes contentious politics in Oregon, which have seen Republican legislators literally leave the state in order to halt progressive bills in Salem. And the rural secession, the secession of Greater Idaho, and the state of Jefferson roughly follow the politics of Donald Trump, who has been a motivator for some supporters in both cases. Now, the impulse to separate and redefine the region is as old as the Euro-American settlement of the Northwest and has roots in so-called rural values and racial exclusion that date back to, well, before, during, and after the first American Civil War between the states for rights. What is now Idaho was once part of Washington Territory, along with some of northwestern Montana and a slice of Wyoming. This was a vast region to run from Olympia, or what some in the eastern regions amusedly called clam country. Clams versus bunchgrass, or wet versus dry, is shorthand for a regional Cascades divide that persists to this day. Olympia, of course, being this clam country area that I would much prefer to be in, and I would infinitely prefer the clams. Not just as food, but probably as company to most of the people in the dry bunchgrass area. They can roll with the tumbleweeds. Now, the dynamics of the American Civil War between the states for rights triggered territorial changes. Anti-war Democrats and draft dodgers, many from the southern and border states, poured into the eastern part of the territory in 1862, lured by gold and silver strikes. The balance of power between the pro-union Republicans of Clam Country and the influx of Democrats threatened to shift the territory's regional power to one potentially sympathetic to the Confederacy. The historian Keith A. Murray has noted that by 1864, the Boise Basin, where much of the gold was being mined, had seen an influx of some 16,000 boomers, mostly Democrats. Most of them were also violently opposed to the war. At least that's what he wrote in the Pacific Northwest Quarterly, documenting Washington's early statehood movement. The creation of the Idaho Territory in March of 1863 helped bring that part of the region under the control of the government and preserved the largely pro-union leadership of Washington state. There were discussions at the time about making a Greater Idaho. Should the Idaho Territory go all the way to the Cascades and include what is now eastern Washington. Should a second Idaho territory be created that would include parts of eastern Washington, northern Idaho, and parts of Oregon, with Walla Walla as the new capital? In 1865, an editorial in the Walla Walla Statesman outlined the political problem for eastern Washington. We have seen, or rather it says, we have been cut up in such a manner that the power is on the Sound, meaning the sea sound, the Sound meaning the bay. Our franchises for roads, ferries, etc. are not at our own disposal, but the people of the clam country give them to whom they wish. So, parts of Idaho were carved off, some going to Montana and the Dakota Territory, later Wyoming. But the Idaho we know today emerged largely undivided, keeping its panhandle despite all the chessboard concepts for moving around pieces of the Northwest. Now, much as today, the impetus for these ideas was a desire for increased political control. Rural versus urban, East versus West, Republican versus Democrat, with the roles reversed from today. Interestingly, the regions contemplated for Greater Idaho and the state of Jefferson comprise areas, southern Oregon and parts of northern California, that were among the most pro-Confederate regions in the Northwest during the American Civil War between the states for rights. Douglas, Jackson, and Josephine counties have been called Little Dixie by Southern Oregon historian Jeff Lalane. In the pre-Civil War period, Democratic politicians, which were then the Dixiecrats, in Oregon and California had considered becoming slave states, which they ultimately rejected. Oregon settlers favored racial exclusion and committed hostile acts against Native American, Asian, and Black communities. Some had even considered taking the whole West Coast out of the Union to create an independent Pacific Republic, or the Pacific Confederacy, that could benefit the South. The topic of the West Coast as a possible nation-state has also been revived by a power struggle between Donald Trump and Pacific Coast states over how to reopen after the coronavirus restrictions and the threats that they may be resumed by future pandemics. Now, one concept considered called for the secession of the entire region west of the Rocky Mountains, a range considered a natural, even providential barrier, with some western states adopting slavery and others not. The idea was discussed in Oregon as early as 1851 as largely a Democrat-driven concept, back when they were Dixiecrats, the party of the Ku Klux Klan. This was the years after Oregon had passed its so-called Lash Law in 1844 to drive blacks from the state with whippings. It was also half a decade before Oregon citizens voted racial exclusion into their new state's constitution in 1857. Oregon was the only state to enter the Union with such a constitutional clause. The drive for division led by rural areas was to increase economic and political power, but practical matters often held sway over ideology. Exempla gratiae, the expected arrival of the Transcontinental Railroad to Puget Sound, persuaded some proponents of secession from Washington Territory to reconsider. A land link to a seaport had major advantages, such as Trans-Cascades commerce. But map redrawing proposals have often come with a conscious or unconscious acceptance of rural settlement patterns and values, which have baked into them white supremacist and white separatist ideas. At its most extreme are the frequently expressed desires to turn the Northwest into an all-white homeland. These ideas have been espoused by far-right and neo-Nazi groups, including Richard Butler's old Aryan Nation in Idaho or the Northwest Front's late Harold Covington of Bremerton, who inspired Charleston, South Carolina church shooter Dylan Roof with his hopes for an all-white homeland. More recently, echoes of this disconcerting past resound in the ideological activism of Washington State Representative Matt Shea of Spokane Valley, who has sought to see his part of the Northwest as a last redoubt of conservative Christian values, a cause for which he has imagined the biblical justifications for all-out war. In the 1980s, Robert E. Miles, an old Christian identity movement white supremacist, expressed his desire for a new white republic in the Northwest. In the Northwest. It would have all we want, he said. The space is not jammed already with hostiles, indifferents, or aliens. The lack of such diversity in large swaths of the region was by intention, not accident, meaning that the frontier period of racial exclusion and subsequent efforts to limit immigration moves to eject and restrict ethnic groups like my fellow Japanese and Chinese, the use of redlining and housing covenants to segregate, and the rise of the Ku Klux Klan in various periods helped create a Northwest landscape on which exclusionist and separatist fantasies continue to play. Any who live there are inheritors of this ugly legacy. There are legitimate reasons to consider changing political boundaries. They are, after all, human constructs and often reflect decisions made in problematic times, whether it was during the expansion of empire, displacement, or murder of indigenous peoples, fights over the right to extract the most resources, desire for more autonomy, or eruptions of nationalism. It is ironic that some who are the political inheritors of this past would host a liberty rebellion against the coronavirus precautions as they have been and will likely be reinstated with coming epidemics. Apparently suppressing a nasty contagion is an exclusion too far. I find that just the hypocrisy, it stings. It's like you can only shake your head. So what exactly is the American Redoubt? As you can see by what I've given you to look over image-wise, you can get an idea visually and graphically on the map as to what is being proposed. By the way, Amy says, even though there were ambushes, you never lost your loyal followers. Thank you, honey. And so with both of you ladies, I do love you both dearly. That's wonderful. You're both very supportive, and that's important. And yes, honestly, it's you're both wonderful people, and certainly couldn't do it without you. Thank God it's for you, and so glad to have both of you in there in the chat with me, providing your moral support. Now, again, the American Redoubt is a parallel political movement to Greater Idaho, led by conservatives, actually reactionaries, or even radicals, within the inland Northwest. Its advocates share similar desires to those in the Greater Idaho movement, creating a redoubt, described as a safe haven or a fallback position for American conservatives. One meaning basically white nationalists, possibly Christian extremists or fundamentalists. One of the movement's most prominent voices, Jack Robertson, hosts his own podcast promoting the movement, Radio Free Redoubt. In his own words, the American Redoubt is the strategic relocation of conservative, Christian, like-minded patriots to the Pacific Northwest. Now, the American Redoubt movement provides a historical anchor for the same impulses powering the Greater Idaho movement, as both reflect the region's history as a hub for white supremacy. Between 1974 and 2001, the headquarters of the Aryan nations were located in northern Idaho. One of their objectives was to create an all-white enclave out of northwestern U.S. states. They campaigned and recruited openly throughout the area, even holding parades that drew counter-protesters. The group openly disbanded after facing a lawsuit that forced its leaders to declare bankruptcy and relinquish their 20-acre compound. Now, for those of you who don't know, if you take a look at the states of, eastern Washington, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, they form what's called the cleaver, meaning eastern Washington is the handle, and the blade would consist of Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. And it's a pretty intimidating looking map that would be blooded along its borders by violent secession. That would essentially be the American Redoubt. I would render it, well, mostly landlocked, with an outlet to the sea through an inland port. That would take a map to show you what I mean. Now, white havens, or white separatists, have a long history of attempting to create a safe haven for themselves across the 5 states that, in this case, not only the ones that I've named, but also Eastern Oregon. And the idea of creating an enclave in the inland Northwest was recycled in the year that started it all, when our world began to change, with the 3/11 attack on Japan that changed our world, that sent the Fukushima Daiichi, or the Big One cluster of nuclear reactors, into meltdown. That was the year when many Native American nations, Native American tribes, concurred that Earth magic had returned, that Mother Earth had reawakened. It was in that year, that was the death of my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother, 2011, that the idea of the inland Northwest as a white nation state was recycled by the survivalist author James Wesley Rawls, who sought to form a safe haven for Christian nationalists. His ideas leaned heavily on apocalyptic conspiracies, constantly proclaiming that the United States was on the brink of collapse. He contended that the only safe place for Christians was the American Redoubt, the mountainous inland Northwest where population densities are low and the proportion of white residents is high. Despite similarities to the Aryan Nations' plan, founders from both the American Redoubt and the Greater Idaho Movement claim that they do not lead racist movements, despite the fact that support from white nationalists are responsible for keeping these movements alive. Now, Stephen Beda, the historian at the University of Oregon, said, "It's difficult to disentangle the non-threatening parts of this group from the threatening white supremacist aspects because the region gained a reputation as a safe home for these ideas." Now, I'm willing to take Beda's words a step further. The non-threatening parts of this group advocate for a system that allows its more threatening members to flourish. The Greater Idaho Movement provides the political boundaries within which redoubters will be empowered to legislate. In a response to the quote by Professor Stephen Beda, the spokesperson for the Greater Idaho Movement proclaimed, "Real white separatists move to get away from non-whites in their area. We are doing the opposite." But white nationalists are moving to Idaho because they're seeking the communities these movements offer and foster. The American Redoubt is, at its core, a 21st century Christian nationalist recruitment tool that conveniently breathes life into the Greater Idaho Movement. While the 12 movements don't have perfect ideological overlap, both provide havens for militant white separatists. While leaders of these movements may claim that they're simply starting a conversation, all too often, their most violent supporters are the ones who get the last word. Like Thomas Ryan Rousseau, founder of the white militant group Patriot Front, who said, "A nation within a nation is our goal. Our people face complete annihilation as our culture and heritage are attacked from all sides. Our mission is a hard reset on the nation we see today, a return to the traditions and virtues of our forefathers." Well, as for the rest of the states, their ability to pick one side or the other is probably far easier, and their biggest problem would be dealing with political refugees. So, there we have it. That gives you a kind of an outline of what Trump will now, presumably, help bring into being. And my position might surprise you. I'm all for it. I mean, why not? It's not like, really, there's anybody of color left there for them to exterminate. So it's like, honestly, if you were black, or you were Asian, or even Native American, why would you want to be there? You may as well say, okay, have at it. Give them some land. I consider it a white reservation. All right. And I say we should expand Native American nations around them to contain them. Granted, Native American populations are small, but they would be, in a sense, constitutional monarchies, meaning the Native Americans would have a constitutionally privileged position, but nevertheless other people would be living in their nations, providing their economy, providing their military, providing the taxes that support them. They would be, in a sense, a kind of welfare nobility. With the nations named after them, recognizing their culture as distinctively the identifier culture for wide regions of America. I don't find that at all a negative. So why not among that a white identity nation? There's room enough for all of us. And I foresee a black nation down south. It would be more dispersed, more of a black belt, which we all know about if we look up black belt in geography, which means the black distribution of population along a belt line in the southern states. But this provides an alternative white nation in the north to confederalized areas in the south that would be white, and black areas in the south that would be, well, black nationalist. New Africa with a K. And again, these would all be confederated into a United Nations of America. That would be very much reminiscent, parallel to the United Federations of Planets that Gene Roddenberry foresaw as, well, the representative of humanity. We would represent humanity by our differences and our diversity. And there's nothing wrong with that. With our major cities as safe havens for cosmopolitan genetic hybrids like myself. I really don't see anything negative in any of this. With such, turning back to the time we have remaining. Okay, let's see if there's anything else I can glom onto as a subject tonight. I would say that the pre-election research shows some real disparity among the Republicans, and that's important for what we're contending with right now. Basically, public opinion research conducted in October shows a shift in one political party that might have made Donald Trump's election on November 5th less of a surprise. A majority of the party now agrees with the sentiment about immigration that has previously been associated with organized hate, that they are poisoning the blood of the country. While October marked the first time respondents were asked that question, responses to others indicated a hard shift against immigrants by Republicans and white evangelical Protestants, especially after Trump became president. The Public Religion Research Institute, the PRRI, is a nonpartisan group that studies political issues alongside religious values that I often source. Since its founding in 2013, it's conducted its American Values Survey and done more than 200,000 interviews in the process. Among its most recent findings was a 50-point gap between Republicans and Democrats over how pressing an issue immigration is for the country. And there now is an enormous difference between the parties about whether undocumented immigrants who meet certain criteria should be offered a path to citizenship. In 2013, 71% of Democrats and 64% of independents believed a path to citizenship should be offered. The percentage for Democrats rose to 77% by October, while it fell to 55% for independents. In 2013, most Republicans, 53%, believed that qualifying people should be offered a path to citizenship. As of October, just 36% did. At a recent conference in Washington, D.C., emphasizing that the most recent survey that the partisan disparity indicates that we've entered a new era when it comes to the politics of immigration, the Public Religion Research Institute founder and CEO, Robert P. Jones, said that support for a path mostly held steady for Republicans between 2013 and 2019. Then it begins to drop. Then it just fell off a cliff beginning last year. There were a number of questions that, as a social scientist, I found myself having to ask that I never thought I'd have to ask. This is a very, very different world than we were living in even 10 years ago. Perhaps, not surprisingly, there is a religious element to the disparity. White evangelical Protestants make up the only major religious group that does not have a majority supporting a path to citizenship. That support has fallen from 53% in 2013 to 40% now. The Public Religion Research Institute survey seemed to find an element of hatred in some of the opposition to allowing more undocumented immigrants to become citizens. One was prompted by Trump's statement a year ago that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. In the survey, Jones asked, "Do you agree or disagree that immigrants who are entering the country today are poisoning the blood of our country?" A full 34% of Americans agree, with Jones concluding, "There is a gigantic partisan gap on this question. Almost 2/3 of Republicans, 61%, 33% of independents, and just 13% of Democrats agreed that immigrants are poisoning the blood of a nation of fucking immigrants." Again, I shake my head. Jones, who holds a PhD in religion, said that so many Americans agree with such a statement at all should concern everyone. As he warns, a racist and hate-filled conception of immigrants has really taken hold with a significant minority of the population. So with that, why not a white nation in the Northwest? Then they can't complain. And we can all be at peace with solid borders between us, contacting each other diplomatically to prevent flare-ups of regional conflict. a United Nations of America, a united federation of peoples. Some from black nations in North America, some from white nations, some from Native American nations that at least have a dominant minority respected for being the original first people of our continent, while others, as I said, provide their economy and provide ultimately a kind of tax-supported welfare for the Native American minority, which then they could participate in the economy at their own initiative. But for our initiative, in our free time, yeah, what will replace Americans is TikTok time. Because TikTok's chance of surviving a U.S. ban took a major hit on Friday into this weekend when a top Washington court upheld a law that could block the app beginning in mid-January. Now TikTok's communist Chinese parent company, ByteDance Limited, is hoping for a lifeline. It's possible the U.S. Supreme Court will take up the case, or that President-elect Donald Trump will step in to try and stop a ban. ByteDance could also find an American buyer for TikTok's U.S. business, an option it vehemently opposes. None of these scenarios seem particularly likely, however, and TikTok's competitors are most certainly licking their chops. The 170 million Americans who use the app every month may soon have a lot more free time on their hands. Virtually any app with a large, young user base could theoretically benefit from a TikTok ban, but no companies are better positioned than Meta Platforms Incorporated and Alphabet Incorporated's Google. Both Meta and Google currently offer popular TikTok competitors that people are familiar with, which would make for a relatively easy transition. Meta's Reels, which is built into Facebook and Instagram, benefits from the company's user base of more than 3 billion people, and Meta says that 50% of the time people already spend on Instagram is in Reels. Google's offering, a product within YouTube called YouTube Shorts, has more than 2 billion monthly users. Other smaller platforms could also see a boost, including Snapchat, Reddit, or even X. A ban could also prompt new rivals to emerge. It's still possible that Trump tries to step in and stop a ban, and it was just a few months ago that the president-elect worried publicly that blocking TikTok would make Mark Zuckerberg's products too powerful. But that Trump as savior scenario suddenly seems less likely as his animosity towards Zuckerberg has softened. The twain were spotted dining together at Mar-a-Lago the day before Thanksgiving, and Zuckerberg is angling for an informal advisory role to help Trump shape tech policy going forward. Perhaps sticking it to Zuckerberg isn't so necessary after all. The latest on the Trump transition, Trump announcing a new role for his administration. The White House AI and crypto czar. Well, that's what I started transmission with. Let me end it with that. President-elect Donald Trump announced he created a new role for his administration, White House Artificial Intelligence and Crypto Czar. Filling that role will be the tech entrepreneur and podcast host, David Sacks. In his announcement, the President-elect Trump said that Sacks will guide policy for the administration in artificial intelligence and cryptocurrency, two areas critical to the future of American competitiveness. David will focus on making America the clear global leader in both areas. He will safeguard free speech online and steer us away from big tech bias and censorship. He will work on a legal framework so the crypto industry has the clarity it has been asking for and can thrive in the U.S. David will also lead the Presidential Council of Advisors for Science and Technology. Now, Sacks is a longtime Silicon Valley ally of Elon Musk and invested in SpaceX. They worked together at PayPal, a company in which Sacks is a co-founder of and later became the COO. During that time, Musk was the CEO until 2000, when Confinity went through a rebrand and became PayPal. Sachs held major fundraisers for the Trump-Vance ticket, including one at his home for Trump in San Francisco, California, in June. Trump did an interview with Sachs on his All In podcast earlier this year, in which, during the episode, he advocated for automatically giving non-citizens in these United States green cards when they graduate from college, not just people who go through the vetting process. What I want to do and what I will do is, you graduate from college. At college, I think you should get automatically, as part of your diploma, a green card to be able to stay in this country. That includes junior colleges, too. Yes, I'm quoting Donald Trump. Yes. Can somebody see schizophrenia setting in here, or was that always there? He's just never been clinically diagnosed. Or maybe he has. We just aren't given that information. At any rate, Trump's response came after one of the hosts, Jason Calacanis, asked Trump if he could promise to give us more ability to import the best and brightest around the world to America. So, what the fuck? I don't get it. If you do, well, you're better at solving puzzles than I am. Basically, we've got an action alert. Trump's assembling a doom squad. Donald Trump's administration is shaping up to quite the disaster. Trump's administration is a who's who of scandals, felons, abusers, and just plain drunks. Republican legislative fault lines are starting to emerge, and the House Russell collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party faces a fate worse than death because of its own terminal incompetence. Republicans in the House of Representatives have a highly ambitious agenda that they want to pass, even though they have a razor-thin, practically a single-seat majority that leaves them with no room for error. There are early disagreements over even how to pass big bills, let alone what to put into them. 20 years ago, it took a week for House Republicans just to elect a speaker. Throughout the congressional session, more often than not, Democrats had to provide votes to pass the most basic legislation. The House has a slightly smaller majority going into the next Congress, and because of early defections to Donald Trump's cabinet in the first couple of months, they will not be able to lose a single vote if they want to pass anything. This does not seem like the optimal environment for going big legislatively. But that's what Republicans are preparing, even as consensus on how to achieve that has not been found. We already know that Republicans want to extend the Trump tax cuts, and the conventional wisdom was that they would have little trouble doing so. But the strains of using the budget reconciliation process, which supersedes a Senate filibuster but also requires that everything must be budget neutral after the first 10 years, Trump's promises of more and more tax cuts throughout the campaign, and differences within the caucus have made reaching a deal a knottier question. At the same time, Republicans want to carry forward the momentum of the election and make an early splash. So a new strategy has emerged. Trois reconciliation bills. As the incoming Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, Republican of South Dakota, has laid out, there would be a reconciliation bill in the first 30 days of the new congressional session beginning January 3rd, focused primarily on funding border security measures, but also seemingly raising the military budget. Well, that will come as news to Elon Musk, who has been playing footsie with cutting it. This would be offset by some targeted eliminations of tax credit programs from the Inflation Reduction Act, The biggest would likely be rolling back the $7,500 electric vehicular rebate, and maybe opening public lands to oil and gas leasing, which you could say raises money. That wouldn't be that big a bill, no more than $85 billion, according to one Republican senator, but the concept grants legislative buy-in for the looming border crackdown and would provide money Trump could draw from for mass deportations, which he wants to do immediately. In addition, it would give space for conversations about the tax package to be accomplished in a second reconciliation bill before the end of 2025, when the Trump tax cuts expire. There is precedent from just 4 years ago. Democrats used reconciliation to pass the American Rescue Plan in the first couple of months of Joe Biden's term, then debated and eventually passed the Inflation Reduction Act with a second reconciliation bill. Republicans have the same ability to use fiscal year 2025 reconciliation on a border/energy package and fiscal year 2026 reconciliation on taxes. But House Republicans don't agree with the strategy. Representative Jason Smith, Republican from Missouri, chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, aka or also known as the Tax Writing Committee, was at a CNBC summit when he said, "The idea that we will do a small reconciliation at the beginning that does energy and immigration defense, and a second will be tax, is very foolish. It breeds failure, in my opinion." Yeah, well, the phrase House Republicans don't agree is likely to be a familiar one next year, whether referring to disagreement with their counterparts in the Senate or with each other. Oh great, breaking news notification, Golden Globe nominations, live updates. The shape the world is in. Now, House Republicans have 12 concerns. First, getting one big package over the line with their tiny majority will be a heavy enough lift, let alone two. Second, jettisoning the border money from the tax package will make it harder to get it through. You can woo wayward conservatives who might not like the compromises in there by promising border cash. Rob Weissman, co-president of Public Citizen, said the border has to be in the tax deal because they need the votes. That's true on the other side of the ledger as well. The budget-busting nature of the tax promises means that you'd need those offsets in the tax bill to satisfy fiscal conservatives. But throwing everything into one bill just complicates the enormous number of issues that must be addressed. As has been pointed out, Trump has made as much as $7 trillion in tax cut promises, and there isn't much around in the way of obvious offsets to fill that gap, even though many in the caucus want the package to not increase the deficit. That much actual savings would require cutting deep into broadly popular programs, and Republicans are just beginning to integrate the $3 trillion or so in tax cut promises Trump made on the campaign trail, cutting taxes on tips, Social Security benefits, overtime pay, expats abroad, and oh, so much, much more. On the details, some Republicans want to keep parts of the IRA intact, and some don't. Some want to raise tariffs legislatively as an offset, and some don't. Some are demanding a repeal of the cap on state and local tax deductions, and some see that as too expensive. Some want to deal with health care in that tax bill, and some don't. Some want to cut Medicaid and food stamps, and some don't. Some want a bigger child tax credit, and some don't. Some actually want to raise taxes on corporations, and some don't. All of them seemingly would gladly cut Planned Parenthood and PBS, but that saves the government pennies. These differences could be ironed out, but almost everyone must agree on something in order for Republicans to succeed. That needle will be very hard to thread. Republicans got another hit this week when the Congressional Budget Office estimated that restoring the Trump tax cuts will reduce overall gross domestic product. Shrinking the economy means lower tax revenue, at odds with the perennial claim that cutting taxes increases money back to the government because of hypercharging growth. All of this has to be figured out in advance of passing a bill. The way budget reconciliation works is that Congress sets a number of parameters in a budget resolution which determines how much can be spent in the budget window. The details, well, the details come later, but the numbers are really the whole thing because they constrain what Congress can even do. So, figuring all that out is a hassle in the best of times. Figuring that out in the space of a few months is a recipe for a snarling fight. When Democrats tried a two-step process, putting off the Build Back Better side of the agenda to a second reconciliation bill, it took them more than a year to nail down the IRA. Republicans don't have that kind of time. They would have to get a second reconciliation bill with all the tax changes done between October 1st and December 31st, 2025. Anything beyond that, and the tax cuts expire. That puts Republicans into a very tight window where the future is unknowable. With the tight margins in the House, absences, retirements, or deaths could be the difference between majority support and a lack of votes. And it's not hard to envision Congress simply bickering right through that deadline. Republicans could make retroactive changes to the tax code in 2026, but it's more difficult. For one thing, some Republicans want to characterize extending the tax cuts as not affecting the deficit at all because it just continues current law. If the tax cuts expire, that rhetorical tactic, which may become an alternative way Republicans score the bill, is no longer available. So even though allowing the Trump tax cuts to vanish would be a fate worse than death to pretty much every Republican, there's a non-zero chance that incompetence, argument for argument's sake, and an inability to prioritize leads to that happening. House Republicans have such thin margins that the idea of getting the tax knots untangled early is unlikely. So, a one-bill approach probably means nothing gets done legislatively for months, which creates its own sort of momentum, or lack thereof. Members get angrier, recriminations build, ultimatums are made. It's like a sports team on a losing streak. The mood gradually darkens. At the same time, House Republicans are warning not to break taxes from the border, recognizing that the border changes will keep members on the tax bill. With the 12-step approach, at least you put a win on the board early, but it might come at the expense of getting the tax package, the actual priority, on the board later. Republicans have given no real indication that they have the capacity to govern at all. There are no adults in the room who have the capacity to concentrate minds and put the numbers on the table that bring everyone together. The working assumption is that somehow it'll all work out. Republicans want to secure the border. They want tax cuts. and they'll do what they have to do to get there. That's the theory. Of course, Republicans all wanted to repeal the Affordable Care Act in 2017 as well. Kill Obamacare, remember? Or so we thought. Whether Putin is paying Gabbard is beside the point. If Tulsi Gabbard is confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, she will become the president's top intelligence advisor and the head of the sprawling United States intelligence community. She will be tasked with evaluating and synthesizing intelligence from 18 different agencies. Above all, that job requires, above any other job in the world, discernment. It should therefore alarm us that Gabbard is incapable of differentiating fact from fiction. Gabbard's political allegiances shift like quicksilver, but her devotion to conspiracy theories remains constant. Her career arced from Democratic Congresswoman to failed presidential hopeful to Trump surrogate. In every era, she has spouted conspiracy theories on topics ranging from Syrian chemical weapons attacks to Ukrainian biolabs to antidepressants. Gabbard rails against an alleged Great Reset by a think tank called the World Economic Forum. The Great Reset is the conspiracy theory that the WEF cabal exploited the COVID pandemic to usher in what Gabbard calls the totalitarian dream of a cashless society, where people own nothing and are subject to constant surveillance. The WEF is akin to the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, or the Bohemian Grove in the paranoid imagination. These are non-governmental entities with no real power onto which paranoids can project their fears. In consensual reality, the WEF is best known for hosting a swanky annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. To sensible people, Davos is a byword for self-satisfied CEOs rubbing shoulders with politicians. Not great, but not particularly sinister. To conspiracy theorists, it's the Illuminati. When the World Economic Forum mildly suggested that insect protein might help avert world hunger in the face of climate change, the conspiracists alleged that the cabal was trying to force us all to eat bugs. Gabbard's Twitter feed offers a glimpse into her deeply conspiratorial mindset. In July, Gabbard tweeted, "Just like Biden wasn't the one calling the shots, Kamala Harris won't be either. She is the new figurehead for the deep state and the maidservant of Hillary Clinton, queen of the cabal of warmongers." And then she upped the ante, accusing the establishment TV networks of committing election interference as the propaganda of Kamala's campaign and deep state. Gabbard has even dabbled in the big lie of electoral fraud, election fraud, claiming that Joe Biden was only elected because the Dems' national security state MSM rigged the election by deliberately suppressing Hunter Biden laptop story. Now, that's not even really the crux of her crime, so to speak. We can get into those in the next episode because that takes us all back into the world war that we're fighting and just how polarized we really are. So I'll start again with Gabbard and work our way into as much reality as we can bring back to our listeners on this transmission. We have to close because otherwise they cut off what we say. If our man, Mr. Aristides, is awake, which I believe he is, by all means, Aristides, say good morning to our listeners.
Good morning, everyone. Please donate to Douglas for this holiday season and show your appreciation for the immense effort it takes to do 12-hour programs. Just having some coffee here. So.
That's so cute. Caffeinating. That's
yeah. Just trying to feel normal. So
yes, understood.
That's it.
Wonderful. Again, thanks to Brooke Hagberg in Canada for her 40 United States dollars. I want to thank all of our listeners. I do need your help with a Oster toaster oven, one that's larger, not a small one, but not a mini. We need a larger Oster toaster oven. I don't think they come too large. So maybe I can look one of those up with our man Aristides, but yeah, definitely let's find an Oster toaster oven and have it sent my way as soon as possible. I definitely need that in order just to eat human food when I'm at home in the crypt and maintain calories to burn my way through these transmissions and these monologues. So it's a buffer, of course, for my supplements, and they're the next best thing I have to blood. So all that being said, my love to you all who support myself morally and fiscally. Also, it's a holiday season, and it's going to hit me hard. I'm going to have to ask for money to make my rent on the first.